The Lord's Empire Chapter 2400 to Chapter 2484. What they did not know was that Zhao Fu did not have such a terrifying identity. He was just the ruler of a small kingdom, someone who they would normally treat with respect. Zhao Fu looked at the five of them, introduced themselves and thought before saying, "I'm called Mo Yi. As for my identity, I'm sorry, but I can't say." If he said Zhao Fu's identity, let alone the five saint geniuses, the two higher beings would kill Zhao Fu first. The five people felt quite disappointed. They wanted to know just how terrifying Zhao Fu's identity was, but since Zhao Fu did not want to say it, they could not force Zhao Fu to say it. The grim-looking young man thought about it and said, "Sir, you must be trying to enter the gate of heaven, right? How confident are you in opening the gate of heaven?" Everyone felt quite startled. Even though they did not know Zhao Fu's identity and felt quite disappointed, the gate of heaven was what they cared about the most. As such, they looked at Zhao Fu, waiting to see how Zhao Fu would reply. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "No, I'm not interested in the gate of heaven. I have no interest in the immortal sect, nor do I want to enter it." Right now, Zhao Fu's cultivation was only at the Emperor Heaven realm, and what was more important was that Zhao Fu had Qin. Qin was Zhao Fu's most important thing, and there was no comparison. Zhao Fu could not give up on Qin in order to enter the celestial world. However, the others did not know about this, and hearing this, they looked quite confused. This peerless genius, who was ranked first on the rankings, was not interested in the gate of heaven. Entering the gate of heaven was like reaching the heavens in a single step and directly entering the celestial world. Becoming a disciple of a super faction would bring unimaginable benefits, and even saint geniuses like them would feel quite tempted. However, this person in front of them had said that he was not interested. If an ordinary person said this, they would definitely think that he was an idiot or someone who thought too highly of himself. Now that a terrifying person like Zhao Fu had said this, everyone really believed that he had no interest in the celestial sect. They were more interested in Zhao Fu's identity. What kind of terrifying person was he that had no interest in entering the celestial world? The grim-faced young man thought that since Zhao Fu was not interested in entering the celestial world, it would definitely be easy for him to enter the celestial world. Perhaps he was from the celestial world, so he could not help but ask, "Sir, are you from the celestial world?" Zhao Fu gave a mysterious smile and said, "I can't say. Doesn't this mean that I'm from the celestial world? My identity is terrifying. Are you guys afraid?" Everyone's hearts trembled. The other party really was from the celestial world. Why was he so terrifying? Everything made sense now. The grim-looking young man revealed a smile. "Since you don't want to tell me, that's fine. I wonder if you have the time. I would like to exchange a few blows with you so that I can admire your strength." Zhao Fu didn't want to fight someone for no reason. This person was at Peak Dao realm, so wasn't fighting him just asking for trouble? He smiled and said, "Sorry. I'm not interested." The grim-faced young man felt quite disappointed. He had wanted to spar with Zhao Fu to see just how big the difference was between him and Zhao Fu. He also wanted to see just how strong Zhao Fu was. "I can also suppress my cultivation to the Emperor Heaven realm. Please exchange a few blows with me. I really want to see just how strong Sir is," the grim-faced young man said as he looked at Zhao Fu, unwilling to give up. The other four saint-grade geniuses also looked at Zhao Fu, feeling quite expectant. They wanted to see just how powerful Zhao Fu was, and they also wanted to fight with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the grim-faced young man and said confidently, "If you also suppress your cultivation to the Emperor Heaven realm, there's no need to compete because you'll definitely lose." Now that he had an early-stage origin bloodline and 7 Emperor stars, Zhao Fu was very confident that any Emperor Heaven realm expert would lose to him. There was only one way to defeat him, which was to suppress him with cultivation. Everyone looked quite surprised. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would say such a thing. It sounded incredibly arrogant. The grim-faced young man was the strongest person here and one of the most important people here, who dared to speak to him like this. Hearing this, the grim-faced young man was not angry and instead smiled as he said, "I still want to try. Please give me a chance, sir." Zhao Fu thought about it and smiled as he said, "I'll give you a chance then." Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and all of his power flowed out. 7 star-like motes of light appeared in front of his palm, giving off different lights. A powerful light covered the 7 stars, forming an orb of light. A power that surpassed the world and was not bound by laws that could shake even celestials gradually spread out, causing space to twist and a massive might to cover the surroundings. Everyone felt their bodies sink as if they had fallen into an abyss. Facing boundless darkness, they felt immense terror within their hearts and their bodies started to tremble. They had never felt such immense power before. What terrifying power! Everyone looked at the orb of light in Zhao Fu's hand and inwardly cried out. The 5 saint-grade geniuses' expressions became incredibly serious as they felt immense pressure. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "If you use the same level of power to shatter an orb of light, it'll be your win." The grim-faced young man nodded seriously and stretched out a hand. An extremely terrifying power flowed out, seeming to be able to shatter the heavens and earth and cause all creatures to feel terror. A small person of light appeared above his palm, which was covered by countless rays of light and formed an orb of light. Zhao Fu tossed out the orb of light, and the orb of light floated forwards. The grim-faced young man also tossed out the orb of light, which floated forwards. One orb of light had 7 different stars within it, while the other orb of light had a small person within it. The two of them clashed together. The small person of light was like a war celestial and gave off a disdainful aura as it rushed towards the 7 stars. The small person of light's punch seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth as it slammed into the 7 stars. The 7 stars trembled and gave off resplendent light as a ruler's power spread out, blocking that terrifying power. Roar! The small person of light roared and gave off even more shocking power as it blasted towards the 7 stars. The 7 stars gave off boundless light, forming 7 rays of light that shot towards the small person of light. Boom! The 7 rays of light were like corporeal pillars of light as they pierced through the small person of light, causing it to turn into countless motes of light and disappear. The grim-faced young man sighed. The other party's power was indeed greater than his, and he acknowledged Zhao Fu. He said, "Sir is indeed powerful, I'm not a match for you." The other 4 saint-grade geniuses' expressions were also quite dim. Even the most powerful person, the grim-faced young man, had lost, so they did not have any hope. They felt that they had taken a heavy blow. They, who had been high and mighty, found that there was someone more terrifying than them, and they did not feel good at all. However, there was nothing they could say about their strength being inferior to Zhao Fu's. This was the truth, and they did not know just who he was. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. I won't participate in the Gate of Heaven's matters, so you can continue with your trials. Don't mind me." Hearing this, the 5 saint-grade geniuses thought about it. Since Zhao Fu was not going to participate, they could ignore him. The 5 of them still had a chance of opening the celestial gate, and if Zhao Fu joined, they would have no chance at all. Now that Zhao Fu had given them such an important opportunity, the 5 of them said gratefully, "Thank you for not participating, sir." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. He did not say anything else and flew off with his people. The gate medallion had a time limit, and after this time, it would teleport people out. If they did not teleport out, they would have to rely on their own abilities to leave the depths of the Forbidden Zone, which would be very dangerous. Zhao Fu wanted to use this time to obtain more treasures. As for the tree spirit and the old water dragon, they would not leave with him, as the depths of the Forbidden Zone were the best places to cultivate. They were creatures of the Forbidden Zone and were familiar with the surroundings. Moreover, they did not have a half-celestial world to cultivate in, so they could only stay in the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Boom! A few hours later, Zhao Fu followed the tree spirit to a stretch of ruins. Most of the buildings here had collapsed, and there were only some ruins left. The surroundings were completely barren, and there were many weeds growing all around. The tree spirit had sensed traces of ruins here, so perhaps he could find some good things. After all, this might be the depths of the Forbidden Zone, and the people who had built buildings here were either extremely powerful people or extremely powerful races. The tree spirit sensed the surroundings and said, "Sir, come with me." Zhao Fu nodded and followed the tree spirit to a flat area. The tree spirit pressed one hand on the ground, and a powerful yellow energy spread out. The ground collapsed with a boom, and a dark tunnel 10 meters wide and 3 meters tall appeared. That passageway entrance was also protected by a barrier. It was a type of void barrier that emitted a very powerful energy. The tree spirit's expression was quite serious as he said, "Sir, this passage is not simple and might be very dangerous." "The passageway here is not simple. It might be very dangerous. Should we continue exploring? Hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression became serious. The tree spirit was a higher being, and if it said that this place was dangerous, it meant that there was a power that could threaten higher beings. However, Zhao Fu still decided to give it a try. If it really was dangerous, he would have to leave. After understanding Zhao Fu's intention, the tree spirit stretched out a hand and turned it into countless roots that quickly attacked the barrier and enveloped it. The many tree roots absorbed the power of the barrier. Slowly, the barrier became weaker and weaker. Then, it shattered. A gust of wind blew out from the passageway, causing Zhao Fu and the others close to flutter. Tree Spirit walked in front and said to Old Water Dragon, "Old Water Dragon, you and I will each guard one side to avoid danger. Also, be careful at all times. If anything dangerous happens, we will retreat immediately." The Old Water Dragon nodded seriously. He could also sense the terrifying void fluctuations coming from here. The two of them stood in front of Zhao Fu, while Zhao Fu followed behind them. Because he knew that it was very dangerous inside, Zhao Fu did not have Feng Wuyi and the Spirit Maiden follow him. Instead, he had them wait outside. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others walked into the pitch-black passageway. After entering, the tree spirit waved his hand, and countless rays of yellow light shined out, illuminating the entire passageway. They continued to advance carefully. A massive wave of void energy suddenly flew out from the depths of the passageway, crashing towards Zhao Fu and the others with shocking power. The tree spirit stretched out a hand, and a wave of higher beings' power flowed into it, forming a defensive barrier. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the wave of void energy crashed into the barrier. The barrier trembled, and some small cracks appeared on it. Most likely, even a spirit realm cultivator would not be able to block this wave of void energy. Luckily, Zhao Fu did not need to do anything. There were two higher beings with him, and they would block all the danger for Zhao Fu. If they could not block this wave of void energy, Zhao Fu would not be able to. Onwards, boom, another wave of void energy flew out from the depths of the passageway, crashing against the barrier with a powerful aura. More and more cracks appeared on the barrier. As such, the tree spirit could only unleash even greater power. Countless tiny roots started to grow within the barrier, causing it to become even thicker and sturdier, and it gave off even greater power. Boom, another massive wave of spatial power flowed out from the depths of the passageway, slamming against the defensive barrier with shocking power. This time, the defensive barrier blocked the spatial power and did not show any cracks. They continued onwards, and more void energy continuously flowed out, crashing against the barrier. The sturdy yellow barrier blocked these attacks. Finally, Zhao Fu and the others arrived at the space. This place was completely empty, as if there was nothing at all. The surroundings were completely dark, without a single ray of light, and the surroundings were completely silent. "Sir, now that you're standing between us, it'll be even more dangerous. You have to be careful, we might not be able to protect you," the tree spirit said seriously. Zhao Fu replied seriously, "I understand. The aura coming from here was more than 10 times more dangerous than the passageway. It was completely dark, and they had no idea what terrifying things were here." Everyone continued onwards. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded out as a semi-transparent void wolf that was 5 meters long and had long fur between its eyebrows rushed out. It gave off terrifying power as it ferociously leapt towards Zhao Fu and the others. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the void wolf bit down on the barrier, and its sharp teeth tore through the barrier, looking quite terrifying. In that moment, the old water dragon grabbed out with a hand, and boundless water power gathered in his hand, forming a water dragon spear. The old water dragon stabbed out with the spear, and the spear gave off immense power as it pierced through the void wolf's body. The void wolf howled in pain. Its body turned into countless streams of void energy and disappeared. The three of them carefully continued onwards. Roar! Roar! Howls continuously sounded out as terrifying void wolves slowly appeared from the darkness. They looked at Zhao Fu and the others with cold and cruel eyes. The auras that these void wolves gave off were quite powerful, and each of them was no weaker than a Dao realm expert. If one entered without higher being cultivation, they would definitely die. Zhao Fu and the others stopped because the void wolves had surrounded them. Swish, 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 the void wolves did not hesitate for too long, and they gave off powerful auras as they charged at Zhao Fu and the others incredibly quickly. The tree spirit's expression was solemn, but he did not feel any fear. He sent out even more power, and more roots grew out of the yellow energy barrier. After the barrier became stronger, it also became tougher. The old water dragon's expression was serious, and he sent even more power into his water dragon spear, causing it to give off a powerful aura. As for Zhao Fu, who was standing in the middle, he did not have to do anything. Facing these void wolves that could rival Dao Realm experts, Zhao Fu felt that there was nothing he could do. The void wolves continuously leapt over, and Tree Spirit was mainly in charge of defending. He blocked the countless void wolves, who slammed into the defensive barrier and used their sharp teeth to bite and claws to claw. Bang, bang. Bang, the old water dragon was in charge of attacking, and he continuously swung his dragon spear, sending out waves of terrifying power that sent the void wolves flying. After a while, many of the void wolves had been killed and turned into countless streams of void chi that dissipated. The remaining void wolves viciously looked at Zhao Fu and the others, not daring to come close, and they turned and ran away. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others continued onwards, and for a while, they were not attacked by the void wolves. However, the auras that they gave off became more and more dangerous and heavy. Roar. A massive roar sounded out as a 10-meter-tall monster with the upper body of a void wolf and the lower body of a human appeared in front of the three of them. It gave off power that rivaled higher beings and appeared in front of them. Tree Spirit and the old water dragon's expression slightly changed. The old water dragon said, "Old Tree Head, I'll test his power first. You're in charge of protecting the Lord, there might be other monsters hiding nearby." Tree Spirit replied, I know. You should be careful too." Boom, at that moment, the half-wolf, half-human monster gave off a massive aura as it charged over. The old water dragon did not say anything and held his water dragon spear as he charged at the monster. The two of them were incredibly fast, and in an instant, they were only 3 meters apart. The monster swung its claws, which gave off a power that seemed to be able to tear apart space. It drew out 5 black arcs of light as it grabbed towards the old water dragon. The old water dragon stabbed out with his spear, sending out a massive spear energy that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Bang, the two of them clashed together, and a terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the space around it to collapse. The scene was quite terrifying. The monster's face was ferocious as it swung its other claw at the old water dragon. Water Dragon blocked the monster's claw with his spear. At that moment, the old water dragon twisted his body and kicked out, causing a huge explosion. The monster was sent flying hundreds of meters away. As a member of the dragon race, the old water dragon's physical strength was terrifying. Roar, the monster roared in pain and opened its massive mouth, shooting out a massive illusory beam of light that contained terrifying power towards the old water dragon, causing the space around it to twist. Old water dragon stabbed out with his spear and a massive water medallion formed a water dragon that gave off a massive dragon's might as it rushed forwards. Bang, a loud sound rang out as the two collided. Countless splashes and air currents shot out in all directions. Suddenly, the monster's body appeared above the old water dragon's head, and a sharp wolf claw containing immense power slashed down towards the old water dragon. The old water dragon raised his head and looked at the monster. At that moment, countless traces of water appeared around his body, forming a water barrier that gave off a powerful aura. Bang, the terrifying claw clashed against the water barrier, leaving behind 5 deep claw marks. However, the water barrier quickly recovered and blocked the monster's attack. The monster's expression was ferocious as it twisted its body and kicked out, bringing with it a shocking amount of power and a gust of wind. Bang, a muffled sound rang out as the water barrier was kicked away, turning into countless splashes of water. The old water dragon's body was also kicked back 10 or so meters. The monster ferociously continued to charge at the old water dragon. The old water dragon's expression became cold as he waved his spear. Countless traces of water gathered around him as he stabbed out with his spear. Boom, a huge torrent of water with the momentum of 1,000 miles gushed out, knocking the monster far away. Roar, The monster raised its head to the sky and gave off an even more ferocious aura as it madly charged at the old water dragon. The old water dragon did not show any fear and charged over with a powerful aura. Zhao Fu and Tree Spirit watched from the side as the two of them battled. Each of their attacks gave off immense destructive power, seeming to be able to destroy the surrounding space. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the defensive barrier and swung its claws, giving off terrifying power as it grabbed towards the defensive barrier. Puff, the powerful barrier was instantly shattered, and Tree Spirit's expression changed as he blocked in front of Zhao Fu. As expected, there were other monsters hiding in the surroundings, and they finally couldn't help but attack. A cruel smile appeared on the monster's face as it swung its other claw, leaving behind 5 sharp arcs of light as it clawed at Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit clenched his fist and countless rays of yellow light condensed as he punched out. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the claw and fist collided. A terrifying shockwave once again spread out, causing the space around them to crack. Even though Zhao Fu was behind Tree Spirit, he was still affected by the shockwave and was knocked back 4 or 5 meters. Fortunately, he was not injured. The monster's expression was ferocious as it opened its massive mouth and bit at Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit dodged to the side and made a move. He stretched out his hand and a soft root stretched out from his palm like a whip. Tree Spirit grabbed the whip and lashed it hard. Paw, the whip brought with it terrifying power as it lashed against the monster's body, sending it flying, and a deep gash appeared on its body. The monster howled in pain and ferociously attacked Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit swung the wooden root whip in his hand and lashed out at the monster. The two of them clashed, causing powerful shockwaves to spread out and the space around them continuously shattered. Zhao Fu was unable to block these terrifying shockwaves at all, and he could only retreat. Zhao Fu also released his barrier. Now that the two higher beings were fighting with the monster, they had no time to protect him. If another monster appeared, even if it was not a higher being level monster, a Dao realm monster would be able to kill Zhao Fu. Now, Zhao Fu had to be careful and enter his strongest 10,000 god state. Bang, bang. Bang, the battle became more and more intense, and the shockwaves became even more terrifying. Zhao Fu could only retreat further away, or else those shockwaves would be able to kill him. Zhao Fu also carefully sensed his surroundings in case any dangers appeared. From the looks of it, Tree Spirit and the old water dragon were much stronger, and it was only a matter of time before they defeated the two monsters. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the old water dragon's spear shot out like lightning and pierced through the monster's chest. The monster howled in pain as its body turned into nothingness and dissipated. Boom! Boom! Massive explosion sounded out as Tree Spirit raised a hand, which gave off boundless yellow light. An incredibly terrifying power fused into the air, and massive spears containing shocking power shot down from the sky towards the monster. The monster gave off immense power and continuously dodged, avoiding the wooden spears and using its sharp claws to continuously shatter them. Tree Spirit coldly harumphed and sent an even greater wave of power into his raised hand, which gave off an intense yellow light that illuminated the surroundings. Boom, boom. Boom, even more wooden spears shot down from the sky. The spears brought with them even greater power as they shot down from the sky. Even though the monster desperately tried to defend, its body was still pierced by the countless spears, and it gave a massive howl as its body dissipated into nothingness energy. Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. There was no danger around them. The two higher beings had been fighting, and if there had been any other monsters, Zhao Fu would have been in great danger. Now that the two higher beings had finished fighting, Zhao Fu's safety was guaranteed. The two higher beings flew over to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "How are you? Are you hurt?" The two higher beings laughed as they said, "I just lost some power, it's nothing serious." Following this, Zhao Fu and the others continued onwards. They did not encounter any more danger, and the three of them continued onwards until they came before a wooden door. This door was 10,000 meters wide and seemed to fuse into nothingness. It was red and had golden patterns of flowers and birds on it. The door looked incredibly beautiful and noble, and it gave off a massive wave of nothingness power. Looking at the door, Zhao Fu felt that it was quite familiar, whether it was the power it gave off or the door's appearance. There were 2 stone platforms next to the door, and there had most likely been something there. Zhao Fu thought about it and realized that it was most likely those two monsters. Those two monsters had been responsible for guarding this door, but they had attacked Zhao Fu and the others first. Sir, do we continue onwards? Tree Spirit asked with an incredibly serious expression as he looked at the door. Old Water Dragon also had the same expression. Not only did they feel immense pressure from this door, but they also sensed great danger, so they did not feel too confident. Zhao Fu knew that it was dangerous, but he still said seriously, I want to go in. Old Water Dragon said, Sir, don't worry. If you continue, it will be very dangerous. We can't guarantee your safety. Tree Spirit chimed in. That's right. Milord cannot advance any further. Zhao Fu looked at the mahogany door in front of him and said seriously, I know, but I still want to go in. Seeing that Zhao Fu had made his decision, the two higher beings did not say anything else. Their expressions were serious as they stood guard beside Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu personally walked to the front, stretched out a hand, and placed it on the red door. A large amount of power gathered in his hand, and he pushed it forward. Creak, a loud sound rang out as the mahogany door slowly opened. An incomparably terrifying power that seemed to surpass the heavens and earth surged out like a flood. The three of them felt as if they had fallen into icy water, and the coldness seeped into their bones. Their bodies felt immense pain, and they continuously trembled as a wave of terror flowed out of their hearts. After all, Zhao Fu had an original stage bloodline, and there was nothing that could make him feel so afraid. Moreover, it was not just Zhao Fu, the two higher beings also felt immense terror. The door finally opened. After the mahogany door opened, the scene behind it was revealed to Zhao Fu and the others. There was nothing inside, just a jade platform on which an elderly man sat cross-legged. The elderly man's eyes were closed, and his expression was cold. He wore white clothes, and his hair and eyebrows were snow white. His skin was like jade, and he gave off a terrifying might. He felt like a celestial, but he was not. Tree Spirit said in shock, this person was at least a half-step celestial, and he doesn't have any signs of life. It's as if he failed to become a celestial and died here. The old water dragon looked quite shocked as he said, I never thought that such a terrifying expert would die here. Just the terrifying might that he gave off after his death is enough to make us feel terror. If he was at his peak, he could easily kill us. Looking at this elderly man, Zhao Fu frowned and walked over. Tree Spirit hurriedly stopped Zhao Fu and said, Sir, we really can't go any further. We don't have any confidence in being able to protect ourselves. Zhao Fu looked at the elderly man seriously and said, You two wait here, I'll go by myself. Tree Spirit and the old water dragon looked quite surprised, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would say such a thing. Even they did not dare to go forward, and yet Zhao Fu, an Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator, dared to. Seeing how serious Zhao Fu looked, it did not seem like he was joking. However, Tree Spirit still asked, Sir, are you really going to go forward? Zhao Fu nodded. Tree Spirit and the old water dragon did not say anything and nervously waited by the side. Zhao Fu started to walk forwards, and a terrifying spatial restriction blocked in front of Zhao Fu, giving off a celestial and god-slaying aura. Tree Spirit and the old water dragon felt quite startled. If they tried to force their way through, they would definitely be heavily injured by this restriction and might even die. However, what happened next caused them to look incredibly shocked. Zhao Fu gave off a spatial energy, and the terrifying restriction in front of him automatically dissipated and did not attack Zhao Fu. What's going on? The two higher beings did not understand what had happened. Why had such a terrifying restriction automatically dissipated? They could not help but think about Zhao Fu's unknown and terrifying identity. They felt that Zhao Fu's identity was incredibly terrifying, and he had even made 5 divine geniuses admit defeat without any sign of dissatisfaction. He most likely had some sort of terrifying ability. This way, the two of them could understand what had happened. Zhao Fu gave off spatial energy, and the restriction in front of him continuously dissipated. Zhao Fu arrived on the jade platform without any obstruction. The two higher beings watched nervously. Zhao Fu came in front of the old man and stretched out a hand. Boom! An explosion sounded out as spatial energy continuously surged out of Zhao Fu's body and poured into the old man's body. The old man, who originally had no signs of life, actually started to absorb the power that Zhao Fu poured into him. He even took the initiative to absorb a large amount of Zhao Fu's power. Time passed bit by bit. The old man continuously absorbed Zhao Fu's power and gave off a terrifying fluctuation, but his body was slowly turning illusory. As a large amount of power flowed out, Zhao Fu's face also became somewhat pale. Finally, the old man's body disappeared, and a figure appeared in front of Zhao Fu. It slowly opened its eyes and looked at Zhao Fu. The elder's current state was that of a remnant soul, and the power he gave off was much weaker, but it was still quite terrifying. His eyes danced with celestial light as he looked at Zhao Fu with a strange expression. "You obtained my legacy?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. "Senior's legacy and rewards have been of great help to me, so I thank Senior here." The elder said calmly, "Since you were able to obtain my legacy, it's your fortune. It's all thanks to you that my remnant soul has awakened. Also, I'm curious, who are you? You actually grew to such an extreme existence, even the celestial world doesn't have such a person." The two higher beings felt quite shocked. Even that elder, who was about to become a celestial, had said this. Zhao Fu's identity was not something they dared to imagine. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. "Thank you for your praise. I thought that Senior had already reincarnated and never thought that I would meet you here." The elder explained, "That was a good friend of mine, it wasn't me." Zhao Fu asked in confusion, "Then why didn't Senior return to that place after so long? Why did you perish here?" The elder thought of something and a trace of anger appeared on his face as he said, "That place is no longer important to me, so I did not go back. As for why I ended up like this, it's because I was heavily injured by 3 celestials back then and forcefully broke through to the celestial realm before perishing here." Zhao Fu felt that the elder was not an ordinary expert, and hearing that he had been heavily injured by 3 celestials, he felt quite shocked. If he became a celestial, he would be far more powerful than ordinary celestials. Now that all of the questions in his heart had been answered, Zhao Fu felt much more relaxed and he smiled as he asked, "What does Senior plan to do next?" The elder could tell what Zhao Fu wanted to do. "You want to subdue me?" Zhao Fu did not hide anything and nodded. "That's right. I believe that it would be great for such a powerful person to join the Qin kingdom." The elder's gaze became sharp as he stared at Zhao Fu. "Do you think I'll submit to you so easily?" Zhao Fu looked into the elder's eyes and smiled confidently as he said, "Senior, I gave you my legacy back then, and now I've awakened your remnant soul. This means that we are fated, and Senior understands my potential. I will definitely not mistreat Senior in the future." The elder sank into his thoughts and did not immediately agree to Zhao Fu's request. The elder sank into his thoughts and did not immediately reply to Zhao Fu. After a while, the old man said seriously, "Right now, I'm just a remnant soul. It's very difficult for me to recover to my peak. Moreover, it's not a bad thing to submit to a miraculous person like you. I can submit to you." Zhao Fu could not help but smile. "Thank you for your trust, Senior. In the future, I will definitely help Senior recover to his peak strength and help Senior become a celestial." This elder's background was not simple at all. Not only was he related to Zhao Fu, but he was also related to the 10 or so domains around the ancient stem domain. After all, his true identity was the Great Void Ancestor. In the past, Zhao Fu had gone to a place called the Cosmos Historical Remnant. It was incredibly big and was split into 10 levels. There were all sorts of treasures in each level, and many people dreamed of entering that place. However, entering that place was not an easy matter. One needed a Cosmos medallion and had to wait 10 years before being able to enter. Every time the Cosmos Historical Remnant opened, it would be the most lively time. Countless factions paid great attention to it and sent their geniuses in to train. The Cosmos Historical Remnant belonged to the Great Void Ancestor, who was the elder in front of him. It was him who had forcefully sealed Ericina in the first level of the Cosmos Historical Remnant. Now, the things in the Cosmos Historical Remnant were not very important to Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu was now an Emperor Heaven Realm expert and had an origin bloodline. He was no longer the same Zhao Fu from back then. Back then, Zhao Fu could not even defeat a World Realm expert, but now, Zhao Fu could crush a World Realm expert to death with a single hand. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would meet the Great Void Ancestor here. He had thought that the Great Void Ancestor had used the reincarnation platform to reincarnate but had not returned because of an accident. Speaking to there, Zhao Fu remembered that the main material for Qin's 9 paths of reincarnation was the reincarnation jade from the reincarnation platform. Subduing the Great Void Ancestor was of great benefit to Qin. Firstly, he would have another peerless expert who could become a terrifying celestial. Secondly, the cosmos historical remnant would naturally belong to Qin, and no one would be able to enter it in the future. Controlling such a large historical remnant would definitely be of great help to Qin. Because the Great Void Ancestor was only a remnant soul, even though he looked quite powerful, he would dissipate easily. If Zhao Fu wanted to take him away, he needed to put him into something that could stabilize and protect his soul. Zhao Fu thought about it and took out a jade flute. This jade flute was made from 3 soul jade and had powerful soul energy. It could stabilize and protect one's soul, and it was quite effective. This jade flute was very precious and difficult to obtain, and it was one of the treasures given to him by a group of ghosts in the ghost refining domain. After putting the Great Void Ancestor into the jade flute, Zhao Fu put it on his body. The Great Void Ancestor did not want to put it into a spatial ring. Tree Spirit and the old water dragon looked at Zhao Fu in admiration. If even a terror-grade existence like that could submit to him, the two of them wanted to submit to Zhao Fu. However, even if they wanted to submit to Zhao Fu would not accept it. With his current strength, he could not control higher beings. Moreover, the two of them were only so respectful because of how terrifying Zhao Fu's identity was. However, if they knew that Zhao Fu's true identity was just the king of a small kingdom, they would most likely kill Zhao Fu. After all, killing Zhao Fu would bring them greater benefits. For example, the Zhao Fu bloodline was the rarest and most powerful bloodline in the world. It was a peerless treasure, and there was no one who did not want it. After leaving, Zhao Fu continued to follow Tree Spirit and search for treasures. However, what Zhao Fu did not know was that his Immortal Gate medallion had suddenly gained another 100 million points, which was equivalent to defeating 10 higher beings. When countless people saw this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even their hearts stopped for a moment. Was this something that a human could do? It was simply unimaginable. The 5 sacred rank geniuses felt their legs turn to jelly. They were incomparably shocked. This person had once again exceeded their expectations. Heavens! Hit me first. I want to see if I'm hallucinating. How could that person suddenly gain 100 million points? Defeating a higher being only gave him 10 million. Did he defeat a half-immortal? Don't doubt it. It's real. He obtained 100 million points in one go. I'm almost scared to death. An enemy like that might really be able to defeat a half-immortal. My understanding of him has been refreshed. Him obtaining 10 million points at once was already shocking enough, but I never thought that he would obtain 100 million. Even if you gave me a few years, I wouldn't be able to obtain that many points. Ha ha ha, it's good that I've seen such a terrifying person with my own eyes. A few saint-grade geniuses admitted defeat in front of him. No matter how shocking his performance is, I won't be surprised because it's normal. It's a pity that he's not interested in the Celestial Gate. If it was him, he would definitely be able to open the Celestial Gate and enter the Celestial World. I can guarantee that. Haha, I don't need your guarantee. It would be strange if such a powerful person couldn't enter the Celestial World. I feel that it's a pity that I didn't ask him if he needed subordinates. If I could follow him, it would be a massive opportunity. That's right. It's a pity that such a powerful person didn't say a few words to me. I won't be able to meet such a powerful person in the future. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Even a holy sun looks down on such a person, let alone us. Let's just collect treasures. Don't think about such unrealistic things. Zhao Fu did not know about these things, but the 100 million points were not very useful. He could not exchange them for other things or benefits. Time gradually passed, and soon, a few days had passed. The Celestial Gate medallion's time limit was about to end, and Zhao Fu stopped and did not continue to search for treasures. Zhao Fu smiled and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help and protection, I will definitely repay you in the future." It could be said that it was all because of the Tree Spirit and the old water dragon that Zhao Fu had been able to go so easily and had not encountered much danger. He had also obtained many treasures. If Zhao Fu had been by himself, with his Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation, he would not have been able to go to many places and would have had to hide and be extremely careful. It would have been impossible for him to obtain such precious treasures. Moreover, at critical moments, such as in the passageway, they had seriously protected him and fought against two powerful monsters. For this, Zhao Fu was really grateful to them. He thought that Qin would repay them when he became really powerful in the future. The two of them were a little overwhelmed. They were just at the peak of Dao realm and had been stuck there for many years. They relied on Zhao Fu to break through, so they were really grateful towards Zhao Fu. In addition to Zhao Fu's unknown and terrifying identity, even a half-immortal would sigh in admiration. Even if Zhao Fu treated the two of them as slaves, they would not dare to complain. On the contrary, Zhao Fu's attitude was the opposite. He treated the two of them very well and even respected them. They also liked Zhao Fu. The two higher beings smiled as they replied, "My lord, there's no need to be so polite. This is what we should do. If you have time in the future, you can come here again. We'll definitely prepare a good banquet to entertain you." Zhao Fu nodded lightly. "I'll come if I have time." The celestial light from the Immortal Gate token became brighter and brighter. Then, it wrapped around Zhao Fu, the Spirit Maiden, and Feng Wuyi, and it turned into a ray of light that shot into the sky and disappeared. Zhao Fu and the others felt a massive force pulling them to the side. After a while, they returned to the interior of the great immortal crack and stood in front of the massive celestial gate. Many people had gathered at the celestial gate. Not only were there people who had returned from the Forbidden Area's depths, but there were also many people who had not entered the Forbidden Area's depths. They had gathered here mainly to see if anyone could open the celestial gate. This time, there were 5 terrifying Saint-tier prodigies participating. With their terrifying power and talent, they might be able to open the celestial gate. They did not know what had happened in the Forbidden Area's depths. If they knew, they would definitely be shocked. The 5 Saint-tier prodigies that they looked up to had admitted defeat in front of Zhao Fu. The 5 Saint-tier prodigies had all passed the trial in the Forbidden Area's depths. Now, a celestial mark appeared on their foreheads. It was a square shape with a 6-pointed star in the middle, and it gave off boundless celestial light. The 5 of them stood in front of the celestial gate with serious expressions and prepared to open the celestial gate. Everyone's gazes were focused on them, and all of them were filled with nervousness and anticipation. None of them made a single sound. Suddenly, Zhao Fu and the others teleported outside, and the originally quiet scene immediately burst into an uproar. Some people had never thought that they would be able to see Zhao Fu again, and they excitedly cried out, "Greetings, sir. Sir, I'm willing to be your slave. Sir, please take me in, I can do anything." The 5 Saint-tier prodigies stopped and looked at Zhao Fu. They gave a trace of a smile and flew towards Zhao Fu. Most people looked quite confused and did not know what had happened. A young girl asked curiously, "Hey, just who is that person? Why did he cause such a commotion?" The 5 Saint-tier prodigies seemed to be so courteous to him. A young man said curiously, "That's right. I'm also quite curious about that person's identity. Why does he seem so terrifying?" The bearded young man proudly smiled and said, "You people who have not entered the Forbidden Area's depths probably don't know. He's not an ordinary person, he's an unknown and terrifying figure. Not only can he obtain 10 million points, but he can also obtain 100 million points. Even higher beings have to treat him with respect, and even the 5 Saint-tier prodigies have admitted to losing to him. Don't you think this kind of person is terrifying?" An ordinary-looking middle-aged man looked incredibly shocked as he asked, "Is this true? Don't lie to us." The young man smiled as he replied, "Do you think I'd lie to you? Look at this scene, do you think I'm lying? Let me tell you, his identity is many times more terrifying than a Saint-tier prodigy. You'd best be careful and not offend him." Seeing how excited those people were, everyone else believed the young man's words and looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Just who was this terrifying and powerful person? Where did he come from? How come they had never met before? The 5 Saint-tier prodigies came before Zhao Fu and smiled as they said, "We meet again." Zhao Fu understood that the 5 of them had passed the test, so he lightly smiled and said, "Congratulations, I hope you can open the celestial door and enter the celestial world." The cold-looking young man smiled and said, "We don't have much confidence in this matter. If it's you, you should be able to open the celestial door." Jiaofu smiled and said, "Don't mind me. You can try to open the celestial door, I'll be watching from here." Even though Jiaofu was not very interested in entering the celestial world, he was quite curious about opening the celestial door and wanted to see what it was like. Jiaofu did not go through the second test and did not obtain a celestial seal. He did not even have the right to open the door. The cold-looking young man nodded, and the 5 of them came before the celestial door. The first to go up was the fatty. He flew in front of the celestial door and looked at it, feeling quite nervous. After deeply breathing out, the fatty's expression became serious as he stretched out a hand and placed it on the celestial door. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive wave of power exploded out from the fatty's body, flooding out in all directions. It was as if there was no one blocking it, and the air became quite heavy. The celestial mark on the fatty's forehead gave off an intense celestial light, and the fatty roared as he pressed against the celestial door with immense power. It seemed to be able to tear apart the air as he pushed forwards. Boom! A massive muffled explosion sounded out as an energy wave blew out in all directions. Everyone looked quite confused. In front of this massive power, the celestial door did not budge at all and did not react at all. This was simply too difficult. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. If even such a powerful person could not move it at all, it would be even more impossible for them. The fatty's expression was quite unsightly. He had never thought that the celestial door would be so difficult to push. He had thought that even if he could not truly push open the celestial door, he would at least move it slightly. However, he was greatly disappointed. Arg! The fatty did not believe it and ignited his divine bloodline. An even more massive wave of power flowed out from his body, forming a powerful gale that swept out in all directions, causing everyone to feel quite afraid. His body gave off boundless red light as the celestial mark on his forehead was activated. A wave of celestial energy spread out from his body, and even though it was only a trace of celestial energy, it made the fatty much more powerful. Boom! The fatty used all of his strength to push, and a massive wave of power smashed against the celestial door, causing it to finally move slightly. However, it was just a trace. The fatty continued to push against the celestial door, but it could not be pushed open at all. The fatty's power gradually weakened, and the celestial mark on his forehead became dim. In the end, the fatty could only retract his hand and give a dispirited sigh. He returned to where he was and said to the others, "It's best that you all prepare yourselves. This celestial door is incredibly difficult to push open." The expressions of the others turned solemn. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they understood how difficult it was to push open the celestial gate. Seeing that the fatty had failed, the others were also disappointed. However, they were also mentally prepared. This celestial gate had only been opened by a few dozen people in 10,000 years. If it was so easy, there wouldn't be so few people who opened it. Jiaofu's expression became serious. He found that the celestial door in front of him was indeed not simple. Not only did it require a high grade of power, but it also required a high grade of bloodline. Moreover, it required the full power of the celestial seal to open it. If he couldn't meet the 3 requirements, he definitely wouldn't be able to push open the immortal door. The second person to step forward was the scholarly young man. He had a serious expression as he arrived in front of the gate of immortality. He extended his hand and placed it on the gate of immortality. Boom! A loud rumbling sound rang out as an immense power surged out from the scholarly young man's body. His body shone with boundless white light, illuminating the surroundings. The immense power locked down the surrounding space. Images of books appeared around him, all of them giving off shocking power. There were many books, thousands of them. The scholarly young man used his full power right from the start. However, this was not the end. The scholarly young man opened his eyes and activated the celestial seal on his forehead. The celestial seal gave off boundless celestial light and a powerful wave of celestial power shot out in all directions. The books in the air all had celestial runes on them and gave off celestial chi, making them seem like celestial books. They gave off an even greater aura of books, causing people's bodies to tremble and feel a boundless aura. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the scholarly young man vigorously pushed with his hand. The celestial books gave off immense power as they smashed against the celestial door, causing a massive shockwave to spread out. The massive celestial door was pushed open slightly, causing countless people to feel delighted. Finally, someone had pushed it open slightly. Perhaps the scholarly young man would really be able to open the celestial door and enter the celestial world. Immediately, everyone smiled and their eyes were filled with anticipation. The scholarly young man's expression was serious as he pressed his hand against the celestial door and continued to push. The celestial books gave off powerful celestial energy as they smashed against the celestial door. The celestial door was pushed open slightly again, causing the scholarly young man to feel quite delighted. However, when he continued to push, he found that he could no longer push it. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the scholarly young man exploded out with all of his power. The celestial books automatically flipped open and shot out boundless celestial light. The power of the celestial books gave off world-destroying power as they smashed against the celestial door. Bang! A huge roar rang out, and a huge shock wave instantly spread out, forcing some of the people nearby to take a few steps back. However, the celestial door still did not budge at all, causing the scholarly young man's heart to feel cold. Unwilling to give up, he pressed his hand against the celestial door and continued to push. No matter how much strength he used, the celestial door still did not budge at all. In the end, the scholarly young man gave up and returned to where he was with a dim expression, not saying anything else. Everyone felt even more disappointed. They had thought that he might be able to open the celestial door, but he still could not. The celestial door was simply too difficult to open, and now, there were only 3 saint geniuses left. Could they even open it? The third person to go up was the black-clothed woman. She exploded out with all of her power and pushed the celestial door a little, but she was unable to push it any further. Her expression did not change much and she did not look very disappointed. This was because she had already prepared herself. Her power was about the same as the fatty's, and she was at most slightly stronger. If the fatty was unable to push it open even after using all of his power, she most likely would not be able to either. As such, she went up to give it a try. The fourth person to go up was the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman's expression was serious as she came before the celestial door. She did not have much confidence because her power was slightly weaker than the scholarly young man's. If the scholarly young man could not push it open, she could not push it open either. However, she still wanted to give it a try. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the white-clothed woman stretched out a hand and pressed it against the celestial door, exploding out with an extremely terrifying power. Her body gave off boundless celestial light, and the celestial mark on her forehead also gave off a massive wave of celestial energy. Under this massive wave of power, the celestial door was once again pushed open slightly. The white-clothed woman's gaze became cold as even more power flowed out of her body, and her body gave off a blinding celestial light. The celestial door was once again pushed open slightly, but it did not move again. No matter how much the white-clothed woman pushed, it was useless. In the end, the white-clothed woman sighed and chose to give up. In the end, only the cold-looking young man was left. He was the last person not to go up, and he was the most powerful out of the 5 saint geniuses. Everyone's gazes fell on him. He was the only person who had a chance of opening the celestial door, and he felt incredibly nervous. If even he could not do it, no one else would be able to. The cold-looking young man's expression was serious as he slowly walked in front of the celestial door. He stretched out a hand and placed it on the celestial door as he closed his eyes. Everyone's nervousness and anticipation reached a peak. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive wave of power exploded out from the cold-looking young man's body, forming a massive gale that blew out in all directions. The 4 saint-level geniuses nearby all took a few steps back. A powerful violet aura flame burst forth from his body, and the terrifying power continuously became stronger. Space twisted, causing others to see his body to become hazy, and the surroundings became quite serious. The violet aura flame continuously burned and became larger and larger until it was 10 or so meters tall. The violet aura flame continuously condensed and formed a powerful warrior with only the upper half of his body. This powerful warrior looked valiant and had a muscular body. He wore clothes and gave off a shocking aura. He looked at the celestial door and stretched out a hand and pressed it against the celestial door. At that moment, the cold-looking young man suddenly opened his eyes and vigorously pushed against the celestial door. The violet-colored warrior's hand gave off immense power as it pushed forwards. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a shockwave spread out. The celestial door was slightly pushed open, and this was much more than the 4 people from before. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as the cold-looking young man pushed towards the celestial door with his other hand. The violet-colored warrior's other hand gave off immense power as it pushed towards the celestial door. A massive wave of power slammed against the celestial door, causing it to cave in slightly. Everyone felt quite startled before revealing looks of joy. They felt that the cold-looking young man could open the celestial door. Zhao Fu and the 4 other Saint-level geniuses were quite shocked at the power that the cold-looking young man gave off. The cold-looking young man pressed his hands against the celestial door and controlled the violet-colored warrior to push forwards, causing the celestial door to slowly open. However, soon, the cold-looking young man could no longer push it. The celestial door was only half open, and it was not fully open. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the cold-looking young man exploded out with all of his power. 2 massive purple aura flames surged out from his sides, and the 2 purple aura flames formed 2 purple warriors. They looked slightly different from the previous one. Both of them were very strong, but only their upper bodies were covered in clothes. One of them had a beard, while the other had a square face. The 3 purple warriors emitted a frightening pressure. Even if one was very far away, one could still feel it. A wave of fear surged in one's heart. After the 2 violet-colored warriors appeared, they pressed their hands against the celestial door and pushed it forward. 3 people with only their upper bodies appeared behind the cold-looking young man, and they pushed the celestial door together. The celestial door was once again slowly pushed open. Everyone stared at the celestial door, filled with anticipation and nervousness. Their hearts were beating very quickly. Just as the gate of immortality was about to be pushed open, it stopped and could no longer be pushed. The cold-looking young man coldly harumphed and released even more powerful violet energy, causing the violet aura flame to burn even more ferociously. The 3 warriors gave off even more power as they vigorously pushed the celestial door. However, the celestial door did not budge at all, causing everyone to feel quite startled. Could it be that the cold-looking young man was also unable to open the celestial door? The cold-looking young man had a serious look on his face as he controlled the 3 violet-colored warriors to continue pushing the celestial door, but they could not push it open at all. After thinking about it, the cold-looking young man dissipated the 3 violet-colored giants, which turned into countless traces of aura flames and dissipated. The terrifying aura also disappeared. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and looked quite disappointed. Could it be that even the most powerful person, the cold-looking young man, could not open the celestial door? Boom! Suddenly, a shocking explosion sounded out as a power that surpassed the world exploded out from the cold-looking young man's body. It formed an explosion that spread out like a ball, and everyone around him was forced back a few steps. The cold-looking young man's eyes gave off an intense violet light, and the celestial mark on his forehead also gave off boundless celestial light. The aura that he gave off was incredibly dangerous and terrifying, causing everyone to feel despair. Suddenly, a figure shot out from his body to the right of the cold-looking young man. The figure unleashed a few palm techniques, and the figure became blurry as it gave off a powerful aura. Following this, another figure shot out from the left of the cold-looking young man and unleashed a few more palm techniques. The aura that they gave off was quite powerful, and the figure also became blurry. Following this, more and more illusory figures appeared. In the end, there were 100 or so illusory figures beside the cold-looking young man, continuously unleashing all sorts of palm techniques, and an indescribably terrifying aura spread out. The cold-looking young man's expression became incredibly serious, and he pushed out with all of his strength, causing the countless illusory figures around him to also rush forward. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as an extremely terrifying power collided with the celestial gate. A shockwave spread out with the power of a thunderbolt, tearing the space apart. Many people were sent flying and blood flowed from their mouths. Everyone was affected by the shockwave and looked quite wretched. Suddenly, a massive sound rang out through the entire sky. Everyone looked quite confused as they looked ahead, and their expression slowly became one of excitement and agitation. This was because the celestial door was slowly opening. Countless rainbow-colored celestial light shot out from within, and countless traces of pure celestial chi flowed out. A power that surpassed all things in the world and surpassed life and death slowly spread out, covering the surroundings. In front of this power, countless people felt incredibly small, as if they were facing the boundless heavenly Tao. They felt incredibly powerless and lowly. The celestial door gradually opened, and the celestial light it gave off became stronger and stronger, and more celestial chi flowed out. In the end, the celestial door completely opened, and boundless celestial light shot out, covering the surroundings. Countless traces of celestial chi flowed out, and everyone nearby felt a wave of power flow into their bodies, making them feel more spirited and powerful. At the same time, the celestial door gave off a terrifying aura that completely surpassed this world. Everyone felt incredibly small and lowly, and in front of this door, they felt like they were like ants. The celestial door shined with celestial light, and it was difficult to see what was inside. A figure slowly appeared at the center of the door. This blurry figure seemed to be a powerful-looking man, and his body gave off terrifying power. It was as if space itself could not withstand his descent, and it seemed as if he could destroy an entire world with just a wave of his hand. Everything seemed incredibly lowly in front of him. The power this figure had was many times more terrifying than ordinary celestials because ordinary celestials couldn't descend by themselves. Countless people looked at that figure in shock. They didn't expect such an untouchable, unimaginable, and unstoppable existence to appear. Xiaofu looked quite shocked as he watched the celestial door open and such a powerful celestial appearing. The great void ancestor was inside the three-soul jade flute. His expression was very serious and he didn't reveal any emotions. Such a powerful existence was beyond what he could accept. After the figure appeared, his gaze landed on the cold-looking young man in front of the celestial gate. It was as if he could see through the cold-looking young man. The cold-looking young man was also very shocked and bowed. "Greetings, Senior." Although the cold-looking young man's identity and bloodline were very powerful, he couldn't compare to someone of this level. The figure chuckled and gave off a heavenly might. "You're not bad. You're qualified to be a core disciple of the Immortal Tao sect. Now, follow me to the celestial world." The cold-looking young man couldn't help but feel happy and smile. This was something that countless people dreamed of and something that countless people couldn't do. However, he was very excited about it. The cold-looking young man nodded and walked toward the celestial gate. The four holy rank geniuses looked at him with envy. In the future, when the cold-looking young man stepped into the celestial world, he would be cut off from them and they would belong to two different worlds. They would have to work hard to become celestials and ascend to the celestial world. It would be easier for the cold-looking young man to become a celestial in the celestial world. He might even be able to break through and become even more powerful than ordinary celestials. In the future, the cold-looking young man's name would shake the half-celestial world. Countless people would know that he had opened the celestial gate and entered the celestial world. The scholarly young man couldn't help but bow. "Senior, I think my talent is not bad. I wonder if Senior can take me to the celestial world. In the future, I will cultivate with all my might and won't disappoint Senior." In the past, whoever opened the celestial gate was qualified to enter. Those who couldn't open the celestial gate were not qualified. But now it was different. An expert even more terrifying than celestials had appeared. Perhaps he could enter the celestial gate through his own recommendation. The other three saints also bowed and said respectfully, "Senior, we also want to go to the celestial world. Our talents are not bad and we will definitely cultivate hard in the future. We will not disappoint you." Everyone looked up to these people, people of high status and terrifying power, people they did not dare to offend. But now, they disregarded their image and humbly begged that expert to take them to the immortal world. However, none of them were disgusted by this behavior. Because if it was them, they would do anything as long as they could enter the immortal world. The benefits of entering the immortal world were beyond their imagination. It was a great opportunity. Everyone wanted to enter, unless they were fools. When the shadow heard their words, he glanced at them and seemed to be in a good mood. "The few of you are a bit lacking, but you can still be an inner disciple. Today, I am in a good mood." you guys will follow me to the immortal world." The four of them were delighted. They didn't think that they would be able to enter the immortal world just like that. Moreover, they didn't even open the celestial gate. They were so lucky to meet such a good-tempered celestial. The cold-looking young man was speechless. He had used so much strength to open the celestial gate, but the four of them could enter without opening the celestial gate. He was just wasting his strength. However, he was a core disciple and was valued more than them. Moreover, they came from the same place, so they would take care of him. Everyone was shocked. They didn't think that this would really work. They bowed respectfully and some even knelt on the ground and begged, "Senior, we also want to enter the immortal world. We will do anything you want us to do." The shadow laughed loudly. "You people haven't even obtained the celestial seal and don't even have the right to open the celestial gate. You still want to enter the immortal world?" Everyone was disappointed. It was obvious that this strong person wouldn't bring them to the immortal world. Some of the saints didn't give up and begged, "Sir, please. Let me enter the immortal world. I'm willing to do anything, even if I'm just your slave. I will definitely do my best." The shadow looked at these people and said condescendingly, "You are all people with the most noble bloodlines in the lower realm, yet you act so lowly. How disgusting." This caused the saints who were kneeling to turn pale. Not only did they not enter the immortal world, but they were also hated by this terrifying expert. If he wanted to kill them, no one would be able to stop him. Now, they regretted it and knelt on the ground, not daring to move at all. Just as the illusory figure was about to retract his gaze and lead them to the immortal world, he suddenly saw a cloaked youth out of the corner of his eyes. He was startled and then said in shock, "You. Kid, who are you?" Seeing this terrifying expert suddenly become so shocked, everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of person could cause such an expert to be so shocked? Following the expert's gaze, they saw a black-cloaked young man standing there. Seeing this person, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. Even though they knew that Zhao Fu's identity was terrifying, they didn't think that his identity would cause an expert above the immortal level to be shocked. What was his identity? Everyone's gazes fell on Zhao Fu's body. The 5 saint-grade geniuses also looked at Zhao Fu in surprise. Hearing this expert's words, Zhao Fu thought about it and obediently bowed as he said, "Reporting to Senior, I'm just an ordinary person from the lower realm." The shadow could not help but loudly laugh, "Ha ha ha, ordinary person? Do you really think I'm so easy to trick? With your talent, let alone the lower realm, even in the immortal world, you'll be able to shake everyone. Tell me honestly, are you from a faction in the immortal world?" Hearing this, waves crashed in everyone's hearts. They had indeed underestimated how terrifying Zhao Fu was. They had never thought that he would be someone who could shake the immortal world. He was far more terrifying than they had expected. The 5 saint-grade geniuses looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They had never thought that there would be such a huge difference between them and Zhao Fu. Even though Zhao Fu was the ruler of a small kingdom, to an expert like the image, he was just like an ordinary person. As such, he continued to respectfully say, "I am indeed an ordinary person." The shadow looked quite surprised. He did not find that Zhao Fu was lying. How could an ordinary person have such terrifying talent? This was almost impossible, and the shadow could not understand it. After a while, the figure looked at Zhao Fu and smiled. "I don't care what your identity is. Whether or not you are willing to follow me to the celestial realm, I will accept you as my direct disciple. Perhaps you will be able to control the celestial Dao sect in the future." Countless people felt as if their minds were about to explode. One side went blank, and their bodies instinctively trembled. Top point: first of all, the 5 geniuses had to go through a trial and obtain a celestial seal before they were qualified to enter the celestial realm. Many people could not enter even if they begged on their knees. But now, this expert actually took the initiative to ask Zhao Fu to follow him to the celestial world. How could this still be compared? It could almost infuriate people to death. But what shocked them even more was that this expert wanted to take Zhao Fu as his personal disciple. In other words, he wanted to make Zhao Fu his master. This was something that countless people could only dream of. But what shocked them even more was the last sentence. Perhaps the reason Zhao Fu could control the celestial Dao sect was because he had become the leader of a superpower in the celestial world. This was something that ordinary celestials wouldn't even dare to think about. This matter was too shocking. Old Master Taishu looked at Zhao Fu in shock. He thought to himself, did I underestimate him? Facing the countless gazes, Zhao Fu smiled and said, I'm sorry. Senior, I don't want to head to the immortal world. Hua, the surroundings were in an uproar as they looked at each other. They didn't expect that Zhao Fu would refuse such a shocking good thing. If it was them, they would definitely agree without thinking, but why did he refuse? No one could figure it out. The 5 martial sages were confused. They couldn't figure out why Zhao Fu would want to gather here. After all, no one could refuse such an invitation. The Phantom was a bit surprised and asked, why? You should know how powerful I am. The Immortal Tao sect is a very powerful force in the celestial world. Zhao Fu smiled apologetically and said, I know Senior is very powerful and is someone I need to look up to. I also understand how powerful the celestial Tao sect is, but I have things I care about and people I care about, so I can't follow you to the celestial realm. Everyone was still puzzled when they heard this. What was more important than entering the celestial world? If it were them, they would definitely abandon everything and enter the immortal world. The illusory figure smiled and said, it's not up to you now. Since I've seen a peerless genius like you, I'll definitely bring you back. Zhao Fu's expression changed. Just as he was about to leave, the mysterious man's gaze fell upon Zhao Fu's body. An invisible power locked Zhao Fu's body, making it impossible for him to move. Zhao Fu felt quite afraid and had never thought that something like this would happen. He hurriedly asked Emperor Shi and Old Ancestor Great Void, do you have any ways to escape? Shi shook her head bitterly. In the face of an existence of this level, she had no power to resist. Old Ancestor Great Void looked helpless. If it was an immortal level expert, he might have been able to help Zhao Fu. But the other party was far scarier than an immortal level expert. He had no way of escaping. However, he had no objections to this matter. If he could follow Zhao Fu into such a superpower, not only would he be able to recover his strength quickly, but he would also be able to easily become an immortal. There were all sorts of benefits. He even wanted to persuade Zhao Fu to go to the celestial world. The mortal world was not important anymore. The main thing was that if he became the leader of a superpower, what would he have? The illusory figure smiled and said, don't worry, follow me to the celestial world. I won't mistreat you. In the future, when you become the leader of the celestial Tao sect, you will thank me. As the illusory figure spoke, he stretched out a hand and countless strands of celestial chi surged out, grabbing towards Zhao Fu. Everyone was filled with envy and jealousy. It was as if they would also be caught by such an expert and brought to the celestial world. Looking at the incoming celestial chi, Zhao Fu's expression became unsightly. He did not hesitate to enter 10,000 God mode. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out and a godly power that surpassed the heavens and earth exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. The space seemed to freeze as if it had been locked down by this godly power. Zhao Fu's hair gave off a rainbow light and gradually became transparent like crystal. An ancient mirror appeared on his forehead and his black cloak seemed to be dyed by light, turning into a holy white cloak, and his body gave off a rainbow light. Everyone's expressions fell and they felt as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. Countless traces of coldness entered their bodies, and they felt immense terror as their bodies violently trembled. This person is quite terrifying. Even though everyone felt that Zhao Fu had exploded out with terrifying godly power, he could not break free from that sealing power. The illusory figure said in delight, such shocking supreme godly power is rare even in the celestial world. The illusory figure grabbed forwards and the celestial chi became even more ferocious, forming a massive hand that seemed to be able to control the world. Looking at the massive hand, Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that he could only release the full power of his 7 emperor stars to see if he could escape. If he could not escape, there would be no hope. Old Ancestor Great Void said, don't waste your energy. I've thought about this before, but you're too weak and cannot unleash the Supreme Emperor Star's power. Moreover, this will be of great benefit to you as the Emperor Stars will not be able to resist much. Hearing this, Zhao Fu's heart became cold. Was he going to be taken to the celestial world and cut off all ties with Qin? Zhao Fu thought about the Qin Empire he had established and about the people he was familiar with: Li Si, Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Gania, Wu Qingyang, Nu Lu, the Flower Fairy, Wang Ergu, the 8 aquatic beast kings, Zhao Fu felt quite unwilling and did not want to go to the celestial world like this. His Qin Empire had not become a true empire yet, and he did not want to give up on those people he was familiar with. However, Zhao Fu did not want to, nor did he have the power to resist. The massive hand gave off a massive aura and was about to grab Zhao Fu's body. Suddenly, within the heaven-awakened world, a pair of indescribably terrifying eyes opened, piercing through the void and landing on Zhao Fu's body. The massive hand formed from celestial qi instantly collapsed into countless traces of celestial qi and dissipated. The illusory figure's expression fell as he looked towards the heaven-awakened world. The power binding Zhao Fu instantly disappeared, and Zhao Fu felt delighted. He did not hesitate to explode out with all of his power and quickly flew away, disappearing over the horizon. The pair of eyes in the heaven-awakened world looked away and disappeared. The illusory figure could not help but lightly laugh. I knew that boy's identity was not simple, so he had such a great background. The people in the surroundings looked quite confused, not understanding what had just happened. Why had that celestial hand suddenly collapsed, and how had that person broken free and escaped? They did not dare to say anything, as they were afraid of offending that terrifying expert. Perhaps he would take his anger out on them. The 5 divine core geniuses nervously waited there and did not say anything. The illusory figure looked at the 5 of them and smiled as he said, "Hurry up and come in, I have some things to take care of." After the 5 martial sage prodigies entered the celestial gate, they felt an invisible celestial force like a membrane. After they entered the membrane, some of the impurities in their bodies were isolated, making their bloodline and power even purer. Pure celestial qi also entered their bodies and quickly changed their physiques. The 5 martial sage prodigies were overjoyed. They didn't expect to get such benefits right after entering the celestial realm. The surrounding immortal light dissipated, and they appeared on a large circular platform. The platform was made of white stone bricks, and it was 10,000 meters wide. There was a stone railing at the side, carved with rare and strange beasts, and there was immortal energy lingering around it. There were stairs leading down to a huge and majestic building, and there were about 30 platforms like this. Each platform was connected to a celestial gate, and the 30 platforms were connected to more than 30 celestial gates. The Celestial Dao sect had built more than 30 celestial gates in different places that led to the Celestial Dao sect. This was very difficult to do even in the celestial realm. Only very ancient super-celestial realm forces had the ability to build celestial gates. The 5 martial sage prodigies saw the true appearance of the powerful figure. It was a middle-aged man with a strong body and short black hair. He gave off a terrifying pressure. His name was Immortal 8, and he was one of the head elders of the Celestial Dao sect. He had a very high status in the Celestial Dao sect. Originally, he had just passed by the Celestial Gate platform and saw the flashing celestial light. He knew that someone had opened the Celestial Gate. Immortal 8 came to the Celestial Gate platform with some interest, and then the scene just now appeared. The 5 martial sage prodigies respectfully bowed to Immortal 8. "Greetings, Senior." Immortal 8 chuckled. "No need to be so polite. Follow me into the Celestial Gate. Someone else will deal with the rest." The 5 martial sage prodigies replied, "We understand." Then, the 5 of them followed Immortal 8 into the huge and majestic building. There were 8 guards wearing silver armor and holding silver spears at the door. They were all almighty cultivators. Almighty cultivators were the top people in the mortal world and had the power to destroy the world. They were respected and feared by countless people, but now they were only responsible for guarding the door. The 5 martial sage prodigies were a bit shocked. "Greetings, Head Elder." The 8 guards respectfully bowed to Immortal 8. Xianxia nodded and brought the 5 saint-rank prodigies into the sect. He let the others deal with the 5 saint-rank prodigies while he walked in another direction. Inside a room, an elegant middle-aged man was leaning against a chair, reading a book in his hand. The scholarly middle-aged man was also the head elder of the Immortal Dao sect and had a very high status. He was called Xianxia and was a good friend of Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Immortal 8 smiling as he pushed open the door and asked, "What's the matter?" Xianxia smiled and said, "I found a very shocking person in the lower realm. Do you want to hear about it?" Xianxia looked back at the book and said calmly, "Speak." Xianba sat on a chair and ate a celestial fruit as he smiled and said, "That person has 7 Supreme Emperor stars." "Wait, what did you say?" Xianxia looked at Xianba in shock and asked uncertainly. Xianba could not help but loudly laugh. "I said that person has 7 Supreme Emperor stars, and 6 of them belong to the 6 major races: the human race, devil race, demon race, death race, outlander race, and god race." Xianxia continued to ask in shock, "Are you sure this is true? How can a single person have so many Supreme Emperor stars from large races?" Xianba smiled as he said, "I saw it with my own eyes, so how could it be false?" Xianxia believed Xianba's words and asked, "I never thought that there would really be such a person. I wonder how he was born, and it's in the lower realm. Even the celestial world doesn't have such a person." Back then, Celestial Emperor Tianzhan only had the Supreme Emperor stars of the war race, human race, and celestial race, while he has the Supreme Emperor stars of 6 different races. If word of this got out, it would definitely cause massive waves. That's right. Doesn't he have 7 Supreme Emperor stars? The other 6 are the race's Emperor stars. What's the other one? Xianba gave a mysterious smile as she said, "Guess which Emperor star is his fate star." Xianxinghua's expression became serious as he thought about it and said, "I can't think of what Emperor star it is, you should tell me." Xianba smiled as she said, "There are 3 great ominous stars in the celestial world: the heavenly Sun Immortal Star, which represents something that cannot appear and goes against the great Tao. The 8 Underworld Return Ruin Star, which represents endless death and the end of all things. His fate star is the final ominous star." Xianxinhua said in shock, "The final ominous star is the Chaos Disaster Star, which represents boundless calamity and inauspiciousness. How could his fate star be the Chaos Disaster Star?" Xianba lightly laughed as she said, "How would I know? I'm quite curious as to why that boy not only has one of the 3 ominous stars, but he also has 6 other races' Emperor stars. I forgot. Apart from having 7 Supreme Emperor stars, that boy also has an early stage origin bloodline, and it's not an ordinary early stage origin bloodline either. It contains all sorts of powers, including the Supreme Emperor star bloodline." Xianxinhua looked shocked as he cut Xianba off. "What? Supreme Emperor star bloodline? That's a legendary bloodline in the celestial world, and he has it as well?" Even someone as powerful as Xianxinhua was not too surprised when he heard about an early stage origin bloodline, but he could not help but feel shocked when he heard about a Supreme Emperor star bloodline. Having a Supreme Emperor star bloodline meant that his descendants would most likely awaken a Supreme Emperor star. Even though Supreme Emperor stars were not as rare in the celestial world as they were in the lower worlds, they were still incredibly rare and powerful things, and any faction would value them greatly. Countless factions would go mad for someone with a Supreme Emperor star bloodline, and they would do everything they could to obtain them. With them, there would be many more factions with Supreme Emperor stars in the future. A single Supreme Emperor star could give off such immense power, and the power of a group of Supreme Emperor stars was simply unimaginable. Moreover, it was synonymous with geniuses. Anyone with a Supreme Emperor star would definitely become a peerless expert in the future. If a faction had a group of people with a Supreme Emperor star, that faction would have immense potential and would become even more powerful. Supreme Emperor star bloodlines were incredibly rare, and they were one of the rarest and most powerful bloodlines in the celestial world. It was also incredibly difficult to produce, and one had to receive the recognition of the Supreme Emperor star when awakening and fuse with the Emperor star's power. Only then would one have a Supreme Emperor star bloodline. It was almost impossible to find in the celestial world, and it seemed to have disappeared for a long time. Many people only knew about this bloodline through legends. That person had an early stage origin bloodline and a Supreme Emperor star bloodline, which was the purest. His children or grandchildren would definitely awaken a Supreme Emperor star, and it would not be impossible for them to awaken a Supreme Emperor star. This kind of person was even rarer and was rarely heard of in legends. It was as if they only existed in ancient times. No matter what faction or person it was, after hearing about this bloodline, they would be shocked and would do everything they could to obtain that person. That was why Xianxinhua was so shocked. Xianba smiled. "Apart from the bloodline, he has also mastered an ultimate divine power, which is extremely terrifying. It is also a top-notch power in the celestial world. I don't know how someone from the lower realm can have such terrifying power. Xianxia said, where did you meet such a terrifying person? And why didn't you bring such a person back to the Immortal Path sect? If it was me, I would have brought him back at all costs. Xian helplessly smiled and said, that place is in a crack to the celestial world. I also wanted to bring him back, but there was no way. Xianxia felt confused and asked, what happened? Xian explained, at first, I said that I could take him in as my legacy disciple and give him everything he wanted. I even promised to help him become the Immortal Path sect's master, but he was unwilling. Hearing this, Xianxia felt quite confused. He was going to become the Immortal Path sect's master, so ordinary people would not refuse. Why did he refuse? Xian continued, he didn't want to come, so I wouldn't let him off. I made up my mind to take him to the celestial world by force, but something unexpected happened. A great thousand world blocked me, so I had no choice but to give up. I just came back and told you the news. Great thousand world? Xianxia looked quite shocked. Even though they were extremely powerful and could destroy countless worlds, they were not a match for a great thousand world. Even though the Great Thousand World was in the lower realm, it was the largest world in the lower realm and had boundless world power. Powerful celestials like them did not want to fight with a Great Thousand World. If they wanted to defeat a Great Thousand World, only someone like the Immortal Path sect's Supreme Elder would have a chance. Xian continued, that Great Thousand World is not an ordinary Great Thousand World but a very powerful and special Great Thousand World. Xianxia hurriedly asked, what kind of Great Thousand World is it? Because it was too far away, I could only vaguely sense it and did not know the details. Xianxia's expression turned solemn, looks like that person was nurtured by this Great Thousand World. This Great Thousand World is definitely not an ordinary Great Thousand World. Otherwise, it would not be able to nurture such a terrifying person. We don't know what its purpose and plan is. This is not a small matter. Immortal 8, what do you think we should do next? Xianba rolled her eyes at Xianxia speechlessly. I'm here to discuss with you and ask you what we should do next. Xianxia thought about it and said seriously, why don't we report this matter and let those Dao Immortals deal with it? Xianba's expression turned serious, are you sure? If it's handed over to those old monsters, we won't have any chance of interfering. Also, think about it, if you control such a person, how terrifying would it be in the future? Lastly, I have to remind you that he is still in the stage of evolution. He hasn't stopped evolving. His fate is releasing a huge amount of vitality, and so is his bloodline. He might evolve into someone even more terrifying than he is now. What do you mean you haven't reached your limit? He's still in the process of evolution? Hearing this, Xianxia's body went limp and he almost fell to the ground. Xianba nodded seriously. Xianxia pondered, with his potential, I don't know how shocking he will be. Perhaps he will turn the entire celestial world upside down in the future. Xianba said seriously, I think so too. Do we still report this matter? Xianxia said helplessly, this matter is so important and that person is someone nurtured by the Great Thousand World. What do you think we should do? We can only report this matter. Let those Dao Immortals deal with it. Xianba asked again, if it's handed over to those old monsters, how do you think they will deal with it? How will they treat that person? Xianxia thought about it and said, they will probably go down to the lower realms to find that person. If they find that person, they will definitely bring him back to the Immortal Dao sect. Even if he is unwilling, there is nothing they can do. After that, it will be up to those Dao Immortals to deal with him. Even if they kill him, there will be unimaginable benefits. Xianba said with some regret, that boy must have something very important in the lower realms, which is why he is unwilling to come to the celestial world. If we kill him, it will be too much of a pity. This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying person. Xianxia said, don't think too negatively, he has the Chaos Disaster Star, one of the 3 ominous stars. It brings about boundless disaster and inauspiciousness, and he also has 6 Emperor Stars. Even if Dao Immortals want to kill him, they will be worried about fate backlash and will not easily act. Perhaps he will agree to join the Immortal Dao sect. With his potential, the sect will nurture him with all its strength and he might even become the sect master of the Immortal Dao sect. When the time comes, we might have to be polite to him. With such a terrifying person joining, it will be a great thing for the Immortal Tao sect. Perhaps it will be the time for the Immortal Tao sect to laugh at the world. Perhaps we will be helping him by reporting this matter. Xianba thought about it and made a decision. He smiled and said, "All right. Let's report this matter together. If we find such a terrifying person, there might be great rewards." Xianxia thought about it and replied, "I don't care about those rewards. I think we should participate in this matter and go down to the lower realms to personally find him. It would be best if we can convince him to come to the Immortal Tao sect. The two of us will be his guides and can form a deep relationship with him. This will greatly benefit us in the future. As for that great thousand world, leave it to the Tao Immortals to stop it. I'm a bit worried that the great thousand world will use that person as a chess piece and cause a heaven-shaking calamity. That person's life star is the chaos star of the three ominous stars and has the ability to cause a heaven-shaking calamity. At that time, our Immortal Tao sect might be affected as well." When Xianba heard this, his expression became serious. "I indeed didn't think of this. If he causes another heaven-shaking calamity, it will be unimaginable how terrifying it will be and how many living beings will die. If that is the case, I think killing him early is the best choice." Xianxia nodded and said, "Then let's report this matter." Xianxia and Xian8 reported this matter to the higher-ups of the Immortal Tao sect. As the higher-ups of the Immortal Tao sect, they were all Tao immortals, existences at the peak of the celestial world. They were usually in closed-door cultivation, and if it wasn't a very important matter, they wouldn't care. Usually, they would leave it to others to handle. When they found out about this, they fell into a deathly silence. Xianxia and Xian8 couldn't help but become nervous. They didn't know how the higher-ups would handle this, but it was very strange for them to be so silent. They had no choice but to continue to wait nervously. After waiting for about a day, an immortal token was sent to them. This immortal token was the size of a palm. It was made of crystal and had celestial runes carved on it. The word Immortal Tao was written in the middle, and celestial spiritual energy surrounded the token, giving off the might of an immortal Tao. This celestial Tao pressure was extremely powerful, and ordinary celestials couldn't withstand it. They couldn't touch this immortal token, and if they tried, they might die. Xianxia and Xian8's hearts shook. This was the highest grade immortal token in the Immortal Tao sect. It seemed like the higher-ups attached great importance to this matter. A message came from the immortal token and entered Xianxia and Xian8's minds. This was an order from the higher-ups. "This matter is too important and involves an ancient secret of the celestial world. Remember not to leak this matter. We can't directly participate in this matter, so I'll leave it to the two of you. Now, choose 1,000 celestials to go down to the lower realm. First, observe the situation and gather information. Second, find that person's whereabouts and gather all information about him. Remember, don't become enemies with him and don't interfere with his matters. In the end, it's up to him whether or not he wants to join the Immortal Tao sect. Don't force him. This matter must be handled carefully. In the future, there will be a huge commotion in the celestial world, and it might affect countless celestial world forces." Xianxia and Xian8 were shocked. Ancient secret? Cause a commotion in the celestial world? It seemed like they had underestimated the importance of this matter. It was not as easy as they thought. At first, they thought that the Tao Immortals would go down and bring that person back or kill him. However, this matter was too terrifying. The ancient secret had appeared, and it would cause a commotion in the celestial world. Xianxia and Xian8 were curious. What ancient secret did it have to do with him? They couldn't figure it out even after thinking about it carefully. It didn't seem like any ancient secret was related to him. It should be a secret that only Tao Immortals knew. There was also the commotion that was triggered in the immortal world. Seeing how many Tao Immortals were treating it with such importance, it was definitely not a small matter. The commotion that was triggered was likely to be extremely huge. Now that the matter was in their hands, they felt a great deal of pressure. It was as if they could cause huge consequences if they were not careful. Xianba looked at Xianxia with a serious expression. "What do you think we should do now? I didn't expect this to be such a big deal." I'm starting to regret reporting this to the higher-ups. Xianxia sighed with a solemn expression. Ai. He had underestimated how terrifying that person was. What could he do now? Of course I will do as those Dao immortals say. I want to personally see what kind of person he is for the immortal Dao sect to place so much importance on him. Immortal 8 said helplessly, all right then. Go pick 1,000 immortals and prepare to descend. I'll go ask the other saints. Xianxia nodded and the two of them split up. Immortal 8 called over the grim young man's group of 5. The 5 holy ranked geniuses had personally seen how powerful the celestial realm was and all sorts of amazing things. They were still in shock. The lower realms could not compare to the celestial realm at all. When they were called over by Immortal 8, they felt quite strange and did not know what had happened. They respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior." Immortal 8 revealed a trace of a smile and said, "I called you over because I have some things to ask you. If you can answer them, I will heavily reward you." The grim young man's group of 5 felt even more confused. What important things did he want to ask them? From Immortal 8's tone, it seemed to be something very important. They asked, "What does Senior want to ask?" "If we know, we will answer truthfully." Immortal 8 smiled and said, "What I want to ask is whether you know the cloaked person's identity and information." The grim young man's group of 5 suddenly understood. This was the only thing that could attract Immortal 8's attention. However, they didn't know Zhao Fu's identity, so they could only answer truthfully, "Senior, we don't know his identity. We only interacted with him in the Celestial Sect trial and know that he is very terrifying." Immortal 8 continued, "Tell me the details." The 5 of them nodded and told Immortal 8 everything. They didn't reveal anything at all. After Immortal 8 heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle. This boy is indeed monstrous to be able to obtain so many trial points at once. If he focuses on obtaining points, almost no one will be able to surpass him in the future. The 5 holy ranked geniuses didn't speak and wondered what Zhao Fu's identity was. Just how terrifying was he? Someone as powerful as Immortal 8 cared about him so much. Immortal 8 looked at the 5 holy ranked geniuses and said, "Now that you're disciples of the Immortal Dao sect, I'll give you a lot of preferential treatment. However, remember not to reveal that person's information to anyone, or else the 5 of you will immediately disappear from the celestial realm." The 5 holy sons' expressions changed and huge waves were set off in their hearts. It seemed that this matter was far more serious than they had imagined. The 5 of them nervously said, "Senior, we definitely won't reveal this matter." Immortal 8 waved his hand and 5 rays of celestial light entered their bodies. "This is just a restriction to prevent you from revealing this matter. It won't affect you. You can leave now." The 5 holy sons let out sighs of relief and quickly left. They didn't dare to stay there any longer. After leaving, the fat man couldn't help but ask, "Who is that person? I feel like he is far more terrifying than we imagined. He is someone we can't even touch." The scholarly young man had a serious expression and nodded. "This matter is indeed very terrifying. I feel like that Senior just reported this matter to the Immortal Dao sect, and it caused a huge commotion in the Immortal Dao sect. That is why that Senior placed restrictions on us." The woman in black was also shocked and agreed. "I think so too. Otherwise, he would have placed a restriction on us after bringing us into the celestial realm. However, he only placed a restriction on us now. He probably didn't expect this matter to be so serious. Just now, he said that he had to leave because he had something to do." The woman in white said worriedly, "Now that we have a bit of a relationship with him, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. I don't know what to do in the future." The scholarly young man thought about it and said, "From the looks of it, it shouldn't be a bad thing. Otherwise, he would have killed us long ago. We are just ants, so there is no need to treat us like this." The others nodded and agreed with this. The cold-looking young man said, "Since the Immortal Dao sect has placed so much importance on him, perhaps we will have a chance to meet him again in the future. At that time, we will understand his identity and how terrifying he is." The scholarly young man said, "Yes. With his potential, he cannot stay in the lower realm. He will definitely come to the celestial world in the future." The woman in white was a bit dejected. "When that time comes, who knows how big the difference between us and him will be. He might have already become someone famous in the celestial world. His existence is too shocking. The fatty helplessly said, there is nothing we can do about it. Since the immortal Tao sect has placed so much importance on him, we should just cultivate in the future. Although we can't compare to him, we can still become experts. Xianxia had already picked out 1,000 powerful celestials, and they stood on the stage in front of the celestial gate. There were men and women, old and young, and all of them gave off celestial auras that could cause heaven and earth to change, making people feel despair. In the lower realm, celestials were already at the peak. They could rule an area, destroy everything, and kill countless creatures. Now that 1,000 celestials were gathered here, the aura they gave off was extremely terrifying. This was a rare scene in the lower realm, but it was very common in the immortal Tao sect. However, this did not mean that celestials were weak in the celestial world. There were many ordinary people in the celestial world, ranging from rank 1 to half celestials. Not everyone in the celestial world was a celestial. Celestials were very powerful existences in the celestial world. They could dominate an area and were respected and feared by countless people. Ordinary powers in the celestial world could not casually take out more than 1,000 celestials. Only a superpower like the immortal Tao sect could do this. Xianba arrived next to Xianxia. When the other celestials saw Xianba, they all bowed. Greetings, head elder. It could be seen that Xianba and Xianxia's status in the immortal Tao sect was very high. Xianba smiled and nodded. Then he said to Xianxia, I wanted to ask those holy sons. That brat is very mysterious and I didn't get any information. How are your preparations? When Xianxia heard Xianba's words, he didn't find it strange. If it was so easy to obtain information about that person, the immortal Tao sect wouldn't have specially sent people to collect information about him. I've already sent word to the higher-ups. They will head to various places in the lower realms to gather information about the lower realms. They will also search for that person's whereabouts. However, the lower realms are no smaller than the celestial realm. I don't know when they will be able to find that person. Immortal 8 smiled and said, this time, I'll personally go down to the lower realms to find that boy. I'll also take a stroll around the lower realms. Do you want to come with me? Xianxia replied seriously, I also want to see that person with my own eyes. After that, the immortals prepared to descend to the celestial realm. It was very difficult for ordinary powers to descend to the celestial realm. The barrier between the celestial realm and the mortal realm was extremely firm and powerful. It was very difficult for people from the mortal realm to ascend to the celestial realm, and it was also very difficult for people from the celestial realm to descend to the mortal realm. The celestial Tao sect had a celestial gate, and one could enter the mortal world through it. However, it was only a bit easier than ordinary people, especially for celestials. This was because celestials already had the laws of the celestial realm. When they entered the mortal world, they would face a powerful rejection. If they could not resist this rejection, they would not be able to enter the mortal world. The 1,000 or so celestials split into groups and came to the celestial gate. Xianxia and Xianba came to the celestial gate where the 5 holy sons were standing. This place was connected to the celestial gate. Because of the celestial gate, the rejection there was much weaker. Boom, 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 massive explosions sounded out as the massive celestial gate platforms gave off massive auras and countless traces of celestial chi flooded into the celestial gate platforms. The celestial gate platforms gave off boundless celestial light that shone in all directions. A powerful celestial might shrouded the surroundings, seeming to freeze time and space. Countless people felt fear in their hearts. 7 colored doors filled with celestial spiritual energy appeared above the celestial gate platforms. An immortal gate also appeared in front of Xianxia and Xianba. They took a step forward and were about to enter the light gate when they felt a huge repulsive force from the mortal world blocking them. Boom! Boom! The two of them released a terrifying burst of celestial force and clashed against the huge repulsive force. A huge explosion sounded out and a shockwave instantly spread out. The two powers were about the same. Xianxia and Xianba's bodies gave off faint celestial light and time started to twist. The celestial spiritual energy around them became stronger and stronger, gradually pushing back the rejection. The two of them entered the celestial gate. Boom! A thunderous boom rang out as the immortal gate transformed into a beam of light, bringing with it an immense force as it shot towards the immortal foundation. The immortal foundation trembled violently as a powerful force radiated outwards. The other immortals also sensed the powerful repulsive force. They all unleashed their immortal power to resist the repulsive force. They did not have it as easy as Xianxia and Xianba. They resisted the rejection with some difficulty and slowly walked forward and entered the celestial gate. More than a day had passed since the celestial gate was opened. The people who had gathered here had already dispersed and continued to explore the celestial gate. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out. The gigantic celestial gate gave off a vast celestial spiritual energy, sweeping out in all directions like a shockwave. No one could block it. Countless people felt the immense celestial spiritual energy and felt as though they had fallen into an abyss. Their bodies turned cold and they felt immense fear. What's going on? Countless people stared in the direction of the celestial gate in shock. They had no idea what was going on. Rumble! A thunderous sound rang out in all directions. The celestial gate slowly opened and countless celestial lights shot out, illuminating the surroundings. Two figures appeared in the celestial gate. A power that surpassed celestials gushed out, causing the atmosphere to turn cold to the extreme. It was like everything was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, everyone finally understood what was going on and their faces were filled with shock. The celestial gate actually opened. There are even celestials coming out. Quick, escape from here and report this to the major powers. Celestials have descended. Countless people instantly ran for their lives. It was like there were terrifying beasts chasing after them. Not only them, even the creatures of the forbidden ground had looks of terror on their faces as they ran for their lives, not daring to stop. Even the countless powerful existences in the depths of the forbidden ground were shocked awake at this moment. The shockwaves of an immortal descending into the mortal world were so huge that it immediately alarmed both the immortal and mortal worlds. As a super force in the celestial realm, the celestial Tao sect's every move was watched by countless forces. Even the slightest movement could cause a huge problem, and they might even suffer a calamity. Not only was it difficult for immortals to descend, but their bodies were constantly rejected by the laws of the lower realm. Not only was their cultivation slow, but they could also be injured. It was no exaggeration to say that there were no benefits to entering the mortal world. Even if a superpower had the ability to do so, it wouldn't do so easily. But why had the immortal Tao sect sent 1,000 immortals down? What earth-shattering event had happened? For the immortal Tao sect to place so much importance on him, to send him down at all costs. Quick, tell us what happened. Why would the immortal Tao sect send so many immortals down? Something big must have happened in the lower realm. Who knew? Hurry up and tell me. I asked around. The people of the celestial Tao sect don't know what happened. The higher-ups don't know either. It seems like the higher-ups of the celestial Tao sect gave the order. What? This is an order from the higher-ups of the immortal Tao sect. This matter is definitely not ordinary, or else it wouldn't attract the attention of the higher-ups of the immortal Tao sect and send 1,000 celestials down. Now I know that something big has happened, but I'm curious what it is. What could make the immortal Tao sect pay so much attention to it? Don't ask any more. Right now, aside from the higher-ups of the immortal Tao sect, no one else knows. The news has been completely sealed. Even the higher-ups don't know. Now, let's see how the other major forces react. That's right. If something big really happened in the lower realm, the other major powers will definitely take action. We might be able to find out what happened through them. You're thinking too much. I've already asked all the major powers, but none of them know what happened. It seems that only the immortal Tao sect knows. Now, all the major powers are investigating, and it looks like they're taking this matter very seriously. I also heard that some powers of the celestial Tao sect contacted the mortal world below, but there doesn't seem to be anything shocking happening. I wonder what the celestial Tao sect's true goal is. The mortal realm below is so big. I believe that something must have happened that you all don't know about. As for the immortal Tao sect, that must be their goal. You guys can continue. I need to report this matter to my faction as soon as possible. It might be very useful. The countless sacred factions in the lower realm were also shocked. Why had so many immortals come down to the lower realm? Countless factions hurriedly gathered all of their people to discuss, as this was a matter that concerned the survival of a faction. It was incredibly important and they could not afford to be careless. Oh my God! With so many immortals descending to the lower realm, they could easily cause a catastrophe. What was going on? Why did so many immortals descend to the mortal world? It's too scary. I don't think I've experienced this before. Well, I've never seen so many immortals descend to the mortal world, and I've never heard of anything happening in the mortal world. Did something big happen in the immortal world? It's possible. For example, the children of a superpower in the immortal world were lost in the mortal world, or some terrifying existence in the immortal world escaped to the mortal world, so the people of the immortal world chased them to the mortal world. I hope it's nothing. It's best if it's not some terrifying demon descending to the mortal world. Otherwise, how can we resist? It's very likely to cause a disaster, and I don't know how many people will die. Yes, it better not be like that. Now I'm in fear. I hope these immortals don't stay in the mortal world for too long and quickly return to the immortal world. Otherwise, we'll have to be on tenterhooks every day. I also heard that not only immortals descended to the mortal world, but people several times more terrifying than immortals also descended to the mortal world. I don't know if it's true. It can't be? Immortals are already terrifying enough, and that's already the limit of the mortal world. What realm are people more terrifying than immortals at? I don't know the division of power in the immortal world. I don't know that either. Anyway, it's very, very terrifying. You and I can't afford to provoke it. Also, I advise you to control your own people. At this special time, don't cause trouble. Yes. You all better pay attention and control your own people. If you cause trouble at this time, the whole force will suffer. Facing an existence of this level, anyone who comes will die. Now, Jiaofu didn't know what happened. Ever since he was almost caught by Immortal 8, Jiaofu didn't dare to stay in the Great Immortal's crack. Because there was a gate of immortality there. Immortal 8 could go to the mortal world through it at any time. Immortal 8 was someone stronger than ordinary immortals. Facing him, Jiaofu didn't have any ability to resist. When his body was imprisoned, someone must have saved him. Otherwise, the imprisonment and the immortal hand wouldn't have collapsed. Jiaofu was still a little confused. Who saved him? Jiaofu didn't feel any aura. He asked Emperor Shi and Great Void Ancestor, but they didn't know. This made Jiaofu even more confused. Great Void Ancestor was someone who was about to become an immortal. Why couldn't he feel who helped him? Was that person far more terrifying than immortals? Unable to figure this out, Jiaofu didn't think too much. After leaving the Great Immortal's crack, he quickly flew to other places. After flying for a long time, he stopped to rest. He didn't dare to go back to the Great Immortal's crack. He had checked the other cracks and didn't find any suitable places to build teleportation channels. After checking all 4 cracks, Jiaofu had no other choice. If he couldn't find the celestial world, he could only search for the half-celestial world. If he couldn't find the half-celestial world, he could only give up on this plan. In the following period of time, Jiaofu continued to search for the half-celestial world. With a map, things would be much easier. Jiaofu could avoid the half-celestial worlds occupied by the Saint-class factions and go to some remote places to try his luck and see if he could find anything. What he didn't know was that he had caused a stir in both the celestial and mortal worlds. At the center of the heaven-awakened world, a pair of eyes once again opened and looked at the celestials from the celestial world with a cold gaze. However, after thinking about it, it didn't do anything and instead looked at Jiaofu. A formless energy entered Jiaofu's fate, and the formless heaven's secrets flooded into Jiaofu's body. Jiaofu didn't sense this, and it wasn't just Jiaofu, even Great Void Ancestor Di Shi didn't sense this. His gaze fell on a young man with a saber on his back in the celestial world. He was Hao Dao, who had returned to the celestial world. After hearing that many people from the celestial Dao sects had come down to the mortal world, he faintly thought of something. However, he didn't know if it was related to Jiaofu. His faction was also a super faction, and he planned to find his master to report the results of this trip. He also wanted to tell him about Zhao Fu. It was simply too terrifying for such a person to appear in the lower realms. Zhao Fu's appearance was simply too terrifying. Zhao Fu searched for the half-celestial world in the boundless void, relying on sensing spatial ripples to find it. One day, Zhao Fu sensed spatial ripples, and he quickly flew over with the Spirit Maiden and Feng Wuyi. They soon arrived in front of another world barrier. He stretched out a hand, and a wave of world energy flowed out. A large hole appeared in the world barrier, and Zhao Fu and the others entered it. They arrived in a world filled with ocean, and the sky was still white. Zhao Fu sensed his surroundings and did not find any celestial qi. This was another dust world, and the power that created this place was spirit qi. A look of disappointment appeared on Zhao Fu's face. It was so hard to find. Zhao Fu had already searched for a few days, but he had not found anything. This was the third dust world that he had found. Roar. Suddenly, a massive roar sounded out as a dinosaur-like creature with fins leapt out of the ocean. It was thousands of meters long and gave off a massive aura as it opened its massive mouth and bit towards Zhao Fu and the others. Zhao Fu did not even look at it. He waved his hand, and a massive wave of energy slammed into the massive creature's body. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the massive creature's body was shattered by the massive force. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and blood dyed the ocean red. Zhao Fu said, "Let's go. We'll continue searching. If we can't find anything in a few days, we'll go back." Feng Wuyi and the Spirit Maiden nodded. "What are you looking for?" the Jade Flute asked. It was Patriarch Great Void's voice. Ever since Zhao Fu had escaped from the Great Immortal World's rift, Patriarch Great Void had not said anything. He had been thinking about who could save Zhao Fu, but he had not found any clues. Even Zhao Fu did not know who it was, so he naturally could not think of anyone. The only thing that could be said was that Zhao Fu was not as simple as he seemed. At first, Patriarch Great Void did not want to interfere with Zhao Fu's matters, so he did not ask. However, after seeing that Zhao Fu and the others had not found anything after searching for a few days, he chose to ask. Zhao Fu explained, "This time, I came to the Endless Void mainly to look for the Immortal World Crack and Half-Immortal World. I want to use their immortal energy to change my world. Apart from this area, I know of a few other places with rifts to the immortal world. However, they are very far away. At your current speed, you will need half a month to get there." Hearing this, Zhao Fu was overjoyed. Even if he did not find a suitable place to build a magic array, he would still be able to find something. It was better than searching aimlessly. Just as Zhao Fu was about to ask Patriarch Great Void to tell him where it was, Patriarch Great Void said something that surprised Zhao Fu even more. "Other than the crack to the immortal world, I also have a half-immortal world. However, it's not very big. It's only half the size of a normal world. It's not very useful to me, so I just leave it there." Zhao Fu had never thought that Patriarch Great Void would have a half-immortal world. Even though it was only half the size of a normal world, it was indeed a real half-immortal world. Such a small half-immortal world would not be very useful to someone who was about to become a celestial. However, it was very useful to Qin. He could use that half-immortal world as a foundation and absorb large amounts of immortal qi from the immortal world to change the heaven realm. Now, Zhao Fu felt quite regretful that he had not asked Patriarch Great Void earlier. If he had asked earlier, he would already be in the half-immortal world and none of this would have happened. Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "Senior, where is that half-immortal world?" Patriarch Great Void said, "It's in the 11th level of the Cosmos Historical Remnant. I've planted a celestial peach tree there." Zhao Fu looked quite confused. The Cosmos Historical Remnant had an 11th level? How could he not know? Moreover, Zhao Fu knew about that celestial peach tree and that it would be very useful to him. He had obtained that celestial peach tree from the final reward. After eating its flesh, Zhao Fu had obtained a trace of pure celestial energy, allowing Zhao Fu to grasp celestial mode. Its core was the celestial peach tree, the core of the war god's fury. It turned out that the celestial peach tree grew on the 11th level. Now that he thought about it, it definitely needed a lot of immortal qi to grow for such a long time, or else it would have long since withered. The 11th level had been set up so that it could not be entered. After all, Zhao Fu had gone through all sorts of trials in the Cosmos Historical Remnant and did not even know that there was an 11th level. Ericina did not know that there was an 11th level either. It was evident that the 11th level was quite hidden. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Let's go back to Qin now. That small half-immortal world is enough." The Spirit Maiden and Feng Wuya also gave a trace of a smile. Finally, they did not have to keep searching and could rest in one place instead of constantly traveling. A month or so later, Zhao Fu used the Void Ring to return to Qin. Zhao Fu told the Spirit Maiden and Feng Wuya to rest. Now that they had returned to Qin, there was no need for them to follow him. After all, they would not be of much use. It had been a few years since he had last entered the Cosmos Historical Remnant, and in a few more years, it would be time for the Cosmos Historical Remnant to open again. By now, there were many factions that had obtained Cosmos medallions. The Cosmos Historical Remnant was the largest historical remnant in the surrounding 10 or so domains, and there were all sorts of treasures within it. All of the large factions placed great importance on it and collected many Cosmos medallions for their own factions to enter. It was a pity that they would be disappointed, as the owner of the Cosmos Historical Remnant had returned and old ancestor Great Void had submitted to Zhao Fu. As such, the Cosmos Historical Remnant now belonged to Qin. This was something that no one dared to imagine, and it was something that many people felt incredibly envious about. Zhao Fu smiled as he asked old ancestor Great Void, "Senior, how are we going to control the Cosmos Historical Remnant?" Old ancestor Great Void's tone was still as cold as before as he said, "I will soon open the Cosmos Historical Remnant. Follow my instructions and enter the 11th level, that is where the entire Cosmos Historical Remnant is controlled." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Zhao Fu felt quite excited and expectant about controlling the Cosmos Historical Remnant. The jade flute gave off a faint violet light and left Zhao Fu's body. It flew into the air and gave off countless traces of violet light. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the countless traces of violet light gathered together, forming a violet ray of light that shot into the sky. As it hit the sky, it turned into countless traces of violet light and dissipated. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out, sounding throughout the surrounding 10 or so domains. Boundless violet light pierced through countless worlds, and an enormous violet orb of light appeared in the sky. The sky was gradually dyed violet, and it gave off a massive aura. The nearby 10 or so domains factions looked at the abnormal changes in the sky in shock. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. What was going on? Wasn't the Cosmos Historical Remnant going to open in a few years? Last time, it was a year early. How many years is it this time? It's not like that. Look, the Cosmos medallions in my hands are not reacting at all. The Cosmos Historical Remnant hasn't opened early. If it did, the Cosmos medallions in our hands would definitely have reacted. Then tell us what happened. Why is it that the Cosmos Historical Remnant has opened, but there is no reaction from the Cosmos medallion? How are we going to enter the Cosmos Historical Remnant in the future? I'm guessing that something has happened to the Cosmos Historical Remnant, or else this would not have happened. Let's see what happened. I'm quite worried that something has happened to the Cosmos Historical Remnant. We've been exploring the Cosmos Historical Remnant for many years and have obtained many treasures. If we can't enter again, it will be a great loss to us. I also hope that nothing unexpected has happened. I'd rather wait a few years before entering the Cosmos Historical Remnant. It's too important to us, and I hope that nothing bad will happen. When I saw the Cosmos Historical Remnant open, I thought that it would open early and felt quite happy. Now that there is no reaction from the Cosmos Medallion, I'm so disappointed. I also hope that nothing unexpected has happened. It was not easy for me to obtain the Cosmos Medallion. The people who had entered the Cosmos Historical Remnant before, such as Bing Qixue, Volcano, Shi Shuj, Yu Qianyue, Long Yang, and others, all looked quite confused. They did not know what had happened, but thinking about the last time the Cosmos Historical Remnant had opened, a certain person's figure appeared in their minds. Countless people did not know that the owner of the Cosmos Historical Remnant had returned, nor did they know that the Cosmos Historical Remnant now belonged to Qin. If they knew about this, they would feel incredibly shocked and envious. At that moment, the jade flute gave off boundless violet light that covered Zhao Fu's body. He turned into a ray of light and shot into the violet orb of light before disappearing. The violet light in the sky disappeared and the violet orb of light disappeared, and the heavens and earth once again became calm. Why did it become calm again? Just what had happened just then? Countless people looked at the sky in confusion, not understanding why the abnormal signs had disappeared so quickly. The scene before him blurred, and Zhao Fu arrived at the first level of the cosmos historical remnant, the Silver Forest. The first level was mainly a forest, and there were trees everywhere. The trees here were quite tall and lush, and many of them were over 1,000 meters tall. Their leaves and trunks were all silver. Apart from this, the ground here was also silver, and the flowers and grass here were also silver. It was as if he had come to a silver world. Zhao Fu could still remember that when he had come here last time, many creatures had attacked him. Now, the surroundings were completely silent. The countless creatures living here all sensed a familiar aura and instinctively knelt on the ground in fear or respectfully. The owner of the cosmos historical remnant has returned. That was the only thing on their minds, and they were extremely shocked. They had never thought that such a day would come, because Patriarch Great Void had not returned for many years. Old Master Taishu spoke from within the jade flute. So many years have passed, and many places have been damaged. There is no way to reach the 11th level directly. You have to start from the first level, all the way to the 10th level. Zhao Fu lightly nodded and turned into a ray of light as he flew forwards. Before, the checkpoint medallion for the 10th level could only be obtained by killing a commander-class cosmos beast. Only with a checkpoint medallion could one proceed to the next level. Now that Zhao Fu had Great Void Ancestor, he did not need any medallions. The god Zhao roamed star world Zhao over the domain. And that the world that spirit, the master, the saint domain master, Master Chen, and the Kasan spirit, that master, Zhao Zhao the domain. The cosmos beasts here were all in groups, and they were much more powerful than the cosmos beasts in the cosmos ancient remnant. The auras they gave off were also quite powerful, and ordinary people would be scared away by so many cosmos beasts. The cosmos beasts here were all in groups, and they were much stronger than the cosmos beasts on the 10th level. The auras they gave off were also very powerful, and ordinary people would only take a detour if they saw so many cosmos beasts. The cosmos beasts here were all in groups, and they were much more powerful than the cosmos beasts in the cosmos ancient remnant. The auras they gave off were also quite powerful, and ordinary people would be scared away by so many cosmos beasts. Zhao Fu did not mind these cosmos beasts, and he turned into a ray of light and continued onwards. The cosmos ancient remnant was quite ordinary, and it was a boundless desert. The sun in the sky gave off a searing light, and the temperature was quite hot. Even though this place looked quite peaceful and did not seem dangerous, there were countless sandworms living under the sand. They had powerful attacks, and if one was not careful, they could die here. Zhao Fu did not waste any time here, and he turned into a ray of light and continued onwards. The danger zone of the cosmos ancient remnant was a stone forest, and there were countless rhombus-shaped stone pillars. There were many stone pillars that were hundreds or even thousands of meters tall, and if one entered by mistake, it was possible that one would become lost. This place naturally could not stop Zhao Fu, and soon, Zhao Fu reached the boundary of the cosmos ancient remnant's level. The jade flute shot out a violet light, and a violet ring of light once again appeared as Zhao Fu flew into the cosmos ancient remnant's level. The cosmos ancient remnant's level was covered in snow, and there were no signs of life at all. The coldness that it gave off was enough to freeze stage 5 or stage 6 people, and this was not a place that ordinary people could come to. Zhao Fu directly flew past and came to the cosmos ancient remnant's level. The cosmos ancient remnant's level was different from the previous levels. It was filled with ruins and weeds. There had been countless people living here, but now, there were only empty houses. The cosmos beasts here were humanoid cosmos beasts, and they had stage 9 strength. To ordinary people, they were very powerful creatures, and there were many of them. If one could control a group of stage 9 creatures, they would be able to unleash monstrous effects. For example, if they participated in battles, almost no soldiers would be able to stop them. After all, the most basic soldiers in the Heaven Awakened world's central continent were stage 6 soldiers, and a single stage 9 creature could suppress a group of stage 6 soldiers. It was a pity that the cosmos ancient remnant's cosmos beasts were condensed from cosmos energy and were not true creatures. They could only exist within the Cosmos Ancient Remnant. If enemies attacked the Cosmos Ancient Remnant, the Cosmos Ancient Remnant's Cosmos Ancient Remnant would be of great use, but they would not be able to take the initiative to attack others. AI. Old Ancestor Great Void looked at the Cosmos Ancient Remnant and suddenly sighed. There had been many people living here, and they had all submitted to him. However, because of the three Celestials, it had become like this. Most of the people had died, and some people had escaped. Hearing his sigh, Zhao Fu asked caringly, "Senior, what is it?" Old Ancestor Great Void thought of the past and replied, "It's nothing." Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, Zhao Fu did not say anything else and flew over. The humanoid cosmos beasts obediently lay on the ground, not daring to attack Zhao Fu. Finally, Zhao Fu came to the Cosmos Ancient Remnant's 4th level. The Cosmos Ancient Remnant's 4th level was also in ruins. At the boundary, there was a large mahogany door that was thousands of meters tall and had golden flowers and birds drawn on it. This door was the same as the mahogany door that Great Void Old Ancestor had gone through. It was this red door that allowed Zhao Fu to guess Great Void Old Ancestor's identity. Beside the red wooden door, there were 1,000 meter tall armored guards. They had solemn expressions and powerful auras as they stood there, not allowing anyone to get close. If anyone got close, they would be attacked. If people wanted to enter the 3rd level, they would have to be acknowledged by the guards before they could pass through this red wooden door. Zhao Fu could still clearly remember how powerful these guards were. Just a few moves from them could cause a disaster, and they were all high and mighty, looking down on everyone else as ants. Now, the 1,000 guards excitedly knelt in front of Zhao Fu and asked, Is Master back?" The guards weren't like the monsters or void beasts in the Forbidden Grounds. They were once the subordinates of the Great Void Ancestor and were extremely loyal to him. Even if the Great Void Ancestor never returned, they still obeyed his orders and guarded this place for countless years. Seeing these guards, Great Void Old Ancestor said, "All of you, rise." Hearing this familiar voice, the countless guards went crazy with joy. They had waited for so many years for their master to return, and their emotions were indescribable. In actuality, if it wasn't for Zhao Fu, they would never have been able to see Great Void Old Ancestor and would have been waiting here forever. The guards stood up, and the leader said excitedly, "Master, we've waited for you for a long time. We've been waiting for you for a long, long time, and you're finally back today. Where have you been all these years?" Looking at these loyal guards, Great Void Old Ancestor felt quite happy and gratified. "I failed to break through to the celestial realm and died in the boundless void. He used my legacy power to awaken my remnant soul, and now I listen to his orders." Hearing this, the guards looked at Zhao Fu. Looking at Zhao Fu, they immediately remembered who Zhao Fu was. Back then, they clearly remembered Zhao Fu and had sensed how powerful Zhao Fu's emperor's power was. They felt that Zhao Fu's potential was incredibly terrifying and that his identity was incredibly prestigious. As such, they had been incredibly courteous to Zhao Fu. However, they had never thought that after not seeing him for just a few years, the aura he gave off would cause them to feel immense fear. Not only did his power surpass theirs, but it was also incredibly terrifying. He was more powerful than any imperial prince and might even be more powerful than a holy sun. After not seeing him for just a few years, he had grown into such a terrifying existence. Most importantly, he had saved their master and made their master submit to him. How had he done this? They knew their master very well, and they knew that their master would not submit to someone so easily. They believed that Zhao Fu definitely had something extraordinary about him. Now that their master had submitted to him, he was now the owner of the Cosmos Historical Remnant. The guards hurriedly called out, "We greet Sir." Now that their master had submitted to him, he was now the master of the Cosmos Historical Remnant. The guards hurriedly called out, "We greet Sir." The guard smiled as he said, "Back then, we knew that Sir was extraordinary, and now that we've seen it, it's even more shocking. It seems that we underestimated Sir. If there were any mistakes back then, please don't blame us, Sir." Zhao Fu thought back to the scene from back then. He had exploded out with his imperial bloodline's power, and the guards had allowed him in. They had not been tested like everyone else and had been very courteous to him. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I won't blame you. After I take control of the cosmos historical remnant, I'll reward you all, and you won't have to constantly guard here." Hearing this, the guards felt quite delighted and hurriedly said, "Thank you, sir. In the future, we'll definitely listen to sir's orders and won't betray you." "Of course." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. "Open the doors, your master and I will head deeper into the cosmos historical remnant." Hearing this, the guards immediately opened the doors and Zhao Fu flew in. Looking at Zhao Fu's disappearing figure, the guards could not help but sigh at how much he had changed. An imperial prince from back then had become their master. The third level, second level, and first level were the three dark levels. The cosmos beasts here were the most terrifying, and they were constantly in darkness. There were dangers everywhere, and it was easy to lose one's life here. Zhao Fu flew forwards and passed by a place covered with traces of battle. This place seemed to have been formed from his battle with an imperial prince and a white-haired young man. The imperial prince had escaped, and the white-haired young man had been killed by him. He had also obtained a Tai Chi stone from the white-haired young man, which had been quite useful afterwards. After looking at it for a while, Zhao Fu continued to fly forwards. After entering the second level, it was even darker here. The surroundings were filled with darkness elemental essence, and it was even more dangerous here. After coming here, Zhao Fu could not help but think of his battle with Wu Wu. Wu Wu's personality was quite good, and even though they had fought, they had not become enemies and had instead become friends. Back then, he had given something to Zhao Fu and had said that he would go to the Wu family to play when he was free. Now that it had been a few years, Zhao Fu had not met him again, nor had he had the time to go to the Wu family. He wondered how Wu Wu was doing. Zhao Fu continued to fly forwards. Zhao Fu came to the first level, and it was pitch black all around. The darkness elemental essence was even denser here. Ericina was the 24-winged fallen angel god, and she was a forbidden area creature of the first level. She was extremely powerful and had been trying to escape from here. In the end, she had been subdued by Zhao Fu, and the process was indescribably erotic. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu could not help but ask curiously, "Senior, do you remember that you suppressed a fallen angel god here?" Ancestor Great Void thought for a moment before replying, "Back then, I suppressed a fallen angel god. I saw that her talent was not bad, so I wanted her to recognize me as her master and manage some things. However, she was unwilling, so I suppressed her in this level. I wanted to deal with her matters when I had time, but some things happened after that, so I never came back. I can't sense her aura anymore, so she most likely used some method to escape." "Is she related to you?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "She has already submitted to me and is my concubine. She is currently leading troops to defend the primal chaos world, so she is indeed very talented." Ancestor Great Void did not say anything else and said, "Let's continue." Hearing this, Zhao Fu continued to fly forwards. Finally, Zhao Fu came before a stone stage. The stone stage was 10,000 meters tall and 1,000 meters wide, and it gave off a grand and majestic aura. There was a square-shaped stone stele at the center of the stone stage, and there was a stone book on it. It gave off a powerful aura, making it so that no one dared to approach. This was the location of the final trial. Zhao Fu knew that the first-ranked person could receive 5 special trials and obtain 5 treasures. Anyone who was not in the top 30 would be attacked if they approached. After coming here, one could undergo the final trial and obtain precious rewards. Zhao Fu had obtained the opportunity to enter the reincarnation platform and the celestial peach garden here. The jade flute once again flew into the air and gave off boundless violet light. A violet door of light appeared in front of the stone stage, and on the other side was another world. There was green grass and a blue sky, and birds flew and butterflies danced. After entering, Zhao Fu immediately sensed the celestial qi around him. This was completely different to the feeling in the dust world. The celestial qi here was not as pure as the celestial qi in the celestial world, as the celestial qi in the celestial world flowed out from the celestial world, while the celestial qi in the half-celestial world seeped in. However, even though the celestial qi here was weaker than the celestial world's crack, that did not mean that the celestial qi here was weaker. The celestial qi here was still quite strong and dense, but it was a bit weaker than the celestial world's crack. Qin could use this place as a base to absorb the celestial qi and send it into the heaven realm, causing the heaven realm to go through changes. The earth realm had been affected by the ruin's power and had started to go through changes. If the heaven realm above was affected by the celestial chi, it would also go through changes. In the end, the human realm in the middle would be affected by the heaven realm and the earth realm and would go through changes. When that time came, a new world would be formed and would possess terrifying power and laws. Old Master Taishu also walked out of the jade flute and flew forward. Zhao Fu followed behind him. Following this, Old Void and Zhao Fu arrived in front of an ancient courtyard. From here, Zhao Fu could see a violet rune immortal peach tree that had grown for thousands of years. It looked like an ordinary tree and gave off boundless celestial light. There were dozens of fist-sized immortal peaches on it, giving off an enchanting fragrance. Before, Zhao Fu had always thought that it would be great to obtain this immortal peach tree. Now, the immortal peaches belonged to Zhao Fu, making Zhao Fu feel quite happy. Zhao Fu followed Old Void into the courtyard and came to a stage. The stage was made of jade-colored celestial stones and there was a white jade orb floating above it. It was as big as a watermelon and gave off boundless celestial light. That place was most likely the control center of the cosmos historical remnant. Controlling that place would allow one to control the entire cosmos historical remnant. The surroundings were protected by extremely powerful restrictive spells. Patriarch Great Void waved his hand, and the countless restrictive spells dissipated. He then walked onto the platform, placed his hand on the white jade sphere, and sent a surge of power into it. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the white jade orb gave off boundless celestial light, causing the entire cosmos historical remnant to tremble. Countless creatures were startled, but they did not panic because they knew that the Great Void ancestor had returned. Patriarch Great Void was expressionless as he injected a purple orb of light into it. After the purple orb fused with the white jade orb glowed even more intensely. Boom, a rumbling sound echoed once again. The huge amount of immortal energy from the half-immortal world rushed down with astonishing power. The huge amount of immortal energy first rushed into the first layer, then the second layer, the third layer, the fourth layer. Every time it was affected by a massive amount of immortal power, it would change. Some of the destroyed restrictions and damaged buildings would slowly recover. Even the creatures living within received great benefits. Massive amounts of immortal energy flowed into their bodies, and some wild beasts felt even stronger than before. Some injured wild beasts seemed to be healed, and plants quickly grew. What Patriarch Great Void was doing now was repairing the cosmos historical remnant. A while later, Patriarch Great Void looked quite weak and withdrew his hand. He turned to Zhao Fu and said, "I've repaired the cosmos historical remnant, so you can directly control it." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior." Patriarch Great Void nodded and turned into a ray of light as he entered the jade flute. In order to repair the cosmos historical remnant, he had used up a lot of power and was now quite weak. Zhao Fu walked onto the platform and placed a hand on the jade orb, sending his consciousness into it. Now, the entire cosmos historical remnant was under Zhao Fu's control, and he could see every hidden corner. At the same time, Zhao Fu found a lot of information about the cosmos historical remnant. The cosmos historical remnant was like a treasure and could be moved. However, this did not include the 11th level. Originally, the cosmos historical remnant only had 1 to 10 levels, which were like independent spaces that could be moved to other places. However, the 11th level, which was the half-celestial world, had most likely been added later and could not be moved. This was because the 11th level, which was the half-celestial world, was not an independent space but a space connected to the celestial world, so it could not be moved. The half-celestial world was not above the first level but in a boundless void outside the heaven-awakened world. The first level space was connected to the 11th level's half-celestial world. Zhao Fu guessed that Patriarch Great Void had created the cosmos historical remnant before discovering the half-celestial world. He had connected the first level to the half-celestial world and placed the control center in the half-celestial world, which was why the half-celestial world had become the 11th level. Right now, Zhao Fu had 2 choices. The first was to connect the half-celestial world and the heaven realm and absorb celestial chi from the half-celestial world. The second was to connect the cosmos historical remnant to the half-celestial world and the heaven realm. Zhao Fu thought about it for a while. Each level of the cosmos historical remnant was very big and was almost as big as a world. The 10 levels were equivalent to 10 worlds, so giving up on them would be too much of a pity. In the end, Zhao Fu made the decision to leave the half-celestial world and go to the heaven realm. Zhao Fu stood in the air of the heaven realm and carefully sensed his surroundings. There were no other spaces and the space was quite stable. After confirming that the space in the heaven realm was quite stable, Zhao Fu returned to the mortal world and waved his hand. A wave of energy spread out as a violet door of light appeared, and Zhao Fu entered it and arrived in the half-celestial world. Zhao Fu placed a hand on the jade orb and sent a wave of energy into it. The jade orb gave off a massive wave of energy that spread throughout the entire cosmos historical remnant. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out in the nearby 10 or so domains. Countless traces of violet light shot out and a massive might covered the surroundings, causing everyone to feel a massive pressure. The 10 or so domains became peaceful again. Everyone was thinking about the cosmos historical remnant and had never thought that it would give off such terrifying ripples. Countless people looked at the sky in shock, not understanding what was going on. Rumble, intense rumbling sounds came from the sky. The terrifying sounds made it seem as if the sky was trembling, and it gave off an incredibly small and powerless feeling. Some world realm experts immediately flew into the sky and closed their eyes to sense the air, wanting to know what was going on. However, they had never thought that they would see such an unbelievable scene. The massive cosmos historical remnant gave off boundless violet light and quickly shrank, giving off a massive aura. What's going on? Why is the cosmos historical remnant becoming smaller? The cosmos historical remnant had been here for countless years, and it had always been the most important historical remnant in this region. Now that something like this had happened, no one had expected it to happen, and they all had a bad feeling. Rumble, massive explosions continuously sounded out as the cosmos historical remnant continuously shrank. The aura it gave off became more and more powerful, and the violet light became more and more intense. The countless people on the ground looked at the violet light in shock and did not say anything. In the end, the cosmos historical remnant became a 3-meter wide orb and floated in the sky, giving off a faint light and a powerful aura. The violet light in the sky had already dissipated, and it no longer gave off a powerful aura. However, the cosmos medallions in everyone's hands started to shatter. Everyone was sent into an uproar and cried out in panic, "Why did the cosmos medallions shatter by themselves? What's going on? Can anyone explain? Could it be that we won't be able to enter the cosmos historical remnant in the future?" They quickly found out about the cosmos historical remnant shrinking, and they all looked quite confused. They did not know why such a thing had happened to the cosmos historical remnant, and they wanted to ask those experts. Boom, boom. Boom, at this time, those experts didn't have the time to care about them. They rushed into the void with their powerful auras. The cosmos historical remnant had become a 3-meter wide orb, and whoever obtained the 3-meter wide orb would obtain the cosmos historical remnant. Thinking about the countless treasures within the cosmos historical remnant, the experts' hearts sped up, and they were so excited that they could not speak. Right now, they only had a single thought, which was to obtain the cosmos historical remnant at all costs. Everyone seemed to have gone mad as they rushed into the sky. Figures gave off rays of light as they rushed into the sky from all directions. This scene was quite majestic and shocking. A big man giving off terrifying power rushed at the front. Looking at the people rushing over, he immediately roared, "The cosmos historical remnant belongs to my mountain demon sect. Don't blame me for being impolite to anyone who dares to steal it." A handsome-looking young man immediately said, "The cosmos historical remnant belongs to my East Bright dynasty. If you dare to steal something from my East Bright dynasty, you'll have to pay a massive price." A scholarly-looking middle-aged man said, "It's best if the cosmos historical remnant is controlled by our academy. That way, it will be more fair for everyone. Please trust our academy." The ugly woman cursed, "Screw off, the cosmos historical remnant belongs to whoever can obtain it. Also, do you think we're afraid of you?" Boom boom boom, massive explosions sounded out. Some experts did not even have time to pay attention to them and gave off terrifying auras as they rushed towards the cosmos historical remnant. This time, the monster-level experts who had been in seclusion all year round also broke out of their seclusion and joined in the fight. No matter who it was, the cosmos historical remnant was incredibly important to them. It could allow a faction to rise up and become even more powerful. Boom, a white ray of light ran the fastest, instantly overtaking many people. It was a young girl riding a white horse, and the aura she gave off was very powerful. It seemed that she was not from the nearby domains. Seeing that the young woman was about to approach the Cosmos historical remnant, everyone felt quite startled and wanted to stop her. Boom, a massive explosion suddenly sounded out as a peak Emperor Heaven Realm might spread out. A black-clothed elder suddenly appeared near the Cosmos historical remnant and coldly looked around as he said, "Anyone who takes another step, die." The experts all stopped in fear, their expressions quite unsightly. Most of them were World Realm experts and were not a match for an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. The difference in cultivation was simply too great, and it seemed that an Emperor Heaven Realm expert could easily kill them. The young girl riding the white horse also stopped and looked at the black-clothed elder seriously with her beautiful eyes. The black-clothed elder looked at the people who had stopped and gave a cold smile as he turned and prepared to fly towards the Cosmos historical remnant. Bang, a massive fist energy containing shocking power blasted towards the black-clothed elder, and a strange-looking man with messy hair appeared near the black-clothed elder and said, "This thing is mine." Boom, a massive aura suddenly descended as a tall and slim woman also gave off a massive might. She was also an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. After appearing, the woman did not say anything and directly rushed towards the Cosmos historical remnant. Following this, a few more experts descended and the two sides started to fight, giving off terrifying shockwaves. Seeing the experts fighting, the countless people who had stopped could not help but rush over, wanting to steal the Cosmos historical remnant. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the Cosmos historical remnant gave off boundless violet light and a massive aura. It turned into a violet ray of light and shot into the sky before disappearing. This sudden change caused the countless people who had madly wanted to steal the Cosmos historical remnant to stop. The Cosmos historical remnant disappeared just like that? Everyone did not want to believe it and immediately sensed their surroundings, but they could not sense any aura from the Cosmos historical remnant. The Cosmos historical remnant had truly disappeared from this region, causing countless people to feel incredibly dejected. Some people even started to cry. In the future, there would no longer be such a good historical remnant for them to explore, nor would they be able to obtain any treasures. The celebrations for the Cosmos historical remnant would also disappear. The ones who felt quite uncomfortable were the experts in the sky. They felt incredibly regretful. If they had been a bit faster, they might have been able to obtain the Cosmos historical remnant. However, now that the Cosmos historical remnant had flown away, there was no point in regretting. A few Emperor Heaven Realm experts coldly harumphed and looked at each other, blaming each other for not being able to obtain the Cosmos historical remnant. However, they did not do anything. Now that the Cosmos historical remnant had disappeared, they also turned into rays of light and disappeared. The experts in the sky disappointedly returned to the ground and did not continue to fight. No one understood what had happened, why had the Cosmos historical remnant become smaller and why it had disappeared. On the half-celestial world stage, a 3-meter wide orb flew out from the stage and stopped in front of Zhao Fu. No one knew that all of this had been caused by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the orb in front of him and gave a trace of a smile. Just then, he had used the Cosmos historical remnant to find out that there were many people below who wanted to steal it. However, he had not taken it back and had instead stayed there to tease them. In actuality, even if they had stolen the orb, it would have been useless. The Cosmos historical remnant's control center was in the half-celestial world, and it would be impossible to control the Cosmos historical remnant. Zhao Fu took the 3-meter wide orb and came to the Heaven Realm, right above the Pantheon Palace. The Earth Realm had the deepest region, where the 9 paths of reincarnation were located. The Earth Realm had originally been a part of the underworld, and it was still connected to the underworld. The deepest region of the underworld was the 6 paths of reincarnation. That was where the Heaven Awakened world spirits reincarnated, and countless souls would enter after death. The space there was most likely very big. As such, the Earth Realm had the deepest region. Even though the God world had the Haotian mirror, it did not have a corresponding space, so the Heaven Realm did not have one either. Zhao Fu's plan was to fuse the Cosmos historical remnant's 10 levels into the Heaven Realm, making them the Heaven Realm's 10 levels. This would further perfect the 3 worlds. Right now, the three worlds were still evolving and needed Zhao Fu to continuously perfect them. Only then would the three worlds become powerful and stable. The Heaven Realm's 10 levels were placed above the Pantheon Palace, and in the future, people could directly enter the Heaven Realm's 10 levels through the Pantheon Palace. Zhao Fu stood in the air above the Pantheon Palace and stretched out a hand. He tossed the 3-meter-wide orb into the air, causing it to fly upwards. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the violet orb of light gave off a massive aura. It was like a massive flood as it flooded out, easily inundating everything in its surroundings. The countless residents and godly spirits in the Heaven Realm felt quite startled and their bodies became cold as they looked up at the sky in terror. Countless traces of violet light shot out from the sky as the 3-meter-wide orb continuously became bigger and bigger. The terrifying aura it gave off became more and more powerful, and the atmosphere became more and more heavy, making it difficult for people to breathe. Many godly spirits came to the Pantheon Palace, wanting to know what was going on. Countless residents knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly. The orb became bigger and bigger, and from a distance, it looked like a transparent orb. There were 10 planes within it, one above the other. There were 10 levels in total, and the 10 worlds also became larger as the orb grew. The godly spirits who had hurried over looked at this scene in shock, feeling that it was simply too shocking. A few hours later, the Heaven Realm's 10 levels completely expanded and a massive shadow covered the Heaven Realm's ground, causing it to darken. From a distance, the Heaven Realm's 10 levels could be seen floating in the air, giving off a massive and majestic aura. Each layer was different. For example, the first layer was filled with trees that emitted a silvery white glow. The second layer was filled with grasslands that emitted countless rays of blue light. The third layer was a vast desert that emitted countless rays of yellow light. The top 3 floors were shrouded in darkness. It was unknown what was inside, but it felt very scary. The goddesses flew over to Zhao Fu's side and said shyly and curiously, "Your Majesty. What are you doing? Also, you left for so long. Why didn't you tell us when you came back? We all missed you." Zhao Fu looked at the goddesses and chuckled. "I still have something to do now. I'll tell you in detail after I'm done." The goddesses smiled and nodded. Zhao Fu then directly entered the half-celestial world. He had only set up the Heaven Realm's 10 levels, there were still many things he needed to take care of. After coming to the half-celestial world, Zhao Fu wanted to modify the Heaven Realm's 10 levels and make them places for godly spirits to live. The weakest godly spirits could only live in the 10th level, those who were slightly stronger than the weakest godly spirits could live in the 9th level, those who were slightly stronger than the weakest godly spirits could live in the 8th level, and so on and so forth. The top 3 levels were the 3 darkness domains, and Zhao Fu planned to change them to the 3 light domains. The Heaven Realm's attribute was Yang, so the highest level of the Heaven Realm should be light, while the Earth Realm was Yin, so it should be Yin. In actuality, Zhao Fu had another plan, which was to turn the Heaven Realm's 10 levels into a trial ground for the Heaven Realm's residents. They would be able to obtain all sorts of treasures and increase their strength. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu felt that there was no need. After all, Zhao Fu would take out all of the treasures from the Cosmos historical remnant and use them to develop his faction. Qin was currently fighting everywhere and would suffer great losses, so there was no need for him to lose too much in the trial ground. Soon, Zhao Fu would bring celestial qi into the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm's 10 levels were places where celestial qi would pass through, and they would be affected by celestial qi. It was quite suitable for cultivating or growing spirit medicines and spirit items. Zhao Fu came to the stage and placed a hand on the jade orb. What Zhao Fu needed to do now was to change the top 3 levels' attributes. The top 3 levels had not originally been darkness attribute, but because the restrictions had been destroyed, they had fallen into darkness. Over the years, their attributes had gradually changed, and the creatures within had adapted to the darkness and turned into darkness attributes. It was not very difficult for Zhao Fu to turn darkness into light, as light and darkness were like yin and yang, and they could be changed and fused. Of course, the process was quite painful for the creatures, but Zhao Fu still had to do it. There was no other way, the top 3 levels of the Heaven Realm had to be light attributes. Boom, a wave of power entered the jade orb, causing it to give off a formless power. Within the 3 levels of darkness, countless blinding white lights shot out from the darkness. The darkness quickly retreated, and light covered the ground. Arg, countless darkness creatures were exposed to the light, and the intense pain caused them to cry out miserably. Countless plants seemed to lack water, and they became dry and gave off traces of black aura. Even though the darkness creatures were in great pain, the light power flowed into their bodies, causing their darkness power to start to change. A small orb of light was first born within their bodies, and the orb of light became larger and larger, while their darkness power became smaller and smaller. In the end, they all turned into light creatures. The darkness leopard, which had been covered in black scales and looked ferocious, was now covered in white scales. It looked much gentler and was not as ferocious as before. An evil demon fox, which had been extremely ferocious, now had snow-white fur and gave off a faint white light, giving off an elegant and spirited feeling. The black-feathered strange bird flying in the sky also had white feathers, and it did not look as strange as before. It looked much better. The plants on the ground, which had originally had black leaves and branches, now had green leaves and returned to their normal color. The 3 darkness domains disappeared and were replaced by the 3 light domains. Countless traces of white light covered the 3 levels, and there was not a trace of darkness within. All of the ferocious animals and plants had greatly changed. They had become much more docile, and it was difficult to imagine that these had been the 3 darkness domains before. Jiaofu's consciousness entered the 3 light domains and looked at the changes, and he smiled. Following this, Jiaofu continued to change the other layers. For example, the desert and rocky areas were not suitable for living, so Jiaofu created many oases in the desert and many forests and grasslands in the rocky areas. This took Jiaofu a few days, and it was during these days that Jiaofu ordered people to set up a massive magic formation in the half-celestial world. The massive magic formation covered almost the entire half-celestial world, and at the center of the magic formation was the courtyard where ancestor Taishu had lived, as well as where the celestial peach tree was. The magic formation that was set up was not the 10 Abyss Earth Transmission Formation, but the celestial spirit formation that ancestor Taishu had given him. The 10 Abyss Earth Transmission Formation was most suitable for use in the lower realms and was not suitable for use in the upper realms, so Jiaofu used the celestial spirit formation that ancestor Taishu had given him. The celestial spirit formation was a magic formation that could absorb large amounts of celestial qi, and its grade was not low. After modifying the heaven realm's 10th level, Jiaofu went to the center of the celestial spirit formation. There were 8 orbs of light floating here, and each of them was 10 meters wide. They were spread out in 8 directions, and each of them gave off powerful auras. Jiaofu raised a hand, and the 8 orbs of light gave off intense light. A massive magic formation containing immense power appeared from the ground, and the surrounding power quickly flowed into the magic formation. After the magic formation absorbed countless amounts of power, it gave off countless rays of light, and the aura it gave off became greater and greater. The 8 orbs of light around Jiaofu gave off blinding light, making it difficult to see the surroundings, as if they were covered by light. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a massive color-changing light bringing with it terrifying power shot into the sky. It vigorously smashed into the sky, seeming to tear the sky apart as it formed a massive white pillar of light. The 8 orbs of light around Jiaofu were at the center of the pillar of light and gave off immense power as they started to spin and give off a massive suction force. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out, and a massive amount of celestial qi flowed down the massive pillar of light like water from the heavenly river, drowning everything within it. The sounds were extremely shocking. Celestial qi continuously poured down, and more of the half-celestial world's celestial qi flowed towards the first level like water from the sky. The celestial qi flowed through the first level, the second level, the third level. Finally, it landed on the heaven realm's ground, and countless strands of celestial qi spread out, causing the heaven realm to change. Countless plants quickly grew, as if they had a trace of celestial energy. Many creatures became more powerful than before, and they seemed more spirited. Some of the sick creatures were automatically healed, and their bodies felt quite comfortable. Sensing the changes in the heaven realm, Jiaofu gave a trace of a smile. The massive pillar of light started to dissipate, but the 8 orbs of light around Jiaofu continued to spin, continuously sending out celestial chi from the celestial world into the half-celestial world. The half-celestial world's celestial chi flowed through the first level, the second level, the third level, and finally to the heaven realm's ground. This was the same as the earth realm. As the celestial chi flowed into the heaven realm would be affected by the celestial chi, and it would have even more power and laws. It could be said that the transformation of the three realms had sped up a lot. Moreover, Xiaofu had already done most of the basic things. There was celestial chi from above, ruins of end energy from below, and Xiaofu had even constructed his own reincarnation system. Now, he just had to wait for the transformation of the three realms to complete. After dealing with this matter, Xiaofu relaxed in the Pantheon Palace and enjoyed the panting of the 5 goddesses, Qianhua Yuechan, the Earth Goddess, and her 7 daughters. The other goddesses happily joined in. Finally, Xiaofu returned to Qin. Originally, in order to deal with the upcoming calamity, Xiaofu had thought of a few things that he had to do first. The first was to fight in the alchemy world and obtain large amounts of points to exchange for Tao-seeking stones and forge the Chaos Cauldron. The second was to find the half-celestial world and draw in countless amounts of celestial chi to cause the heaven realm to transform. The third was to awaken the spirit race and water race's emperor stars. Xiaofu decided to awaken the spirit race's emperor star first because he already had the yin-yang soul fire, the metal spirit's bone, the water spirit's blood, the fire spirit's heart, and the wood spirit's body. He only lacked the earth spirit. Only then would Xiaofu have the yin-yang 5-element spirit body. With these conditions, awakening the spirit race's emperor star would be relatively simple. As for awakening the water race's emperor star, Xiaofu had not found any clues yet, so he could only set it aside as the last emperor star to awaken. There was also the matter of the 6 desires demonic art. Xiaofu had to go to the 6 Paths Immortal sect to solve the problem of his cultivation technique. This was another matter that required a lot of time. Xiaofu gathered many of his ministers and told them about going to the spirit realm. Li Si said, "Your Majesty, you just came back a few days ago, and you have to go to the spirit realm. It will take at least a few months. Don't you want to rest for a few more days?" Beside him, Li Muqing also tried to persuade him, "Your Majesty, please don't tire yourself out and stay for a few more days. Please don't tire yourself out and stay here for a few more days. Great Qin's residents have not seen you in a long time." There had been many things in recent years, and they were not small matters. Xiaofu needed to go to a few places, and it would take at least a few months. Before these things happened, Xiaofu would often go to the Qin Empire, and the commoners would warmly welcome him. They would be able to see Xiaofu, the supreme ruler of the Qin Empire, with their own eyes. Their relationship would become much closer, and it would strengthen the unity of the empire. However, Xiaofu did not have the time now, so he naturally did not go to the Qin Empire. He also handed the imperial examinations to others, and he did not have time to deal with them himself. It had been a long time since Xiaofu had personally seen the changes in the Qin Empire, and he had only heard about the Qin Empire through his subordinates' reports. After thinking about it, Xiaofu decided to go to the spirit realm. These things had to be taken care of first, and the disaster could happen at any moment. He did not have time to waste on these things. Xiaofu said, I know. Time is of the essence, so I have to take care of these things first. I'll deal with the other things later." Seeing that Xiaofu had made his decision, the ministers did not try to persuade him otherwise and obediently stood there. Xiaofu said seriously, "While I'm gone, everything in the Qin Empire will be the same as before. The various people will take care of the various matters in the Qin Empire. Also, pay attention to the matters in the Heaven Awakened world. Right now, the Heaven Awakened world's Qin Empire is in a bit of danger, and the various factions could attack Qin at any moment. Qin should not be in a hurry to expand and focus on stability." "Yes, Your Majesty." The ministers respectfully bowed and replied in unison. A trace of a smile appeared on Xiaofu's face as he said, "All right. You're all dismissed." After giving these orders, Xiaofu planned to immediately head to the spirit domain to deal with the spirit race's emperor star and the 6 desires celestial art. At that moment, a massive world giving off a boundless aura slowly moved towards the Heaven Awakened world and collided with it. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking explosion sounded out throughout the entire heaven-awakened world. The ground violently trembled as the sun and moon dimmed. Clouds swirled as spirit chi became chaotic, and it was as if a disaster had descended. Countless people looked terrified, not knowing what was happening. Sensing the terrifying aura, they felt immense terror within their hearts. The terrifying experts were not surprised at all, as if they had long since known that this would happen. Their expressions were quite serious. Zhao Fu felt the ground violently trembling and that terrifying aura, and he felt quite startled at first. However, he quickly understood what was happening. Before, that higher being from Emperor Path College had said that a great thousand world was moving towards the heaven-awakened world. This was the ripples from that great thousand world colliding with the heaven-awakened world. After a while, the intense ripples stopped, and system announcements quickly sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind. Everything was as Zhao Fu had expected. System announcement. The card battlefield has been opened. System announcement. The battlefield door has been opened. System announcement. Factions with strength at the Marquee 8 level can enter the Alchemy battlefield, Chaos battlefield, or Card battlefield through the battlefield door. System announcement. After entering the battlefield, you can obtain points by killing outer world creatures, which can be used to exchange for items. System announcement. The types of rewards have been updated. System announcement. The maximum level of rewards has been increased. System announcement. The number of rewards has been increased. System announcement. The spirit chi has decreased, region power has decreased, and world power has decreased. Fate has been greatly affected, and its stability has decreased. Increase. The godly world can also participate in battles through the battle door. System announcement. The underworld can also participate in battles through the battle door. System announcement. Factions with strength at the Marquee 8 level can request resources from factions that have not reached the Marquee 8 level. This can be exchanged for points, and if they do not agree, their entire faction will be punished. Warning. Every Marquee 8 level power must obtain a certain number of points every month. If they don't meet the requirements, they will be punished accordingly. If they fail to meet the requirements multiple times, they will be stripped of their country, and their entire royal family will suffer the backlash of the world's energy. Warning. Infighting is prohibited in the battlefield. Those who violate this rule will be severely punished, and those who violate it will be killed. Warning. Those who defect to the enemy and sell their realm will be punished by the heavens and suffer endless pain until their souls are destroyed. Not only their wives, children, and friends, but their entire families will suffer the same fate. Zhao Fu looked at the prompts. They were similar to the ones after the collision with the alchemy world, but the content was different. The first was the card world and the card battlefield. The previous one was called the alchemy world and the alchemy battlefield. Could it be that the one crashing into the heaven-awakened world was a card world? Secondly, the type, quantity, and level of the reward items had all been greatly increased, which meant that they could exchange for more good things. Third, originally, only king-level forces were qualified to participate in the dimensional war. Then, with the appearance of the alchemy world, principal-level forces were required. Now, it was one level lower. Vassal-level forces had to participate in the war. The lowest level of a kingdom was a barony kingdom, and a Marquee 8 kingdom was only slightly stronger than a barony kingdom. Fourth, spirit chi power, region power, and world power had all decreased. This had happened last time, but it was even more severe this time. Their strength had greatly decreased, and the most important thing was their fate. Their fate had been greatly affected, and it was quite unstable. With unstable fate, there would be more unrest, and it would be easy for other factions with powerful fate to destroy them or devour them. This was not a good thing for all of the heaven-awakened world factions. Fifth, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked that the underworld and godly world were both going to participate in the war. Before, no matter if it was the outer world or the alchemy world, the godly world or underworld did not have to participate. However, now that the godly world and underworld were going to participate, this meant that the heaven-awakened world situation was quite unfavorable. They were going all out and not holding back at all. This was indeed the case. Before, dealing with the outer world had not been too difficult, but now that the alchemy world had appeared, the Heaven Awaken world's situation was quite unfavorable and they had been suppressed by the alchemy world. Now that there was a card world, it was 3 great thousand worlds attacking a Heaven Awaken world, making the situation even more unfavorable. Even though the underworld and godly world were not as big as the Heaven Awaken world, if they participated in the war, they would be able to reduce the pressure on the Heaven Awaken world. Sixth, the factions that participated in the war could ask for resources from the factions that did not participate in the war, which was quite good. After all, they would suffer great losses in the planar battlefield, while some smaller factions could hide in the Heaven Awaken world and would not be punished. The ones who would suffer losses would only be the larger factions. Now that he had this authority, Xiaofu could ask for some benefits from the surrounding factions. This was an authority given by the Heaven Awaken world, and the smaller factions would not dare to resist. In fact, Xiaofu felt that he could use this opportunity to suppress the smaller factions and devour them, making his own faction even stronger. However, this authority required points to exchange for, and Xiaofu felt that it would be quite easy to exchange for points. After all, the smaller factions were already quite weak, and if they spent a lot of points and did not receive many benefits, who would be stupid enough to exchange for points? Finally, there were 3 warnings. Internal fighting was prohibited in the outer world battlefield, and they had to obtain a certain amount of points. There was also the severe punishment of traitors. These system announcements showed that the Heaven Awaken world was in a bad situation and was in danger of being conquered by the 3 great thousand worlds. If the Heaven Awaken world was destroyed, it would be a heavy blow to Qin, and Qin would have to leave the Heaven Awaken world and enter the boundless void. Xiaofu had just returned from the boundless void, and there were all sorts of unknown dangers there that he could not defend against. Without the protection of a great thousand world like the Heaven Awaken world, Qin's situation would be quite difficult. However, this was a planar war, and Xiaofu would not be able to do much, so he could only go with the flow. Xiaofu's expression was quite serious. Now that such a big thing had happened, he naturally had to take care of this first. He could only change his plan to go to the spirit domain after dealing with this matter. The ministers who had just left sensed the abnormal auras and hurriedly returned to the hall. They understood that Xiaofu would summon them to discuss this matter. Xiaofu looked at the various ministers and said seriously, "There's been a change in plans, and we need to discuss Qin's future." The various ministers nodded seriously. Now that a 3rd card world was invading, the situation in the Heaven Awaken world would become even more difficult, and Qin needed to make preparations for the future. After spending half a day, Xiaofu and the various ministers discussed Qin's future plans. Now, the outer world, godly world, underworld, and golden world would slow down their battles and focus on stable development. Now that the Heaven Awaken world was in such a dangerous period, almost no faction wanted to start a war. If they expended too much energy in a war, if a crisis occurred, they would not be able to defend, and they were worried about the future. The second was to strengthen the Qin Empire's defenses and have Qin's soldiers build all sorts of defensive structures. Now, Xiaofu had a bad feeling. Even though he did not know what would happen in the future, strengthening the Qin Empire's defenses would not be a bad idea. The second was to increase the strength of the soldiers. Even though Qin had tens of billions of soldiers, there were only 17 billion or so Stage 2 soldiers and a few 100 million Stage 3 soldiers, while the rest were only Stage 1 soldiers. Their military strength was not even as strong as an inner region royal kingdom, and now that the Heaven Awaken world was in such a dangerous period, their military strength felt quite weak. After discussing these matters, Xiaofu had his subordinates carry them out. He planned to head to the card world to gather information while he gathered his army. The card world was a new great thousand world, and they did not have any information about it. If they wanted to fight with it, they had to gather information first, just like when the golden world had invaded. Moreover, they had to fight in the card world. This was a requirement of the Heaven Awaken world, and Xiaofu could not avoid it. This time, Xiaofu went by himself and did not bring anyone else, nor did he make any preparations. After all, Xiaofu was going to the spirit domain anyway, so he had already prepared everything. Following this, Xiaofu went to the battle gates. There were 2 platforms here, 2 battle gates. One led to the golden world and the other to the card world. Xiaofu was curious about this card world. What kind of world would it be? Why did it become a card world? With this in mind, Zhao Fu entered the war gate and felt as if he was being pulled by a massive force. His body swayed and Zhao Fu arrived in the card world. Zhao Fu looked around and found that he was in a clearing in the forest. There were dense trees all around him and weeds that were more than a meter tall. It looked like a normal world. It was not like the chaotic world, where plants were very colorful, and insects and beasts could be found anywhere. It was also not like the alchemy world, where everything was half metal and half life. Suddenly, Zhao Fu looked up and found that the sun in the sky was a bit special. It was not the same as an ordinary sun. The sun in the sky gave off intense light that shone in all directions. There seemed to be a gigantic golden book in the center, and there were a few light wheels around the sun. Those light wheels were also golden. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fu felt a little suspicious. What kind of sun is this? It was his first time in this world, so Zhao Fu naturally did not know much about it. As such, he did not pay much attention to it and flew to the side. The best way to obtain information was to find someone from the card world. If he asked that person, he would be able to get some general information about the card world. If there was anything that he did not understand, he would be able to get an answer. After flying for a while, a 10-meter-long strange bird with red scales and a crown on its head gave off a ferocious aura as it rushed at Zhao Fu. The strange bird was not very strong, only around stage 4. Seeing it rush at him as if it was seeking death, Zhao Fu gave a cold smile and grabbed out with his hand. A formless energy flowed out, forming a massive hand that grabbed the strange bird's throat. The strange bird struggled in terror, but Zhao Fu did not show any mercy. He twisted his hand, and with a crack, the strange bird's neck was broken by Zhao Fu. Suddenly, the strange bird gave off motes of light, and 3 cards that were slightly bigger than poker cards floated out of the motes of light and floated in the air. One of the cards had a picture of a bird-shaped flame on the front, and there were words below it. There was also a magic formation on the back, giving off a formless aura. One of the cards had a few balls of blood and flesh on the front, and there were some words below it. There was also a magic formation on the back. One of the cards had a red-scaled skin on the front, and there were also some words below it. There was also a magic formation on the back. Apart from the drawing on the front and the words written on the back, the 3 cards were almost exactly the same. There was no difference at all. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed the 3 cards, and 3 lines of information entered his mind. Vermilion bird remnant soul, rarity, 4-star, type, material card, effect, can be used to create equipment. Vermilion bird meat, rarity, 4-star, type, food card, effect, can be used to create food. Vermilion bird skin, rarity, 4-star, type, material card, effect, can be used to create equipment. The creatures here would drop cards after being killed? Was that why this place was called the card world? Zhao Fu felt quite unsure, and he looked at a herd of single-horned cows on the ground and flew over. A few pained cries sounded out as the herd of cows was completely killed. There were 13 of them in total, and after they died, they turned into motes of light and disappeared, and cards appeared within them. There were 20 or so cards, and they were split into 2 types. One had a picture of blood and flesh on it, and it was a food card called Unicorn Cow Horn. The other had a picture of a horn on it, and it was a material card called Unicorn Cow Horn. Zhao Fu was now sure that after killing creatures here, their corpses would disappear, but they would drop cards. This was why it was called the card world, and Zhao Fu now understood. This world was quite interesting, and even though he had only obtained a bit of information, it had piqued Zhao Fu's curiosity. Zhao Fu wanted to obtain more information, so he continued to fly. A few hours later, he had wanted to find someone from the card world to obtain information, but after searching for a while, he did not find anyone. At that moment, Zhao Fu felt quite tired, so he flew to a lake and prepared to rest for a while. Sitting beside a large tree, Zhao Fu took out a celestial fruit that was the size of a fist and started to eat it. This celestial fruit was a stage 7 fruit, and it contained immense power and some celestial qi. It was something that Zhao Fu had obtained in the boundless void. Zhao Fu had many of these things, and eating them was quite beneficial to Zhao Fu. As Zhao Fu ate the celestial fruit, he took out the card that he had just obtained and looked at it closely. Even though he could obtain information from the card, it seemed that because Zhao Fu was from the outside world, this card could not be used. Zhao Fu. Suddenly, a little squirrel with snow-white fur and a tuft of azure fur ran over to Zhao Fu sighed and squatted there, looking at the celestial fruit in Zhao Fu's hand with its bright eyes. Zhao Fu looked down at the little thing and smiled as he took out a celestial fruit and gave it to the little squirrel. The little squirrel hugged the celestial fruit and happily started to eat it. Zhao Fu found that the little squirrel did not seem to be an ordinary creature. Its strength was at stage 5, and its bloodline was most likely not low. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of galloping horses could be heard as a group of cavalrymen rushed out from the forest and stopped in front of Zhao Fu. They looked like Westerners, and there were 13 of them in total. They were all women, and the leader was a beautiful woman with golden hair and silver eyes. She was dressed in azure armor and rode on a white horse. The other 12 women were tall and slim and had valiant looks. They were all quite good-looking and wore silver armor and held a spear. They also rode on white horses and gave off powerful auras. They all had Saint Realm cultivation. Seeing that he could not find them, Zhao Fu could not help but smile. Now, he could understand more about the card world. "Who are you? Why aren't you kneeling after seeing our princess?" a female cavalryman asked with a cold expression. They were most likely speaking in the card world's language. Zhao Fu could not understand what they were saying, but he could understand what they were saying. Seeing the golden-haired woman, the little squirrel hugged the celestial fruit and ran towards her. It immediately jumped onto her shoulder and happily ate the celestial fruit. The golden-haired woman looked at the gluttonous little squirrel on her shoulder and smiled as she said in a pleasant voice, "Forget it. There's no need to bicker, let's go." Hearing this, the female cavalryman nodded and did not say anything else, and the group prepared to leave. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I don't think I told you to leave." Hearing this voice, the golden-haired woman stopped and turned to look at Zhao Fu. She frowned and looked somewhat displeased. At this moment, Zhao Fu had already used the language stone to translate his words into the language of the card world, so they could understand him. The female cavalryman said coldly, "You already know our princess' esteemed status, yet you still dare to speak to her in such a manner? Do you really think our princess is magnanimous and won't kill you?" Zhao Fu said with a contemptuous smile, "You can come and give it a try." The female cavalryman looked furious, and just as she was about to charge at Zhao Fu, the golden-haired woman stretched out a hand to stop her and said seriously, "He might be very powerful and not as ordinary as he looks." Hearing the golden-haired woman's words, the female cavalrymen were shocked, and their expressions became stern. The golden-haired woman looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and asked seriously, "Just who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Come over and I'll tell you." The golden-haired woman was evidently not that stupid, but she was not sure how powerful Zhao Fu was. She was worried that Zhao Fu would be in danger, so she said coldly, "What do you want to do? This is Lock Kingdom's territory." Zhao Fu smiled as he walked over and said condescendingly, "What do you think I want to do?" Seeing Zhao Fu walk over, everyone instinctively felt a sense of danger. However, since he was walking over to the historical remnant, they could not just stand there and wait for Zhao Fu to hurt them. As such, they gave off powerful auras and raised their spears as they rushed at Zhao Fu, attacking Zhao Fu. Seeing them rush over, Zhao Fu's smile became even wider. He sent a wave of power into his left eye, causing the golden pupil in his left eye to start to spin. Clang, 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 the sounds of chains could be heard as black chains shot out from the ground, quickly shooting towards the women. The women felt quite startled and released energy barriers, wanting to block the countless chains. However, the chains contained terrifying power and easily pierced through the energy barriers, binding up the women and their horses. They vigorously struggled, but they could not break free at all. The little squirrel was also bound up by a chain and was wrapped up like a dumpling, crying out in fear. Now, they all felt terror. The person in front of them was incredibly terrifying and they were not a match for him at all. Zhao Fu looked at them being bound by the chains and smiled as he waved his hand, causing the chains to bind up their bodies and drag them in front of Zhao Fu, causing them to fall to the ground. The golden-haired woman's expression was quite unsightly as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and warned, "You're very powerful, but don't think that the Kingdom of Rock is easy to bully. If you dare to harm me, the Kingdom of Rock will make you pay." However, Zhao Fu did not look afraid at all, and he smiled as he lifted the golden-haired woman's chin. The golden-haired woman turned her head in disgust and tried to break free from Zhao Fu's hand. However, Zhao Fu lowered his head and kissed the golden-haired woman's lips. Countless traces of Six Desires' demonic chi flowed into her mouth, and the golden-haired woman's willpower was quite resolute as she resisted Zhao Fu. The other female cavalrymen furiously cursed at Zhao Fu, "Bastard, scum, beast. Don't violate their princess. If you have any problems, come at them." Zhao Fu naturally did not have time to pay attention to them. He stretched his hand into the golden-haired woman's armor and started to do something indescribable. The golden-haired woman's willpower directly collapsed and she intensely responded to Zhao Fu. Following this, the two of them started to intensely do it, and the female cavalrymen's faces became red. They had never thought that their princess would become so lewd. She was doing such a thing with a man in front of them and still looked so happy. Soon, the golden-haired woman collapsed into Zhao Fu's embrace, and the other female cavalrymen quickly experienced the pleasure of their princess. They all started to do something indescribable with Zhao Fu and let out different moans. The golden-haired woman quickly recovered her strength and rode on Zhao Fu's body. The female cavalrymen surrounded Zhao Fu, creating a shocking scene. These female cavalrymen were quite lewd, and they madly rode on Zhao Fu's body. However, they were not a match for Zhao Fu, and in the end, it was Zhao Fu who rode on them and enjoyed their taste. Half a day later, the sun was about to set. The golden sunlight fell on the surface of the lake, and the surface of the lake sparkled. The ground was covered with armor and clothes, and many women were leaning against Zhao Fu. Their faces were flushed, and they were powerless. Zhao Fu looked at the blonde woman in his arms and said with a smile, "I want to know everything about the card world. Tell me everything you know." The golden-haired woman immediately came to her senses and asked in shock, "You're from the Heaven Awakened world?" Now that they knew that the planar war had started between the card world and Heaven Awakened world, hearing that Zhao Fu wanted to ask about the card world, they understood that Zhao Fu was from the Heaven Awakened world. After all, only people from the Heaven Awakened world wanted to know about the card world. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "That's right, I'm someone from the Heaven Awakened world. I came here to collect information about the card world. I didn't find many people, but 10 or so of you delivered yourselves to me." The golden-haired woman lightly harumphed, "When the planar war started, we came to check on the situation in our territory. We never thought that we would meet you, and now you violated us. Our bodies are no longer clean. What do you think you should do to us?" Lying on the other side of Zhao Fu was the female cavalryman who had spoken to Zhao Fu before. Her face was red as she said, "You don't have to worry about us, but you have to give our princess an explanation." Zhao Fu gave a domineering smile as he said, "Since I've taken you, you're all my women now." The golden-haired woman gave a trace of a happy smile. Women in the card world valued their chastity greatly, and if they did not even have their first time, it would be very difficult for them to get married. Now that she had been taken by Zhao Fu, she did not know why, but she wanted to stay with Zhao Fu. She had enjoyed the pleasure from just then, and it was as if there was a formless magic around Zhao Fu's body. The female cavalryman first smiled before saying worriedly, "But you're someone from the Heaven Awakened world, and you and our princess are from different worlds. It'll be very difficult for you to be together." Zhao Fu said, "Since you're my women, you naturally belong to the Heaven Awakened world. Moreover, my Qin State's army will soon invade, so I'm here to collect information." The golden-haired woman looked quite confused as she asked, "Your army? Just who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm the ruler of a kingdom." The women all looked quite shocked. "What? You're the ruler of a kingdom? As a king, how dare you come here to collect information? Aren't you afraid of danger?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "You don't have to worry about me." Thinking about how powerful Zhao Fu was, the women felt that there was nothing to worry about, but their expressions became quite unsightly. Qin State's army was right next to the Kingdom of Locke, and Qin State would definitely attack the Kingdom of Locke. The Kingdom of Locke was their family and friends, and it was something that they were extremely loyal to. The golden-haired woman looked quite worried as she said, "How are you going to deal with the Kingdom of Locke? I don't want you to start a war with the Kingdom of Locke." Zhao Fu thought for a moment before replying, "Do you think it's possible for people from two different worlds to get along with each other during a time of war? Qin State will not worry about Qin. Even if we can get along well, your Rock Nation will be regarded as traitors." Hearing this, the women fell into silence, unsure of what to do next. The golden-haired woman looked at Qin state and said, Qin state, and Qin state, and kingdom state s Qin states foos. The golden-haired woman rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. Is Great Qin really that powerful? This is the card world, and it's impossible for you to take over such a large area. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, alright, it's time to tell me about the card world. As for whether I can do it or not, you'll find out in the future. The golden-haired woman nodded and started to tell Zhao Fu about the card world. The first was their names. The golden-haired woman was called Hillary, and the female cavalrymen who had spoken to Zhao Fu were Melissa, Annie, Meredith, Alice, Aviva, and Christina. Next was the Kingdom of Locke, which was a marquisate state. It was only 10% the size of a world, and compared to ordinary factions, it was quite powerful. However, to Qin state, it was quite weak. This was no longer the outer domain but the central domain of the card world. Now that Qin state had risen to a royal kingdom, it had been sent to the central domain of the card world by the war gate. This was not surprising, as most of its soldiers were stage 2 soldiers, and Qin state was at a slight disadvantage. Finally, there was the card world as a whole. The card world was a world with kingdoms, but it was different from the Heaven Awaken world. The card world implemented a system of enfeoffment. A king could enfeoff his territory to several great lords, and the great lords could enfeoff their territory to the lesser lords. The lesser lords could also give their land to the knights. This was like a pyramid, with the king at the top, followed by the great lords, the lesser lords, and finally the knights. In the card world, knights were the lowest lords, but they were still lords, and their statuses were much more prestigious than knights in other worlds. However, becoming a knight was not so easy. It required a long period of training, and ordinary people could not become knights. Only those who were more powerful and outstanding than ordinary people could become knights. Finally, if one wanted to become a knight, one had to be acknowledged by the Knight Association to become a true knight. Becoming a knight did not mean that one would have everything, it was still about honor and status. If one wanted to obtain territory and wealth, one also had to choose a lord to be loyal to. If one performed well, the lord would definitely give their territory to the knight. This was the tradition of the card world, and it had its own rules. Almost all kingdoms were like this, and there were very few exceptions. A king had the highest authority, and all lords had to pay taxes and give resources to him. He also had the power to gather lords to do battle, and he could revoke any lord's position within his territory. It was not just the king, other great lords and lesser lords also had the power to revoke the positions of the lords under them. Many factions that had their lords removed would be cursed, and their power and fate would be greatly reduced. What's more, this would last for a very long time. As such, under normal circumstances, no lord of a lower rank would dare to offend a lord of a higher rank, unless the lord of a higher rank had declined and the next lord was more powerful. Zhao Fu did not like this kind of enfeoffment system, as there were many drawbacks to dividing power step by step. One had to pay attention to the possibility of lords rebelling at any time. Qin implemented a centralized system, and he held all of the power in the kingdom in his hands. He did not have to worry about lords, as there would not be any other lords. It was not just lords, Zhao Fu did not make anyone a king either. Even Bai Qi and Li Si, who were the people that Zhao Fu trusted the most, could give Qin city to manage. However, Zhao Fu would at most make them lords and would not make them kings. After all, if there were kings, a portion of fate would be lost, and the lord's power would be reduced. Everyone's loyalty would also be reduced, and there would be many other effects. In the future, even if Zhao Fu had children, he would only have one emperor, and no one else could be called a king. After understanding the system of the card world, Zhao Fu was very curious about matters related to the card world. Hilary explained to Zhao Fu seriously. In the card world, apart from the card race, anything could be turned into a card, such as trees, rocks, flowers, plants, beasts, water, even some intelligent races apart from the card race, such as giants, deer-horned people, blood warriors, python men, and half-lizard men, could be turned into cards. Turning all sorts of objects into cards was a talent unique to the card race. Other races didn't have this ability. Turning things into cards also had a power limit. The stronger a person was, the stronger the card they could turn into. Very weak people could only turn into small stones or bugs. Also, turning inanimate objects into cards required less power than turning into living things. There were also 3 types of card turns. The first type was autonomous card turn. For example, beasts, races, and all creatures that could be turned into cards had the ability to do so, which was to turn themselves into cards. In this case, most creatures would voluntarily pledge loyalty to someone and turn themselves into cards. As long as one held a card, they could summon it at any time. For example, if a person took a giant card, they could unlock it anywhere, and a giant would appear there. Of course, unlocking the card would consume a lot of power, and weaklings wouldn't be able to summon creatures that were too powerful. The second type was the most commonly used card turn, which was to turn others into cards. The card race could turn everything in the world into cards. Not only flowers, plants, but also food, houses, and buildings could be turned into cards. The last type was forced card turn. This situation mainly occurred when something was forcibly turned into a card. Although a card had the ability to turn everything in the world into cards, all sorts of things had the ability to turn themselves into cards and also had the ability to resist being turned into cards. If a person wanted to turn a beast into a card, if the beast wasn't willing, it would do its best to resist the card turn. That person had to be stronger than the beast in order to turn it into a card. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to turn it into a card. Moreover, this was a creature that was forcibly turned into a card. Even after being turned into a card, it would emit power to struggle. Once the power binding it disappeared, the creature would break out of the card and reappear. After some powerful creatures or things were turned into cards, their enormous power could even seep out of the card and cause great consequences. Hillary said that there was once a family that turned an extremely terrifying demon into a card, but the demon that turned into a card emitted an extremely evil power that corroded the people of that family. In the end, that family turned into a half-human half-demon monster. In such a situation, there would be things specifically sealed, suppressed, and imprisoned to prevent such a thing from happening. After explaining the 3 types of card transformation, it was time for the most important thing in the card world, the card heart. The card core was usually a square, about the size of an egg. Its main purpose was to store cards. The card core was the most basic noble artifact. As long as it was integrated into one's body, one would be able to take out any card with just a thought. There was no need to search through it, and it was extremely fast. The lowest grade card core was the white card core, which could store a dozen cards at most. The highest grade card core was the rainbow card core, which could store an unlimited number of cards. Furthermore, the card core itself was very powerful. What surprised Zhao Fu was the various types of cards. Apart from material cards, food cards, creature cards, and item cards, there were also skill cards. There were 2 types of skill cards. The first type was a skill card that could be learned. For example, a fireball skill card that could be learned could be used to learn the fireball skill. The second type of skill card was to turn a skill that had been cast into a card. For example, if you released a fireball, you could turn the released fireball skill into a card, and you could release it again at any time. Even if you didn't know that skill, you could rely on that card to cast that skill many times. However, creating such a skill card wasn't an easy task. It required a lot of card-making skills, and there were specialized card apprentices in the card world. Finally, Zhao Fu was curious about the sun, which Hillary explained clearly. The current sun was called the card book. God Sunday legend had it that there was a card book there, which contained all the cards in the card world. There were all kinds of cards, and it itself had the great power to create a world. The card book God's Son was the most respected thing in the card world, and no one dared to offend or insult it. Many people had built many book temples to worship it. At night, the card book God's Sun would become the card book God Moon, which meant that the sun and the moon were the same thing. It wasn't like other worlds, where the sun was the sun and the moon was the moon. That was the general information about the card world, and it was impossible to explain all of it in detail. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said, "Give me some of your blood." Hillary asked in confusion, "What do you want my blood for?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You'll know soon." Hillary nodded and took out a small knife and cut her palm. Blood continuously flowed out of the wound, and under her control, it condensed into a small blood-red orb before handing it to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took the orb of blood and used the 8 forbidden blood technique to absorb it into his body. After the blood entered his body, it turned into countless thin blood-red lines that spread out, and a type of innate power spread throughout his body. Looking at the large tree in front of him, Zhao Fu grinned and stretched out a hand as he said, "Card form." A wave of energy flowed out from his hand and covered the large tree in front of him. The large tree gave off boundless light before quickly becoming smaller and smaller. The light continuously condensed and turned into a card that floated in the air. The women all looked quite shocked. They had never thought that someone from the heaven-awakened world like Zhao Fu would have the ability to turn cards into cards. Hilary said, "How can you turn cards into cards?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Right now, I'm only using a forbidden technique that relies on your blood to temporarily obtain the ability to turn into cards. After a while, this ability will disappear." By now, Hilary understood why Zhao Fu had asked for her blood, and she hugged Zhao Fu as she asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Zhao Fu started to think. Now that he had obtained some information about the card world, apart from the special ability to turn cards into cards, its strength was about the same as the heaven-awakened worlds, and it was not as dangerous as the alchemy world. The alchemy world saint beasts were too terrifying, and there were all sorts of alchemy techniques suppressing the heaven-awakened world, making it quite disadvantageous for the heaven-awakened world. Of the outer world, alchemy world, and card world, the alchemy world was the most dangerous. It was impossible to determine which world was the weakest, as they had not fought with the card world yet. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu smiled. "After that, my army will enter the card world and build a defensive base." Hilary asked worriedly, "What about the Kingdom of Rock?" Zhao Fu looked at him and smiled as he said, "Tell me about the Lock Kingdom situation." Hilary nodded and began to tell Zhao Fu about the Kingdom of Rock. The King of Rock country was getting old and wanted to abdicate. Now, there were 3 successors. The first was Hilary's eldest brother, who was the strongest and very ambitious. The second was Hilary's second brother, who was ranked second in terms of strength. He was very vicious, and ordinary people did not dare to offend him, or else they would die miserably. The third was Hilary's third brother. He was the weakest, but he was a good person and was gentle to others. However, others thought that it was unlikely for him to become king, so there were very few people who supported him. Although Hilary was the most distinguished princess of Rock Country and was loved by many people, she did not have the right to inherit and could not become a king. Originally, Hilary was going to be a tool for the alliance between the Rock Nation and the Thunder Nation. She was going to marry the future crown prince of the Thunder Nation. Because of this, Hilary was angry, so she came to this remote place. Finally, something like this happened. Zhao Fu hugged Hilary and smiled as he said, "Do you want to be the king of Rock Country? I can help you become the king of Rock Country." Hilary said with a happy smile, "Actually, I don't have much interest in being a king, but I don't want to marry the prince of the Thunder Kingdom." Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Are you willing to marry me?" Hilary snorted. "I don't want to either. You haven't even pursued me properly. It would be too easy for you to marry me like this." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "But you're already my woman. There's nothing I can do if you don't want to." Hilary rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. "You're shameless and overbearing." Melissa, the female cavalryman who had spoken to Zhao Fu before, lay on Zhao Fu's other side as she said in a serious tone, "Your Highness, I think you are the most suitable person to be the king of Lock Country. In the future, under your leadership, Lock Country will definitely move towards glory." The other female cavalryman also said earnestly, "Your Highness, we all believe that as a king, you can lead Lock to glory." Hearing this, Hilary hesitated. Melissa continued to persuade, "Qin is a kingdom-level power, and Rock Country is definitely unable to resist. Princess, you are now the woman of King Qin. If you become a kingdom, Qin will not harm Rock Country, but will instead help Rock Country. I hope you can think for the whole of Rock Country, think for your father, and think for your relatives. You are the most suitable person to be king now." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "That's right. I think that you are also the most suitable person to become the king of Rock. If you control the kingdom of Rock, I will trust the kingdom of Rock even more and will definitely provide you with various benefits." Hilary thought for a while and nodded seriously. "All right. Then I am willing to become King Locke. Happy smiles appeared on the faces of all of the female cavalrymen. Nothing could make them happier than seeing the man they were loyal to and trusted become a king with the greatest power and status. Zhao Fu laughed and said, "Now, get up and put on your clothes." Only then did the female cavalrymen react. They were all naked and lying on the ground surrounded by a man. This was different from the night spirit that they believed in. Their faces all turned red as they quickly got up and put on their clothes. Soon, they put on their clothes and armor, looking valiant and formidable. However, their faces were still flushed, and they looked quite seductive. By now, Zhao Fu had also put on his clothes and waved his hand to untie the horses. After the little squirrel was untied, it immediately leapt into Hilary's embrace. It had been extremely afraid just then. It was also very worried about its owner. Just then, that person had done something intense with its owner in front of it, and it wondered if its owner had been hurt. Hilary smiled as she stroked its little head. The little squirrel looked at its owner and saw that she did not want to be hurt. Instead, she looked very happy and was no longer worried. Seeing that Hilary was playing with the little squirrel, Zhao Fu said, "Hilary, take me to the Lock Kingdom's palace." Hilary turned to look at Zhao Fu and asked, "You're planning to do this? Do you already have a way for me to become king?" Zhao Fu nodded and said, "My idea is very simple, which is to control your imperial father and your 3 big brothers. That way, you'll naturally become king." Hilary said in surprise, "It's that simple? Do you have that much power?" "My father already has divine realm cultivation, and my 3 big brothers have world realm cultivation. If I become king just like that, others will definitely not be convinced." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm already at the Emperor Heaven Realm, and ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts are not a match for me. Only Void Realm experts can stop me. Moreover, I have something to control people, so you just have to trust me. As for others who are not convinced, after Qin's army enters the card world, I'll help you deal with that. If anyone is not convinced, just kill them." The women all looked shocked as they said, "You're already an Emperor Heaven Realm expert? How do you have such great power?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "My identity is not as simple as you think. You'll know after you join Qin's army." The women all looked curious and nodded, looking forward to knowing who Zhao Fu was. Following this, the women all got on their horses, and Zhao Fu sat on Hilary's horse and hugged her with both arms. Hilary leaned against Zhao Fu's chest, her face slightly red, and she gave a happy smile. The little squirrel in her arms looked at this scene in confusion. Why did these 2 people, who had been enemies before, suddenly seem like lovers? After walking for a while, Zhao Fu and his group came to a city. Because Hilary was a princess, Zhao Fu did not hug her and instead walked on the road. A man walking with them would attract too much attention, and this was not good. Zhao Fu was someone from the Heaven Awakened world, and if his identity was exposed, the plan might fail. Zhao Fu followed them all the way to the royal palace of Kilo. Seeing the angry princess return to the royal palace, the guards happily reported this to the king. After hearing about this, the king let out a sigh of relief. Since she was willing to come back, she most likely had changed her mind and was willing to marry the crown prince of the Thunder Kingdom. She would be the queen of the Thunder Kingdom in the future, which would bring many benefits to the Kilo Kingdom. Even if she died in the future, the alliance between the Kilo Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom would not change. With the Thunder Kingdom's help, no one would dare to bully the Kilo Kingdom. The king was a short and chubby elderly man, and he said, "Call the princess over, I have something to say to her." The guard obeyed and immediately went to inform Hilary. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu, who was hiding in the void, sent Hilary to see the old king. After coming to the palace hall, Hilary looked at her father and coldly bowed as she called out, "Royal father." Seeing Hilary's expression, the old king chuckled as he said, "What is it? Are you still angry at royal father?" Hilary nodded. The old king smiled as he explained, "You're the princess of Lock Kingdom, so you should know that Lock Kingdom's situation is not good. Now that the Heaven Awakened world and the Card world have started a planar war, the situation is even worse for Lock Kingdom. Lock Kingdom needs a powerful ally. The Thunder Kingdom is a bit more powerful than our Lock Kingdom, and the person you're going to marry is the future crown prince of the Thunder Kingdom. He's a very good person, and you'll be the princess of the Thunder Kingdom in the future." Hearing this, Hilary said angrily, "Royal father, I'd rather not have any riches than marry someone I don't know." The old king felt quite angry and thought that Hilary had thought things through, but he had never thought that she would still be like this. He said angrily, "I'm your royal father, so you have to marry whoever I tell you to. This is not just for you but also for Lock Kingdom." Looking at her angry father, Hilary felt quite wronged, and her eyes became moist. Haha, a chuckle rang out, and a man appeared in the hall like a ghost. An invisible barrier instantly spread out, enveloping the entire hall. The old king felt quite startled and asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I'm your daughter's man and your son-in-law. I should call you father-in-law." The old king looked quite confused and looked at Hilary. Why had she brought back a man after going out for half a month? He asked, "What's going on?" Hilary looked at her father and said, "He's indeed my man, and I've decided to marry him and gave my body to him." What? Hearing this, the emperor, who had been quite angry, exploded out with a terrifying aura. Hilary looked at her father in fear and lowered her head, not daring to say anything. Zhao Fu went up and hugged Hilary without any fear as he said, "Leave the rest to me." Hilary's eyes were red as she said, "Then try not to harm my father." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before walking towards the old king. Hilary looked at the man and said with a smile, "Hilary, Zhao Fu, and Hilary. Hilary, king man, Hilary, king, princess, king, son, king, Hilary, king, li, boom. Fu, king, the king, and said, the king, king, Fu, king and Fu, said, Zhao Fu did not move, and as those people rushed up, countless pale white tendrils grew out of Zhao Fu's body and quickly shot towards the people around him. The old king felt quite startled and hurriedly retreated. He felt that he was not a match for Zhao Fu, and he needed to break through the barrier so that others could kill this man. Seeing that the king wanted to run, Zhao Fu gave a cold smile and the tendrils covered the other guards before stretching out a hand. That hand turned into countless tendrils that stretched out and covered the old king. The old king started to struggle in panic and gave off powerful power, but he was unable to break free. Massive amounts of evil demon energy continuously flowed into his body. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a massive wave of power exploded out of his body. It was the power of his nation armament. The nation armament gave off massive amounts of power, defending against the countless amounts of evil demon energy. It was quite effective and was able to defend against a lot of evil demon energy. At that moment, Zhao Fu took out an orb of blood, which flew into the air and fused into the barrier. The barrier became blood-red and gave off a formless energy. The orb of blood was Hilary's blood, and it was used to cut off the connection between the king and the nation armament. Only someone with a direct royal bloodline could do this. Without the nation armament's power to defend, the massive amounts of evil demon energy flowed into the old king's body and took control. Zhao Fu put away the tendrils, and the guards and the old king expressionlessly stood there like puppets. Hilary looked at her father worriedly and said to Zhao Fu, "You really didn't harm my father, right?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely do what I promised you. Now that your father is under my control, I'll return him to normal." Following this, Zhao Fu released the power that had trapped the old king's consciousness, and the old king returned to normal. He looked at the man in front of him with an unsightly expression and asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he explained, "I'm someone from the heaven-awakened world." Hearing this, the old king felt a chill in his heart. He had never thought that Zhao Fu was someone from the heaven-awakened world, and their worlds were currently at war. Zhao Fu continued to say, "Now that your daughter has become mine, if I want your daughter to become the king of Lok, it won't matter whether you agree or not. After all, I control your body and can do anything." The old king looked at Zhao Fu with an unsightly expression and said, "What's your goal?" "It's not just for my daughter to become the king of Lok." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "That's right. In the future, your Lok kingdom will belong to me, Qin." The old king was greatly shocked. Wasn't this tantamount to submitting to another world's faction? He could not accept this at all. At the same time, he felt incredibly furious and cursed at Hilary, "You unfilial daughter, you actually did such a thing. How did I give birth to a daughter like you?" Hilary felt incredibly guilty and started to sob. Zhao Fu controlled the old king again and turned to hug Hillary as he comforted her, saying, "This is the best way to deal with this. If Qin attacks, your Lok kingdom will suffer countless casualties." Hearing this, Hillary felt a bit better and hugged Zhao Fu as she asked, "What should we do next?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You can leave for now. Just leave the rest to me." Hillary nodded her head and left. Zhao Fu then controlled the king and had the three princes come to the palace. They were able to easily control them, and he had begun to control the Lok kingdom. Peak. Now that Zhao Fu controlled the four most important people in Rock Country, the next step was to deal with the lords. Because it was a feudal system, it was unknown how many lords there were. The number of lords with titles numbered in the tens of thousands. Among these lords, there was no need to care about the lesser lords. What Zhao Fu cared about were the lords with heavy military power. Some of them supported the three princes, while others remained neutral and waited for things to change. Zhao Fu wondered if he could gather them together and control them all. This way, Zhao Fu could easily control Rock Country without using Qin's military power. This would reduce unnecessary casualties, and he could hide and continue to understand this card world. After making a decision, Zhao Fu controlled the old king to summon all the lords. However, the result surprised Zhao Fu. Many lords couldn't come to the kingdom because they had something to do. Zhao Fu wondered if something had been exposed. Zhao Fu remembered that the old king had said that Rock Country was in a bad situation. It should be because the royal family was weak and couldn't suppress these lords. That was why they didn't dare to come. If it was a normal country, the king would order many lords to come. Otherwise, they would be abolished. No lord dared to not come. This was the authority of the king. The old king originally wanted to marry his daughter to the Thunder Country and use the power of the Thunder Country to suppress and weaken the lords. However, Zhao Fu ruined his plan, which was why he was so angry. This was the disadvantage of the feudal system. Zhao Fu wondered why they didn't build a centralized country so that they didn't have to worry about the danger of the lords. However, why did most people choose the feudal system? Zhao Fu thought about it. This was related to the thinking of the people in the Cocker clan world. They had to get territory to be loyal to someone. It was also related to the rules of the Cocker clan world. Without controlling these greater rulers, Zhao Fu did not dare to proclaim Hillary as queen, or else these people might use this opportunity to rebel. Now, it was clear from their attitude. The king summoned them, but they didn't come. Did they think that the old king wouldn't dare to do anything to them because they had more people? This was indeed the case. If the king didn't dare to abolish a large number of nobles, these nobles would definitely refuse to accept it and rebel. If there were too many nobles, the kingdom would be in danger of being destroyed. Zhao Fu thought for a moment and decided to control the few lords who were willing to come. Then, he ordered his men to gather the kingdom's soldiers. The faces of the lords of Rock Country changed when they heard the news. They originally thought that the old king had suddenly summoned them because of a major change. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the king to summon all the lords. But when they asked around, nothing had happened. What was the purpose of the king summoning them? Everyone was very suspicious, and after knowing that a few lords with large armies wouldn't go, they didn't go. Now that they heard that the king's army was gathering, they were even more surprised. The old king felt like he wanted to attack them. Naturally, they wouldn't just stand there and wait to be beaten. They quickly gathered their troops and prepared to defend against the kingdom's army. These were the thoughts of some of the greater lords. They had enough strength, so they were quite confident. However, some of the lesser lords were quite terrified because they did not have the strength to defend against the kingdom's army. The kingdom's army was a kingdom's most elite army, and it was much more powerful than their local armies. Seeing everyone's reactions, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile, and he planned to pick out some soldiers to act as guards. He didn't have any intention of attacking those lords. After all, they were much more powerful than the king's army, and they would be at a disadvantage. Since they didn't dare to come, Zhao Fu planned to go over. He would use touring the territory as an excuse and only bring 3,000 soldiers as guards. They wouldn't be afraid anymore. After hearing this, the various lords let out a sigh of relief. They didn't want the Kingdom of Rock to fall into chaos, as it wouldn't be beneficial to them. Their combined strength was more powerful than the kingdom's army, but they were divided into different lords, and there were conflicts and grievances between them. If the kingdom of rock fell into chaos, they wouldn't be able to unite, and they would split. The surrounding kingdoms wouldn't give up on this opportunity, and they would definitely take this opportunity to devour the kingdom of rock. When that time came, they would have nothing. Zhao Fu first brought his people to the most powerful lord, the Pharaoh family. The Pharaoh family's ancestor was one of the founding fathers of the Kingdom of Rock and had obtained a very large territory. After hundreds of years of development, they had become the most powerful lord in the Kingdom of Rock and the most threatening faction. The royal army gave off a powerful and dignified aura as they arrived at the Pharaoh family's territory. At that moment, the leader of the Pharaoh family was waiting in front of the castle with his people. His attitude was quite ordinary and didn't seem very respectful at all. It was as if he was waiting for the old king on equal footing. The leader was a dignified-looking middle-aged man. He stood there ramrod straight and looked quite ambitious. There were 3 beautiful women standing next to him. One was incredibly beautiful and had long, crimson hair. She wore a red dress, one had a mature figure and gave off a virtuous aura. She wore a dark blue dress, and one wore a white dress and gave off a gentle and quiet aura. There were also 5 or 6 young men and women standing next to them. The older ones seemed to be in their 20s, while the younger ones were only 3 or 4 years old. Most of the people around him were important members of the Philo family, as well as the guards. Zhao Fu and the old king sat within a luxurious carriage. The old king sat there like a puppet, not moving at all. Zhao Fu opened the curtains and looked at the people from the Pharaoh family. The group slowly arrived at the castle, and Zhao Fu controlled the old king to get off the carriage while he acted like a guard and followed beside him. The leader of the Pharaoh family gave a courteous smile as he said, "Your Majesty chose the Pharaoh family because you trust us. I will take you around my territory and enjoy the scenery." The old king was currently under Zhao Fu's control, but his consciousness was still in his body. He knew what was going on outside, and he became quite angry. This was because the leader of the Pharaoh family had not even bowed to him. Moreover, the Kingdom of Rock most likely belonged to the royal family, while the Pharaoh family treated the territory as their own and treated him as a guest. Zhao Fu ignored the old king's anger and controlled the old king to smile as he said, "This will be my last patrol, so I'll choose you, who I trust the most." The leader of the Pharaoh family smiled as he said, "Your Majesty, I've already prepared a banquet to welcome you. Please come, Your Majesty." The old king nodded and walked into the castle. Zhao Fu followed behind him, giving off a very ordinary aura. No one paid any attention to Zhao Fu's existence, and Zhao Fu did not say anything either. After arriving at the castle's hall, there were many tables that were a few meters long, and there was a sumptuous feast on them. Zhao Fu controlled the elderly king to sit at the head of the table, while family leader Pharaoh sat next to him. Everyone else took their seats, and soon, the hall was filled with people. Everyone looked at the elderly king. The elderly king smiled as he raised his wine cup and said, "Come. Let's drink together for Lock Kingdom." After saying this, he tilted his head back and downed the wine in his cup. Everyone else also raised their cups and downed the wine in their cups. Everyone else also raised their cups and downed the wine in their cups. The scene immediately became lively. A few people at the table were drinking and chatting. Some of them were eating meat with big mouthfuls. The elderly king also started to drink with the Pharaoh family like his friends. It had been noon, but in the blink of an eye, the crystals in the hall lit up, and a white light illuminated the hall. By now, there were already people lying on the table, and the table was littered with leftovers, making it look quite messy. The elderly king's face was completely red, and he looked as if he was about to pass out. He smiled as he drank another cup with family leader Pharaoh before collapsing on the table and snoring away. Zhao Fu had the guards beside him help the elderly king away. Family leader Pharaoh was also a bit drunk. With the help of a few guards, he and his 3 wives returned to their rooms. Soon, a man and a woman entered as well. One of them was handsome and wore a black suit, while the other was beautiful and tall. They were both in their 20s, and they were the eldest son and daughter of the Pharaoh family. Zhao Fu stealthily entered. Within the room, family leader Pharaoh sat on a chair and used his power to dissolve the wine he had drunk. The three beautiful women stood next to him. At that moment, the young man said, "Father, that elderly king is already drunk and dared to come to our territory with so few people. Why don't we imprison the elderly king in the pharaoh family and let us control Lock Kingdom?" The woman also said, "I agree with Big Brother's idea. The Lock family has controlled Lock Kingdom for hundreds of years, and Lock Kingdom is declining by the day. I think it's time for a change of leadership. Father is more suitable to be the king than that elderly king." After dispelling the alcohol, family leader Fellow returned to normal and said seriously, "Things aren't as simple as you think. Since he dared to come, he definitely made preparations. Moreover, he gathered the royal army before coming. Perhaps this is a trap." The woman in the red dress smiled as she said, "You two are still too young. This is an extremely important matter, so you can't afford to be careless. Otherwise, the entire pharaoh family could become a delicacy." The beautiful woman with the gentle and quiet temperament said, Also, this is the start of a war between the two planes. The situation is even more complicated. We have to be careful in all kinds of things. The old king has been on the throne for so long, he's definitely smarter than the two of you. I believe that this planar war is an opportunity for us, family head pharaoh. We can use other powers to weaken the kingdom's power. Also, at this time, the other kingdoms don't want to have too many wars. Don't worry, the two of you. One day, the Fellow family will definitely take over the kingdom of Lock. When that happens, the kingdom of Lock will be renamed to the kingdom of Fellow. The handsome young man and beautiful woman nodded in understanding. They had thought too simply and hadn't thought as far as their parents. The beautiful middle-aged woman in a deep blue dress smiled as she said, "All right. It's already very late now. Your father and I are going to rest. You should also rest early." The two of them nodded and prepared to leave. Jiaofu lightly laughed and walked out from the void. He looked at the Fellow family and smiled as he said, "There's no need to leave." Seeing Jiaofu suddenly appear, everyone felt quite shocked. They recognized that Jiaofu was the old king's bodyguard, and the Fellow family hurriedly said, "Kill him, we can't let him leave this room, or else the Fellow family will perish." The beautiful middle-aged woman immediately took out a card and threw it at Jiaofu. The card turned into a ray of light as it shot towards Jiaofu. A 2-meter-wide ring of light appeared around Jiaofu, giving off a powerful sealing power that locked Jiaofu's body in place. The beautiful middle-aged woman in a deep blue dress also threw out a card, which turned into countless motes of light and disappeared. Vines grew from the ground and bound Jiaofu's body. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The red-haired woman smiled as she said, "He's been bound by 2 cards. Even a normal divine realm cultivator wouldn't be able to break free, so we can relax." The Fellow family's leader stood up and looked at Jiaofu as he said coldly, "Tell me why you're here, and I'll give you a quick death." Jiaofu looked at the vines and the ring of light around him and said, "Is this the card's power? It feels quite strong, and its casting speed is quite fast." A look of anger appeared on the Fellow family's leader's face. "Didn't you hear me talking to you?" Jiaofu raised his head and lightly laughed as he looked at the Fellow family's leader. The handsome-looking young man next to him said coldly, "Father, I think he needs to be taught a lesson before he'll listen. Leave the rest to me, I'll let him know what fear feels like." The Fellow family's leader thought about it and said, "All right, as long as you don't kill him, you can do whatever you want to him. It's very likely that he knows the old emperor's goal, so we have to investigate this thoroughly. Are you sure you bound me?" Jiaofu's lips curved into a condescending smile as he looked at everyone. Hearing this, everyone felt quite startled and looked at Jiaofu. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a massive wave of power exploded out from Jiaofu's body. The vines binding Jiaofu's body instantly shattered, and the ring of light around Jiaofu's body directly collapsed. Everyone looked quite confused, they had never thought that this would happen. The Fellow family's leader said in terror, "How do you have such power?" Jiaofu smiled as he asked, "What do you think?" The Fellow family's leader's face became pale as he yelled, "Hurry and run. Notify the others, I'll stop him." The others did not hesitate and quickly ran in all directions. This was the only way to survive. A card flew to family leader Pharaoh's forehead and gave off boundless yellow light as a powerful wave of power entered family leader Pharaoh's body. Family leader Pharaoh's body erupted with yellow flames, giving off terrifying power as he rushed towards Zhao Fu. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, Zhao Fu coldly laughed as chains shot out from the air towards the people around him incredibly quickly. Everyone tried to resist, but they were completely powerless against the countless chains, and they were all bound up. The fellow family's leader was bound by the chains, and no matter how much he struggled, he could not break free at all. The others were the same. They looked at Zhao Fu in terror, not knowing how Zhao Fu was going to deal with them. The fellow family's leader struggled a few more times, but it was useless. He gave up and said, "What benefits did the king give you? I can give you 10 times as much as you spare us. If you're willing to obey me, I'll give you everything you want." Zhao Fu looked at the 3 women and smiled as he asked, "Are your 3 wives willing as well?" The handsome young man furiously cursed, "You bastard! I want you to die a horrible death." A trace of anger appeared on the fellow family's leader's face as he said, "That won't do. If you want women, I can collect them for you." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I won't tease you anymore. That king is just a puppet that I control. Now, the Lock Kingdom is mine, and you can't give me that." Everyone looked incredibly shocked. This is too shocking. The Lock Kingdom's king has been silently controlled by someone. Now, the Lock Kingdom is under a massive shadow, and no one has noticed this. The Lock Kingdom might perish because of this. The fellow family's leader looked terrified as he said, "Just who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "There's no harm in telling you. After all, you won't be able to escape from me. I'm someone from the Heaven Awakened world." Everyone was once again shocked. The Heaven Awakened world was at war with them, so why would someone from the Heaven Awakened world infiltrate here? All of the king's strange actions from before were now explained. Boom! Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of demonic energy flowed out from his palm towards the fellow family's leader and the handsome young man, easily controlling their bodies. Zhao Fu looked at the remaining 4 women. The women understood what was going to happen, and they looked both furious and afraid. The red-haired woman thought for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, "As long as we become your women, will you spare the fellow family?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "As long as you obediently obey me, I naturally won't harm the fellow family's people." The crimson-haired woman turned to look at the other 2 beautiful women and the arrogant woman as she said, "Right now, for our husband, for our children, for our loved ones, and for family leader fellow, we have no other choice." The others thought about it and nodded with a pained expression. Zhao Fu smiled and loosened the chains that bound them. He said in a commanding tone, "Come and serve me." The 4 women glared at Zhao Fu in shame and indignation, but when they thought about their families and loved ones, they still squatted under Zhao Fu and served Zhao Fu. Family leader Pharaoh and family leader Ying were about to explode with rage as they watched their own mother and wife serve a man right in front of them. They wanted nothing more than to chop Zhao Fu into minced meat so that Zhao Fu would die a horrible death. What enraged them even more was what happened next. Zhao Fu and the 4 other women were having an intense time on top of the Pharaoh family leader's bed. The 3 beautiful women and the arrogant woman became extremely lewd, and they began to moan in a humiliating manner. Their words were like sharp knives stabbing into the hearts of the Pharaoh family leader and the handsome young man. They had never thought that their wife and mother would be so shameless. They were practically prostitutes who had completely betrayed them. However, they had never thought that the 4 of them, who had been so embarrassed and angry, would become like this. The 3 beautiful women and their daughter had never thought that they would be so happy. They had already forgotten everything else and were completely immersed in it. This continued until midnight, and the Pharaoh family leader and the handsome young man felt as if their hearts were bleeding. Their wife and mother had been violated right in front of them, and it had gone on for so long. However, their bodies were bound and could not move at all. Even if they wanted to curse, they could not make a sound. After putting on the clothes, Zhao Fu hugged the 4 women. He now knew their names, Iwini, Frances, Josie, and Judy. Iwini was the beautiful woman with crimson hair. Iwini was the crimson-haired beauty, and her face was quite red as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace. She placed the Flo family's leader to the side and asked, "What's your next goal?" Zhao Fu played with the thing in front of her chest as he smiled and said, "After taking control of the Philo family leader, I'll subdue the other families and completely control the kingdom of Locke." My army will use the kingdom of Locke as a base to attack the surrounding kingdoms. Frances was the gentle-looking woman, and she said in surprise, "You're the ruler of a kingdom? You sound like you're quite powerful, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to have such terrifying power." Jiaofu lightly smiled and nodded. Josie was the gentle-looking woman, and she shyly asked, "Are you satisfied with our bodies? We can all serve you in the future, but you can't harm the Philo family or our loved ones." Jiaofu smiled as he said, "I'm very satisfied, I like people like you. As long as you're obedient, I won't harm the Philo family." Judy was Josie's daughter, the arrogant woman. She said with a red face, "Now that you've taken my body, can you be my man?" Jiaofu said, "Now that you're all my women, call me husband." Judy happily called out, "Husband." With such a powerful person and the ruler of a terrifying faction, as a man, Judy naturally felt quite happy. The three beautiful women's faces became red and they also called out. This caused the Philo family's leader to explode in anger. Not only was his wife doing it with another man in front of him, but she was also affectionately calling him husband. If it wasn't for the fact that his power was restricting his body, he would have coughed up a mouthful of blood. Were the three of them still his beloved wives? How had things become like this? Before he could think for too long, his wife's lewd voices once again sounded out from the bed. They once again started to do indescribable things with that bastard. The next morning, the sun rose over the horizon, and sunlight illuminated the land. Jiaofu stretched and got off the bed. He looked at the four women sleeping soundly and did not disturb them. He opened the door and walked out. When the female attendants saw Jiaofu walk out of the family's leader's room, they looked quite confused. However, they did not think too much about it. After all, the family's leader and young master were also inside, and it was most likely that the family's leader had something to discuss with him. However, none of them would have thought that the family's leader and young master would be lying on the ground, and their wives and young mistress would be lying on the bed. Their clothes were scattered all over the ground. After Jiaofu finished his breakfast, everyone in the room returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Jiaofu had used his power to control the Philo family's leader and the handsome young man. If he did not use his power to control them, they might go crazy and try to kill Jiaofu. Following this, Jiaofu gave the three beautiful women some instructions before taking his people and leaving the Philo family's territory, heading to the next family's territory. Peak. 2 days later, Jiaofu had subdued two of the biggest lords and was about to head to the next one. At this time, news came from the royal palace, saying that the Thunder Nation had sent an envoy, asking when the princess would be married off. Hearing this, Jiaofu lightly laughed and had no intention of going back. He had someone reply, "The princess is not getting married, the marriage is cancelled." Now that Hillary was Jiaofu's woman, how could he let her marry someone else? Moreover, Hillary didn't want to marry him. Of course, the order was given by Jiaofu, who was controlling the old king. After the guard received the order, he quickly returned and passed on the message to the messenger of the Thunder Nation. When the messenger of Thunder Nation heard that Locke Nation broke the engagement, he went back with an ugly expression. After hearing about this, the Thunder Kingdom's royal family flew into a rage. This was because the two kingdoms had already discussed the marriage, and they were prepared to marry the princess of Locke Kingdom. However, now that they had broken the agreement, the Thunder Kingdom had lost a lot of face. Moreover, they had wanted to use the princess of Rock Country to intervene in Rock Country, but now their plan could be said to have failed completely. The king of the Thunder Kingdom was a middle-aged man with a coarse beard. He sat on the throne and said angrily, "Since the Rock Kingdom dares to break the promise, we'll teach them a lesson." The ministers didn't have any objections and supported the Thunder Kingdom's decision. This time, no matter what, they had to cede a portion of Bylock Kingdom's territory. The Thunder Nation immediately gathered their troops and declared war on the Locke Nation. After hearing about this, the lords of Locke Country started to panic. The Thunder Country was much more powerful than their Locke Country, and Locke Country was already in a bad situation. If they fought, Locke Country would most likely lose. If the Kingdom of Rock lost, they could only admit defeat and cede a large amount of territory and wealth. Their interests would be greatly affected. If Rock Country was destroyed, then the lords would have nothing. The lords hurriedly rushed to the palace. After hearing about this, Jiaofu was quite surprised. He had never thought that the Thunder Kingdom would suddenly attack the Rock Kingdom, so he immediately returned to the palace. Zhao Fu controlled the old king to sit on the throne while Zhao Fu stood beside him. Below him stood the various lords. Before, they hadn't been willing to come, but now that something big had happened, they all ran over. They spoke one after another. "Your Majesty, please take back your decision and marry the princess to the prince of the Thunder Nation. That way, we can have peace and avoid war. Your Majesty, please think for the sake of the Rock Nation and your people. Marry the princess to the Thunder Nation. Rock Nation doesn't want war. Your Majesty, we were in the wrong this time. We shouldn't have broken off the engagement. It's understandable that the Thunder Nation is angry. We should take the princess and some treasures to ask for peace. I'm sure the Thunder Nation won't mind. King, this time, you have to listen to us. Right now, Rock Nation is in a very bad situation. They can't defeat Thunder Nation. You can't let Rock Nation suffer because of your daughter. Yeah. You can't let the princess be so willful. As the princess of Rock Country, she should sacrifice herself for Rock Country. From now on, she will be the hero of Rock Country and will receive our respect. They are all right. Your Majesty, please make a decision quickly. Otherwise, it'll be too late for the Thunder Nation to attack." Hillary, who was clad in armor, looked at these lords angrily. These lords claimed that they were doing this for the Rock Nation, but they were mainly thinking about their own interests. If they all liked Rock Nation so much, then Rock Nation would not be like this. The king had given the order for them to come to the palace, but a large group of people had been unwilling. Now, they still had the face to force her to marry the Thunder Nation's prince. Hillary felt quite angry, but she did not say anything. She turned to look at the cloaked man. He would take care of this matter, and she trusted him. Seeing Hillary look at him, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he looked down at the lords trying to persuade the old king as he said, "That's enough. All of you, stop." The lords looked quite displeased because even the king had not spoken to them like this, yet this guard dared to speak to him like this. An arrogant young man berated, "Who are you? Do you think this is a place for you to speak without any rules?" Zhao Fu looked at this young man and did not seem angry at all. He smiled as he said, "Since you love Rock Nation so much, now is the time for you to make contributions. I don't need to find you all." Hearing this, everyone felt quite confused and did not understand what Zhao Fu meant. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive evil and dark aura flooded out like a tidal wave, inundating the lords. The lords felt quite startled and their bodies felt cold, as well as a wave of terror. Swish, 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 countless pale white roots grew out of Zhao Fu's body, giving off an evil power as they rapidly stretched towards the lords. The lords looked terrified and wanted to run, but facing the pale white roots, they were unable to resist at all. They were all wrapped up by the pale white roots, and massive amounts of demonic power flowed into them. The lords were quickly controlled by Zhao Fu without much resistance, as Zhao Fu was far more powerful than them. Following this, Zhao Fu withdrew the pale white roots, and the lords stood there like puppets. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "Go back and gather all of your forces." The lords obeyed and turned to leave. Hillary looked at the man in front of her in shock. Ordinary people would not be able to take control of Rock Nation so easily. "What should we do now?" Hillary smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu and asked. Zhao Fu went up and hugged her as he said, "Gather all of our forces to fight against Thunder Nation. I want to see how your card world fights." Hillary's face became red. This was the first time she had been hugged by a man in front of so many people. Now that Zhao Fu had taken control of Rock Nation, she did not resist and leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace, but Thunder Nation has a great advantage, and Rock Nation will most likely lose. Zhao Fu smiled confidently as he said, "With me here, Rock Nation won't lose." Hillary trusted Zhao Fu and smiled as she nodded. Following this, all of Rock Nation's forces gathered on the city walls. There were 500 million Stage 2 soldiers in total, while Thunder Nation sent out 800 million Stage 2 soldiers to attack. They had 300 million more soldiers than Rock Nation. Most importantly, their morale and strength were slightly higher than Rock Nation's. If they really fought, Rock Nation would not have an advantage and would most likely lose. Zhao Fu stood on the city walls and hugged Hillary as he looked at Thunder Nation's army, looking incredibly confident. Peak. The people from the Thunder Kingdom looked quite confused. They had thought that they would see the King of Lok, but they had never thought that it would be a man wearing a cloak. Moreover, he was hugging Gila, who should have been married to the Thunder Kingdom's princess. This was a public humiliation to the Thunder Kingdom. The Thunder Kingdom's crown prince was a well-built young man. Seeing his woman being hugged by another man, he looked quite furious and said, "Royal father. This time, we'll make the Lok Kingdom pay a heavy price." The Thunder Kingdom's king looked quite furious and nodded before looking at Zhao Fu and asking, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu replied, "I'm the king of the Lok Kingdom and the princess man." The people from the Thunder Kingdom looked quite confused. How could such a large kingdom like the Lok Kingdom suddenly have a new king? It seemed that it was this person's decision to break off the engagement. The Thunder Kingdom's king said coldly, "Since you've made such a decision, you should know the consequences." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Thunder Kingdom's king felt quite furious. There was nothing else he could say, he had to use force to subdue this person. As such, the Thunder Kingdom's king gave the order to attack. Boom! Countless soldiers wearing violet armor gave off a massive aura as they flooded towards the city walls, their aura shaking the surroundings. Because Zhao Fu did not understand how to fight in the card world, he gave the command to Gila, who was also a general. Gila stood in front of the city walls and ordered the archers to prepare. The archers drew their bows and aimed at the Thunder Kingdom's soldiers. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as arrows containing immense force shot out, drawing arcs in the air and shooting towards the Thunder Kingdom's soldiers like raindrops. The Thunder Kingdom's soldiers at the front released cards from their bodies and floated in front of them, giving off boundless light and forming massive rectangular shields of light. Bang, bang. Bang, one arrow after another slammed into the shield of light, causing a series of sounds to ring out. The shield of light blocked almost all of the arrows, and only a few cracks appeared on it. The Thunder Nation's army continued to charge towards the city walls. Some of the people in the middle took out cards, which turned into countless motes of light that covered the soldiers. The soldiers' bodies actually flew up and quickly flew towards the city walls. On the Lok Kingdom's side, they also took out cards and threw them forwards. The cards turned into streams of water that contained immense power as they rushed towards the Thunder Kingdom's side. The massive impact of the water not only sent some of the soldiers flying back, but it also shattered some of the light shields and sent the soldiers flying back, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Lei Minghua took out many cards and tossed them forward. One by one, the cards turned into bolts of lightning that flashed through the air and flew forward. On the Country of Rock's side, cards flew out one after another, giving off countless rays of watery light that spread out in all directions, forming a huge watery barrier that covered the defensive wall. Crackle, bolts of lightning smashed against the defensive barrier, causing sparks to fly everywhere and massive sounds could be heard. However, the defensive barrier was able to block all of the lightning. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a group of 1,000,000 cavalrymen wearing violet armor and riding large horses rushed out from the side, giving off a massive aura as they quickly rushed towards the city walls. Cavalry Corps. Zhao Fu's gaze was focused on an army. He had heard from Hillary that the power of cavalry corps in the card world was incredibly terrifying and was not something that ordinary soldiers could compare to. It was said that knights could obtain territory and become a lord, and knights were a symbol of honor and status in the card world. Cavalry corps was made up of knights, and each of them had extraordinary power. The card world's laws also gave them some region power, and their equipment and horses were all developed and nurtured by the kingdom. Each piece of equipment was incredibly valuable. Cavalry corps formed like this naturally had terrifying power, and they were the most powerful type of army in the card world. They were usually controlled by kingdoms, as this could affect the direction of a kingdom. The cavalrymen quickly rushed towards the city wall, their bodies giving off countless violet arcs of lightning. Each of the violet arcs of lightning gave off terrifying power, and the arcs of lightning linked together to form massive arcs of lightning. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Purple lightning covered the surroundings, causing the soldiers' hairs to stand on end. The ground gave off many arcs of lightning, and some places were charred black and cracked. That power seemed to be able to destroy the world. After the violet arcs of lightning formed, the cavalrymen's speed increased by 10 or so times. They were like massive bolts of lightning that struck the defensive barrier in an instant. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as countless violet arcs of lightning spread out. A shockwave spread out, causing the defensive barrier to instantly collapse. The city wall violently trembled, and that terrifying aura caused everyone's bodies to instinctively tremble. After the shockwaves dissipated, there was a massive dent in the city wall, and a massive hole had almost been smashed into the city wall. At that moment, the cavalrymen turned their horses around and ran back, preparing to once again charge. Zhao Fu looked at this scene in shock. This cavalry corps' power was indeed monstrous. Even the attacks of 100 million Stage 2 soldiers would not be able to break through the barrier, but it had been instantly shattered by a cavalry corps of 1 million cavalrymen, and the city wall had almost collapsed. Hillary's face became pale, and she immediately ordered the archers to attack the returning cavalrymen. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as arrows containing immense power and a massive aura shot towards the cavalry corps. Crackle, all of the cavalrymen gave off violet light, forming a formless electric field. As the arrows flew over, their bodies gave off arcs of lightning before shattering and falling to the ground. The Thunder Kingdom's people gave off a trace of a smile. This battle was quite beneficial to them. If the Lock Kingdom could still retaliate, that would be for the best. Otherwise, they might just destroy the Lock Kingdom. When that time came, they would properly humiliate that person and trample the entire Lock Kingdom beneath their feet, making them suffer the consequences of offending the Thunder Kingdom. The Thunder Nation's crown prince stared at Hillary. After defeating the Rock Nation, he would kill all the men of the Rock Nation's royal family and bring the women back to his palace. He definitely wouldn't let Hillary off, he would make her regret it. Swish, 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 by now, the Thunder Kingdom's army had reached the city wall, and arrows containing immense force shot towards the city wall. The Lock Kingdom could only raise their shields to block the countless arrows. Peek! Cards appeared in front of Thunder Nation's soldiers, turning into motes of light that surrounded them. The soldiers quickly flew up the city walls and started to fight with Lock's soldiers. Apart from bringing out ladders to scale the city walls, the soldiers on the ground also used many cards. Vines that were as thick as arms madly grew all the way to the top of the city walls, and the soldiers could use these vines to rush up the city walls. On the city walls, Lock's soldiers vigorously counterattacked. They took out cards and countless traces of water vapor formed balls of water, shooting down Thunder Nation's soldiers. They shot out sharp arrows, piercing through Thunder Nation's soldiers, causing blood to fly everywhere and cries to continuously sound out. Thunder Nation's soldiers also ferociously attacked, and their soldiers continuously rushed up the city walls. Arrows pierced through Lock's soldiers' bodies, and arcs of lightning struck the city walls, electrocuting many Lock soldiers. Both sides fought intensely, causing the scene to fall into chaos. Cries continuously sounded out as blood flew everywhere, and a terrifying aura shook the surroundings. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the cavalry corps once again gave off a terrifying aura as they rushed towards the city walls. Hillary turned to look at Zhao Fu. Now that the Crow Kingdom was in a disadvantageous situation, she could only see if Zhao Fu had the ability to turn the situation around. Facing her gaze, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a domineering smile and flew forwards, appearing in the air in front of the cavalrymen. Seeing Zhao Fu appear, the cavalry corps commander understood that he was most likely very powerful, or else he would not dare to block in front of them. The cavalry corps commander coldly roared and sent power into his spear. Countless arcs of lightning flew out. The other cavalrymen also sent power into their spears, causing countless arcs of lightning to appear as a powerful wave of lightning spread out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the cavalry corps commander vigorously stabbed towards Zhao Fu with his spear, causing a massive violet lightning bolt to fly towards Zhao Fu with terrifying power. It seemed to be able to shatter the heavens, and the violet light illuminated the surroundings. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand. An Emperor Heaven Realm power flowed out of his palm, forming a black semicircular barrier that gave off a powerful aura. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the purple lightning struck the barrier, causing it to shatter. The purple lightning turned into countless arcs of electricity and dissipated. The power that this cavalry corps released was much greater than that of ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts. Ordinary weaker Emperor Heaven Realm experts would not be able to stop this cavalry corps at all. As the strongest soldier type in the card world, it was truly terrifying. However, after meeting Xiao Fu today, the situation immediately changed. All of the cavalrymen were stunned. They had never thought that Xiao Fu would be able to block their attack so easily. This person's strength was terrifying. Boom! While they were still in a daze, Xiao Fu pushed out with one hand, and a massive force slammed into the cavalry corps, sending the 100,000 cavalrymen flying back and causing blood to leak out of their mouths. Xiao Fu did not want the Rock Kingdom to suffer too many casualties, so he did not waste any more time. He spread out his hands, and his eyes flashed with an evil blood-red light as he said in a cold and evil voice, "Now, feel the fear." Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and countless pale white roots grew out from the ground. They spread out in all directions and rapidly pierced into the ground, causing the ground to crack continuously. Countless roots continuously grew and covered the ground, and some attacked the Thunder Kingdom's soldiers in the surroundings. They wrapped around their bodies and devoured all of their power, and their bodies were absorbed by the roots like water. A boundless evil and dark aura flooded out like a heaven-toppling flood, and no one could stop it. Under this aura, countless people felt extreme terror. It was not just the Thunder Kingdom's soldiers who stared at this scene in terror, the Rock Kingdom's soldiers also looked terrified, and their bodies trembled. The countless roots continued to madly grow, and a massive branch grew out, giving off a shocking aura as it stretched towards the sky. A few sword-shaped leaves grew out, and it only stopped growing after reaching 10,000 meters. A massive black flower bud started to grow at the top and slowly blossomed. Boundless demonic light spread out, covering the heavens and earth. The sky darkened, as if all of the light had been devoured, becoming jet black. A massive blood-red star giving off a faint blood-red light and giving off world-suppressing power slowly appeared in the sky, giving off an enchanting aura. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red star exploded out with countless traces of blood-red aura, which flowed towards the countless people on the ground. Traces of blood-red aura entered the Thunder Kingdom's soldiers' bodies. The Thunder Kingdom's soldiers felt a massive wave of dark and evil power enter them, and their bodies froze as their eyes danced with a blood-red light. The Thunder Kingdom's soldiers in the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers were controlled by Xiao Fu, and there were nearly 10 million of them. After being controlled by Xiao Fu, they were like puppets as they quickly rushed towards the Thunder Kingdom's soldiers. Arg! Pained cries continuously sounded out as blood flew everywhere. The Thunder Kingdom's soldiers were killed one by one because the Thunder Kingdom's soldiers under Xiao Fu's control were not only stronger than before, but they did not fear death at all. They did not have any emotions and only knew how to kill. What Xiao Fu had unleashed was the evil flower bewitching world. This was the first time that Xiao Fu had unleashed the evil flower bewitching world. Back in the Heaven Awakened world, he had been worried that his identity would be exposed, so he had not used it. Other worlds, such as the Outer World and Alchemy World, greatly countered the evil flower bewitching world, so Xiao Fu had not unleashed it. However, there were no restrictions in this card world. The nearby cavalrymen's bodies gave off formless electric fields, blocking the blood-red aura and preventing them from being controlled by the evil flower bewitching world. However, looking at the demon-like person in front of the evil flower bewitching world, they felt immense terror and did not dare to become enemies with Xiao Fu. Seeing this scene, the Thunder Kingdom's king's expression was quite unsightly and shocked. Seeing the Thunder Kingdom's soldiers continuously die, the Thunder Kingdom's king hurriedly gave the order to retreat. The Thunder Kingdom's soldiers also looked terrified as they quickly retreated. This was the first time they had felt such terror, and it was because of a single person. The Rock Kingdom's soldiers also looked incredibly shocked, and they inwardly rejoiced that they were this person's subordinates. This person was simply too terrifying, and he was not in existence that they could contend against. He could create a disaster by himself. Hillary was also incredibly shocked. Now that she had personally witnessed Xiao Fu's true power, no wonder he was so confident. She now felt immense admiration towards Xiao Fu. The Thunder Kingdom's soldiers finally retreated, and Xiao Fu controlled them to chase after them for a while before stopping. Xiao Fu put away the evil spirit abyss flower and the surroundings returned to normal. However, the Thunder Nation soldiers did not return to normal because the evil spirit Qi had already entered their minds and taken control of their bodies. However, because he lacked the evil spirit bewitching world's buffs, Zhao Fu could not control so many soldiers and could only affect them. Out of the 10 million Thunder Nation soldiers that had been controlled, only 3 million or so remained, and they stood there in a daze. Locke's countless soldiers could not help but cheer. They had won this battle and defeated the stronger Thunder Nation. They no longer had to worry about the Thunder Nation destroying Locke. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and returned to the city walls as he said to Hillary, "How was it?" "I didn't lie to you. I said that with me here, Locke won't lose." Hillary smiled and nodded, "You're so powerful." Zhao Fu went up and hugged Hillary as he smiled and said, "Let's go back to the palace. Locke is now under my control, and we need to deal with the aftermath." Following this, Zhao Fu brought Hillary back to the palace. The various rulers' armies returned to their territories, but the other rulers also returned to the palace. Zhao Fu wanted to make Hillary the queen and have her control over Locke. Now that almost all of the rulers were under Zhao Fu's control, no one had any objections. As for the enfeoffment system, Zhao Fu could not solve it immediately because the enfeoffment system was deeply rooted in everyone's minds. Moreover, the card world had always been an enfeoffment system. Even though Zhao Fu controlled all of the rulers, if he abolished the enfeoffment system, the kingdom would fall into chaos, so he could not rush this matter. After the coronation ceremony, Hillary wore a golden crown and sat on the throne, giving off a kingly aura. The other rulers were still under her control and respectfully stood there. At the front stood 4 people, Hillary's father and 3 big brothers. Zhao Fu did as Hillary said and did not control the 4 of them for now. Now that they had regained control of their bodies, their faces were pale and unsightly as they furiously looked at Hillary. Hillary smiled as she said, "Father. Big brothers. As my family, I will not harm you. Right now, you have no choice but to acknowledge me. Otherwise, you will always be in a state of being controlled." The old king looked at Zhao Fu and sighed, "Now that things have come to this, I recognize you as the king of Rock Country. I hope that you will lead Rock Country to prosperity." Rock Country was already under the control of Zhao Fu, and he himself was also under the control of Zhao Fu. Even if he objected, it would be useless. Moreover, with the help of Zhao Fu, they had defeated the powerful Thunder Country, and he knew how powerful Zhao Fu was. Perhaps submitting to Zhao Fu wasn't a bad thing. It might even make Rock Country stronger. As long as Rock Country became stronger, he could accept Rock Country submitting to someone else. After getting her father's approval, Hillary also revealed a happy smile. Her big brother's expression was cold and he did not say anything. It was evident that he was an extremely ambitious person and did not want to be an ordinary prince without any power. Her second big brother looked at Hillary hatefully and did not say anything. However, he already wanted to kill this little sister of his. No matter who tried to steal his things, they had to die. Her third big brother did not want to be the king and smiled as he said, "Fourth sister. Second big brother believes that you will be a good king and will make Rock Country powerful." Hillary smiled as she said, "Thank you, third big brother." She then looked at her big brother and second big brother and said, "Big brother, second big brother, since you're not willing to acknowledge me, I can only deal with you accordingly. Don't blame me, and I won't let my husband control you. In the future, you will stay in the palace." The big brother and second big brother inwardly let out a sigh of relief and did not dare to say anything else. If they angered Hillary and allowed Zhao Fu to control them, they would always be puppets, which would be worse than death. Moreover, as long as they could control their own bodies, they might have a chance in the future. Hillary looked at her father and third big brother and smiled as she said, "Father and third big brother, your statuses will still be the same as before, I won't mistreat you." The old king and third big brother smiled and nodded. News of Hillary becoming the new queen quickly spread to the surrounding kingdoms. Now, they all knew that Rock Country had an incredibly terrifying person who could defeat an entire kingdom by himself. They all knew about the war between Thunder Kingdom and Rock Country. Thunder Kingdom had lost more than 100 million soldiers, which was a massive loss. They had 800 million soldiers in total, and the kingdom had entered a state of emergency to defend against Rock Country's attack. Now that Rock Country had received the help of such a terrifying person, they started to feel afraid. As such, they all wanted to maintain good relations with Lok country and sent messengers to congratulate them. Lok country's status in the surrounding kingdoms also rose, and it was an incredibly terrifying kingdom that could not be easily offended. Jiaofu did not care about these things. Now that he had personally witnessed a war in the card world, he felt that he could not underestimate it. They could use all sorts of cards, and the cavalry corps' strength was quite terrifying. Just 1 million cavalry had such an effect. If it was 10 million or 100 million, Jiaofu felt that he would not be able to defend against them. They could also be said to be terrifying killing machines on the battlefield. They were unscrupulous and unstoppable machines. If someone did not know better and fought with the cavalry corps in the card world, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the cavalry corps had stats that countered large creatures. When facing creatures that were hundreds or thousands of meters long, they would be able to suppress these large creatures, and they would also be able to deal great damage. A group of 10 or so cavalry could deal with a creature that was hundreds of meters long, and a group of 100 cavalry could kill a creature that was 1,000 meters long. A group of 1,000 cavalry could kill a creature that was 10,000 meters long. If they used the cavalry corps to deal with a group of beasts, they would have a greater chance of winning. In the past, all of the worlds had large creatures, such as the godly world, underworld, heaven-awakened world, and alchemy world. Because of their massive bodies, their defenses, life force, and strength were much greater than ordinary people's, and they could cause monstrous destruction. They could kill large numbers of enemies on the battlefield, and each of them was like a fortress. Every kingdom placed great importance on them, and if they had the ability, they would greatly nurture them. On all of the battlefields, there were large creatures, and if there were no large creatures on the battlefield, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. The destructive power of a large group of large creatures could affect the entire battle and could even decide the outcome of a battle. In fact, after the heaven-awakened world became a kingdom, it would gain the ability to nurture large creatures, and every kingdom would have large creatures. Qin also had many large creatures, such as giant wolves, giant spiders, wyverns, large devil beasts, large aquatic beasts. They were very useful on the battlefield, and they were a big advantage for Qin. However, once they participated in the card world's battles, this advantage could become a disadvantage. Cavalry corps could suppress these large creatures, and most cavalry corps would win unless they used numbers to suppress them. Now that the card world's advantage was revealed, it was not as simple as it seemed. In the future, when fighting against the card world, Jiaofu had to be careful. They would not be easy to deal with. Lok also had its own cavalry corps, but because it was a defensive battle, the cavalry corps could not go out to fight by themselves. Jiaofu decided to research the cavalry corps in the card world. If Qin had a cavalry corps like this, they would be able to suppress the large creatures of the various worlds. Following this, Jiaofu went to the cavalry corps. "Greetings, sir." A group of 10 or so cavalrymen respectfully bowed to Jiaofu. They had been on the city walls at that time and knew how terrifying Jiaofu's power was. They also knew that Lok was now under his control, so they were very respectful and excited towards Jiaofu. Jiaofu smiled and nodded as he looked at them. They were all wearing blue armor and holding blue spears and blue swords at their waists. They also had 3 blue rings, a blue pendant, and a blue command medallion at their waists. These pieces of equipment were all water attributed, and they gave off treasure lights and powerful auras. They seemed to be made from top-quality water-attributed materials. Let alone cavalrymen, even ordinary people would have great power if they wore these pieces of equipment. The soldiers in front of him were not ordinary stage 2 soldiers, but stage 4 soldiers. Jiaofu had people take out a set of cavalry equipment for him to study. He found that these pieces of equipment all had different attributes. What they were wearing was not ordinary equipment but a type of relic. Compared to equipment, relic had a certain spirituality and some special abilities, and not everyone could use them. They were all created using the card world's unique methods, and other worlds could not create such relic. Perhaps this was because of the card world's source power and laws. Every world had its own source power. The outer world had chaos power, the alchemy world had alchemy factions, and the heaven-awakened world had heaven-awakened spirit power. Now that Jiaofu controlled Lok, he could study the forging methods. However, if he used the card world's materials to create equipment, he would not be able to use it. This was because the world origin energy laws conflicted with the world origin energy laws. It would take a lot of time to resolve the conflict. This relic looked at the relic. This set of treasures had many pieces, including armor, helmets, boots, gloves, weapons, rings, pendants, and tokens. They were all made of blue metal and had ripples carved on them. There was even a fish carved on the armor. The totem of crow was a spiritual fish. They all looked good and not ugly. They were all made of blue metal, and there were ripples engraved on them. There was also a fish engraved on the armor. The totem of Locke was a spirit fish, and they all looked quite good. The power that a relic gave off was much more powerful than the individual relic, and it increased all of its power. They had special names. The weapons were called water spirit weapons, and they had powerful attack attributes. The armor was called water spirit tools, and they had powerful defense attributes. The 3 blue rings were water ring power, water ring speed, and water ring recovery. The first was to increase power, the second was to increase speed, and the third was to increase recovery speed. The pendant was a blue, heart-shaped crystal tied to a thin string. It was called the water pendant, and not only could it increase water-attributed power, but it also had a water-attributed protective power. If there was any danger, the pendant would release a wave of water attribute power to defend. The last piece was a command medallion. There were many ripples engraved on it, and the word Locke was written on it. It was called Water Spirit Medallion. It allowed the rider's power and thoughts to be connected with the horse. Not only could the rider obtain the horse's power, but they could also obtain the horse's life force. When the rider's thoughts were connected, the rider would know what the horse was thinking, and the horse would know what the rider was thinking. Both parties could communicate well, and they could play a greater role. It also had a storage function. It could store the horse in the command medallion, and it could be released when needed. These were the attributes of the relic. The weapons increased attack power, the armor increased defense, and the accessories increased support attributes. Right now, this set of artifacts was only a mid-level artifact. This type of artifact was split into 6 types. The first type was low-level artifacts, which were usually made from low-level materials. They were usually used by weaker forces in the outer regions, and their power was the weakest. The second type was the medium relic, which was made with more precious medium relic. It was usually used by the middle regions, and some of the stronger factions in the outer regions had it too. It was stronger than the low relic. The third type was the high relic, which was made with extremely precious materials. It was usually used in the central regions, and some of the stronger factions in the middle regions also had it. It was stronger than the medium relic. The fourth type was the king-grade relic, which was made with top-grade materials in the card world. It was much stronger than the previous 3 types, and it had a king's power. The most powerful factions in the card world would have a king-grade cavalry corps. The fifth type was the emperor-grade relic, which was made with rare top-grade materials in the card world. It was stronger than the previous 4 types, and it had a king's power. There were very few factions in the card world that had emperor-grade cavalry corps, and it was rare to see them. The last type was the emperor-grade relic, which was made with the most precious materials in the card world. It was many times stronger than the previous 5 types, and it was the most precious relic in the card world. It had powerful emperor's power. In the card world, the emperor-grade cavalry corps were legendary cavalry, and almost no one had seen them before. However, they had left behind many terrifying legends in the card world. It was said that a group of emperor-grade cavalry corps could kill a celestial. Their power was terrifying to the extreme, and they could destroy the heavens and earth. It seemed that there were no factions in the card world that had them. Every grade of spirit artifact had a different forging method. Low-grade forging methods could only forge low-grade spirit artifacts, while intermediate-grade forging methods could only forge intermediate-grade spirit artifacts. As for overlord-grade spirit artifacts, it required the best forging techniques in the card world. This was because the cavalry regiment had powerful equipment, which was a huge advantage. The reason why the cavalry was so powerful was also related to the cavalry itself. As mentioned before, the cavalry of the card world was not the same as the cavalry of other worlds. The card world could be called the world of knights. As long as one became a knight, one could become a lord. Knights were also a symbol of honor and status. Their status was much higher than that of knights in other worlds. Not only did various countries nurture their own knights, but countless people also trained hard in order to become an outstanding knight. This provided a large number of candidates. Everyone in the cavalry regiment was selected from countless people. Not only were they talented, but they were also very determined. With the support of a country's resources, their cultivation would grow very quickly. This explained why the Thunder Country's basic army was Phase 2, but the cavalry regiment was Phase 4. Other than the cavalry, the next was the knight profession. A talented knight with a set of relics could not be considered a member of the cavalry regiment. They could only be considered a powerful knight. The reason why the cavalry regiment possessed such terrifying strength was largely due to the knight profession. When a country was established in the card world, there would be a place for the knight profession change. Once you entered, you would become a knight. You would have the power of the knight profession and the power of the region's lord. On the other hand, it also showed that the knight regiment was something exclusive to the country. Without becoming a country's power, there was no way to have their own cavalry regiment. Zhao Fu went to the Lock Kingdom's knight profession change hall, where the cavalry corps was stationed. It was a platform made of white bricks and was about 1 meter tall. There were 3 stone steps around it, and it was 10 or so meters wide. There were 4 3-meter-tall stone tablets around the platform. They were distributed in 4 directions. Each stone tablet had a knight carved on it. It gave off a heavy aura. The profession change here was not for a single person. One also needed to bring a horse to become a member of the cavalry regiment. Zhao Fu called over a soldier and brought a horse to the center of the profession change platform. As the most important thing for the cavalry, the horse would definitely not be ordinary. The horse that the country of Rock chose was a type of water scale horse that lived in the wetlands. It was not very tall and had blue scales. Its tail was slender like a rat's tail. A water scale horse would normally have a type 3 strength when it matured, and its attribute was water. This was because the cavalrymen of a cavalry corps could fuse with their horse's power, and the cavalrymen could also obtain the horse's life force. The more powerful the horses were, the more helpful they would be to the cavalrymen. It was best if the 2 cavalrymen and horses had the same attributes to avoid conflicts when fusing. Moreover, there was no rule that the cavalrymen's mounts had to be horses. Other creatures could also be used as replacements, such as wild boars, goats, black cows, and so on. As long as it could be ridden, it could be used as a mount for a cavalry regiment. Therefore, there were all kinds of cavalry regiments in the card world, such as the Eagle Cavalry Regiment, the Tiger Cavalry Regiment, and even the Dragon Cavalry Regiment. It was best if the mount's strength did not surpass the rider's. If the mount was too powerful, the rider would not be able to suppress it, and accidents would easily occur. By the way, Hillary was also a member of the cavalry regiment. The 12 female cavalrymen who followed her were also members of the cavalry regiment. There was also a small cavalry regiment of a few hundred people. Cavalry armies naturally had ranks, and there was a limit to the number of people, but there was no limit to the number of armies. When a kingdom was established, it had the right to establish a cavalry regiment. They could establish all kinds of cavalry regiments, but they could only have 100,000 people. This was because the strength of a cavalry regiment came from the kingdom, and it consumed the kingdom's power. If there were too many people, the kingdom would be greatly affected, and it might even fall into a weakened state. The higher the kingdom's rank, the higher the cavalry regiment's rank would be, and the more people they would have. Zhao Fu continued to look at the soldier on the platform. He led the water scale horse to the center of the platform, and the 4 stone steels started to give off different kinds of lights as a massive aura spread out. Boom! 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 4 explosions sounded out as the 4 stone steels shot out 4 rays of light towards the soldier at the center, forming a square orb of light that covered the soldier and the water scale horse. After a while, the square orb of light continuously shrank before disappearing, and the soldier and the water scale horse appeared with a blue mark on their foreheads. The mark was like a river that gave off a blue light before disappearing. Now, not only had the soldier become a cavalryman, but the water scale horse had also obtained a large amount of power. With this power, the water scale horse's growth speed would become faster, and its strength would also become stronger. It also had some special abilities. Zhao Fu was now a person from the heaven-awakened world, so he could not become a cavalryman. As such, he could only find out about this through other people. Zhao Fu asked the soldiers who had just changed professions to lead the horses in front of him and looked at their stats. The first feeling he had was that the soldier and the horse's aura were connected. The horse had the soldier's aura, and the soldier had the horse's aura. It was as if they were in a symbiotic relationship. If the cavalryman's horse died, it would greatly affect the cavalryman. Even though it was impossible for the cavalryman to die, his strength would definitely decrease. The second feeling was that both of them had obtained a portion of Regent's power, which was called Lord's power. Normally, only a lord could wield this power, but now, both of them had obtained it. Lord's power was a high-grade power, and after obtaining this power, both the cavalryman and the horse had great potential. If they grew up, they would not be any weaker than a true lord's power. Next were the abilities they possessed. The first ability was the most basic ability of a cavalryman. Every cavalryman could form a cavalryman corps, and their strength and life force would become one. They were like war machines made from all sorts of parts, and they could unleash powerful destructive power. They also had powerful defensive abilities, and when they suffered heavy damage, the damage would be distributed among all of the cavalrymen. The second ability was that cavalrymen had the ability to gather a region's power. When they were in their own country's territory, the region's power that they gathered would be the most powerful. The region's power would flow into the cavalrymen's bodies, greatly increasing their strength. The third ability was called deterrence. When the cavalrymen charged, their aura would increase by many times, causing the enemy to feel fear and panic. The fourth ability was Luo River, which was an attack skill for cavalrymen. Countless cavalrymen's power would gather together, forming a ferocious river that attacked the enemy. The fifth ability was River Snake, which was an attack skill for cavalrymen. Countless cavalrymen's power would gather into a massive water snake, which could cause terrifying destruction. The sixth type was the River Spirit. When the cavalry of Rock Country was near a river or a body of water, their strength would be enhanced because the power of water would be integrated into their bodies. Next were some offensive and defensive moves. These moves could be inherited by the country, and they were very powerful. For example, the attack of Luo River was the most famous move of Rock Country, and it was also the strongest move of the cavalry of Rock Country. Various kinds of moves could also be created by the cavalry. It depended on what kind of move the cavalry could create. It could be very strong, or it could be very weak. The leader of the cavalry was the soul of the cavalry. He must have outstanding talent and the ability to gather other people. What kind of cavalry could exert terrible power? If the leader of the cavalry was a weak person who was afraid of death, the combat power of the cavalry would be very weak and could be easily defeated. This was the information about the cavalry. Zhao Fu felt that it was not difficult to solve. He just needed to master the corresponding rules of the card world. Now, the rules of the chaos world and the alchemy world had been studied by Zhao Fu. The benefits of the alchemy world's rules were great. It allowed Qin to have the philosopher's stone, the mechanical wyvern, and the mechanical blood mosquito. They played a big role for Qin. In the card world, besides the powerful cavalry, another big advantage was the ability to create cards. There were all kinds of strange cards that were difficult to deal with. If Qin also had this ability, it would be of great help to Qin in the future. Although Zhao Fu controlled Rock Country and had the conditions to create cards, the key was that ordinary Qin's soldiers could not use these cards. This was very difficult to solve because the card ability was born with the talent of the card race. Zhao Fu could crack the card race's card ability by deciphering the alchemy power of the alchemy race. But the reason why everything in the card world could be card was because of the power of the card world. The power and rules of the card world permeated every item. By displaying this card ability, one could turn an item into a card. The power and rules of other worlds were different from the card world. Even if Zhao Fu cracked the card ability, Qin couldn't use it in other worlds. He could only use it in the card world. Zhao Fu pondered whether he should let Qin's soldiers enter the card world at this time. They could build a base in the card world first, and then start to attack the card world. They could also study the various things in the card world. But if Qin enters the card world now, he won't get any benefits. As soon as he enters the card world, everyone will be on guard and attack Qin together. It would be best if he could suddenly enter the card world and take the opportunity to attack some country, catching them off guard and making them defenseless. As such, there was no need to rush into the card world and gather information here first. Zhao Fu smiled. He returned to the palace of Rock Nation and ordered people to gather information from all sides. This was the central region of the card world, and there were far more kingdoms than the outer region, so he had to be careful. If several kingdoms attacked together, even Qin would not be able to resist. The basic forces here were all Phase 2 forces, and most of Qin's forces were Phase 1. In addition to collecting information about this place, Zhao Fu also ordered people to collect various information about the card world, such as some legends, information about the card ability, information about the creation of relics, information about the creation of cards, information about the card creatures. These could help Zhao Fu understand the card world better, and it would be of great help to Zhao Fu. Next, Zhao Fu would need them to crack the card ability and create relics. With this information, Zhao Fu would be able to take fewer detours and reach his goal faster. Zhao Fu sat on the throne and looked at the information. Hilary sat in Zhao Fu's arms, and the 12 female cavalrymen guarded on both sides. The creation of the card world was a little interesting. Originally, the card world was a small world, floating in the endless void. At that time, the card world was hit by other worlds, and the impact was terrifying. The card world spent a lot of energy to withstand it, but it was also heavily injured. The creatures in the card world were almost extinct. Countless beasts, birds, aquatic creatures, and intelligent races died. The grassland became desert, the mountains collapsed, the rivers dried up, and the trees withered. At this time, the card world could be destroyed at any time, and it would take a long time for it to recover. Suddenly, one day, a book flew into the card world and floated in the sky, emitting countless rays of light like the sun, and there was a terrifying wave of energy. It was a golden book, and there were card slots on the pages, but there was nothing in the card slots. The card world was excited and afraid, looking at the golden book that emitted countless rays of light in the sky. It was afraid that the power emitted by the metal could destroy it, and it was excited that if it absorbed the power of the golden book, it could recover quickly. The golden book floated in the air and did not move at all. After observing it for a while, the card world found that the golden book seemed to have been heavily injured and did not have any spirituality. Following this, the card world made a decision to slowly devour and refine the golden book's power. Using the golden book's power, the heavily injured card world quickly recovered. Grass started to grow in a desert, turning it into a green area. Trees quickly grew, turning it into a forest, and flowers bloomed everywhere. All sorts of creatures appeared, birds flying in the sky, beasts walking on the ground, small insects, and many fish in the water. There were also some intelligent races, but they were not the card race. The card race's birth was different from these races. The card world had been heavily injured and many creatures had gone extinct, but a small portion of intelligent races had survived. This small group of sapient races received the golden book's power and gradually gained a special ability, which was the card race. This sapient race became the card race. At the same time, this explained why everything in the card world could be turned into cards, but the card race could not. After all, they were different from other things when they were created. The other races were created by the card spirit world grasping a powerful law, but the card race was not created using this law. Moreover, the card race had grasped this law, which was why they had obtained the ability to turn into cards. Following this, the card world completely absorbed the metal's power and refined the golden book, making it a part of the world, which was now the sun. This explained why the card world's sun looked like this and why it was called the card god Sunday. The card world absorbed the golden book's power and grasped a powerful power law, which was the card law. The world became a card world. Following this, the card world was like the alchemy world and continuously grew stronger in the boundless void, becoming the current card world. This was the information about the creation of the card world, and the person who recorded this information was the original card race. Now, the whereabouts of those card race people were unknown, some had died and some had left the card world. Zhao Fu was quite interested in this information, and he felt quite happy after learning about the creation of a world. Zhao Fu knew about the alchemy world and the card world's creation, but Zhao Fu did not know about the outer world and Heaven Awakened world's creation, nor did he have any information about them. Perhaps he did not have a deep understanding of the outer world and did not know much about the mysteries of creation. However, Zhao Fu had gone to the various regions in the heaven-awakened world but had not found anything. Zhao Fu became more and more curious about how the heaven-awakened world had been created. However, only the origin race knew about this, and they did not leave behind any information. Zhao Fu continued to look through the information in the card world. Suddenly, Zhao Fu saw a piece of information about Cavalry Corps. It was information about the King Corps, Emperor Corps, and Emperor Corps. The grade of Cavalry Corps that one wanted to become only required the corresponding requirements. If an ordinary person worked hard, even though the chances were quite slim, it was still possible for them to become Emperor-grade cavalry. This meant that even ordinary people could become top-tier Emperor-grade cavalry, but the process was incredibly difficult. This was information about how easy it was to become a king or Emperor-grade cavalry. The information was that people with king bloodlines, emperor bloodlines, and emperor bloodlines were more likely to become cavalry of the 3 great grades. However, those with these bloodlines all had incredibly prestigious statuses and were looked up to and feared by countless people. How could they become cavalry? Moreover, Cavalry Corps needed many cavalry soldiers to unleash their power. 10 or so cavalry soldiers could not be called a cavalry corps. In order to form a cavalry corps of this grade, one had to have a large number of people with king bloodlines, emperor bloodlines, and emperor bloodlines. Naturally, not many people could do this, so the requirements could be lowered. They did not have to have a pure king bloodline, just a small portion of the bloodline or a bit of king's power was enough. They could easily become cavalrymen of the 3 major ranks. After becoming the 3 great cavalrymen, they were slightly more powerful than ordinary cavalrymen. This was because they had king's power and could fuse with the king's power from the great cavalrymen, making them more powerful than ordinary cavalrymen. If all of these were not possible, it was said that the Knight Association possessed a type of knight inheritance that could condense one's strength, inheritance, and bloodline into a knight seal. After a king obtained a knight seal, he could give it to loyal knights. Those knights could rely on the knight seal to grow, and it would be easier for them to become king's cavalry. Moreover, there were all sorts of benefits to having a knight's seal. Not only could one obtain the knight's seal's power, legacy, and bloodline, but they could also activate the knight's seal in times of danger, giving them a massive boost in power. The knight's seal could also improve a knight's physique and aptitude, increasing their potential. An ordinary knight would dream of obtaining a king's knight's seal. This was because this knight's seal was very useful. Zhao Fu felt that this was similar to a king's mark. Back then, after Zhao Fu had condensed a king's mark, he had given Gunia, Wang Ergu, and Lu Mei a king's mark. They had also obtained Zhao Fu's king's power, and the king's mark could change their physiques and increase their strength. By now, Zhao Fu's king's mark had become an origin grade mark. However, there was a limit to the number of king's seals, so Zhao Fu could only give them to his subordinates. There was no limit to the knight's seal, and one could give as many as they wanted. However, this would consume one's own strength, inheritance, and bloodline, and ordinary kings would not be able to give too many. Moreover, the method to condense a knight's seal was something that only the Knight Association had. Moreover, it was something that was monopolized by the Knight Association, and even if others obtained it, they could not pass it on to others. If one wanted to obtain it, they would have to go to the Knight Association. It was possible that one would not be able to obtain this method from the Knight Association, even if one was a king. One would have to pay a price, complete a quest, or use an extremely valuable item to exchange for it. The Knight Association was one of the largest factions in the card world and had heaven-defying power. Let alone kingdoms, even empires would not dare to offend them. They were scattered throughout the card world, and as long as it was a card race city, there would be people from the Knight Association. In the card world, only the Knight Association was so widespread, and apart from them, no other faction could do this. This proved the Knight Association's strength. The key thing was that in order to become a knight and obtain the knight title, one had to be recognized by the Knight Association. This involved a lot of benefits, as knights were an occupation that countless people pursued and loved in the card world. However, the Knight Association had it in their hands. As for races other than the card race, such as the giant race, elf race, or Naga race, the Knight Association might not have them. In the card world, there were many outlander races, such as the demon race and the god race. However, even though these three races were also outlander races, demon races, and god races, they were different from the three races. The three races in the card world had been changed by the card world's laws, and they could be turned into cards. The power that they had was the card world's card power. In the card world, the card race was the main race, and the three other races had been suppressed and bullied by the card race. As such, the three races did not have a good relationship with the card race, and they were enemies. Among the three major clans, some clans had mastered the ability to turn cards, especially some of the more intelligent clans. They also had the ability to turn cards. Their card ability was not innate like the card race, but acquired through learning. Because they were enemies, the Knight Association would be ostracized and attacked by the three races, so there would not be a Knight Association there. As a country of the card race, Locke had 10% of the world's face. There were people from the Knight Association in every city, and there was also a Knight Association headquarters in the royal capital that managed all of Locke's Knight Association headquarters. This Knight Association headquarters was in charge of this area, but it was not the true Knight Association headquarters. The Knight Association headquarters was at the center of the card world. When Zhao Fu saw this information, he wondered whether or not he should obtain this Knight Seal. This Knight Seal would be of great help to him, and perhaps he would be able to create a cavalry that surpassed the Emperor cavalry. It was possible to create cavalrymen that surpassed Emperor level. Zhao Fu's current bloodline was an initial origin bloodline, which was much more powerful than ordinary origin bloodlines. Moreover, Zhao Fu had obtained all sorts of inheritances and a few ultimate powers. If he used these to condense a Knight's Seal, the Knight's Seal would be incredibly terrifying and could easily destroy a country. Zhao Fu made his decision and smiled as he said, "Call the president of the Lock Kingdom's Knights Guild over, I have something to talk to him about." Hilary asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly looking for the Knights Guild?" "I have a good relationship with her." Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he said, "I want to obtain the method to condense a Knight's Seal." Hilary slightly frowned as she said, "Knight's Seal? That's very difficult to obtain. Even though we have such a good relationship, I didn't ask for it. Moreover, it requires a very high-grade bloodline and power." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Then do you know my bloodline and power?" Hilary shook her head as she said, "You're very powerful, and your bloodline should be a royal bloodline because you have a kingdom." Zhao Fu could not help but smile as he said, "Am I that low-grade in your heart?" Hilary hurriedly replied, "How could I? I'm just guessing based on what you said. Also, is your bloodline and power even more terrifying than I thought?" Zhao Fu smiled as he nodded, "I'll give you supreme power." Hilary and the female cavalryman looked incredibly shocked. They knew what supreme power meant. It was an extremely powerful power, and there was nothing more powerful than it. Zhao Fu evidently would not lie to them. Just how terrifying was Zhao Fu's bloodline and power? Only a top-grade Knight's Seal would have such power. Hilary suddenly smiled as she asked, "Then what bloodline do you have, and why do you have such terrifying power?" Zhao Fu looked at the gorgeous Hilary and smiled as he said, "My bloodline is an origin bloodline, and the power I have is Supreme's power." Immediately, Hilary and the female cavalryman looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They had never thought that Zhao Fu's bloodline and power would be so terrifying. They stood there in a daze, their minds blank, unable to react even after a while. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "All right. Call the leader of the Knights Guild over." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the women reacted and looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Hilary looked at Zhao Fu. "Who are you?" Zhao Fu put his arms around Hilary's body and said with a smile, "As I said before, you will know when Qin enters the card world." Hilary smiled happily and nodded, then turned to Melissa and said, "Immediately tell the Knights Association's president that I have something to discuss with her." Melissa also smiled happily in response, and looked at Zhao Fu. Now that they knew that Zhao Fu was even more powerful and noble than they had expected, they were all pleasantly surprised and happy, and they even felt honored. After all, Zhao Fu's identity was far different from theirs. Following this, under Melissa's lead, a tall and slender woman with long silver hair and a long sword at her waist walked into the palace. She was dressed in armor and had a long sword at her waist. She was most likely the Knights Association's president, Eileen. Eileen looked quite surprised as she looked at the cloaked Zhao Fu sitting on the throne and hugging her good friend Hilary. Eileen had heard about what had happened over the past few days. At first, she did not believe it because she understood Hilary very well and did not think that she would casually become that man's woman. However, now that she had personally seen Hilary happily in that man's embrace, she believed that those words were true. Eileen knew that this man's power was incredibly terrifying and could change the outcome of a battle. She had already reported this to the higher-ups, listing this person as an extremely dangerous person. Moreover, his identity was quite mysterious, and no one knew where he came from. It would be best if he was not from the Heaven-Awakened world. If he was from the Heaven-Awakened world, the situation here would be dire. Seeing Eileen arrive, Hilary looked quite happy as she said, "Lil Na. You've come." Eileen smiled as she replied, "Mem. It's been a few days since we last met, congratulations on becoming the Queen of Locke." Hilary smiled as she said, "I didn't obtain this myself, it's all thanks to my man that I can become the Queen of Locke." Eileen looked at Zhao Fu and asked curiously, "Who are you, sir? With such power, you must not be simple, right?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm just an ordinary person." Right now, Zhao Fu definitely would not reveal his identity. After all, she was from the Knights Association, and if she did, everyone in the Knights Association would know. Eileen naturally did not believe Zhao Fu's words, but she did not continue to ask. Locke was his world, and offending him would only result in death. She asked, "Why have you called me here?" Hilary smiled as she said, "Lil Na, my husband wants to obtain the method to condense a night seal. Please tell him how to obtain it." Eileen felt quite troubled as she said, "Lil Na, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the association has strict restrictions, and we can't easily teach the method to condense a night seal to others." Hilary continued to say, "I know. Tell me how to obtain it, and no matter how difficult it is, my husband will complete it." Eileen became serious as she thought about it and said, "The first step to obtaining a night seal is to complete a mission from the Knights Association. This kind of mission is incredibly difficult, and it might even be life-threatening. If you don't want to complete the mission, you can donate a rare treasure. However, this treasure must be extremely valuable and must be above the Emperor Heaven realm." Hilary frowned, she definitely did not want Zhao Fu to complete a dangerous mission. However, if he did not complete the mission, he would have to donate an Emperor Heaven realm or above material, and Locke did not have such a precious item. She then looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a relaxed smile and waved his hand, causing a ray of light to shoot out. A spirit grass that was as long as a palm and had 6 leaves, giving off a faint celestial light, floated in front of Eileen. This is the 6th divine grass that spirit realm experts need. It can help spirit realm experts gain enlightenment. How do you meet the requirements? If it was before, Zhao Fu would not have been able to take out such a precious item. However, after going to the boundless void and obtaining countless precious things, he now had the confidence to say this. Eileen looked quite shocked. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to casually take out something that spirit realm experts needed. It seemed that he was even more terrifying than she had thought. Even if he was not from the Heaven-Awakened world, he most likely came from the center of the card world, or else he would not be able to take out such a precious item. Eileen's attitude became more respectful as she said, "This item meets the requirements, but you only have one chance to obtain a night seal. There is a second requirement for obtaining a night seal. The first requirement is to pass the Knight Association's test. If you can't pass the test, you will not be able to obtain the method to condense a night seal." Zhao Fu asked, What is the test?" Eileen explained, "There are 2 steps to the test. The first is to accept the Guild Elder's test, and the second is to pass the Guild Stone Steel's test." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Bring me there, I want to take the test now." Hearing this, Eileen nodded. Following this, Eileen brought Zhao Fu to the Knight Association. The Knight Association was quite big and luxurious, and there were many people coming and going. All of them wore armor and gave off powerful auras. Most of the people here were knights, so they were definitely not weak. Their main goal here was to complete the Knight Association's quests and to obtain information and give out quests. Zhao Fu followed Eileen into the Knight Association, and everyone respectfully called out, "President." As for Zhao Fu, they did not pay much attention to him. They did not know that Zhao Fu was the terrifying figure who controlled the entire Lock Kingdom. Eileen lightly nodded before bringing Zhao Fu to a room and saying, "Wait here, I need to make some preparations." Zhao Fu nodded and waited in the room. After a while, Eileen brought Zhao Fu to a building. This building was 10 or so meters tall and 10,000 meters wide. The ground was made of wood and there were powerful restrictions all around. After entering here, Zhao Fu's cultivation was suppressed to stage 3. Even though these restrictions were powerful, they were not as terrifying as Zhao Fu's power. After all, Zhao Fu could break the restrictions at any time and recover his original strength, so he did not have to worry too much. There were now 11 people riding horses waiting here. One was extremely beautiful and had snow-white skin. She gave off a holy aura and wore white armor. She rode a white horse and gave off a holy light. Another had long black hair and gave off a dark aura. She wore black armor and rode a black horse, and her body gave off a powerful dark aura. One of them had long gray-white hair and a pale face. He wore gray armor and gave off a gloomy aura. He rode on a gray horse and gave off an aura of death. One of them had a beautiful face and a slim figure. She had a trace of a smile on her face and wore green armor. She rode a green horse and gave off an aura of life. One of them had short violet hair and a seductive figure, giving off a trace of ferocity. He had wheat-colored skin and wore violet armor. He rode on a violet horse and his body gave off arcs of lightning, making him seem quite powerful. One of them was dressed in azure armor. She had azure hair, azure eyes, and a beautiful face. She rode on an azure horse and was surrounded by a cool breeze. The other had a mature figure and a cold face. She wore ice armor and rode an ice horse, and her body gave off a cold aura. One of them had long blue hair braided into a braid. She had an alluring figure and gave off a gentle aura. She rode on a blue horse and gave off a blue vapor. One was a beautiful woman with a calm aura and a graceful figure. She wore yellow armor and rode a yellow horse that gave off a faint yellow light. One had long, wavy, fiery hair and a fiery figure. She rode on a fiery horse in fiery armor and gave off a fiery aura. One had a stiff expression and a slim figure. He wore golden armor and rode a metallic horse, and he gave off a powerful metallic aura. Eileen said, "The 10 of them are a radiant knight, dark knight, death knight, life knight, lightning knight, light wind knight, ice knight, water spirit knight, earth knight, flame knight, and metal knight. They are the elders of the 11 factions in the Knight Association. The Knight Association Stone Steel is controlled by the 10 of them. If one cannot obtain their approval, one will not be able to obtain the method to condense a Knight seal. 11 factions of knights." Zhao Fu looked at the 11 people in front of him seriously and thought to himself, the Knight Association is quite powerful. They have knights of all factions, and if they formed a cavalry corps, the scene would be quite terrifying. Think about the berserk violet lightning, the rushing rivers, the raging flames, the gray aura of death, the light that shines in all directions, the darkness that devours everything, the firm and massive mountain peaks. At that moment, Zhao Fu started to wonder if the Knight Association was the most powerful faction in the card world. Not only did it control a large amount of wealth and resources, but it was also split into various factions and had all sorts of knights, and none of them were weak. Eileen continued, "Our strength has been suppressed to stage 3, let out your mount and participate in the test." Zhao Fu looked quite surprised and asked, "Do I have to be a knight to participate in the test?" Eileen looked quite surprised and looked at Zhao Fu strangely as she said, "You're not a knight?" Zhao Fu nodded. Eileen felt a headache coming on as she said, Only specially trained knights can participate in the test, other professions cannot. I've already given your things to the Knight Association, so I can't return them to you." Zhao Fu frowned as he asked, "Then how can I become a knight that meets your requirements?" Eileen took out a thick book and handed it to Zhao Fu as she said, "This is the Knight Book, and it records all sorts of information and rules related to knights." Zhao Fu looked at the thick book and evidently did not want to read it, so he said, "Can't you make an exception and let me enter the second test?" Eileen did not say anything. The Knight of Light smiled as he said, "This is a rule set by the Knight Association, and it cannot be broken. Since you're not a knight, you're disqualified, please go back." The Dark Knight said somewhat regretfully, "I wanted to see how powerful you were and see if I could defeat you at the same stage. It seems that I won't have the chance. They already knew who Zhao Fu was, and they were filled with curiosity towards Zhao Fu. They looked at Zhao Fu and sized him up. This was especially so for the Radiant Knights, Dark Knights, Life Knights, Death Knights, Flame Knights, Water Spirit Knights, and Metal Knights. They felt that Zhao Fu had a formless attraction towards them. They understood why. They had different attributes and had always cultivated a single attribute, so they were extremely sensitive to that attribute. They felt that this attribute within Zhao Fu's body was incredibly powerful, which was why he was so attractive to them. However, Zhao Fu had too many attributes, and he had 7 high-grade powers. As such, they were quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity. The fiery flame knight smiled as she said, "There's a power within your body that's attracting me. Can you tell me who you are? I quite like the aura you give off." She did not know that she was playing with fire. Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "If you want to compete with me, you'll definitely lose. As for my identity, I won't tell you." "Can you really not make an exception?" The Darkness Cavalryman said unhappily, "I know you're powerful, but I'm not weak either. Moreover, we have the same strength and there are 11 of us. I don't believe that you can easily defeat us." The Flame Cavalryman lightly harumphed, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I don't want to know right now." In the end, Eileen said apologetically, "I'm sorry. These are the headquarters rules, and we can't break them." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a wicked smile as he said, "Are you sure? Otherwise, don't blame me." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the women's expressions fell, and they felt quite afraid. Eileen said seriously, "You're very powerful, but please remember that this is the Knights Association. You should know how powerful the Knights Association is. I hope you won't make any mistakes." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "The Knights Association is very powerful and has a wide network, but I'm not afraid of the Knights Association in the card world at all." Eileen felt quite startled, "You're from the Heaven Awakened world?" Eileen could tell from Zhao Fu's words that Zhao Fu came from another world, or else he would not have said that they were from the card world. The other cavalryman's expressions fell. The card world was currently at war with the Heaven Awakened world, and they were enemies. This person's strength was incredibly terrifying, and they were in danger. Suddenly, the Death Cavalryman said coldly, "His strength has been suppressed to stage 3, and ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts will not be able to break through it. Hurry and kill him." Hearing this, the cavalrymen gave off massive power and held their spears as they stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Eileen felt that something was wrong, and she wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's body burned with a rainbow-colored aura flame. A massive wave of power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, sending the 11 cavalrymen flying back like a flood. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he looked at them, and his golden pupils continuously spun as a formless energy spread out. Clang, 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 rainbow-colored chains shot towards them from all directions, binding them up and bringing them in front of Zhao Fu. Eileen was not one of them. Eileen understood that Zhao Fu was not stupid, he definitely had made preparations before saying those words, so she could not recklessly attack. Now that things had turned out like this, she did not know what to do. Blood leaked out of the cavalrymen's lips, and their faces became pale. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to break through such a powerful restriction like this. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I don't want to participate in any tests right now. Hand over the method to condense the Night Seal and I'll spare you." Eileen said, feeling quite troubled, "The Night Seal is a legacy technique of the Night Guild, and it can only be obtained through the Night Guild stone steel. Moreover, you're from the Heaven Awakened world and not a knight, so it's impossible for you to obtain a Night Seal." Eileen felt quite confused and did not understand what Zhao Fu was thinking. She said, "Like I said, you need 11 elders to open it. Even though I'm the president of the Heaven Awakened world, I can't open it." Eileen felt quite confused and did not understand what Zhao Fu was thinking. She said, "I said before that you need 11 elders to open it. Even though I'm the president of the Heaven Awakened world, I can't open it." Zhao Fu looked at the 11 cavalrymen on the ground and said, "Hurry up and open that place then." The Radiant Knight's expression was cold as she said, "Do you think we'll listen to you so easily? We're cavalrymen, and we have cavalrymen's honor and beliefs. We won't easily betray them. If you want to kill us, just kill us." The Dark Knight looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said coldly, "We're weaker than you, so we'll accept it if we die at your hands." Eileen hurriedly said, "Don't be like this, we can still discuss this." Eileen did not want Zhao Fu to kill anyone. If that happened, not only would the 11 elders die, but she and everyone else in the Knights Guild would also die. Zhao Fu turned to look at Eileen and gave a trace of a smile. He stretched out a hand and pinched Eileen's chin as he said, "No need, I've already made up my mind." Eileen's face became slightly red and she tried to struggle free. The person in front of her was her good friend's man, and she was not a careless person. However, no matter how much she struggled, she could not. A wave of energy flowed out of her body, sealing her power. Now, she did not have even a trace of strength left in her body. Zhao Fu pulled her into his embrace and started to play with her body. Eileen's face became red and she tried to struggle, but she became weaker and weaker. The knights on the ground looked furious and understood what Zhao Fu wanted to do. They loudly cursed at Zhao Fu, saying, "Bastard, scum, beast." At the same time, they started to feel afraid that Zhao Fu would do the same to them. After being defiled by Zhao Fu, they felt that it was worse than death. The Knight of Light wanted to commit suicide, but there was a restriction binding her, making it so that she did not have any strength at all. Zhao Fu did not pay them any mind and started to act indescribably with Eileen in front of him. The knights' faces became red as they looked at Eileen, the president they were so familiar with, become so lewd and shameless. Their expressions were all different, some were angry, some were furious, some were embarrassed, and some were filled with anticipation. Soon, Eileen weakly lay on the ground, powerlessly gasping for air. Zhao Fu came before the Knight of Light, and the Knight of Light furiously turned her head away. Zhao Fu was not wearing any clothes, and she did not want to face that disgusting thing. Right now, she just wanted to die, her holy body could not be violated by anyone. However, Zhao Fu pressed down on the Knight of Light's head and told her to service him. Seeing the Knight of Light being violated, the other knights looked at Zhao Fu hatefully, wanting to cut Zhao Fu into pieces and make him die a tragic death. The Knight of Light resisted and looked at Zhao Fu hatefully. However, a wave of energy continuously flowed into her body, causing her consciousness to become hazy, and she took the initiative to service Zhao Fu. Soon, the two of them started to happily do it. The other knights looked quite confused, they had never thought that the Holy Knight of Light would become so lewd. Soon, the Knight of Light would not be able to continue, and Zhao Fu walked towards the Knight of Darkness. Although the Dark Knight had a cold expression as she waited for Zhao Fu, there was also a trace of anticipation in her heart. She did not know why the man before her had evoked her dark desires. Not long after, the Dark Knight took the initiative to serve Zhao Fu, and then the two of them continued to do indescribable things. Following this, many cavalrymen joined in, making indescribable noises. Just like the cavalrymen from before, these cavalrymen displayed their strengths and madly rode on Zhao Fu's body, but in the end, they were also defeated by Zhao Fu. Outside the room, everything was normal. Many knights came and went, not knowing what had happened inside the room. The members of the Knights Union also did not notice that their president and elder were being violated by a man. During this process, Zhao Fu discovered that the knights of the 11 factions had 11 unique powers. Apex Zhao Fu gathered these 11 powers together, forming a rainbow-colored knight mark within his body. It looked like a knight wearing armor, holding a spear, and riding a horse. The knight mark also gave off a strange and powerful power. This power seemed to be exclusive to knights and only knights had it. Zhao Fu felt quite curious about this power, but he did not know what it was, so he could only put it aside for now. In the middle of the night, a crescent moon appeared in the night sky, giving off faint moonlight. The room was in a mess, and there were clothes and armor scattered everywhere. Many female knights lay on the floor, their faces red as they panted. Zhao Fu hugged Eileen and the other knights, and after enjoying so many nights, he felt quite surprised. These knights were all virgins, and Hilary and the others had also been virgins. It seemed that there were many virgins in the card world. "You bastard, you've done this to us, aren't you afraid that the Knight Guild will come after you?" Eileen lay in Zhao Fu's embrace as she looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Since I dared to do it, I naturally won't be afraid. Now that you're all my women, you won't betray me." Eileen retorted, "Who said we're your women?" As the president of a guild, I'll definitely report this to the higher-ups. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I don't believe you. Eileen had already accepted Zhao Fu and would not report this matter to the higher-ups. She coquettishly looked at Zhao Fu as she said, I don't know what kind of charm you have to obtain us so easily. The Flame Knight boldly laughed as she said, this is the first time I've experienced such happiness, and I want to do this with you every day. Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, However, ordinary people can't take it and will die under you. The many knights' faces became red, and the Light Wind Knight lightly pinched Zhao Fu as she said, you can't make fun of us, it's all your fault. The Knight of Light also blushed and agreed. She was the second person to be violated by Zhao Fu, and was even forced to serve Zhao Fu. Thinking about those scenes, she felt ashamed. Zhao Fu laughed a few times, do you still have the strength now? Can you activate the Union Stone tablet now? The Dark Knight rolled his eyes at Zhao Fu. You've tortured us for so long, and this is our first time. Do you think we have the strength now? The Earth Knight replied honestly, yes. Was the Knight's seal that important? Can't you spend more time with us? The Ice-Cold Ice Knight said softly. Yes. The Water Spirit Knight nodded obediently, expressing his agreement. Zhao Fu smiled helplessly. Then let's wait for a while. The Life Knight looked at Zhao Fu curiously and said, we've talked about this before. You're someone from the Heaven Awakened world and not a knight, so you can't obtain a knight's seal. Could it be that you have a way to resolve this? Zhao Fu replied, I have a forbidden technique that can resolve this problem, but I'm not 100% confident, so I'll give it a try first. The Death Knight shyly asked, what high-grade power do you have? Moreover, after doing this with you, our strength and constitution have greatly increased. It's even more effective than eating spirit medicines. The other knights sensed their bodies and looked delighted. They looked at Zhao Fu with their beautiful eyes, waiting for Zhao Fu's reply. Zhao Fu smiled as he explained, that's for sure. I have all sorts of high-grade power within my body, and I even have sovereign power. As such, it'll be very beneficial to you. All of the knights looked quite shocked. Eileen asked, I knew that your identity wasn't simple. Hurry up and tell us who you are and why you're here. It seemed that Zhao Fu asked these kinds of questions the most. Zhao Fu replied, because I'm the ruler of a kingdom, my identity and power are quite complicated. After my faction enters the card world, you'll know everything. Everyone smiled and nodded, they believed that Zhao Fu was not a simple ruler of a kingdom. Moreover, even if Zhao Fu was just the ruler of a kingdom, his status was much more prestigious than theirs. Eileen suddenly said, everyone, get up and put on your clothes. We're going to open the place that prevents the Union Stone steal. Hearing this, the women all got up and put on their clothes. Zhao Fu looked quite surprised and asked, why aren't you resting for a while? Eileen said with a trace of a smile, seeing how anxious you were just then, how could we rest properly? Now that we've given our bodies and minds to you, if you dare to let us down in the future, I won't let you off. Zhao Fu smiled and said seriously, I won't. Following this, everyone put on their clothes and came out of the room. The Union's people had been worried that something had happened inside, but seeing the elders and president come out, they let out a sigh of relief. However, many of the elders' faces were quite red, and they looked much better than before. Zhao Fu and the others came before a 3-meter-tall stone door. The 11 knights stretched out their hands, and waves of energy continuously flowed out of their palms, forming 11 rays of light that shot towards the stone door. The stone door gave off countless rainbow-colored lights and a massive aura before slowly opening. Eileen explained, the Union Stone Steel contains many important things, so it has to be highly protected. If you forcefully destroy the stone door, the stone steel will automatically be destroyed. Zhao Fu understood and nodded before entering with the others. Inside was a stone room that was made of bricks. It was 10 or so meters wide, and there was a 3-meter-tall stone steel at the center. There were many knights carved on it, and it gave off a massive might. Eileen said, all you need to do is go over and place your hand on the stone steel. The stone steel will give off a powerful repelling force, and even if you're from the Heaven Awakened world, you won't be able to get close. Zhao Fu looked at the stone steel in front of him and said, got it. Following this, Zhao Fu walked forwards, and a massive repelling force swept towards him. This repelling force was not very strong to Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu released a wave of power to easily block it. However, the stone steel gave off boundless light, and images of knights appeared, giving off terrifying power. The air became heavy, and everyone felt a terrifying chill. It seemed that the stone steel had sensed the heaven-awakened world's aura within Zhao Fu's body, and attacking Zhao Fu would not be a simple test. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu, planning to stop the Union Stone Steel at any moment. Zhao Fu directly used the 8 Forbidden Blood technique and changed his bloodline to the Lock Kingdom's royal bloodline. The light from the stone steel immediately disappeared, and the terrifying aura disappeared. The images of knights also disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Everyone looked quite confused, not knowing what method Zhao Fu had used to give off the royal bloodline's royal bloodline. Following this, Zhao Fu walked in front of the stone steel and placed his hand on it. He felt an armored figure holding a spear and riding a horse charging at him, and before Zhao Fu could react, he was forced back a few steps. Eileen explained, "This is the Knights Union's knight's power. You have to become a knight in order to receive this power. Moreover, the knight's power will appear in your mind and turn you into a knight. You have to defeat it in your mind to pass the test." Zhao Fu frowned. He had never thought that things would be like this. He had thought that with his bloodline in the card world, he would be able to resist the repulsive force, and he had never thought that it would be so complicated. How could he solve this problem? Indeed, he was not a knight in the card world. Did he really have to practice to become a knight? It would take him at least a month. Suddenly, Zhao Fu suddenly thought of something. He had just obtained the knight's power, which was the power he had absorbed from the 11 elders and condensed into a knight's mark. How could this knight's power enter his body? Could it be a problem with the method? However, in front of him was a 3-meter-tall stone steel. Zhao Fu could not treat it like a woman. Perhaps he could try using this knight's power. Thinking to there, Zhao Fu once again went up and placed his hand on the stone steel, activating the knight's mark, and a powerful wave of knight's power flowed out. Boom! An explosion sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind as the stone steel gave off a wave of knight's power and successfully entered Zhao Fu's mind. It turned into a cavalryman wearing iron armor and holding an iron spear riding on a horse and ferociously charging towards him. Zhao Fu had to use knight's power to block here, and Zhao Fu could not continue to use the knight's mark's power into his mind. The colorful wave of knight's power flowed into Zhao Fu's mind and split up, turning into 11 knights giving off different lights and powers. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that such a thing would happen, and he felt that he had done the right thing in taking over the bodies of 11 knights. If it wasn't for this power, things would not have been resolved so quickly. Next, 11 knights fought against one knight, and needless to say, that knight was surrounded and killed. Boom! At that moment, the knight's stone steel gave off a massive aura and a massive amount of knight's power flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Everyone was surprised. They never thought that Zhao Fu would really pass the stone tablets test. It was the first time in their history that they had seen someone who was not from the card world or a knight profession pass the test of the guild stone steel. The massive power continuously poured into Zhao Fu's body, forming runes. These runes were the things that recorded the condensing of the knight seal. Suddenly, the rainbow knight mark that Zhao Fu had condensed before collapsed and turned into 11 different forces that poured into those runes. The runes continuously condensed and changed, creating a suction force. Zhao Fu's bloodline and other powers flowed into the runes. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's body gave off an intense light, and a terrifying power flowed out from Zhao Fu's body. The knights felt a massive might fall on their bodies. This might did not come from their bodies, but it also came from their minds. It was as if they were facing an untouchable Night King. Their power, bloodline, and faith were forcing them to submit, and their bodies uncontrollably knelt on the ground. The knights could not understand what was going on. Why did Zhao Fu give off such a terrifying power? This power made it so that they could not control their bodies, and they knelt on the ground, feeling immense fear. Suddenly, when they sensed this terrifying power, they thought of a legend about the King of Knights. In the card world, a type of person would be born. They were natural-born kings and had unimaginable talents. They were people blessed by the heavens, and they would lead countless knights to change the world. No one could stop them, and those who resisted would become corpses under their feet. This type of person was called the Night King, the Night King was incredibly rare in the card world, and not just anyone could become one. Even emperors would not be able to become one. They were even more terrifying than emperors, and even emperors would not dare to offend them. Was this man in front of them someone who could be called the Night King? The knights knelt on the ground and looked at the person giving off an incredibly terrifying aura. They were certain that the person in front of them was the Night King. This was because this terrifying power had caused their faith, bloodline, and power to submit. Apart from the Night King, no one else could do such a thing. They felt incredibly shocked. They had never thought that they would have any relationship with someone they could not even come into contact with, and yet, that man had become the Night King in front of them. What was more, he was someone from the Heaven Awakened world, yet he had become the Night King in the card world. This had never happened before. Runes continuously condensed within Zhao Fu's body, and all sorts of power continuously gathered within Zhao Fu's body. The terrifying aura he gave off became more and more terrifying, and the ground cracked. The knights all knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling, not daring to look up at Zhao Fu. In the end, the countless runes formed a mark within Zhao Fu's body. This mark was black and looked like a domineering crown, and it gave off a shocking aura. After the mark was condensed, the terrifying aura from Zhao Fu's body disappeared, and the surroundings returned to normal. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Now that he had condensed a night mark, he could directly give it to someone else. The method of condensing a night mark was to help you condense a night mark and not to tell you how to condense a night mark. Condensing a night mark could only be done through the Night Union Stone Steel. Without the Night Union Stone Steel, it was impossible to condense a night mark. As such, the Night Union had a monopoly on this night mark. No one could give out night marks, and they could only rely on the Night Union to obtain them. This Knight's Seal was not an ordinary Knight's Seal, but a more advanced King's Knight's Seal. The power of this Knight's Seal was much greater than that of ordinary Knight's Seals. It could grant knights greater power and had other uses. Zhao Fu turned to look at the knights kneeling on the ground and smiled as he said, "You can all rise." Hearing this, the knights all let out a sigh of relief and stood up, looking at Zhao Fu with their beautiful eyes. Now, they felt more and more curious about this man. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Do you all want to become my horsemen? I can give you unimaginable power." The horsemen smiled and nodded, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Even though they did not know what grade Zhao Fu's bloodline was, with the King's Night Seal's power, he would definitely be incredibly powerful. Following this, the horsemen knelt on one knee in front of Zhao Fu and took out a sword and placed it in front of him. They looked serious as they said in unison, "We are willing to serve our lord and obey all of our lord's orders. We will never betray him." Zhao Fu smiled and stretched out a hand, and a massive wave of power flowed out and entered their bodies. Boom, boom. Boom, the horsemen felt an immense wave of power enter their bodies, as if an ocean's water was about to enter their bodies. Their minds trembled and went blank. Even though they had been somewhat prepared, they had never thought that this wave of power would be so terrifying. Let alone them, even an ordinary person would become a terrifying expert after absorbing this power. As the massive power entered their bodies, their power, bloodline, and constitution all became stronger, and they felt as if they were rushing into the sky. This power was simply too powerful. The power continuously flowed into their bodies, causing their bodies to give off boundless black light, and the auras they gave off were quite terrifying. A mark appeared on their foreheads, looking like a crown. It was also black, and it was the same as the mark within Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu retracted his hand and stopped sending power into their bodies. The horsemen came back to their senses and looked delighted. First of all, their constitutions and aptitudes had been greatly improved. Even though their bloodlines weren't king-class bloodlines, they weren't any weaker than king-class bloodlines, and they could give off terrifying power. Moreover, their cultivation had been at the world realm, but they had broken through to the divine realm. They had needed 10 or so years to break through, but they had broken through in just a few minutes, helping them save 10 or so years. This was something that was incredibly difficult to achieve. Finally, the knight's power that they had now was condensed from Zhao Fu's body. It was very advanced, even more powerful than the knight's power that they had seen in the Knights' Union. This was too shocking. As a person from another world and not a knight, the knight's strength that he had condensed was even more powerful than the top-level knight's strength of the Knights Union. How did he do it? The knight's seal was the power that condensed one's bloodline and power inheritance. Now, this knight's power could be said to be the power to destroy the world. What kind of bloodline and power did he have? Everyone's hearts thumped violently as they stared at the man in front of them. They were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. They had greatly underestimated this person. Seeing their shocked expressions, Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "How powerful. I didn't lie to you, right?" Everyone came back to their senses and nodded affirmatively. Eileen looked at Zhao Fu seriously and said, "I've never seen such powerful knight's power before. I wonder if you're someone whose name shakes the entire Heaven Awakened world. Your identity is not something that we can come into contact with." The Radiant Knight also nodded seriously and said, "I think so too. Your identity is definitely incredibly terrifying in the Heaven Awakened world. And you're someone that the entire world knows." The other knights nodded. After all, the knight's power that Zhao Fu had condensed was simply too terrifying, and it was even more powerful than the top-level knight's strength of the Knights Union. The Knights Union was one of the most powerful factions in the card world. The top-level power that the Knights Union controlled was definitely one of the most powerful in the world. However, the knight's power that Zhao Fu had condensed was even more powerful than the Knights Union's top-level power. This meant that the man in front of them was incredibly terrifying. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "You're right, I'll tell you about these things in the future. I'm giving you this power not just because you're my women but also because I want to nurture you into peerless experts." The knights all grinned. Zhao Fu's words were not wrong. Having this power not only gave them all sorts of benefits, but they could also become peerless experts in the future. This was a massive opportunity for them. Eileen smiled as she said, "Mem. We know that you treat us well, and we'll remember this and won't disappoint you." The Darkness Knight smiled confidently as she said, "With this terrifying power, even a piece of trash can become a powerful expert. With this power, we'll definitely become peerless experts in the world." The Flame Knight looked at Zhao Fu flirtatiously and said, "Now that our bodies have recovered, we'll properly serve you. You can do whatever you want to us." The Holy Radiant Knight's face became slightly red as she thought back to the scene of her serving him. Even though it was quite shameful, she now liked that feeling. Zhao Fu smiled as he refused, saying, "No, I'm busy right now." The knights all looked quite disappointed. Zhao Fu continued, "You can go to the palace in the future. Right now, I need the Knights Association to obtain some information, and I'll nurture you to develop your own factions. I hope that you can use the Knights Association to develop." Eileen smiled as she said, "All right, the Knights Association is yours, and we'll help you gather all of the information you want. However, it'll be quite difficult for us to develop our own factions because the Knights Association's management is quite strict. We might be summoned back to the Knights Association at any time, and we might even be stripped of our current positions." Zhao Fu looked quite surprised. "It's that strict?" Eileen nodded as she said, Did you think that I lied to you before? If we easily go against the Knights Association's rules, we'll be severely punished, so we won't help you." Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "All right then. You can be more secretive and prepare to leave the Knights Association at any time." Eileen smiled as she replied, "All right. Now that you're our man and have given us such great power, we'll definitely treat you as our leader in the future." Following this, Zhao Fu left the Knights Association and returned to the palace. Seeing that Zhao Fu had been gone for so long, Hilary rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu as she asked, "Why did you only come back now?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I was delayed by some things. Now that I've obtained a knight's seal, it's not an ordinary knight's seal. Now that you're all standing in front of me, I'll give my power to you." Hilary did not think too much about it and turned her attention to the knight's seal. She understood that the knight's seal that Zhao Fu had condensed would be incredibly powerful, and she had been looking forward to it. The knights and Hilary stood in front of Zhao Fu and nervously looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and stretched out his hand, and a massive wave of energy flowed out and entered their bodies. Boom! Boom! A rumbling sound rang out in their minds, and they felt a massive wave of power enter their bodies, causing them to feel shocked. This wave of energy surpassed their imaginations, causing their power, bloodline, and faith to submit. Their bodies uncontrollably knelt on one knee. Following this, marks appeared on their foreheads. They had obtained Zhao Fu's night mark, and the aura that they gave off disappeared. They were slightly weaker than the Night Association's elders, so they received greater benefits. Sensing the changes in their bodies, everyone smiled in delight. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Everyone, get up." Everyone came back to their senses and stood up, smiling as they looked at Zhao Fu. Hilary went up and hugged Zhao Fu as she smiled as she said, "The night mark that you condensed is so powerful, it seems that I've underestimated you." As expected from my man. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I have something to tell you all." Hilary looked at Zhao Fu curiously and asked, "What is it?" The knights also looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I want to establish 2 cavalry corps, I'll give one to you all." Hearing this, the cavalrymen all smiled. With how powerful Zhao Fu was, he would definitely be able to create 2 extraordinary cavalry corps. Moreover, the night seal that Zhao Fu had given them was monstrous, and if every cavalryman had such a night seal, nothing would be able to stop them. Hilary happily smiled as she said, "All right. I never wanted to be an emperor, I just wanted to be the commander of a cavalry corps." "How do you want to establish 2 cavalry corps?" Zhao Fu thought for a moment before saying, "With the night mark that I've given you, you will definitely become legendary imperial knights in the future, or even surpass imperial knights. I want to nurture you as the world's top cavalry corps." Hilary and the other knights smiled and nodded. Now that they had obtained the Night Seal, they were confident that they could become imperial knights, and they were quite excited. Zhao Fu continued, "I'm not able to give you high-tier relics and mounts due to my limited resources. I'll prepare them for you later. You should build your own knight group first." Hilary smiled happily and said, "We know." A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Just as he was about to hug Hilary and sit on the throne, Hilary, who was in his arms, asked curiously, "Where's the other cavalry division? Didn't you say to build 2 cavalry regiments?" Looking at Hilary in his arms, Zhao Fu briefly explained what had happened at the Night Association. Many of the knights' faces became red. They understood what it was like because they had experienced it before. Hilary said angrily, "All right. You scoundrel, you violated my good friend behind my back. You didn't let those elders of the Union off either." Zhao Fu said with a shameless smile, "You can't blame me back then. For the sake of the Night Seal, there was nothing I could do. Moreover, they are just as attractive as you." Hilary said coquettishly, "If you don't satisfy us today, we won't forgive you." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Yes, I know." The other female knights blushed and looked at Zhao Fu expectantly. They naturally liked that. Zhao Fu hugged Hilary and sat back on the throne. Hilary asked curiously, "What kind of knight group do they want to be? Are they different from us?" Zhao Fu nodded, "There are 12 of them in total. 11 of them are from the 11 factions of the Night Association, and they represent different attributes. Elena is a mystic moon knight, so she has different attributes from the others. I plan to nurture them into an elemental knight group, which is a knight group with different attributes." Hilary frowned, "Doesn't that mean that their knight group will be stronger than ours? We don't have that many attributes." Although Hilary and Elena were good friends, she did not want to be weaker than Elena's knight group. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "If you have other attributes, you will indeed not be as strong as their knight group." Hilary looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said, "What kind of power is there that can make us stronger? We just need to be as strong as the elemental knight group." Zhao Fu thought for a moment, "Actually, it's not that you don't have an advantage. Compared to them, you have a royal bloodline, and I will nurture you into a royal knight group. Your strength will naturally not be weaker than theirs." Hilary happily kissed Zhao Fu, "Thank you, husband." Following this, Zhao Fu sat on the throne and hugged Hilary as he looked at the various information that he had collected from the card world. In the end, he had gained something, and it was about this region. There was a card land in this region, which contained a very powerful card power. It was a pity that it could not be used as a cultivation ground. If it could be used as a cultivation ground, it would be able to increase one's cultivation speed. Moreover, that place had a very powerful corrosive power that could corrode many things. Those things that were corroded would become cards, which was why it was called the card land. There were many uses for this card land, such as throwing things into it, and those things would automatically become cards. This was because in the card world, card transformations required power, and the higher the level of the card, the more power it would consume. With this card land, there was no need to worry about this consumption, and it could transform a large number of things into cards. The second was that even though the card land had a powerful corrosive power and could not be used as a cultivation ground, if a card was placed there, it would be nourished by the card land and would become more powerful. The third was to transform things that did not belong to the card world into cards. This was what Zhao Fu valued the most. Its powerful corrosive power could corrode things that did not belong to the card world and change their structure, turning them into things that belonged to the card world, which would then be transformed into cards. In other words, it was a place of conversion, able to convert things from other worlds into things from the card world. Zhao Fu felt that this would be useful to him. With this place, he would be able to transform creatures from the Heaven Awakened world into creatures from the card world. Finally, the card transformation land produced a low-level card crystal. This card crystal was a crystal that contained the power of the card and had various uses in the card world. This place definitely had an owner. A kingdom had made that place its territory and forbade others from entering. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed, and if one wanted to obtain that place, one would have to defeat that kingdom. This card world was as big as half a world, and Zhao Fu would definitely obtain it. As for that kingdom, he would definitely defeat it. However, Zhao Fu had only just entered the card world, and Qin's army had not entered yet, so there would not be such a large-scale battle. A kingdom was not that easy to destroy, and Qin would destroy it later. Following this, there was information about the Locked Kingdom. The Locked Kingdom was at the edge of the central domain, and there were many kingdoms nearby, about 30 or so in total. However, the largest kingdom was only a dukedom kingdom, which was a kingdom that occupied an entire world. The smallest kingdom was a marquisate kingdom, and it was almost impossible for a barony kingdom to exist here. This was because this was the central domain of the card world, and most of its soldiers were stage 2. Barony kingdoms were so weak that they did not even have the power to protect themselves here. Zhao Fu looked at these kingdoms' information and found that there were 5 kingdoms around the Locked Kingdom. The largest was the Thunder Kingdom, which was to the east of the Locked Kingdom. To the north was the Kaku Kingdom, which was ranked second, and to the south was the Little Demon Kingdom. To the northwest and southwest were the Dori Kingdom and Yushui Kingdom. Qin's soldiers would definitely enter the card world to participate in the battle, and they could not just stay in Qin's world. After looking at this information, Zhao Fu started to think about which kingdom to attack. These kingdoms were not prepared at all, and Qin's sudden attack would be quite effective. Perhaps they would be able to instantly destroy the other side and end the battle as quickly as possible. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu felt that the Thunder Kingdom was a suitable target. Firstly, it had just been defeated by the Locked Kingdom, and not only had it lost many soldiers, but its morale was also quite low. Secondly, it was the most powerful kingdom around the Locked Kingdom, and it was the most threatening kingdom. Getting rid of it would also deal a blow to the morale of the surrounding kingdoms. Zhao Fu looked at Hilary in his arms and smiled as he said, "I'm going back to the Heaven Awakened world and might only be back in a few days." Hilary felt quite reluctant and said, "Why are you going back to the Heaven Awakened world?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, I've been here for almost a week, and Qin is still waiting for me. This time, I'm going to lead my army into the card world." Hilary understood that Zhao Fu entering the card world was quite important, and she felt a bit disappointed as she said, "We will wait for you at the palace." Seeing her disappointed look, Zhao Fu lifted her chin and said with a smile, "When we come back, I will accompany you." A smile appeared on Hilary's face. At that moment, a guard nervously reported, "Your Majesty, things are bad. People from the Heaven Awakened world have appeared in the Dorian Kingdom's territory, and they are incredibly powerful. The Dorian Kingdom has sent people to ask for reinforcements." Zhao Fu looked quite confused. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. Why had a Heaven Awakened world faction suddenly appeared here? Hilary and the other knights fixed their eyes on Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu thought for a moment and said, "Let's go and see what happened." Hilary smiled and said, "N." Following this, Zhao Fu and the others flew west and came to a place in the sky. There was a massive army ahead. They were all 3 meters tall and looked like humans. They were well built and had large feet and tails. Their bodies seemed to be made of mud, and they gave off powerful earth attribute auras. They were most likely from the Heaven-Awakened World spirit race. Apart from Zhao Fu and Hilary, there were also many experts from other kingdoms. After all, they were from the Heaven-Awakened World, and the two worlds were currently at war. Seeing that the Heaven-Awakened World's people were all quite powerful, they did not dare to be careless. They understood that they would soon attack the Card World's faction. Looking at the spirit race people in the distance, Hilary said in surprise, "Why do they look so different from you? They look so ugly. Is everyone in the Heaven-Awakened World like this?" Zhao Fu could not help but laugh as he said, "The Heaven-Awakened World is different from the Card World. Our world is made up of all sorts of races, and there might be tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of races." Hilary looked quite shocked as she said, "Your world has so many races?" Even though there are other races in the Card World, the Card race is the master of the Card World. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Every world's laws are different. For example, the outer world on the other side of the Heaven-Awakened World is dominated by insects and beasts, while the Gold Refiner World is dominated by the Gold Refiner race." Hilary smiled as she said, "I also want to go to Qin City with you to see the Heaven-Awakened World." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, You can come with me later." Melissa and the other female knights had always treated Hilary as their leader, but they also treated Zhao Fu as their man. They looked at the expectant Zhao Fu and said, "We also want to see what kind of kingdom Qin City is." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he looked at the spirit race soldiers in front of him. The spirit race soldiers had a large army guarding outside, and a portion of them were building walls. They did not rashly attack the Card World, and they planned to build a base before doing anything else. This was the middle region of the Card World, and most of the factions here were royal kingdoms. Without detailed information, no faction dared to directly attack. Only an empire would have the right to do as they pleased here. However, empire-level factions were directly sent to the center of the Card World and could not appear here. There were roughly 3 billion soldiers in the army, and they were all Stage 2 soldiers. Zhao Fu felt that this was most likely a royal kingdom-level faction. Zhao Fu frowned as he said, "This place already has Qin City, and now another royal kingdom has appeared. This is not a good thing for Qin City, as it will have one more competitor. Moreover, the Heaven-Awakened World strictly forbids us from attacking them or doing anything to harm them. The Heaven-Awakened World forbids infighting, and everyone is united against those from the outside world. Even empires do not dare to violate this, as with how terrifying the Heaven-Awakened World's consciousness is, it can easily wipe out an empire's people without any resistance. Looks like we need to change our plans." Within the depths of the Mudtail army, some Mudtail experts looked at the Card race experts in the distance and felt quite relaxed. They did not see any terrifying experts. A tall Mudtail person smiled confidently as he said, "The factions in this region are quite weak, and the Card race is not as powerful as the Gold Refining race. We can sweep through them and show them how powerful the Heaven-Awakened World is." An old Soiltail person at the side said with a solemn expression, "Don't be careless. The Ka race expert standing in your direction might not be emitting any powerful aura, but he gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. He can easily defeat me." Everyone felt quite startled. The elder in front of them was one of the most powerful experts in the Mudtail people, and his strength had reached the Emperor Heaven Realm. For him to say such a thing, it meant that the other party was incredibly terrifying. Everyone followed the elder's gaze and saw a cloaked figure and a group of female knights standing in the sky. Everyone's gazes fell on Zhao Fu's body, feeling quite uncertain. The tall Mudtail person asked, "Is that person from the Card race really that terrifying? I feel that he looks so ordinary." The elder nodded seriously, "You can't sense how terrifying he is just by using ordinary power. You need to sense it with your consciousness, and you'll find just how powerful the terrifying aura he gives off is." Hearing this, everyone used their consciousness to sense it. Some people felt that it was quite ordinary, but a few people's expressions became quite unsightly as they cried out, "This person is so powerful." Those who had not sensed it felt quite shocked and understood that the elder was not lying. Perhaps it was because they were too weak that they had not sensed it. The tall Mudtail person felt quite scared. He had wanted to run over and challenge the cloaked figure to see how powerful he was. Looking at the others, he felt that they were also quite powerful. If he had gone over just then, he definitely would not have been able to come back. Everyone did not dare to be careless and did not look down on these card world factions. They planned to stabilize their faction step by step. What they did not know was that the expert from the card world they had sensed was not someone from the card world but someone from the Heaven Awakened world like them. They were just scaring themselves. Zhao Fu stood in the sky and observed the mud-tail people. He found that even though they were quite slow, their defenses were not weak and they had great destructive power. They were a powerful race. What should he do next? Zhao Fu sank into his thoughts. Now that a powerful Heaven Awakened world faction had appeared, Qin felt quite troubled. However, he could not do anything to harm him. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu decided to send an army into the card world to let the other side know that there was a Heaven Awakened world here. This place was so big, and the two factions could develop in different directions, they did not have to clash. Moreover, after destroying the 30 or so kingdoms in the surroundings, most of the surrounding kingdoms were royal kingdom factions. They were quite powerful, and if there were many of them, even Qin would not be able to stop them. Now that there was a powerful Heaven Awakened world faction here, perhaps they would have a helper in the future. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Let's go back." Everyone nodded. Hilary smiled and asked, "Have you thought of how to deal with this matter?" Zhao Fu responded with a smile and then took them back to Qin. They saw the power of Qin Palace with their own eyes and were shocked. Zhao Fu asked someone to show them around Qin Palace and tell them something about Qin Palace. Then he returned to Qin's palace. Seeing Zhao Fu return, Li Si smiled and respectfully called out, "Your Majesty." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "Gather all the ministers now." Zhao Fu accepted the order and gathered the ministers to the main hall. Then, Zhao Fu told them about the information he had obtained in the card world. The various ministers felt quite shocked and felt that the card world was a very special world. They were not weak at all, especially with the many cards and powerful cavalry corps. These were all great advantages for them. Zhao Fu looked at the card world and said, "What's going on?" Zhao Fu said to Bai Shan, "Quickly organize the researchers and have them study the information in the card world." Bai Shan used to be the manager of the research lab, and he had been by Zhao Fu's side since a long time ago. Hearing this, Bai Shan happily smiled and said, "I understand, Your Majesty, we definitely won't disappoint you." Zhao Fu looked at Bai Qi and asked, "Are the troops ready?" Bai Qi replied, "Everything is ready, we're just waiting for Your Majesty's orders." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "Then let's enter the card world to fight." This time, Zhao Fu planned to send 3 billion Stage 2 soldiers into the card world. Qin now had more than 18 billion Stage 2 soldiers, and the alchemy world also needed Stage 2 soldiers. Moreover, Zhao Fu did not want to reveal too much of Qin's strength. After all, if they revealed too much of their strength, the consequences would be quite tragic. Currently, the countries around Rock Nation were in a state of panic because of the appearance of a powerful faction like Tuwei. If it was just them, they definitely would not be able to stop Tuwei, and they were now thinking about how to deal with Tuwei. Apart from building their own defenses, the only other option was to join forces with other factions to resist together. They also gathered many people to discuss this. "What do you think we should do? Why did such a powerful Heaven Awakened faction suddenly appear? We really might not be able to stop them." "That's right, it looks like it's a kingdom faction. Right now, we can only join forces and see if we can stop them. If not, we can only ask for help from those kingdom factions." "How could those kingdom factions help us? They want to devour us, so don't think too much about it. Right now, Thunder Nation is a bit more powerful, and your faction is the strongest. What do you think?" "You don't seem right. I feel that Rock Nation is the strongest right now. It's a pity that the parliament did not come this time. Otherwise, if they joined us, we might be able to stop Tuwei." "Yes, it's mainly because of that person's help. That person is really terrifying. With his power, he will definitely be very useful." "Humph. If you mention that person again, Thunder Nation will immediately withdraw. You can join forces and find him." "Don't. They just said a few words. We think that Thunder Nation is the strongest faction, and we believe that you can defeat that person." Right now, they were all worried and discussing Tuwei. They had no idea that another terrifying faction had infiltrated the card world and was preparing to attack Thunder Nation. The two-way kingdom had unknowingly done a good deed by helping Great Qin attract attention. At that moment, Jiaofu was quickly leading a large army to attack Thunder Nation. Thunder Nation had been strengthening its defenses to defend against Rock Nation's attacks. Rows of solemn-looking soldiers stood on the city walls. Suddenly, they saw a black mass in front of them, and they did not know what was flying over. As the black mass came closer, they saw a group of massive beasts flying in the sky, and a terrifying aura surged over. Thunder Nation's soldiers' expressions fell, and they quickly spread the news that enemies were attacking Thunder Nation. After hearing this, Thunder Nation did not hesitate, and countless soldiers hurried over. Peak. They thought to themselves that the Lock Kingdom couldn't resist attacking them, but luckily they had made preparations. However, when they reached the city walls, they found that the situation was quite bad. Looking at the countless powerful beasts flying over, their expressions became quite unsightly. This definitely wasn't the Lock Kingdom, as it was impossible for the Lock Kingdom to have so many beasts. However, what faction was attacking the Thunder Kingdom? Before they could think too much, the countless monsters had already arrived in front of them. There were eagles with black feathers, fish that could fly in the sky, monsters with human heads and bird bodies. A terrifying aura flooded over, and the soldiers felt their hands and feet go cold as their bodies uncontrollably trembled. Hurry, activate the defensive barrier. A loud shout sounded out as cards flew out from the town walls. Massive purple energy barriers appeared on the town walls, giving off massive lightning auras. Swish, 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 bows were drawn towards the sky, and the sound of the air being torn could be heard as countless arrows containing immense power shot towards the sky. The many ferocious beasts gave off boundless devil chi to block in front of them. Arrows shot out, but within the devil chi, the boundless devil chi weakened the power of the arrows. The weakened arrows landed on the bodies of the demonic beasts, penetrating their bodies. However, many of the arrows couldn't penetrate the demonic beasts' defenses. It was as if they had hit an iron sheet, producing clanging sounds as they fell from the sky. Seeing that the arrows were unable to harm the beasts, the Thunder Kingdom's soldiers' expressions became quite unsightly as they took out cards. Boom, boom. Boom, massive sounds rang out as the cards turned into massive bolts of violet lightning that shot into the sky incredibly quickly. Bang, bang. Bang, these bolts of lightning were quite terrifying, directly blasting apart the devil chi in front of the devil beasts. They then struck the devil beasts' bodies, causing them to give off lightning and fall from the sky. They heavily smashed onto the ground, creating large craters. The terrifying cavalrymen split into small teams and stood on the city walls. They sent waves of power into their spears and vigorously stabbed towards the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, violet spear lights containing terrifying power and shocking auras ferociously stabbed towards the sky, seeming as if they were going to pierce through the sky. These spear lights were extremely terrifying and pierced through the bodies of the demonic beasts. Blood splattered everywhere and miserable screams sounded out. The corpses of the demonic beasts fell to the ground and dyed it red. Shio shio shio, the sound of the air being torn once again sounded out as countless arrows containing immense power shot out, piercing through devil beasts' bodies and causing them to fall to the ground. The Thunder Nation's people breathed sighs of relief. They felt like they could stop these demonic beasts, and they didn't need to worry too much. Shio shio shio, suddenly, a series of sonic booms tore through the air, and the Thunder Nation's soldiers felt their hair stand on end as terror filled their hearts. Turning their heads, they saw massive beams of light shooting towards them, bringing with them the power to pierce through the world. Bang bang bang, before the Thunder Nation's people could react, the beams of light slammed into the Thunder Nation's defensive barrier, instantly piercing through it. Massive arrows landed on the city walls, bringing with them light as they tore apart countless soldiers' bodies. Cries sounded out as corpses appeared on the city walls. Blood dyed the surroundings red, and a bloody stench spread out. The Thunder Nation's people looked quite confused, they had never thought that something like this would happen. Kill! Countless shouts of battle rang out, shaking the entire area. The Thunder Nation's soldiers were shocked, and they turned to look ahead. They saw countless black-armored soldiers charging over like a flood, and they were everywhere. What's going on? The soldiers all looked quite confused. Roar! Roar, roar. Massive roars sounded out as the Thunder Nation's defensive barrier was shattered. Countless devil beasts roared and looked savagely at the soldiers on the city walls before ferociously leaping over. A large bird with a strange beak rushed over and opened its mouth, biting dozens of Thunder Nation's soldiers before swallowing them. An eagle-like devil beast used its steel-like claws to attack, tearing apart the soldiers' bodies. A powerful devil beast flew down from the sky and landed on the city walls, giving off a powerful aura as it ferociously rushed towards the soldiers, sending them flying. There was also a massive bird that flapped its massive wings, creating a massive gale that blew the soldiers away. The city walls fell into chaos, and the Thunder Nation's soldiers desperately fought back. Cries continuously sounded out, and the number of people dying quickly increased. Boom, with the countless devil beasts as cover, Qin's soldiers were not obstructed at all. They directly attacked the city walls and quickly attacked the city walls. The soldiers quickly climbed up the city walls using ladders. Some used flying chains to quickly climb up the city walls, while others used their hands and feet to climb up. The Thunder Nation soldiers used all sorts of heavy objects to smash at Qin's soldiers. They used bows and arrows to pierce through the bodies of Qin's soldiers, and they also used bolts of lightning to attack Qin's soldiers, electrocuting them to death. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as Qin's soldiers desperately fought back. Arrows pierced through the Thunder Nation soldiers, and spears and fireballs shot out, killing many Thunder Nation soldiers. Qin's soldiers had many soldiers, and they were very powerful. They easily attacked the city walls and started to fight with the Thunder Nation soldiers. These Thunder Nation soldiers were definitely not a match for Qin's soldiers. Now, Qin's soldiers were wearing darkness armor and had all sorts of buffs and alchemy power. Ordinary alchemy soldiers were not a match for Qin's soldiers. Arg, countless cries sounded out as the Thunder Nation soldiers were continuously killed by Qin's soldiers. Blood sprayed everywhere as soldiers continuously fell, and corpses covered the ground. Facing this group of demon-like soldiers, the Thunder Nation soldiers were unable to defend at all. Their hearts were filled with intense fear as they continuously retreated. The battle continued for a while. Countless Thunder Nation soldiers died, and they no longer had the strength to defend against Qin's soldiers. They looked terrified as they retreated, which meant that the Thunder Nation had lost. Some of the Thunder Nation's cavalrymen had cold looks on their faces, and they were unwilling to retreat. They gathered into groups and charged at Qin's soldiers. These cavalrymen's power was quite terrifying. They all held spears and looked furious. Their bodies gave off light as they quickly galloped on the ground. The light formed arrow-like objects that gave off terrifying power. Peek! Bang! Bang! The cavalry corps charged forwards incredibly quickly, seeming to be unstoppable. In that instant, the Qin soldiers at the front were all sent flying and crashed to the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Some soldiers were heavily injured, and some were directly killed. They lay on the ground and did not get up. Roar! Roar, roar! The 10 or so devil beasts loudly roared and gave off terrifying power as they ferociously rushed towards the cavalry corps. It was a pity that they were unable to defend against the cavalry corps and were sent flying. Some devil beasts' bodies even exploded, turning into chunks of flesh that shot everywhere. Seeing this scene, Bai Qi looked quite shocked. He had personally witnessed the cavalry corps' power and found that they were quite powerful. However, these cavalry corps were only a small portion and did not have much of an impact on the battle. A group of Qin's archers quickly formed a formation and aimed their bows at the cavalry corps, sending a wave of power into the arrows in their hands. Swish, 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 countless arrows containing immense power shot towards the cavalry corps, descending like a torrential downpour, piercing through everything. Charge! The leader of the cavalry corps held his spear and rushed at the front as he yelled, giving off an even more powerful aura. The other cavalrymen held their spears and followed by his side, giving off powerful auras. Facing the sky full of arrows, they did not feel any fear at all. They formed an arrow-like body of light that gave off an even more terrifying power as it rushed towards the Qin's archers. Bang, 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 the sky full of arrows descended with terrifying power, but they were knocked away by the arrow-like body of light, using up much of the cavalry corps' strength. The cavalry corps continued to quickly rush towards the Qin soldiers like a ray of light. At that moment, the Qin soldiers pushed out terrifying ballistae, which were 2 meters long and gave off cold light as they aimed at the incoming cavalry corps. Swish, 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 massive sounds of the air being torn could be heard as the ballistic bolts containing even greater power shot towards the cavalry corps, instantly descending. Chi, chi, chi. The cavalrymen had already expended a lot of their strength and were unable to defend against the ballista bolts. The bodies of light in front of them were pierced by the ballista bolts, and the ballista bolts contained immense power as they pierced through the cavalrymen's bodies. Some of the cavalrymen were shot down from their horses, some were lying on the ground, and some were standing on the ground. The horses that were equipped with artifacts were also pierced by the 2-meter-long arrows and died on the ground. The leader of the cavalry who was leading the charge was pierced by dozens of ballista bolts. His body and his horse were rooted to the ground, his face contorted in pain. There were corpses all around, and their deaths were unsightly. The ground was dyed red with blood, and the scene was extremely tragic. Roar! Hundreds of massive devil beasts stared at a group of cavalrymen and gave off powerful auras as they pounced at them from all directions. Terrifying power shattered the orb of light, and the devil beasts savagely devoured the cavalrymen. Some devil beasts bit down on 10 or so cavalrymen and chewed on them a few times, causing blood to spurt out and pitiful cries to continuously sound out. Some devil beasts directly devoured the cavalrymen, while others used their blade-like feathers to cut the cavalrymen into pieces. Cavalrymen were quite good at suppressing large creatures, but Qin was using numbers to suppress them. Even if they could suppress large creatures, they would not be able to defend against so many devil beasts. The other soldiers had long since escaped, and it was only these cavalrymen who had fought with Qin to the death. Even though they had all died pitifully, they were still a respectable cavalryman. Bai Qi coldly looked at the countless corpses on the ground and gave the order to attack the Thunder Kingdom. Boom, boom. Boom! Massive explosions sounded out in all directions as Great Qin's soldiers flooded towards the various regions of the Thunder Kingdom, quickly conquering the various territories. Countless residents ran in terror, and ear-piercing screams sounded out from some places as blood dyed the ground red. At that moment, the parliament was discussing how to deal with the Two-Way Kingdom. A Thunder Kingdom soldier hurriedly ran in with a pale face and said a few words to the Thunder Kingdom's prince. The Thunder Kingdom's prince felt as if the sky had collapsed, and his face became incredibly pale. The leaders of the other factions received this news and looked incredibly shocked. How could something like this happen? Everyone's expressions were quite unsightly. Before, just the Two-Way Kingdom had already made them feel quite worried, and they felt that they would not be able to defend against it. Now, another powerful faction had appeared. Even though they did not know what faction it was, it had attacked the Thunder Kingdom as quickly as lightning, so its strength was definitely quite terrifying. It was most likely a Heaven Awakened World faction, or else they could not think of anyone else. Facing these two terrifying Heaven Awakened World factions, everyone felt quite terrified, and they felt even more powerless. Right now, they could only contact more people and hope that they would be able to defend against these two Heaven Awakened World factions and tell the other kingdoms about this. Only then would they be able to defend against them. Otherwise, they would not be able to stop them at all. The Thunder Kingdom's prince grabbed the soldier's body and hurriedly asked, "Have my royal father and the royal family escaped yet?" The soldier said in pain, "That army was too fast, and the royal family was unable to escape at all. It's possible that they've all been captured or killed." Hearing this, the Thunder Kingdom's prince immediately thought of going back to save them. However, he did not have much power, and he did not have many people, so going back would be equivalent to committing suicide. The prince of the Thunder Nation stood up and looked at the people around him. He said sincerely, "My Thunder Nation is currently facing a great calamity. I would like to ask everyone to lend me some troops and experts. I want to save my family and friends. I will definitely repay you handsomely." However, everyone ignored the Thunder Kingdom's prince. Now that the Thunder Kingdom had been destroyed, the Thunder Kingdom's prince had no value at all. Moreover, that faction was so powerful, and they did not want to send people to their deaths. The Thunder Kingdom's prince looked at the people who had been so courteous to him but now completely ignored him, and he felt quite furious. He furiously looked around and did not say anything before taking his people and leaving. Now that the Thunder Kingdom had been destroyed, he was nothing and had no value at all. If he dared to argue with these people, he would definitely be killed. However, the Thunder Kingdom's prince had no way to save his family, so he could only anxiously wait and hope that nothing bad would happen. News of the Thunder Kingdom's destruction quickly spread, and countless people were incredibly shocked. The Thunder Kingdom was one of the most powerful factions in the surrounding area, so how had it been destroyed just like that? Just what sort of terrifying faction had done this? After hearing about this, the Two-Way Kingdom's people also looked quite surprised. Top boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the Thunder Kingdom's palace was shattered by a powerful force. Countless Qin's soldiers gave off powerful auras and rushed in, surrounding the Thunder Kingdom's people, but they did not kill them. The Thunder Kingdom's king led a group of people and looked at the soldiers with a grim expression as he asked, "Who are you people?" A light laugh sounded out in the sky as a figure appeared in the sky. It was Zhao Fu, and he smiled as he looked down at the Thunder Kingdom's people and said, "My faction is called the Qin Empire." Seeing Zhao Fu in the sky, the Thunder Kingdom's king's face became pale. He had never thought that it would be Zhao Fu's faction. They had great enmity with Zhao Fu, and now that they had fallen into his hands, their fates would be quite miserable. The Thunder Kingdom's king felt quite regretful. If they had known that this would happen, they would not have attacked the Lock Kingdom for a woman, and the Thunder Kingdom would not have been destroyed. It was a pity that it was too late to say anything now. The Thunder Kingdom's king looked at Zhao Fu and said coldly, "What do you want to do with us now?" Zhao Fu looked at the Thunder Kingdom's people and smiled as he said, "It depends on your performance." Seeing that Zhao Fu did not intend to kill them all, the Thunder Kingdom's king let out a sigh of relief and said, "If the Thunder Kingdom submits to you, can you keep our status and territory?" Zhao Fu could not help but laugh as he said, "You still have the right to negotiate with me?" Also, the Qin Empire is a centralized system, not a feudal system. You won't have the status of a royal clan, nor will you have territory. The Thunder Kingdom's king's expression became quite unsightly. This meant that if they submitted to the Qin Empire, they would have nothing. However, the Thunder Kingdom's king thought about it and decided that he did not have the right to negotiate with the Qin Empire. It would be good if he could survive, so he said, "All right. The Thunder Kingdom is willing to submit to the Qin Empire." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said domineeringly, "Kneel. Pay your respects to me." Hearing this, Thunder Nation's king felt a wave of humiliation. He was the ruler of a kingdom, and his status and bloodline were incredibly noble. Normally, anyone who saw him would have to kneel, but now, he was kneeling in front of someone else. The other members of the royal family also felt a sense of humiliation. Before, they all had noble statuses. Unfortunately, even if they were humiliated, they couldn't refuse. The Thunder Nation had already been destroyed by Qin. If they didn't kneel down and surrender, they would die. The King of Thunder suppressed the humiliation and anger in his heart and was about to kneel down. "I'm not willing to serve you." A voice suddenly rang out in the quiet scene. Everyone looked over and saw a woman with gold-rimmed glasses. Her beige hair was tied up in a bun, and she had a mature figure. Her chest was very big, and she was holding a book. She was wearing a long robe and was staring coldly at Zhao Fu. She was the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Thunder Nation, as well as the head librarian of the royal family's library. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Aren't you afraid of death?" The woman's expression was cold as she said proudly, "Everyone has to die one day, but I choose to die with dignity." The Thunder Nation has existed for 368 years, and it has a powerful legacy and rich culture. If it perishes today, I'm willing to die for it. Hearing these words, a few elderly people stepped out and looked at Zhao Fu as they said, "We won't be able to live for long anyway, so we're only subjects of the Thunder Nation, not slaves of the royal family." Some people with dignity and integrity also stepped out and looked at Zhao Fu as they said, "We're also willing to die for the powerful Thunder Nation. We don't want it to perish in humiliation." Qin's soldiers coldly looked at these people and gave off powerful killing intent. Anyone who dared to speak to the Qin kingdom like this had to die, and they had to die miserably. Now, the atmosphere became quite oppressive and no one said anything. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The Thunder Nation's king looked at his own subjects who were so dignified and unwilling to kneel. As the king of the Thunder Nation, how could he endure such humiliation? Even if he submitted to Qin and kept his life, he would not have any chance to restore his kingdom in the future, and he would be controlled by the Qin Empire. The Thunder Nation's king made up his mind and drew his saber. giving off a powerful aura as he called out, I'm not willing to submit to you either. I challenge you as the king of the Thunder Nation, do you dare to fight? Zhao Fu laughed and looked at him condescendingly as he said, you can try. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the Thunder Nation's king gave off a massive aura as he leapt up from the ground and rushed towards Zhao Fu in the sky. He sent all of his power into his saber, causing it to give off an intense saber light that seemed to be able to slash apart anything. Zhao Fu looked at the Thunder Nation's king charging at him and stretched out a hand. A massive wave of power flowed out as he pressed down. Bang, the Thunder Nation's king felt as if he had been hit by a massive force, and he directly crashed to the ground, smashing out a large crater. Everyone felt quite shocked, this person's power was so terrifying. The Thunder Nation's king lay in the crater and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and he did not even have the strength to crawl up. Some people hurriedly rushed over to the crater and checked on the Thunder Nation's king's injuries. The first had a mature figure and a large chest. She also wore glasses and had beige hair. She looked quite similar to the Minister of Internal Affairs, but she was more mature. They were most likely sisters. She was also the Thunder Nation's queen and the prince's mother. The second had a graceful figure and had light purple hair. She gave off a flirtatious aura and was quite beautiful. The third had a sexy figure and had flaxen-colored hair. She looked quite gentle, and the fourth wore a black dress. She was tall and slim and gave off a cold and elegant feeling. There were also 2 princes and 2 princesses. The princes looked quite dignified and were 17 years old and 13 years old respectively. The 2 princesses were also around 17 years old and looked quite pure and moving. Your Majesty! The queen cried out worriedly as she hugged the Thunder Nation's king, who was coughing up blood. The Thunder Nation's king looked around at his wife and children and gave an unsightly smile as he said, don't worry about me, dying like this is my pride. Choose who you submit to. The queen cried as she shook her head, saying, I'm willing to die with your Majesty. As the queen of the Thunder Nation, I should be buried with Thunder Nation. The gentle-looking queen's gaze was resolute as she cried and said, I'm also willing to die with your Majesty. The other 2 queens hesitated and did not say anything. As for the 4 princes and princesses, they looked quite afraid, they were still young and did not want to die. The flirtatious queen thought for a moment before saying guiltily, I'm sorry. Hearing her words, everyone else felt quite startled and had a bad feeling. The bewitching princess consort stood up and bowed to Zhao Fu, saying flirtatiously, I'm willing to submit to you and become your woman to serve you. She did not want to die, nor did she want her daughter to die. At the same time, she had to make plans for the future. After they submitted to Zhao Fu, they would most likely be imprisoned and spend the rest of their lives like that. The cold-looking princess consort thought about it and made a decision. She stood up and looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes as she said, I can also serve you, but you have to give me and my family preferential treatment. Thunder Nation's king looked at his 2 wives and felt furious. Even though he wanted them to submit and keep their lives, he did not want his women to serve another man. What's more, this man had destroyed the Thunder Nation. The 2 of you are not fit to be Thunder Nation's princesses, nor are you fit to be my women. The first princess consort said angrily, how can you face His Majesty? His Majesty has always treated you well. The ministers who had originally wanted to be buried with the Thunder Nation also shouted angrily, the 2 of you are a disgrace to the Thunder Nation. You've lost all face for the Thunder Nation. How could you do something so immoral? Bang! Bang! Muffled sounds suddenly sounded out as the ministers were sent flying back by a massive force. They crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Boom! A terrifying aura covered countless people, causing them to fall into terror. Zhao Fu said domineeringly, they are my women now, whoever dares to say another word, will die. The bewitching princess consort and cold-looking princess consort gave a trace of a smile. Since Zhao Fu had accepted them so easily, it seemed that he was interested in them. They did not have to worry about what would happen in the future. Zhao Fu then said, take away those who are unwilling to submit and take them to the palace. Qin's soldiers went up and took them away. Thunder Nation's king looked at the Qin soldiers taking his women and daughters to the other side and thought of something. He furiously yelled, release them, or I'll kill you. A few of Qin's soldiers snorted coldly and kicked Thunder King. Now, Thunder King's power was sealed by Zhao Fu, and he could not resist at all. Then, he was dragged away by force. The two princesses cried and struggled, but they were still brought into the main hall by the soldiers. In the end, Zhao Fu sat on the throne of the State of Thunder and looked at the 7 women in front of him. There were 4 concubines, 2 princesses, and the Minister of Internal Affairs. Among the 7 of them, Zhao Fu was most interested in the pair of sisters, the first princess consort and the Minister of Internal Affairs. Now, one of them was crying with her head lowered, while the other was coldly looking at Zhao Fu with an arrogant expression. Zhao Fu walked in front of the 2 of them and pulled them into his embrace, playing with the things in front of their chests. The 2 of them vigorously struggled, and as the younger sister of the Minister of Internal Affairs, she angrily cursed at Zhao Fu, "Scum, let go of me." However, as Zhao Fu continued to play with their bodies, they also lost the ability to resist. They leaned on Zhao Fu's shoulders, blushing as they panted. The beautiful princess hadn't thought that Zhao Fu would be most interested in them, and she felt quite envious. However, she didn't want to fall behind, so she took off her clothes and threw herself into Zhao Fu's arms. Soon, indescribable noises sounded out in the main hall. The Prince of Thunder Kingdom was anxiously waiting for news, but he didn't get any news. He had never thought that his mother would be under Zhao Fu's body with a lewd expression and shameful noises. Her younger sister, the arrogant Minister of Internal Affairs, was even more lewd than her, and kept demanding things from Zhao Fu. In the prison, Thunder King's face twisted with anger as he cursed. He knew what was happening, and that his wife and daughter were being violated by that bastard. On the other side, Qin's soldiers attacked the major territories of Thunder Kingdom. If they wanted to completely overthrow the feudal system, they had to kill or conquer all the lords, and then use powerful force to suppress the territories. In this way, the forces would not be in chaos. If there was no powerful force to suppress the territories, those lords would definitely be dissatisfied with Qin. Even if they surrendered, they would not do it willingly, and they might rebel at any time. Moreover, the feudal system was based on the basis that whoever made contributions could have territories and titles. But now it was the Qin world that was attacking them. The Qin world was not a feudal system. Those who made contributions would not be given territories. If the people of the card world did not make contributions, they would naturally be convinced. However, it was not something that could be done in a short time to change the minds of the people of the card world. It would take a long time. Without too much difficulty, Qin's soldiers conquered all the territories of Thunder Kingdom. Those lords, big and small, were either killed or taken to the palace of Thunder Kingdom. Bai Qi counted the results of the battle. In total, they had gained more than 2 billion people of the card world, more than 200 million soldiers, and countless other materials. The only pity was that almost all the cavalry regiment of Thunder Kingdom chose to die in battle, and no one was willing to surrender. Bai Qi had seen the terrible cavalry regiment with his own eyes, and he very much wanted to take them under Qin's command. If they worked for Qin, they would definitely be of great use to Qin. Now that almost all the cavalry regiment had died, Bai Qi did not care too much, because he believed that His Majesty would definitely cultivate a more powerful cavalry regiment. Bai Qi also had a 100% faith in Zhao Fu. Bai Qi wanted to report this matter to Zhao Fu, but he found that the gate of the hall was still closed, and there was a boundary protecting it. He understood what had happened inside, and he had no opinion on one thing. After all, Zhao Fu was the emperor of Qin, a supreme person who could do whatever he wanted, and no one could restrain him. Moreover, he hoped that Zhao Fu would be like this. Over the past 10 years, although Qin had become more and more powerful, Zhao Fu still had no children, and Qin's bloodline had not been continued. Although the Ying family also had the bloodline of Qin, it had been affected by the fate of Qin Empire, and now it had also become a royal bloodline. However, their bloodline was very different from Zhao Fu's bloodline, and the gap was simply indescribable. Qin was not the Qin of history, and the orthodox royal bloodline of Qin should be based on Zhao Fu's bloodline. The bloodline of the Ying family was only qualified to be a collateral bloodline. Seeing that Zhao Fu was enjoying the women inside, Bai Qi gathered many generals in another place, and distributed the following tasks. In the chaotic world and the alchemy world, Qin first found an uninhabited place to build a base, and then used this base as the main base to develop around. Now, however, it was different. Now that Qin entered the card world, he had conquered a country, and did not build any base, so Qin decided to use Thunder Kingdom as the base, and develop around it. Zhao Fu had already given orders for this, so Bai Qi and the other generals only had to follow Zhao Fu's orders. The war. Gates and exchange stone steels were constructed near the royal palace, and the Thunder Kingdom's defenses were strengthened. The structures that Qin had destroyed also had to be rebuilt. It was impossible for Qin's soldiers to complete all of these things, as Qin's soldiers still had to defend the various regions and borders. The situation was not stable, and they needed Qin's soldiers to suppress and defend. Bai Qi gave the order to bring over the Thunder Kingdom's ministers who were willing to submit to Qin. He first looked through their information and got rid of those who had no ability or had questionable morals. He then said, "If you're willing to submit to Qin, then Qin will not mistreat you. Right now, Qin is in need of people, and there are many things that you need to lead the residents to complete. If you have any dreams or ambitions, just tell me. I, Qin, can fulfill your dreams and give you massive power and a position far higher than anyone else's." The other ministers smiled. They felt that Qin was a very good faction. It was very powerful and had strict military discipline, and its generals were all very talented. Only a country that was powerful, respected talented people, was fair in rewards and punishments, valued the country itself, had ideals and ambitions, and had foresight would be able to do so. As such, it would place great importance on them and value their dreams and ambitions. They were very happy to serve such a faction, as the future was bright. They all obeyed. Following this, the ministers left. Some went to comfort the terrified residents, while others led the residents to build various structures. Some of the Thunder Kingdom's residents and soldiers escaped to the surrounding kingdoms, and the surrounding factions confirmed that this was a faction from the Heaven Awakened world. Everyone looked terrified as they strengthened their defenses and continued to communicate with the other factions, discussing how to deal with this. The Two-Way Kingdom's people were quite curious about this faction, and they sent people to investigate. They found Qin's soldiers dressed in black armor and had cold expressions, giving off terrifying auras. They quickly went back to report, "This faction is extremely powerful and is not an ordinary faction." Even they felt a trace of fear. Hearing this news, the leaders of the Two-Way Kingdom also attached great importance to it. Some powerful cultivators even sneaked into the Two-Way Kingdom and found that Qin was indeed very powerful. Then, they went back to discuss this matter. With the Heaven Awakened world's rules, they could not be enemies. Even if they did not get along, at most, they would not help each other and would not do anything to harm each other. This was a benefit. Secondly, because they had an additional force, their development would also be somewhat restricted. This could be considered as a disadvantage. However, if there is any great danger, they can still help, because they have a common enemy, and the people of other card worlds also see them as enemies. The Two-Way country planned to send someone over to make friends with the Thunder country after the situation in the Thunder country stabilized. Hillary and her knight were still in Qin, looking at all kinds of things in shock. They had no idea what had happened in the Thunder country. The elders and the president of the Knights Union who knew about this were also shocked by the power of Qin's soldiers. They had destroyed a country so quickly. The Thunder Nation was one of the strongest nations in the vicinity, but it didn't have much resistance against Qin. Because this had happened too suddenly, the Thunder Nation's Knights Union had not been able to escape, and they were now trapped within the Thunder Nation. The higher-level Knights Union gave orders to the surrounding unions to prepare to rescue the people from the Knights Union and gather all information about this faction. The Knights Union took this faction quite seriously. Right now, the Knights Union did not have any plans to attack the Qin Empire because this was the planar war. There were countless Heaven Awakened world factions in the card world, and even though the Knights Union was powerful, it could not defend against the entire Heaven Awakened world by itself. If something like this happened, they could only ask the Union's people to investigate and pay attention to their own safety. If anything happened, they could immediately retreat. Only if the situation was very serious and posed a great threat to the Knights Union, would the Knights Union consider sending out soldiers. Now, Eileen had received orders from her superiors, and she and the other elder smiled. They did not have to worry about Qin at all, as they were that man's women. Moreover, they thought about how to deal with the Thunder Nation's Knights Union. Rescuing those people was quite simple for them, and after completing this task, the Knights Union would give them great rewards. They could use these rewards to develop their own factions, and they had already started to form their own cavalry corps. Finally, back at the Thunder Nation's palace, Zhao Fu lay on the ground and hugged his women. On his left was the Minister of Internal Affairs, and on his right was the First Queen. The pair of sisters looked incredibly good, and even Zhao Fu felt a bit infatuated with them. Now, their faces were quite red, and they powerlessly leaned against Zhao Fu's embrace as they panted. By now, Zhao Fu knew the sisters' names. The older sister's queen was called Xianxia, and the younger sister was called Hisami. There were also 3 other queens, who were called Diamina, Beatrice, and Camis. The 2 princesses were called Lydia and Betty. Zhao Fu liked those sisters the most, so he had done it with them the longest. This made the other women feel quite envious, but they were also greatly satisfied, and they were also panting in Zhao Fu's embrace. Xianxia rested for a while before looking at Zhao Fu and pleading, "Can you let go of my man now?" Zhao Fu thought to himself with a smile. Beside him, Hisami said softly, "Letting go of my brother-in-law will be good for you. It can help you rule the Thunder Nation, and we sisters belong to you now. You don't want us to be sad, do you?" Zhao Fu turned to look at Hisami and said with a smile, "So you're willing to submit to me now?" "That's not what you said before." Hisami blushed. "You've already treated me like this, what else can I do? Also, I don't want my sister to be sad. Also, you must not hurt my family before I'm willing to be your woman." Zhao Fu chuckled. "No problem. I'll let go of the Thunder Nation king, but I'll restrict all of his power and restrict him to a certain area. If he doesn't agree, I'll let him go." Xianxia happily kissed Zhao Fu and said with a smile, "Thank you." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "It's getting late. I still have a lot of things to deal with. You can rest here for a while." The women nodded with smiles on their faces. Zhao Fu put on his clothes and left the hall. However, he did not expect that Bai Qi had already taken care of everything, and he did not even need to give any orders. It was good to have such a general. After the women rested for a while and recovered their strength, they put on their clothes and went to the prison. Looking at the wretched King of Thunder cursing angrily, they felt their hearts ache. Not long ago, he had been the ruler of a kingdom and was respected by tens of thousands of people. Seeing them come and seeing their red faces, King Thunder naturally understood what had happened. He gritted his teeth and said, "You still have the face to see me? Get the hell out of here, I don't want to see you." The coquettish concubines lightly sighed, feeling a bit guilty. Helena's eyes became wet. And she felt very sorry for King Thunder. Not only did King Thunder blame her, but she had also betrayed her man both physically and mentally. Her little sister, Hisami, looked at King Thunder and said, "Brother-in-law. Now that things have become like this, you and I can't change it. If the Kingdom of Thunder was powerful, this would not have happened. However, we have been destroyed by Qin. Now, we beg him to let you go. Live a good life from now on. If I have time, my big sister and I will visit you. As for your children, we'll take care of them, so you don't have to worry." King Thunder said angrily, "I don't want to live anymore. Tell that bastard to kill me, or I'll kill him." Helena said with tears in her eyes, "Your Majesty, don't be like this. Don't be like this. We all want you to live well." King Thunder looked at Helena's flushed and beautiful face and yelled angrily, "Get the hell out of here. I already said I don't want to see you." The alluring concubine said angrily, "Do you know how hard we worked to get him to let you go? You're just a prisoner now, what do you think you have that we can cherish?" Hearing this, the image of Zhao Fu and his women appeared in King Thunder's mind, and he was about to explode with rage. He roared, "Get the hell out of here. I'll definitely kill him and make him die a horrible death." Helena cried as she pleaded, "Your Majesty. We've let you down, but you have to think about your future." King Thunder acted as if he did not hear her at all and yelled, "I'll make him die a horrible death. I'll take all of his women." Hisami looked at King Thunder in disappointment. He was now like a crazy beast, and he was no longer the steady and powerful king he used to be. She said to Helena, "Big sister. Let's go. Brother-in-law is angry right now. We'll come back in a few days." Also, it's best not to let him see you like this, because we're all his women now. Hearing this, Xianxia also recalled how Zhao Fu had violated her in various ways, and a blush appeared on her face. She lightly nodded, then glanced at King Thunder before leaving with the others. The Prince of the Thunder Kingdom also got the news that his parents were not dead, but had been captured by Qin. The Prince of the Thunder Kingdom was relieved. Previously, he wanted to kill Zhao Fu and enjoy Zhao Fu's woman. But now, not only was his woman violated by Zhao Fu, his mother and sister were also violated by Zhao Fu. A few days later, the situation in the Thunder Kingdom was stabilized, and the people in all areas accepted the rule of Qin. The name of the Thunder Kingdom was officially abolished on this day. Because the Thunder Kingdom had been conquered by Qin, it would naturally not continue to use his name. Moreover, if it continued to use this name, the people of the Thunder Kingdom would have a sense of belonging, so it had to be changed. Zhao Fu had wanted to give it a few nice names, such as Kanglin, Tianhen, Yueshu, Kunwu, etc. However, he felt that none of these names were suitable, and this was already Qin's territory. It would be even worse if he gave it a name that was not related to Qin, so he called it Qin's residence, and the people there were all people of Qin. After taking control of the Thunder Kingdom, Zhao Fu directly merged the Rock Kingdom into it. The two countries were connected, and for the convenience of ruling, Zhao Fu did not want to manage them separately. Now, Qin had a large territory. The others also realized that the Rock Kingdom had long been under Qin's control, and that mysterious expert was one of Qin's people. The various forces became even more afraid, as they understood how terrifying Zhao Fu was. There were also some other matters. According to Eileen's request, Zhao Fu released the Thunder Nation's Night Association. It did not make much sense to kill them, and it did not benefit Zhao Fu. However, because Elena had contributed to this rescue, she received a lot of rewards. The Knights Union also implemented a point system. The higher the points, the higher the authority, and the higher the level of the items that could be exchanged. Although Elena and the 11 knights were the president and the elder of a place, their status in the Knights Union was not high. Instead, they were relatively low, so they had very little authority and could not make many decisions. Zhao Fu thought that if he helped Elena and the others to improve their status in the Knights Union, it would bring him many benefits. The Knights Union was the most powerful force in the card world. Elena also persuaded the higher-ups of the Knights Union to let them continue to stay in Qin's territory and collect information about Qin. The people in the Knights Union did not refuse this request. They were very curious about the power of Qin, and they also wanted to get information about Qin. Of course, the information they got was deliberately leaked to them by Qin, because Elena and the others already belonged to Qin. In addition to this matter, there was also the matter of Hillary. After the Rock Kingdom was integrated into the Thunder Kingdom, the enfeoffment system was also abolished. However, Hillary was still the queen, and she managed the whole territory of Qin's territory. However, she was not very interested in managing various things, and she had been building her own cavalry regiment. Now, part of the territory was managed by Qin's people, and the other part was managed by the former ministers of the Rock Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom. Zhao Fu found that Helena and Hisami both had good management skills, so he also handed some things over to them. Under various management, the people's lives did not change much, and they gradually had a sense of belonging to Qin's territory. Finally, there was the matter of the National Cavalry Regiment. This was the National Cavalry Regiment, not the one that Zhao Fu asked Hillary and Elena to build. Zhao Fu asked them to build the top cavalry regiment, but it was very difficult to build a top cavalry regiment, and it would take a long time. Therefore, they had to focus on the ordinary cavalry regiment. There were about 800,000 people in the Rock Cavalry Regiment. Because they did not participate in any battles, they did not suffer any losses. The Thunder Rumbling Cavalry's originally 1 million people were almost completely wiped out. The precious artifacts on their bodies were all removed to be reused, but many of them were still damaged. This was because a set of precious artifacts was extremely precious, and the Thunder Rumbling country only had 300,000 of them. In fact, they did not expect that the Thunder Cavalry Regiment would be completely destroyed one day. If Qin wanted to create a cavalry corps of 1 million soldiers, he would need many more sets of relics. Even though the Kingdom of Locke had 200,000 or so sets of relics, every kingdom's relics were different. they all had their own forging methods and attributes. Most importantly, a cavalry corps' relics had to have the same attributes in order to unleash the most power. The Kingdom of Locke's relics were of the water attribute, while the Kingdom of Thunder's relics were of the lightning attribute. Now, Qin could only gather all sorts of materials and ask the Thunder Kingdom's equipment masters to forge new relics. Finally, there were warhorses. The cavalry corps' warhorses naturally could not be ordinary warhorses, they had to be powerful warhorses that matched the soldiers' attributes. Almost all of the warhorses had died in battle. The Thunder Nation had also raised the warhorses, but they were still lacking in numbers. They needed roughly 400,000 of them. Zhao Fu continued to have people nurture warhorses and buy them from the Knights Guild. However, he would not be able to create a cavalry corps in a short period of time. Zhao Fu thought to himself. In the future, he would definitely conquer different kingdoms and have different cavalry corps. If rebuilding was so difficult, it would be quite troublesome. Should he create a cavalry corps that belonged to Qin? He would have people, relics, and warhorses, and he would not have to rely on conquering other kingdoms to increase his cavalry corps. However, this was quite difficult. First, Qin was a Heaven-Awakened World faction, so his soldiers could not become knights from the Card World. They could not use relics, so it would be impossible to create a cavalry corps. Secondly, he would need relics that matched the soldier's attributes, which was a kingdom's relic. This would require Qin to research and create his own relic. Thirdly, there were warhorses. Right now, Qin's most common warhorses were Black God horses, which were mostly at stage 2. Only a few of them were at stage 3, so he needed stronger warhorses. Zhao Fu handed all of these to his subordinates to research and see if they could give Qin's soldiers the knight profession and create Qin's relic. This would take a long time and would not be completed in a short period of time. Bai Qi had seen how powerful the cavalry corps was, and he was quite interested in them, so he decided to participate. After dealing with all kinds of things, Zhao Fu wanted to discuss the next thing with the ministers. A bodyguard came in and reported, Tuwei country sent a messenger to Qin and wants to see your majesty. Zhao Fu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Tuwei country would take the initiative to contact Qin. He nodded and let the messenger of Tuwei country in. Subsequently, a tall man from the Tuwei kingdom entered the hall and bowed to Zhao Fu. Greetings, your majesty. Zhao Fu felt that the other party's attitude was good, and a smile appeared on his face. What is the purpose of your Tuwei country coming to Qin? The messenger of Tuwei said with a smile, our country has heard of the power of the Qin state, so we specially came to visit and brought the local products of Tuwei as gifts. After he finished speaking, more than a dozen people from Tuwei sent a few big boxes. When the boxes were opened, they contained some earth element treasures. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, your Tuwei country is too polite, I'll go visit in the future. Seeing that Zhao Fu's attitude was quite good, the messenger of Tuwei smiled and said, apart from paying a visit, I also have something to discuss with your majesty. Zhao Fu looked at him and asked, what is it? The messenger of Tuwei smiled as he said, both of our kingdoms have entered the Card World as Heaven-Awakened World factions and have to face countless Card World kingdoms. We have a common enemy and are so close to each other. My kingdom wants to ally with Qin to resist the Card World factions together. So you're here to ally? Zhao Fu started to think. Forming an alliance was not a bad thing for Qin. First, they could not attack each other. Moreover, they had to face countless Card World factions in the Card World, so it would be better to have more helpers. After making this decision, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, no problem. I, Qin, am willing to ally with your Tuwei country. The messenger of Tuwei felt quite delighted, he had completed such an important matter so easily. He did not encounter any difficulties and smiled as he said, Your Majesty, forming an alliance with us is beneficial to both sides. Your Majesty, you've made the right decision. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'll order people to hold a banquet and have Qin entertain you. The messenger of Tuwei said humbly, I'll have to trouble your Majesty. Also, I need to report this matter to the Tuwei country and will have to leave for a while. Following this, the messenger of Tuwei had people send this news back. The people from the Thunder Kingdom felt quite happy. They had thought that Qin's faction was even more powerful than theirs, as it had been able to destroy two powerful kingdoms in an instant without facing much resistance. The terrifying expert they had thought was not someone from the card world but the ruler of the Qin kingdom. With such a terrifying king who had easily destroyed two kingdoms, his strength was definitely monstrous. Having such a powerful faction as an ally was a great thing. Not long after, the Tui kingdom suddenly attacked the two small kingdoms next to it, the Dori kingdom and Yushi kingdom. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions sounded out as the army of the Tui kingdom divided into two groups and rushed towards the two small kingdoms with great power. Although the two small kingdoms had strengthened their defenses, they were still terrified. They hurriedly informed others to defend against the Tui kingdom. When the others heard this, they were shocked. What they had been worried about had happened. Without hesitation, they hurriedly sent troops to attack the Tui kingdom's base from all directions, trying to stall the Tui kingdom. When Qin heard this, he ordered Qin's soldiers to divide into several groups and attack several kingdoms separately. Zhao Fu was not really going to attack them, but he was just trying to scare them and make them withdraw their troops. Facing Qin's attack, the kingdoms could do nothing. They were afraid that they could not resist Qin, so they could only withdraw their troops to resist Qin. They could not ignore their own safety for the sake of other kingdoms. Now, they understood that if two terrifying factions allied, they would feel terrified and powerless to resist one. Now, they would feel a little desperate. The people from the Tui kingdom smiled. With Qin's help, the pressure on them had been greatly reduced. They continued to order people to attack the two kingdoms. They turned their attention to the two battlefields. The two armies continued to charge towards the two kingdoms, and the people from the two kingdoms shot out arrows that contained immense force as they tore through the sky and rained down towards the two armies. The Tui kingdom was indeed very powerful. It gave off countless yellow lights. Countless arrows were all blocked by the yellow lights. It was as if the arrows had hit a wall and were sent flying and falling to the ground. Peak. The two armies continued to charge towards the two kingdoms. The kingdom of Dori immediately threw out countless cards, which turned into countless green motes of light. Massive green rocks containing immense force shot forwards. Bang, 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 a series of loud sounds rang out as the cyan boulders collided with the yellow light, causing the yellow light to dim. However, the Daoi kingdom had more soldiers, and the yellow light they gave off was quite powerful. The yellow light only dimmed and did not disappear. The kingdom of Dori once again threw out countless cards, which turned into countless green motes of light. Massive green rocks containing terrifying force shot towards the Daoi kingdom with terrifying sounds. Bang, 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 muffled sounds sounded out as the countless green rocks smashed against the yellow light, causing the yellow light to dim. Some of the green rocks were not blocked and smashed against the Daoi people's bodies. The Daoi people were quite powerful, and facing the falling rocks, they punched out, shattering the falling rocks and continuing to rush towards the kingdom of Dori. Swish, 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 the kingdom of Dori once again shot out arrows, giving off massive auras as if they could pierce through everything. Countless Daoi people shot out. By now, the yellow light that the Daoi army gave off was quite dim, and it could only block a small portion of the arrows. Most of the arrows continued towards the Daoi army. The Ida-tail soldiers unleashed a powerful force, and their bodies quickly became as hard as stone. When the arrows hit their bodies, most of them were sent flying, and only a small portion of the arrows pierced through the Ida-tail soldiers' bodies. The Daoi soldiers' expressions became quite grim, and they felt that the Daoi soldiers were too powerful. By now, the Daoi army had reached the walls of the kingdom of Dori. The Daoi soldiers once again threw out all sorts of cards, which turned into countless motes of light and spread out, forming a massive green barrier that covered the walls. Facing the green barrier in front of them, the Daoi soldiers loudly roared and gave off boundless yellow power. The yellow power gathered together and formed massive rods. Bang, 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 the massive yellow rods brought with them immense power as they smashed against the azure barrier, causing massive sounds to ring out. The azure barrier started to chaotically tremble, as if it was unable to withstand this terrifying power. Bang bang bang, massive sounds once again sounded out as the massive rods gave off terrifying power as they smashed against the azure defensive barrier, causing it to shatter. One by one, the Tui people leaped more than 20 meters before crashing into the city wall. They created a few holes and climbed onto the city wall before rushing up. The Dorian soldiers were terrified and once again threw out cards, which turned into rays of light and shot towards the ground. Bang bang bang, azure stone spears containing immense power shot out from the ground incredibly quickly, piercing through the Earthtail soldiers' bodies. Blood flew everywhere as pitiful cries sounded out. This wave of attack caused many casualties to Tuwei country. The soldiers of Tuwei were furious. Their feet gave off an intense yellow light as they stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack. They rushed into the sky and flew towards the city wall. Some flew onto the city wall and started to fight with the Dorian soldiers, while others smashed into the city wall, creating craters. They then quickly climbed up the city wall. Soon, the Tuwei soldiers had climbed up the city wall and started to fight with the Dorian soldiers. Soon, the Tuwei soldiers had reached the top of the city wall. A Dori Kingdom soldier swung his fist and a massive power sent a Dori Kingdom soldier flying backwards. The Dori Kingdom soldier flew backwards and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The Dori Kingdom soldier roared and stabbed his spear into the Dori Kingdom soldier's body. A Tuwei soldier held a massive saber and vigorously slashed, splitting a Dorian soldier in half. A Tuwei soldier gave off massive power as he charged forwards, sending a few Dorian soldiers flying. A Dorian soldier held a massive axe and vigorously swung it, chopping off a Tuwei soldier's head. Another Tuwei soldier slashed another Dorian soldier and sent him flying. The two sides fought intensely and cries continuously sounded out. Blood flew everywhere and there were corpses on the city wall. The outcome was quite obvious: the Dorian kingdom could not stop the Tuwei country. A large number of soldiers were killed. In the end, the Dorian soldiers could not stop them and could only retreat. This meant that the Dorian kingdom had lost, and the Tuwei soldiers ferociously chased after the Dorian soldiers. Suddenly, there were 300,000 or so cavalrymen dressed in azure armor and holding spears riding on warhorses. They gave off immense power as they quickly rushed towards the Tuwei soldiers. The Tuwei soldiers coldly laughed and pressed their hands against the ground. Massive earthen walls giving off powerful auras quickly stretched out from the ground, blocking in front of the Tuwei soldiers. They thought that the earthen walls would be able to easily stop this group of cavalrymen. Now that the other Dorian soldiers were running, this group of cavalrymen was seeking death. The commander of the cavalrymen was a handsome young man. He held a spear and roared, "Charge!" The other soldiers all wielded their spears and burst forth with powerful strength. Their bodies emitted countless rays of green light. These rays of green light formed a huge green cone-shaped body of light, emitting an extremely terrifying power. The cavalrymen quickly galloped on the ground, and the sound of their hooves hitting the ground was like thunder. They were like azure bolts of lightning, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything as they charged forwards. Bang, 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 the massive earthen walls in front of them were instantly shattered, and rubble flew everywhere. There was no power to stop them at all. The soldiers behind the earthen walls were greatly shocked, and before they could react, they were sent flying by the massive power. They were like gravel that had been swept away, and a massive passageway was created in the Tuwei army. The Tuwei soldiers who had been sent flying were either heavily injured or dead. Countless Tuwei soldiers looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that the cavalrymen would have such destructive power. They did not dare to underestimate the cavalrymen and gathered their forces to deal with the cavalrymen. In the end, all of the cavalrymen were killed by the Tuwei soldiers. Looking at the dead cavalrymen, the Tuwei soldiers felt quite shocked. If there had been more of them, they might have suffered a crushing defeat. This was the first time they had felt how terrifying the cavalrymen in the card world were. Following this, the Tuwei soldiers did not encounter any resistance, and their army rushed towards the Dorian kingdom, quickly conquering territory. The outcome of the other battlefield was similar to this one. After the Tuwei kingdom destroyed those two small kingdoms, their territory was connected to Qin's territory. In the future, if anyone encountered any problems, they would be able to send troops to help. The surrounding kingdoms started to feel even more terrified. There had only been 30 or so kingdoms here, and now, 4 of them had been destroyed. Now, they would be the next ones to be destroyed. Now, they understood that the two powerful Heaven Awakened world factions had allied together. They understood that they could not just split up like that, or else they would be destroyed. Therefore, they decided to besiege Great Qin and Tuwei Kingdom. The surrounding countries joined hands to surround Great Qin and Tue Kingdom. They even built defensive structures. They wanted to ally together and attack the two factions, but they did not have the courage to do so. This was because they guessed that Qin and Tue were kingdom-level factions and could send troops at any time. They were only small marquisate kingdoms and dukedom kingdoms, so it would be very difficult for them to defeat these two kingdom-level factions. Moreover, they asked for help from the surrounding kingdoms, but none of them paid any attention. They had long since known about this but decided to wait and see. The lives and deaths of these small kingdoms had nothing to do with them. After the cavalry corps' charge, the Tue kingdom stopped being careless and did not rashly attack. They chose to stabilize themselves for a while. They still remembered that terrifying scene. Even though the cavalry corps only had 300,000 people, millions of Tue soldiers could not stop them. Countless Tue soldiers were thrown high into the air before falling down. The Tue kingdom started to research information about the card world. After conquering the two small kingdoms, they did not kill everyone and chose to subdue the residents of the card world. The benefits of subduing residents were far greater than killing them. They were very grateful for Qin's help and ordered people to send all sorts of gifts and beauties. They were not interested in the women in the card world at all. They were all 3 meters tall and had strong and heavy bodies. If they fell down, they could crush an ordinary person to death. They would only be interested if they were giants or women from the spirit race. Jiaofu accepted all of the gifts. Helping the Tue kingdom this time meant that the Tue kingdom owed Qin a favor. In the future, they would be able to help each other out in this place. Also, Jiaofu had asked Tue country to release some people from the Knights Guild to help Elena and the others increase their points. The Knights Guild had been issuing quests to rescue the people who were tied up in the two small countries. It would have been difficult for others, but it was easy for Elena and her companions because they had Qin's help. Now, Qin and Tue country were allies, and Qin Haodong had helped them once. It was not a problem for Qin Haodong to release some people from the Knight Union. After that, Jiaofu discussed with the other generals about the future. Jiaofu wanted Qin to continue attacking towards the east because the card land was located there. Jiaofu really wanted to obtain that card land. Perhaps it would be of great help to Qin. The strongest kingdom in the vicinity, the Dragon Kingdom, occupied that place. It was said that the royal families there all had powerful dragon bloodlines. The dragon race could be said to be a powerful creature in any world. Possessing their bloodline and power would be of great help to anyone. If Qin Haodong wanted to obtain the card land, he had to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. Jiaofu had collected all the information about the Dragon Kingdom. It had a population of more than 400 billion and a military force of 40 billion. It had been founded for more than 620 years and was an old kingdom. Their soldiers also had dragon power, which made them stronger than ordinary soldiers. The most terrifying thing was the Dragon King's knights. Ordinary knights could exert terrifying power, such as what had happened just now. The knights of the two small countries had fought so hard that Tue country had been unable to resist. They had mainly relied on numbers to kill the knights. Those were only the knights of the small countries. The Dragon Kingdom's knights were king-level knights, and their spiritual tools were all high-level spiritual tools, unlike the intermediate spiritual tools that Jiaofu now had. The horses they rode were not ordinary horses, but horses with dragon blood. When they grew up, their strength would be at stage 4 or 5. The knight's strength was basically at stage 5. The most frightening thing was that the Dragon Kingdom had hired 40 million people. Yes, it was a knight legion with 40 million knights. Hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen were already able to unleash terrifying destructive power, so how terrifying would 40 million cavalrymen be able to unleash power? Just thinking about it made Qin Haodong feel quite terrified. A Knight Legion could easily destroy an ordinary kingdom in the outer regions of the Heaven Awakened world. Right now, Qin was only destroying a few small countries, so he had a great advantage. However, facing a kingdom of the same level, the pressure would be immense. As such, it would be quite difficult for Qin to destroy the Dragon Kingdom. What's more, there was not just one kingdom but many kingdoms. It seemed that the Tue Kingdom and Qin Kingdom did not feel much pressure, but facing those royal kingdom existences, the pressure would be immense. With Qin Kingdom's forces, they could only choose to defend and did not dare to face them head-on. They would not be able to destroy the Dragon Kingdom in a short period of time, and the situation was quite stable. Zhao Fu wondered if he should put aside the matters in the card world for now. Zhao Fu still had to take care of awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star and Art, so it was not as if he had nothing else to do. These things were all quite important and were not small matters. Moreover, that higher being had said that apart from a great thousand world crashing into the heaven-awakened world, there would also be a massive catastrophe. Now that the card world was crashing into the heaven-awakened world, the unknown catastrophe would happen soon. Compared to this, the card world was not a big deal. Zhao Fu decided to put the card world's matters aside and allow his faction to develop for a while. Zhao Fu planned to leave the matters here to Wei Liao. Hilary and Eileen needed to establish a Knight Legion, and even though Helena and Hisami could help with internal affairs, they still needed a great general to defend them. As for Bai Qi, he was Zhao Fu's most trusted general and could not defend the card world. After Zhao Fu left Qin Kingdom, he would have to defend Qin Kingdom. After giving some simple instructions, Zhao Fu returned to Qin Kingdom. Hilary and the 12 knights were still playing around in Qin Kingdom, and they were quite curious about Qin Kingdom. Zhao Fu called her back to the palace. "Is something the matter?" Hilary asked as she stood in the palace and looked at Zhao Fu. She had not had enough fun yet and planned to continue playing around in Qin Kingdom. Zhao Fu looked at her and smiled as he asked, "Do you know about Qin Kingdom now?" "Peek." Hilary said happily, Now I know that Qin is incredibly powerful and has immense potential. There are also many fun things and places to do." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Don't play for too long, I'm about to leave Qin and head to the Heaven-Awakened World Spirit Domain. I need you to go back and do some things in the card world." Hilary went up and sat in Zhao Fu's embrace as she hugged Zhao Fu and asked, "What is it? How long will you be gone for?" Zhao Fu replied, "It's something very important. I don't know exactly how long it will be, but it might be a very long time." "Oh." Hilary replied reluctantly. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You just need to go and have a look at the card world. Also, you can set up a cavalry corps and come play with Qin whenever you have time. I'll send a general over there, so you don't have to manage too many things." Hilary hugged Zhao Fu and looked at Zhao Fu as she asked, "Which general are you going to send?" "I feel that someone is very suitable. I get along quite well with her, and I'm not sure if she'll be able to defend the card world." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that Hilary would become good friends with someone in Qin in just a few days. He smiled and asked, "What's her name?" Hilary happily replied, "She's called Tina Pendragon. The first time I met her, I felt a sense of familiarity and closeness, and we became friends. Even though she doesn't walk the path of a knight, the things that she believes in are similar to the path of a knight." Zhao Fu thought about it. Tina Pendragon walked the path of a king and believed in justice, light, vows, bravery, love, and many other things. She also had 10 knights by her side. The card world was like the ancient Western world, and this suited Tina Pendragon quite well. Moreover, Tina Pendragon's power was quite similar to that of the other side. If they went there, perhaps Tina Pendragon's power would become even more powerful. Zhao Fu smiled and ordered people to call Tina Pendragon over. Tina Pendragon, who had long blonde hair and azure eyes, and was wearing a silver-white knight's dress, arrived in the hall. When she saw Hilary in Zhao Fu's arms, she was not surprised. After being Zhao Fu's woman for so long, she understood Zhao Fu quite well and smiled as she said, "Husband, it's not a big deal. Is there something you need from me?" Hilary felt quite startled. She had never thought that Tina Pendragon would also be Zhao Fu's woman, as she had never mentioned this before. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Come up, I have something to tell you." Tina Pendragon's face became slightly red as she went up and sat in Zhao Fu's embrace and said softly, "Husband, I'm quite worried about you." "What's the matter?" Zhao Fu hugged Tina Pendragon and said. With a smile, "I feel that the card world is very suitable for you to develop there, so I'll let you guard there first. With your ability, it shouldn't be a problem." A trace of a smile appeared on Tina Pendragon's face as she said, "Husband, I was just about to tell you about this. The card world is quite similar to my power, and I really like the knights there. As such, I want to go to the card world to develop." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Since you also think that way, I have no objections." Seeing how close Zhao Fu and Tina Pendragon were, Hilary felt a bit jealous. She hugged Zhao Fu and said coquettishly, "Husband." Seeing her like this, Zhao Fu lightly laughed. Tina Pendragon also revealed a trace of a smile. Following this, Zhao Fu had them leave. He gathered the ministers and told them that he was going to leave Qin City and go to the spirit realm. The ministers nodded seriously and felt a bit heavy in their hearts. In the future, they would have to be very careful in Qin City. They had great confidence in Zhao Fu. When Zhao Fu was in Qin City, no matter what difficulties there were, they believed that Zhao Fu would be able to lead them to resist. If Zhao Fu left, their confidence would not be as strong, and all of Qin City revolved around Zhao Fu. After the ministers left, Zhao Fu prepared to go to the domain. Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out in all directions, and the dragon race bloodline within Zhao Fu's body became scorching hot. Zhao Fu's expression froze, and after thinking for a moment, he smiled and flew to the side. Zhao Fu came to a platform and saw an enormous gold and silver pillar of light in front of him. It seemed to reach into the sky, and it gave off a massive shockwave that continuously spread out in all directions. It was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, and it was simply unstoppable. All of Qin City sensed this extremely terrifying dragon power, and countless people's bodies slightly trembled. Expressions of terror appeared on their faces as they looked in that direction. All of the wyverns within the domain of Qin City felt an immense pressure and did not dare to fly in the sky. They obediently lay on the ground and looked in that direction, as if some terrifying thing from the dragon race had appeared. The nearby alliances, the Aeolian Empire, and even the kingdoms further away all sensed this massive dragon power. What is Qin City plotting? Ever since Qin had destroyed the Devil Horn Empire, it had been a long time since he had done anything, and everyone was wary of what Qin City was plotting. Now that they sensed the terrifying shockwaves that Qin gave off, everyone felt incredibly shocked and worried. Right now, Qin City was simply too terrifying. When Zhao Fu had returned from the boundless void, he had brought back many things, including a dragon soul crystal. This dragon soul crystal was a higher being grade dragon soul crystal, and it contained massive amounts of dragon power. Now, Qin City had two types of dragon dens, the Wyvern Den and the Splendor Night Silver Dragon Den. Qin City had been developing the Wyvern Den this entire time, so Qin City had many wyverns. However, Qin City had obtained the Splendor Night Silver Dragon Den quite late, and it was a top-tier Stage 8 dragon species, so it took a long time to respawn, so there were not many of them. Zhao Fu chose to fuse the higher being grade dragon soul into the Splendor Night Silver Dragon Den, as the Wyvern Den's grade was too low. After Zhao Fu's dragon soul fused into the Splendor Night Silver Dragon Den, the den had started to go through changes, and it had only just finished. It was because these were higher being grade ripples that they gave off such terrifying ripples. Higher beings could be said to be top-tier existences in the Heaven Awaken world. Heaven and earth power quickly flowed in, creating a massive attractive force. Countless traces of power flowed into the top of the Pillar of Light, causing the power that the top of the Pillar of Light gave off to become stronger and stronger. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and earth, and even the void started to twist. Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out in all directions, shaking the world. An incredibly terrifying dragon's might spread out, covering the surroundings. Countless people felt their bodies sink as if they had fallen into an abyss. Intense terror flowed out from their hearts, and their bodies violently trembled. The people around Qin City saw that the entirety of Qin City was covered by a golden-silver light and gave off terrifying ripples. They felt incredibly shocked and did not know what was happening. Peak! At the top of the massive Pillar of Light, a pair of massive dragon wings stretched out. The wings were completely silver, but there were some golden dragon inscriptions on them. Following this, a massive dragon head stretched out of the Pillar of Light. The dragon head was long and slender, and it looked elegant and beautiful. It was completely silver, and its eyes were pure gold. There were 6 pairs of dragon horns on its head, and the one in the middle was the largest and longest, while the ones on the sides were slightly smaller. Following this, the dragon's tail grew out from its back. It was very long and slender, and the tip of the tail was forked. Finally, a massive dragon appeared in the sky, seeming like a supreme ruler. It gave off an incredibly terrifying dragon aura, and there were also countless rays of intense gold and silver light that covered the entire world. By now, the massive pillar of light had disappeared. Zhao Fu stood at the front and looked at the massive dragon as he smiled. Just from this aura, he could tell that this was not a top-tier Stage 8 dragon, and it was not the Splendor Knight Silver Dragon from before. This dragon looked quite different from the Splendor Knight Silver Dragon, and it was much more noble, powerful, and elegant. The dragon in the sky looked down at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression became serious. This dragon was not something condensed from a heaven and earth abnormal phenomenon, but it had its own consciousness. Zhao Fu quickly realized that this dragon's consciousness most likely came from the Holy Dragon Crystal. The Dragon Crystal contained a great deal of a dragon's power, and it was the most important thing to a dragon. The Dragon Crystal that Zhao Fu had obtained contained a remnant soul of a dragon, and this remnant soul was most likely the owner of the Dragon Crystal. Now that this dragon's soul had used the den to condense a dragon's body, Zhao Fu hoped that this would not cause any abnormal phenomena to the Splendor Knight den facing the dragon's gaze. Zhao Fu did not feel any fear, and the terrifying pair of eyes met his gaze. "Who are you?" the dragon said in a cold and arrogant man's voice. Zhao Fu smiled domineeringly as he said, "I'm the Emperor of the Qin Empire, and I'm your master." The dragon's gaze became cold. It had once been a higher being, and even though it had become much weaker, it could not accept someone who was far weaker than it becoming its master. This was a humiliation. "Don't think that I can't kill you just because you control the lair." Zhao Fu was not afraid. With a smile on his face, he said in a provocative tone, "You can try." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the dragon gave off a massive power. Its body twisted as if it wanted to break free from something. His body was formed with the help of the nest, and the main part of his body was the Splendor Knight Silver Dragon. Zhao Fu was the master of the nest, and the Splendor Knight Silver Dragons had all kinds of restrictions in their bodies, so they had to listen to Zhao Fu's orders. At that moment, the dragon broke free from the restriction and wanted to attack Zhao Fu. As a former almighty being, he could not stand Zhao Fu's provocation. People with powers like Zhao Fu's, he had eaten countless of them in the past. Boom boom boom, the dragon continued to erupt with tremendous power as its body twisted in the sky, giving off terrifying ripples as it tried to break free from the seals within its body. However, the seals were not so easy to break free from, and the dragon's body was mainly made up of the Splendor Knight Silver Dragon's body. However, he had the ability to break free. Now, there were more and more golden dragon inscriptions on his body, and the seals were becoming smaller. It would take him a few hours to break free from the seals within his body. Looking at the dragon continuously struggling in the sky, Zhao Fu gave a cold smile as he raised a hand and vigorously grabbed out. Countless traces of violet light spread out from the sky, instantly dyeing the entire sky violet and covering the light that the dragon gave off. A supreme dragon race power that ruled over all things spread out from the sky. The dragon was greatly startled and looked in disbelief. Boom, at that moment, a shocking explosion sounded out as a massive violet star giving off heaven-toppling might descended from the sky, landing on the massive dragon's body. Even though the dragon looked quite massive and was 100,000 meters long, it seemed quite small compared to the violet star. The dragon was unable to withstand this power at all, and its body started to collapse. The dragon furiously roared before turning into countless motes of light that flowed into the den below. It had never thought that Zhao Fu would have the devil race's supreme emperor star, and it was a dragon race's supreme emperor star. Zhao Fu put away the devil race's supreme emperor star and smiled as he walked towards the Denver. This dragon was simply seeking death, and it had dared to attack Zhao Fu. It still had a portion of its higher being's power, but it was already quite weak. Moreover, its body was formed from the den, so Zhao Fu could suppress it. Now that the dragon's remnant soul had been destroyed by Zhao Fu, it had truly died, and Zhao Fu did not want his den to be affected. Now that the den had absorbed that dragon's soul power, perhaps it would be able to give birth to a den dragon in the future. After coming to the den, Zhao Fu looked at the den stats. Now, the den was not called the Splendor Knight Silver Dragon Den but Golden Knight Heavenly Dragon. It was not a top-grade Stage 8 dragon but a Saint Realm dragon. What was key was that it could spawn 5 Golden Knight Heavenly Dragons per day, which meant that it could spawn 50 in 10 days, 500 in 100 days, and 5,000 in 1,000 days. This was incredibly fast. Back then, a top-grade Stage 8 Splendor Knight Silver Dragon would only spawn one every half a month, but now, Saint Realm Golden Knight Heavenly Dragons could spawn 5 every day. Moreover, normally, it would take decades to nurture a Saint Realm expert, as well as all sorts of resources and treasures. Now, as long as one had a den, they could spawn 5 Saint Realm dragons every day. Ordinary empires definitely did not have such a high-grade dragon den, and it was incredibly rare in the dragon race. It was an incredibly precious treasure. If the dragon race knew that Zhao Fu had such a treasure, they would most likely send out higher-being dragons to snatch it. Zhao Fu had fused the higher-being dragon crystal into it, and Zhao Fu was very satisfied with the dragon race's effects. As for how to use the Golden Knight Heavenly Dragon, Zhao Fu already had a plan. Zhao Fu felt that the wyverns were enough, and he had nurtured all sorts of ice and fire dragons, insect den dragons, and mechanical wyverns. Zhao Fu wanted to use the Golden Knight Heavenly Dragon as a mount for his cavalry corps and nurture a dragon cavalry corps. The strength of a cavalry corps was related to the mount, and a dragon cavalry corps made of Saint Realm dragons would be far more powerful than other cavalry corps. Top. The Golden Knight Sky Dragon had 2 attributes. One was the darkness attribute, which was a high-grade night power. The other was the light attribute, which was a terrifying top-tier power called the Golden Radiance power. This was the power of the Golden Radiance, which was the power of the Almighty Dragon, and it had now fused with the power of the Splendor Knight Silver Dragon. With these 2 powers, the Golden Knight Sky Dragon would definitely be more powerful than an ordinary Sage-level dragon. Right now, the Golden Knight Heavenly Dragon lair still needed some time to develop on its own. Zhao Fu put it aside for now and handed it over to someone else to manage. After that, Zhao Fu officially stepped on the road to Spirit Realm. The Spirit Realm was quite far from the human realm. If he took a detour, he would have to cross 3 large realms, so Zhao Fu chose to go through the Heaven Realm, which was the central realm, to reach the Spirit Realm on the other side. This part of the journey was not short, so it would probably take a lot of time. Half a month later, Zhao Fu used the teleportation formation the entire time without resting. Finally, he arrived at the Heaven Domain. After half a month of arduous travel, Zhao Fu felt quite tired. After arriving at the Heaven Domain, he found an inn to rest in. After a simple wash, Zhao Fu sat in the lobby of the inn and ate. Many people were drinking and chatting around him. Zhao Fu listened carefully to see if he could obtain any useful information. Zhao Fu did not know what was happening in the Heaven Domain. From the discussions of the others, Zhao Fu learned that there were 2 types of news. The first was a battle between the Heaven Awakened world and the Card world. The Heaven Awakened world's focus had shifted from the Alchemy world to the Card world. The Godly world and Underworld's participation had indeed reduced the pressure on the Heaven Awakened world, and the situation in the Chaos battlefield was quite stable. Both sides continued to attack each other, and the Heaven Awakened world relied on their numbers to defend against the Alchemy world's attacks. They were not as passive as before. The battle in the Card world had gone quite smoothly, causing the Heaven Awakened world to agree. They felt that the Card world was not a very powerful world, so the Card world had retaliated and caused great losses to the Heaven Awakened world. Now that the 2 sides were in a stalemate, no one had much of an advantage. There were also some who talked about the various magical cards in the Card world. Some people had obtained quite a few, but unfortunately, they could not use them. The second type of news was that all of the factions in the Heaven Domain were gathering resources, and they felt that something bad was about to happen. Hearing this, Zhao Fu immediately thought of the disaster that the higher being had mentioned. Not only did that higher being know about it, but the other large factions also knew about it and were making all sorts of preparations. Many of the major powers were prepared and had the strength to deal with the future. However, the smaller powers were powerless. They didn't even know what was going to happen. When Zhao Fu saw that the various major powers had begun their preparations, he understood that he did not have much time left. So, after resting for a while in the inn, he continued on his way. Wait. Not too long after, Zhao Fu was suddenly called out by a voice behind him. He felt that this voice was quite familiar, and he didn't know where he had heard it before. Zhao Fu stopped and turned to look behind him. He saw a young man smiling at him. He had a handsome face, a pair of devilish violet eyes, and a head of jet black hair. His body was very slender and fit, and he wore white clothes that revealed his chest. Every muscle on his body was very well proportioned, and he did not look exaggerated or weak. He gave off a powerful, masculine aura. Seeing him frown, a bad image appeared in Zhao Fu's mind. This person in front of him was someone from Emperor Path College, and he was a famous person called Violet Cloud. On his way to Emperor Path College, he had unintentionally entered a hot spring, which was Ziyun's place. Ziyun was sitting with 10 or so handsome men, doing indescribable things. The same image appeared in Zhao Fu's mind. Back then, Zhao Fu had been quite weak and had been captured by Ziyun. If it wasn't for the 6 desires demonic qi, Zhao Fu might have been ravaged by Ziyun. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would meet him here. Now, Ziyun's cultivation was at the peak of the Emperor Heaven Realm and he was just a bit away from the Void Realm. The masculine aura he gave off was even more intense, and there were 7 or 8 bewitchingly dressed beautiful men behind him. In just a few years, Ziyun had never thought that the person he could casually kill back then would become an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, and not just an ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm expert at that. Zhao Fu did not fear him, and he gave a trace of a smile as he asked, "What is it?" Ziyun gave a trace of an evil smile as he said, "I feel that you're someone I'm familiar with, someone I can only dream about. Someone who likes to wear a cloak but has a devastatingly beautiful face." Zhao Fu immediately felt quite disgusted. If it was a woman praising him, it would not be wrong, but it was a man. "I think you've mistaken me for someone else, I'm not that person. Also, don't talk to me like that." Ziyun lightly laughed as he said, "Is that so? I feel that your voice and tone are very similar to him. How about you take off your cloak and let me have a look?" "Don't worry, I won't harm anyone I like." Zhao Fu refused, saying, "No, is there anything else? I'll be going now." Now, Zhao Fu did not want to waste too much time with Ziyun, and he felt quite disgusted and repulsed. Ziyun teasingly smiled as he said, "Now, I like you. No matter if you're him or not, you'll belong to me. Look at the women around me, I've never mistreated them. As long as they become my wives, I'll give them anything they want." Zhao Fu's gaze became slightly cold as he said, "Are you forcing me to teach you a lesson?" Before Ziyun could speak, a beautifully dressed man beside him said in a feminine voice, "It's your fortune that our husband likes you. Do you know who our husband is? If you knew, you'd definitely obediently crawl over to serve our husband." Another beautifully dressed man also said in a feminine voice, "I'd advise you to be more well-behaved and not make our husband angry, or else we'll properly teach you a lesson later." Ziyun smiled as he said, "Don't say any more, I'm not a vulgar man anymore. The more he resists, the more I'll feel a sense of accomplishment conquering him." Zhao Fu could not stand the people in front of him. He raised a hand and gathered power in front of his palm. 3 black rays of light containing immense power quickly shot towards Ziyun and the 2 men who had spoken. Ziyun smiled and waved his hand, causing a violet energy barrier to appear and cover Ziyun and the 2 men. Bang! 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 3 explosions rang out as the 3 beams of light smashed against the defensive barrier with immense power, causing many cracks to appear on the barrier. Ziyun's expression became serious as he looked at Zhao Fu and said, "You're indeed not simple." Zhao Fu said coldly, "Be smart and piss off." Ziyun suddenly lightly laughed and said, "I like people like you like this." Boom! An explosion sounded out and Zhao Fu did not waste any words. He gave off a massive aura and rushed at Ziyun incredibly quickly. He arrived in front of Ziyun and vigorously punched towards him. Even though Ziyun had a smile on his face, his heart became serious. A massive amount of violet qi rose up from his body, and a massive wave of power flowed out. Facing Zhao Fu's punch, Ziyun vigorously slammed out with his palm. Bang! An explosion sounded out as the fist and palm collided with immense power. A powerful shockwave blasted out in all directions, causing the ground to instantly shatter. The 7 or 8 beautiful men behind Ziyun looked quite shocked and retreated a few steps. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. The 2 of them stood in a stalemate, and Ziyun's palm gave off a massive amount of yang energy to block Zhao Fu's fist as he looked at Zhao Fu seriously. Zhao Fu looked at Ziyun and gave off a trace of coldness as he said, "To me, your strength is only average." Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as a massive wave of power flowed out from Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu vigorously pushed out with his fist. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out as Zi Yun's body was slammed by a massive wave of power, forcing him back a few steps. His expression became quite unsightly because he found that Zhao Fu's strength was perhaps even greater than his. Countless traces of black aura flames rose up from Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu's fist continuously gathered the black aura flames, forming a terrifying dragon head that gave off shocking power. Boom, Zhao Fu punched out and a black aura flame dragon gave off massive power as it ferociously rushed towards Zi Yun. Zi Yun's expression fell and a massive wave of yang energy flowed into his hand. His hand gave off an intense violet light and gave off a powerful aura as he vigorously slammed towards the black dragon. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the black dragon formed from the black aura flames collided with the palm that gave off countless rays of violet light. A massive explosion blasted out, destroying the ground and buildings in the surrounding hundreds of meters. A massive explosion sounded out as rocks flew everywhere and dust filled the air. The people in the surroundings were terrified and hurriedly hid far away. Many pairs of eyes looked over and felt that the two people in front of them were very terrifying. Zi Yun was knocked back a dozen meters by Zhao Fu's attack. He looked at Zhao Fu with a more serious expression. He was now sure that Zhao Fu was stronger than him, but he would not admit defeat so easily. Zi Yun looked at Zhao Fu and said seriously, "I'm looking forward to fighting you." Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as Zi Yun exploded out with all of his power, forming a violet shockwave that instantly spread out. All of the buildings in the surrounding 1,000 meters were destroyed. Zi Yun's clothes were turned into countless pieces by that shockwave, revealing his well-built upper body. A violet circular mark appeared on his forehead, and countless traces of violet aura flowed out and wrapped around his waist and arms, forming a violet ribbon. His body gave off a violet light, and he gave off an incredibly powerful aura. Swish, Zi Yun's body instantly disappeared and reappeared above Zhao Fu's head, his palm containing immense power as it blasted towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body leapt backwards. Bang, a massive sound rang out as Zi Yun's palm slammed into the ground, and it was as if a massive hammer had smashed into the ground, causing a large crater to appear in the ground. Zhao Fu was sent flying by that immense power, and he landed stably on the ground as he looked at Zi Yun. As a famous expert in Emperor Path College, his strength could not be underestimated. Zi Yun turned and saw that Zhao Fu had easily dodged his attack. His body gave off a powerful yang energy as he ferociously rushed at Zhao Fu. Boom, Zi Yun slammed his palm forwards, and a massive energy seemed to cause the air to explode as he quickly blasted towards Zhao Fu. Facing this power, Zhao Fu understood that he would not be able to defend against it with his current strength, so he lightly cried out, "Celestial mode. Activate." Boom, a massive rainbow-colored aura flame erupted around Zhao Fu's body as a rainbow-colored circular magic formation appeared on his forehead. A rainbow-colored rune circle appeared around Zhao Fu, and a massive gale spread out. Bang, the massive energy blasted towards Zhao Fu, while the rainbow-colored rune circle around Zhao Fu gave off a powerful aura and started to spin, easily blocking that massive energy. Zi Yun's expression became serious as he continuously slammed out palm after palm towards Zhao Fu, sending terrifying waves of energy towards Zhao Fu as if they could shatter a mountain. Zhao Fu's eyes gave off a rainbow-colored light as he looked at Zi Yun in front of him. A massive wave of energy entered the rainbow-colored rune circle, causing it to give off a massive wave of energy and quickly spin. Bang, bang. Bang, the massive waves of energy were deflected by a formless energy and slammed into the ground around Zhao Fu. Each wave blasted open a large hole, but they did not harm Zhao Fu at all. The people in the surroundings looked at the two people fighting in shock. Sensing the auras that continuously spread out, they understood that they were Emperor Heaven Realm experts. The city soldiers and city lords had long since arrived, but they did not dare to get close because they recognized Zi Yun. They knew how terrifying Zi Yun's identity was, so they did not dare to go up and stop him. Even though they did not know who the other person was, they felt that since he dared to fight with Zi Yun, his status was definitely not low. Arg! Seeing that he was unable to break through Zhao Fu's defenses even after attacking so many times, Zi Yun roared and a massive wave of energy flowed out. He slammed out with both palms, causing a terrifying wave of energy to flow out and turn into a pair of massive violet palms that slammed towards Zhao Fu. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the pair of massive violet palms gave off immense power as they slammed against the rune circle. Zhao Fu sent a massive wave of energy into the rune circle, causing it to quickly spin. The violet palms slowly twisted and turned into two waves of violet energy that flew to the sides and dissipated. Zhao Fu said, "It's my turn now." Boom! A massive wave of energy spread out from Zhao Fu's body, and the rune circle spread out, turning into runes around Zhao Fu. They gave off boundless light and formed 30-centimeter-long swords of light. An incomparably terrifying sword energy spread out, seeming as if it could destroy everything. There was nothing that could block it. Sensing this terrifying power, Ziyan felt quite startled. At that moment, Zhao Fu looked at Ziyan and slowly stretched out a hand and pressed forwards. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the air being torn could be heard as the swords of light gave off terrifying power as they shot towards Ziyan incredibly quickly, leaving behind traces in the air as if they could destroy everything. Boom! Boom! Ziyan gave off a massive wave of power and sent it into the ribbon around his waist. The two ends of the ribbon gave off immense power, and it quickly danced, leaving behind afterimages. It was impossible to tell how many there were. Bang! Bang! Massive sounds rang out as the swords of light were shattered by the ribbon, and a powerful sword energy spread out, causing sword gashes to appear on the ground. Even though Ziyan's ribbon had blocked Zhao Fu's swords of light, his body was continuously pushed back. Boom! A massive wave of power flowed out from Zhao Fu's outstretched hand, and the 30-centimeter-long swords of light quickly formed a 3-meter-long rainbow sword of light that gave off terrifying sword energy as it flew forwards. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the 7-colored sword of light collided with an afterimage. The afterimage disappeared in an instant, and Ziyan's body was hit by a huge force. His body was sent flying, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. Ziyan's identity was not only terrifying, but he was also a famous expert from Emperor Path College. He was quite famous in the human domain, and yet he was not a match for that person. Just who was that person? To be able to defeat a peerless genius like Ziyan, that person was definitely a peerless genius. However, no one had ever seen such a genius before. Boom! A massive explosion suddenly sounded out as Ziyan looked furious as he half-squatted on the ground and glared at Zhao Fu. Large amounts of violet aura rose up from his body, covering the surrounding hundreds of meters. Countless strands of purple aura continuously condensed, forming 99 muscular, slender men who were not wearing any clothes. Every single one of them gave off an extremely powerful aura. Boom! Ziyan controlled the 99 men and they gave off incredibly masculine auras as they charged at Zhao Fu. They brought with them terrifying gales that caused the ground to crack as if they could destroy an entire world. Zhao Fu did not move at all and grabbed at the air with his hand. Countless runes flashed with light and countless traces of heaven and earth power flooded out, forming a sword of light that gave off a celestial sword's power. Bang! When the 99 men gave off massive auras and rushed in front of Zhao Fu's expression did not change at all. He vigorously slashed out with his sword and a massive rainbow-colored sword energy slashed against the men's bodies, resulting in a massive explosion. The 99 men were reduced to countless fragments by the rainbow sword light and dissipated. The rainbow sword energy continued towards Ziyan, sending him flying and leaving a 1,000-meter-long sword mark on the ground. Ziyan's body fell to the ground. There was a long and thin wound on his chest, and blood kept flowing out. Zhao Fu walked over to Violet Cloud and pointed his sword of light at him as he said, "You've lost." Ziyan had an ugly smile on his face. "I've lost this time. I admit that you're stronger than me. Also, who are you? Why does it give me a familiar feeling?" Zhao Fu put away his sword of light, which turned into countless motes of light and disappeared as he calmly replied, "Do you think I'll tell you?" Seeing Zhao Fu put away his sword of light, Ziyan inwardly let out a sigh of relief and lightly laughed as he said, "Since you can't be my beloved wife, how about I become your beloved wife? I can divorce all the other men for you." Zhao Fu felt quite speechless and looked at Ziyan as he said, "I'm not interested in that sort of thing. Also, if you say another word, I'll kill you right now." Right now, Zhao Fu felt that there was no need to kill him. There was no great enmity between them, and killing him would only bring him more trouble. Ziyan lay on the ground and lightly laughed as he said, all right, I won't say any more. I really want to know your identity. Zhao Fu turned and walked in another direction as he said, I'm not interested in talking to you anymore. Ziyan hurriedly called out, wait. Zhao Fu frowned and turned to look at Ziyan as he said, if you really want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ziyan immediately smiled as he said, that's not what I meant. Since you don't like men, you probably like women, right? In actuality, my art can transform extreme yang and unyielding power into extreme yin and gentle power. When that time comes, I'll become a woman. With my looks, I can rank in the top 10 in the human domain, and this will be my first time. As long as you promise me, I'll become a woman and follow you. Become a woman? Zhao Fu looked at Ziyun in confusion. He had never thought that this fellow would suddenly say such a thing. Moreover, he had never thought that apart from liking men, this fellow could also easily become a man or a woman. Ziyun's name felt like it was a gender-neutral name. It seemed that there was a reason for this name. Now that Ziyun was a man, he was incredibly handsome and had a masculine aura. Adding on his perfect figure, countless women would like him. If he became a woman, he would most likely be extremely beautiful and would rank in the top 10 in the human domain. However, no matter how devastatingly beautiful he was, Zhao Fu would not be interested. Even though Zhao Fu loved beauties, he would not want just anyone. Zhao Fu had forgotten that Ziyun was a man just because he had become a woman. Moreover, Zhao Fu had personally seen him do it with other men. This was something that Zhao Fu could not accept. However, thinking about becoming a woman and joining his 6 desires demonic art, if he could not resolve this issue, he would also become a woman. Just thinking about it made him feel quite terrified. Zhao Fu said to Ziyun, I'm not interested in you, so don't say any more. Also, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. After saying this, Zhao Fu prepared to leave. Ziyun did not give up and looked at Zhao Fu sincerely as he said, I really want to know your identity, please tell me. Zhao Fu turned to look at Ziyun and said, didn't you already guess it? Hearing this, Ziyun did not react at first, but his heart trembled and he stared at Zhao Fu with wide eyes. No wonder he felt that Zhao Fu was so attractive and familiar, it really was him. Ziyun's heart was filled with excitement. It was an indescribable joy, and he was just about to say something. Just as he was about to say something, Zhao Fu did not want to continue chatting with him and turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. Seeing Zhao Fu disappear, Ziyun immediately looked disappointed. However, thinking about it, he still felt quite excited. He had never thought that he would have the chance to meet Zhao Fu again. He had also never thought that in just a few years, Zhao Fu would become so powerful. He had defeated him so easily, and he felt that Zhao Fu had not even used his full strength. However, thinking about how much of a commotion he had caused in the Heaven Awakened world and how the entire world was looking for him, it was not too surprising that he had grown so quickly. Husband? Are you all right? A few coquettish men walked over and asked with concern. Ziyan looked at them and made a decision. He gave a trace of a smile as he said, you can all leave. I can go wherever I want. You're not here, so you belong to me. Husband, what's wrong? Did we do something wrong? The beautiful men said in a panic. It was evident that they did not want to be separated from Ziyun. Ziyun smiled and said, I want to go find my true love. The beautiful men understood Ziyun's intentions, and extremely disappointed expressions appeared on their faces. They did not dare to force Ziyun any further. Ziyun stood up from the ground and looked at the bewitching men. He waved his hand and a few rings flew over to them as he smiled and said, you followed me for so long, so I won't mistreat you. There are some treasures in this storage ring, take them. The beautiful men nodded lightly and picked up the rings floating in front of them. Ziyun did not hold back at all and turned into a violet ray of light as he disappeared over the horizon. An hour later, Ziyun appeared within a mountain cave and sat cross-legged on the ground. His body gave off countless traces of violet aura. This was the first time Ziyun had done something like this, so he had to be very careful and could not allow anything to go wrong. The violet aura continuously flowed out from Ziyun's body and wrapped around him, forming a violet ball of mist that covered Ziyun's body. Countless traces of violet aura flowed out and the ball of mist gradually became corporeal, becoming a violet orb. Within the orb, Ziyun gave off an extremely firm and young aura, and there was an orb of violet flame within his body. This orb of flame was the source of Xian's power. The violet flame also gave off an extremely firm and young aura, but following this, Xian placed his hands before his chest and performed a few hand seals, causing the orb of violet flame to go through changes. A blue tongue of flame appeared within the violet flame, and an extremely soft and aura started to spread out. The blue flame continuously became bigger and bigger, while the violet flame continuously became smaller and smaller. The power that the violet aura gave off also became smaller and smaller. Xian's body started to change, his long black hair became violet and his extremely handsome face gradually became that of a woman's. His violet eyes became a pair of sapphire-like blue eyes. His slender and muscular body also started to change. His muscles disappeared and his skin became white and smooth, and a pair of massive things grew out from his chest. Finally, the violet orb split open and countless traces of blue light shined out. A woman who looked even more beautiful than a celestial fairy appeared. She had a peerlessly beautiful face and a tall and mature figure. Her breasts were incredibly large and alluring, and she gave off an enchanting and gentle aura that could move countless men. Now, Xian's appearance had greatly changed, and it was as if she was a completely different person. She had been right before, with her current looks, she would definitely rank in the top 10 in the human domain. She was many times more beautiful than when she was a man. Next was her figure. Her figure was completely different from before and did not have any muscles at all. It was snow white and smooth, and it had a lustrous luster to it. The most shocking thing was that Xian's chest had undergone such a huge change. It was truly astonishing. Xian chuckled as she looked at the changes in herself. Her voice had changed as well. It had become extremely soft, the kind of voice that could make a man's heart beat faster with just a few words. Following this, Xian put on a light blue robe and chased after Zhao Fu. She also changed her name to Lanyu. After leaving the city, Zhao Fu continued on his way to Spirit Realm. At this time, Zhao Fu was flying in the sky towards another empire. He wanted to use this empire's teleportation formation to teleport to a further place. If the teleportation formations of the various empires were connected, Zhao Fu felt that the time it would take to reach Spirit Realm would be reduced by 70%. Most of the time would be spent flying through the border regions. It was a pity that the teleportation formations of the various empires could not be connected. If one empire used the teleportation formation to attack another empire, it would be very dangerous, as it could directly teleport into the empire. Boom, a massive explosion suddenly sounded out. Zhao Fu's expression froze, and he stopped and looked to the side. This explosion seemed to be caused by a battle, and it was not far from him. Who was fighting here? The person who was fighting didn't look weak either. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided not to go. Other people's battles had nothing to do with him, so Zhao Fu decided to continue flying. Clang, a massive sword hum suddenly sounded out, and a sword light containing terrifying power slashed towards Zhao Fu from the distance. It was incredibly fast, and it happened in an instant. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, and a massive wave of power flowed out of his palm as a black defensive barrier appeared. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the sword light slammed into the defensive barrier, turning into a massive wave of sword wind that blew out. The defensive barrier was not damaged at all. Zhao Fu frowned, this sword light was not attacking him, but he had been hit by the shockwaves. It was as if one person had attacked another person, and the attack was so powerful that the people nearby had been hit by the shockwaves. Zhao Fu felt that this wave of power was quite familiar, and he did not hesitate for long. Zhao Fu flew to the side. He saw a beautiful woman in green with a sharp aura. She held a green sword and was fighting with a white-clothed, domineering-looking young man. Zhao Fu had never thought that these two people knew each other and had enmity with each other. The woman was called Jian Luiyue, and she was Jian Yue's little sister. Zhao Fu had almost been captured by her big sister, Jian Yue. Her big sister was incredibly powerful and had comprehended a powerful sword intent. She was also an Emperor Heaven Realm expert and was even more powerful than Violet Cloud. Back then, Zhao Fu had used her to fight with Feng Changhua to escape. The man was called Song Kongyue, and he was the 9th emperor of the Tsang Sky Empire. He was incredibly powerful and could enter the top 30 of the human domain's new rankings. During the examination at the entrance of the Emperor Path College, Because his wife had looked at Zhao Fu, Song Kongyue had wanted to kill Zhao Fu, but he had been stopped by his wife. Zhao Fu had some impression of his wife. She was a peerlessly beautiful woman in a pink palace dress, and she had an alluring figure. She was called Xianxia and cultivated a terrifying charm technique. Why are they fighting here? Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and thought about it. He had met a few students from the Emperor Path College here, so he took out his map and found that he was quite close to the Emperor Path College. Speaking of the Emperor Path College, Zhao Fu could not help but think of the higher being who had helped him greatly. Should he go and personally thank him? This could be quite dangerous. This was the Emperor Path College, and it had countless experts. On the surface, there were 9 higher beings, and if his identity was exposed, he would not even have a chance to escape. Top Zhao Fu trusted that higher being. If he wanted to expose his identity, he would have done so long ago. However, he had been hiding it for him this entire time. Seeing Zhao Fu suddenly appear, the two people stopped. This was mainly because Jian Yue had stopped. In the previous battle, Jian Yue had a great advantage, while Song Kongyue was at a disadvantage. Jian Yue thought that Zhao Fu had come to help Song Kongyue, so she said coldly, "Leave immediately or I'll chop off your head." Blood flowed out of Song Kongyue's mouth as he looked at Zhao Fu and said domineeringly, "Help me defeat that stinky woman and you'll be rewarded handsomely." Zhao Fu came back to his senses and looked at the two people and could not help but laugh. Song Kongyue felt quite furious and said, "What are you laughing at, you bastard? Do you know who this person is?" Jian Yue came to her senses and realized that Zhao Fu was not here to help Song Kongyue but someone who Song Kongyue knew. Zhao Fu laughed as he replied, "I'm laughing at how you don't know your place. Do you know that you're seeking death?" Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the two people's expressions changed. It seemed that this person's identity was not simple, and he seemed to know them. For him to dare to speak to them like that, his identity must be quite terrifying. Jian Yue's expression was cold as she asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu turned and smiled as he looked at Jian Yue and said, "I don't think you know me, but there's a feud between me and your big sister." Jian Yue felt quite startled. Since there was a feud between him and her big sister, it was possible that he was her big sister's enemy. Since he could become her big sister's enemy, it was possible that he was much more powerful than her. Song Kongyue inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Since there was a feud between him and Jian Yue, it meant that they had a common enemy. His tone became slightly more courteous as he said, "This stinky woman dared to make trouble for me. You and I can take care of her, I'll leave her to you." Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh, "I don't like you, there's a feud between us." Song Kongyue's expression changed. He had not expected Zhao Fu to say something like that. Moreover, Zhao Fu had said that he had a grudge against him. Why did it seem like he had never seen this person before? Now that Jian Liuxin was slightly relieved, Zhao Fu also had a grudge with Song Kongyue. Song Kongyue was also one of his targets. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "What do you think I should do with the two of you?" Jian Liu said coldly, "Then let me see your power and see if you have the qualifications to say such things." Clang, Jian Liu stabbed her sword towards Zhao Fu, and the sword gave off a sword light that gave off a sharpness that could cut through steel. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he looked at Jian Liu condescendingly. He formed a sword finger with his hand and sent a wave of power into it. The sword finger gave off a faint sword light as he slashed out. Boom, a massive sword light containing terrifying sword power slashed forwards, seeming to be able to slash space apart. Some black marks appeared in space. Bang, Jian Liu was sent flying back 10 or so meters, and her expression was quite unsightly as she said, "You really are an Emperor Heaven Realm expert." Before, Jian Liu and Song Kongyue's cultivations had been higher than Zhao Fu's, and after a few years of cultivation, they had broken through to the Divine Realm. This speed was incredibly fast for most people, and they were rare geniuses. However, after the Divine Realm was the Extreme Divine Realm, and after the Extreme Divine Realm was the Emperor Heaven Realm. Just in terms of cultivation, there was such a large gap between them and Zhao Fu, so it was quite easy for Zhao Fu to deal with them. Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Do I have the right to say such things now?" Jian Liu coldly harumphed, "What do you want to do to me?" Zhao Fu looked at Jian Liu's figure and beautiful looks, causing a look of disgust to appear on Jian Liu's face. At that moment, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "Since your big sister has offended me, as her sister, you should repay for her." Jian Luiyue said furiously, "Don't even think about it." Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he said, "I don't want to waste any more time. Are you going to take the initiative, or do you want me to force you?" "Husband. I brought people over." A flirtatious voice sounded out as a beautiful and voluptuous woman wearing a pink palace dress flew over with an ordinary-looking young man, an elderly man, and a middle-aged man. The three of them all gave off Emperor Heaven Realm auras and were most likely Emperor Heaven Realm experts. Song Konyue inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Now that they had three Emperor Heaven Realm experts on their side, they did not have to fear Zhao Fu. Jian Liuyue's expression became even more unsightly. She could not stop Zhao Fu by himself, and now there were three Emperor Heaven Realm experts on Song Konyue's side. Jian Liuyue had come to settle scores with Song Konyue. This was because Song Konyue had heavily injured one of her junior apprentice brothers. Her junior apprentice brother had looked at his wife too much, so Song Konyue had broken her junior apprentice brother's arms and legs and stepped on his head. He had humiliated her junior apprentice brother, causing him to lose his dignity and suffer great humiliation. Now, her junior apprentice brother seemed to have become a completely different person. He became depressed and did not want to see strangers, and he was not as cheerful and considerate as before. After finding out where Song Konyue was, she started to attack Song Konyue. Song Konyue understood that he was not a match for Jian Liuyue, so he had Xianxia call for people and brought Zhao Fu here. Not only had she not been able to save her junior apprentice brother, but she had also put herself in danger. Xianxia gave a trace of a smile as she flew towards Song Konyue, but suddenly, the power within her body became incredibly excited. Her heart rate sped up, and her body started to heat up as her face became bright red. "What's going on?" Xianxia looked quite confused and did not know why she had such a reaction. She had had this reaction a few years ago, and it had been because of that mysterious man. Now, she was constantly thinking about that mysterious man, and she regretted not leaving with him back then. Now, she was thinking about him every day. After finding out who that mysterious man was, she felt even more excited and regretful. After all, that mysterious man was the possessor of the 7 Emperor stars that had shaken the entire world. He could be said to be the #1 person in the Heaven Awakened world, and he was valued by countless factions. He was just that terrifying, and this made her feel even more infatuated with that man. At the same time, she felt quite happy that she had such a strong reaction to that man. Xianxia felt that that man was her true man. As for Song Konyue, even though he treated her very well, they were only together because of the marriage alliance between the two factions. She did not like Song Konyue very much. Even though Xianxia and Song Konyue were quite intimate, Xianxia was still a virgin. She had been waiting for an opportunity to meet that man again. Peak. Afterwards, she would give her first time to him, to the man she truly acknowledged. It was a pity that after so many years, she had not been able to wait for this opportunity. She wanted to find that mysterious man, but no one in the world could find that man, so it was impossible for her to find that man. After waiting for so long, the massive disappointment had almost caused her to give up, and she did not have much hope. However, she had never thought that she would have such an intense reaction today, making it so that she could not even react in time. The opportunity she had been waiting for so many years had suddenly appeared. Xianxia hurriedly looked around, looking for that person. She found that it was still the same man, and he wore a cloak and gave off an even more alluring aura. After finally seeing him, Xianxia's eyes became moist and she wanted to leap into that person's embrace. "You three, kill him," a voice cut off Xianxia's thoughts. It was Song Konyue giving an order to the 3 Emperor Heaven Realm experts. The 3 Emperor Heaven Realm experts looked at Zhao Fu and immediately gave off massive power as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Xianxia hurriedly cried out, "Don't." However, the 3 Emperor Heaven Realm experts were Song Konyue's people and would not listen to her orders. They continued to give off immense power as they rushed at Zhao Fu. The 3 of them quickly arrived in front of Zhao Fu. An ordinary-looking young man punched out, bringing with him a massive gale, as if he could shatter a mountain. The middle-aged man slapped out with a palm, sending out terrifying power. The elderly man's claw-like hand grabbed towards Zhao Fu with shocking power. Zhao Fu condescendingly looked at the three Emperor Heaven Realm experts in front of him, and a massive wave of power gathered in his arm. He clenched his fist and a black aura flame appeared around it as he vigorously punched out. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the two sides' powers collided, causing a massive gale to blow out. The three Emperor Heaven Realm experts were forced back a few steps before stopping and looking at Zhao Fu in confusion. Meanwhile, Zhao Fu stood his ground and did not move. The others also looked quite shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such a great advantage against three people by himself. This person was simply too powerful. A smile appeared on Xianxia's face as she let out a breath of relief. Jian Luiyue did not hesitate and turned into a ray of sword light as she shot towards the horizon. Now that Zhao Fu had three other Emperor Heaven Realm experts blocking him, it was perfect for her to escape. No matter who won, it would not benefit him. Seeing that Jian Luiyue was about to escape, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of power flowed out, turning into a massive palm that grabbed towards Jian Luiyue. Jian Luiyue immediately felt a force binding her, and her originally fast speed slowed down. Just as the black hand was about to grab her, Jian Luiyue felt a force binding her. She took out a sword talisman and stuck it on her body. Clang! A massive sword hum sounded out as the talisman paper gave off countless rays of sword light. A massive sword energy covered Jian Luiyue's body and quickly shot forwards, slashing apart Zhao Fu's sealing power. It drew a thin line in midair and disappeared into the horizon. This was Jian Luiyue's life-saving talisman. As someone from such a powerful faction, it was impossible that she did not have any life-saving methods. Song Kongyue felt that the situation was quite bad and flew up and grabbed Xianxia's hand. He activated a jade medallion and turned into a ray of light as he shot towards the horizon. Just as Zhao Fu wanted to stop them, the three Emperor Heaven Realm experts unleashed powerful attacks, causing Zhao Fu to stop. Seeing Jian Luiyue and Song Kongyue run away, Zhao Fu felt quite bored. He had wanted to teach them a lesson as revenge for what had happened in the past. In the end, he looked at the three nervous Emperor Heaven Realm experts and said, "I'll give you 3 seconds to scram." Zhao Fu did not want to waste his strength on them. The three Emperor Heaven Realm experts hurriedly turned and flew to the side. They knew that Zhao Fu was far more powerful than them and could easily kill them, so they had been prepared to be killed. However, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would tell them to scram and not kill them. As such, they naturally happily scrammed. Now that Jian Luiyue and Song Kongyue had run away, Zhao Fu gave up on going to the Emperor Path College. He could not stay here for too long, so Zhao Fu quickly flew away and left this place. Jian Luiyue returned to the sword sect in a wretched state and just happened to see her big sister, Jian Yue. Seeing her little sister in such a wretched state, Jian Yue asked caringly, "Luiyue, how did you end up like this? What happened?" Jian Luiyue gave a simple explanation of what had happened before asking, "Big sis, do you know who that person is? How come I don't know that you have enmity with such a powerful person?" Jian Yue looked quite confused. She did not know when she had enmity with such a person. After hearing from her little sister that that person always wore a cloak, she suddenly thought of something and her expression fell. Seeing her big sister like this, Jian Luiyue felt quite startled and asked, "What is it, big sis?" Jian Yue's expression was serious as she said, "You fought with him and should have some of his aura on you. Give me a bit." "Oh." Jian Luiyue nodded before grabbing at her body and pulling out a few traces of black aura. The black aura gathered into a small orb, and Jian Luiyue handed the orb to her big sister. Jian Yue took the orb of aura and felt a sense of familiarity. She then took out a crystal ball, which contained a trace of black and blood-red sword chi. Sensing that orb of aura, the trace of black and blood-red sword chi immediately became excited and moved about within the crystal ball because it had seen its owner. Jian Luiyue asked in confusion, "Big sis, isn't this the sword intent you've been comprehending? Why is there such an intense reaction to this aura? Do you know that person?" Jian Yue looked at her little sister seriously and said, "I know that person, and you've heard of him before." Jian Luiyue looked quite confused as she asked, "Who is that?" Jian Yue said, "That person is the person with 7 emperor stars, a terrifying figure who can shake the entire 3 worlds. Hearing this, massive waves crashed in Jian Liuyue's heart, and her mind went blank. She had never thought that she would meet such a terrifying genius who was watched by the entire world. After a while, Jian Liyue said nervously, "Big sis, what do you think we should do about such a big matter? Should we tell father and the elders that that person has returned to the heaven domain by himself?" Jian Liyue thought for a while before replying, "This matter is too big, and the fewer people who know, the better. Let's not tell anyone for now, or else once news gets out, the entire heaven domain will be shaken. Moreover, even if we tell father and the others, facing such a terrifying person, it will be difficult for them to deal with him." Apex. Jian Liyue asked, "Big sis, what do you think we should do? We can't just pretend that nothing has happened, right?" Jian Liyue thought for a moment before replying seriously, "I plan to go find him and comprehend that celestial slaughter sword intent." Jian Liyue felt quite startled and said, "Big sis, are you sure? That person is incredibly terrifying, and in just a few years, he surpassed me and became an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. Perhaps you won't be a match for him." Jian Liyue replied, "I understand, but I still want to go find him. I want to see just how powerful he is and how big of a gap there is between me and the number one person in the Heaven Awakened world." Seeing that her big sister had made up her mind, Jian Liyue did not try to dissuade her anymore. She thought about it and said, "Big sis, can I come with you?" Jian Liyue looked at Jian Liyue in surprise and said, "Why? You should know that it's quite dangerous." Jian Liyue explained, "I also want to grasp that celestial slaughter sword intent, and I'm also quite curious about that number one person in the Heaven Awakened world. I want to understand some information about him and why he's so terrifying." Jian Liyue gave a trace of a smile and said, Let's go together then. However, we should make some preparations." Jian Liyue smiled and nodded. Over at the other side, Song Kongyue brought Xianxia back to his faction and let out a sigh of relief. Now that they were back at their faction, they did not have to worry about Zhao Fu attacking. However, Song Kongyue's expression became cold. Now that they had returned to their faction, they could send even more powerful people to kill that person. If an Emperor Heaven Realm expert was not a match for him, he would send a Void Realm expert to kill him. If a Void Realm expert could not kill him, he would send a Spirit Realm expert to kill him. With his status, he would be able to easily invite a Spirit Realm expert to kill him. Just as Song Kongyue was about to go invite a Spirit Realm expert, he suddenly found that his fiancée was quite dispirited. A trace of a smile appeared on Song Kongyue's face as he went up and hugged Xianxia as he comforted her, saying, "Xianxia, don't be afraid. That person won't dare to come here." Song Kongyue greatly liked Xianxia and treated her as the most important person in his life. He would even give up his life for her. As such, he would feel uncomfortable whenever others looked at Xianxia. Xianxia struggled out of Song Kongyue's embrace and said, "I have some matters to attend to at the Myriad Desire Palace." Song Kongyue had a strange expression as he asked caringly, "What's the matter?" "I'll go back with you." Xianxia had already made up her mind to look for that person. She did not want to suffer the pain of missing him anymore. Saying that she would return to the Palace of Myriad Desire was just a lie to Song Kongyue. Naturally, she would not agree to go back with him. No need. This time I want to go back alone. Also, I'm leaving soon. Seeing how anxious Xianxia was, Song Kongyue did not insist and said, "All right, I'll wait for you here. Come back soon." Xianxia glanced at Song Kongyue and flew away without saying a word. This made Song Kongyue feel very uncomfortable. He did not know why Xianxia had suddenly become like this. Was it because he was angry? Currently, there were 3 groups of people chasing after Zhao Fu from different directions. The first group, Lan Yu, had arrived at the place where the battle had taken place. Looking at the traces of battle around her, she felt quite confused. However, she did not pay too much mind because the traces of battle here were not caused by Zhao Fu. After coming here, Zhao Fu had already hidden his aura, making it impossible for Lan Yu to obtain any information about him. Before, Lan Yu had been relying on the remnant aura that Zhao Fu had left behind to chase after Zhao Fu. After thinking for a while, Lan Yu saw that Zhao Fu had continued to head in a certain direction, most likely heading towards a certain place. After going in that direction and passing through the heaven domain, he would reach the spirit domain. Thinking of the spirit domain, Lan Yu suddenly thought of the emperor stars. Now, Zhao Fu had awakened the emperor stars of 6 races, and only the water race's emperor star and the spirit race's emperor star were left. Could it be that he was going to the spirit domain to awaken the spirit race's emperor star? Thinking about that, Lan Yu felt quite startled before a beautiful smile appeared on her face. As expected from the man she had fallen for, he had such terrifying power. After awakening the spirit race's emperor star, he would have 8 emperor stars. As for whether or not he could awaken the spirit race's emperor star, that was nonsense. Her man had already awakened the emperor stars of 6 races, so how could he not awaken the spirit race's emperor star? That was almost impossible. After finding out what Zhao Fu's goal was, Lan Yu gave a trace of a smile and quickly chased after him. Not too long after Lan Yu left, Jian Yue brought her little sister, Jian Luiyue, over. Jian Luiyue sensed the surroundings and frowned as she said, "Big sis, that person's aura has disappeared. Now that his aura has disappeared, how are we going to find him?" Jian Yue took out the crystal ball that contained a trace of celestial murdering sword intent. The trace of celestial murdering sword chi seemed to sense something and went in a certain direction. Looking in that direction, Jian Yue sank into her thoughts. Jian Luiyue asked in confusion, "What is it, big sis?" Seeing that the celestial murdering sword intent is reacting in that direction, that person most likely went in that direction. Jian Yue lightly nodded, "I know that he went in that direction, but I feel quite curious. After disappearing for so long, why did he suddenly reappear? Moreover, he's going in the direction of the spirit domain." Hearing this, Jian Luiyue started to think about why Zhao Fu had suddenly appeared in the heaven domain. She suddenly thought of something and said in shock, "Big sis, that person has already awakened a few races supreme emperor stars. He might be going to the spirit domain to awaken the spirit race's emperor star." Jian Yue said seriously, I think so too. I think so too. If he really awakened the spirit race's emperor star, he would have 8 emperor stars. Even I feel a trace of reverence towards such a person. Jian Luiyue said with a trace of anticipation, "Let's hurry in that direction. I want to personally see him awaken the 8th emperor star." Jian Yue nodded and flew off with Jian Luiyue. In the end, Xianxia also arrived. She did not sense Zhao Fu's aura, but she had a special method to sense where Zhao Fu was going. She closed her eyes and used her body to sense, and soon, she sensed a direction that made her feel quite excited. A trace of a smile appeared on Xianxia's face as she quickly flew off. Her body greatly reacted to Zhao Fu, and she could use this sense to find Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu did not know about this. After flying for a while, he felt that there was nothing out of the ordinary, so he let down his guard and did not hide his aura as he continued to fly in the direction of the spirit domain. Peak. After 2 of them, Zhao Fu came to a new place. This place was quite close to the devil domain, so there were many devil race people here. The fiend race was very competitive and had built many beast battle arenas. Every day, many people fought in the beast battle arenas, and there were many fiend race spectators. It was the most popular place here. Zhao Fu passed by this place and did not pay much attention to it. However, he suddenly heard that there was a dueling competition here, and whoever won would be able to obtain a few precious devil race treasures. One of them was an Emperor Heaven Devil Horse stone, which Zhao Fu was most interested in. Emperor Heaven Devil horses were extremely powerful devil horses. They were tall and powerful and gave off Emperor's power, and they gave off a noble and powerful aura. This was because they had an imperial bloodline. Even though it was not a pure imperial bloodline, it gave them powerful Emperor's power, allowing them to suppress other devil beasts of the same realm. There were very few Emperor Heaven Devil horses and they were rarely seen. Because of their bloodlines, they were unable to turn into human forms, so they always looked like horses. As such, having an Emperor Heaven Devil horse as a mount was something that gave one face and made others envious. The Emperor Heaven Devil horse stone was condensed from the Emperor Heaven Devil horse's power after it died. If it was given to another horse, it would obtain a bit of the Emperor Heaven Devil horse's bloodline and obtain Emperor's power. It was said that this Emperor Heaven Devil horse stone was incredibly powerful and was not an ordinary Emperor Heaven Devil horse stone. Hearing about the Emperor Heaven Devil Horse Stone, Zhao Fu thought that if he could obtain this Emperor Heaven Devil Horse Stone and fuse it into a horse den, those horses would have the Emperor Heaven Devil Horse bloodline and could become mounts for an Emperor's cavalry corps. With the aura of an Emperor's bloodline and horses with the Emperor's bloodline, they would be a perfect match, and they would be able to unleash the full power of a cavalry corps. Zhao Fu had seen how powerful a cavalry corps was, and he had been thinking about how to develop a cavalry corps. As such, after hearing about this, he stopped and decided to participate in the dueling competition. A while later, Zhao Fu went to the life-saving counter. There was a devil race person with a goat's head and a human body sitting at the counter. He held a pen with a stack of white paper. When he saw Zhao Fu walking in front of him, he spoke in a calm tone, "Tell me your name and cultivation, I will arrange a duel with you." Zhao Fu said, "Demon Knight." "Emperor Heaven Realm Cultivation." The devil race person looked quite surprised before giving a smile and standing up as he respectfully bowed and said, "So it's an Emperor Heaven Realm Cultivator, please don't blame me." Zhao Fu replied softly, "Nothing, I want to participate in this duel competition." The sheep-headed devil race person smiled as he said, "Sir, according to the rules, please show off your Emperor Heaven Realm strength." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and gave off an Emperor Heaven Realm power. Sensing the terrifying power that Zhao Fu gave off, the goat devil race's expression became even more respectful. Even though Emperor Heaven Realm cultivators were not rare here, they were still quite powerful. "My lord. Because you're an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, you don't need to participate in the preliminaries and can directly participate in the finals. Ma Rang, have people prepare a guest room for my lord. Because the duel has just begun, my lord will need some time to rest." Zhao Fu said, I understand." Following this, the sheep-headed devil race person called over a young man with a sheep head and brought Zhao Fu to a room. This room was at the top of a beast arena and could directly see the duel below. There were many similar rooms in the surroundings, and apart from the competitors in these rooms, everyone else had prestigious statuses and had come to watch the duel. Within the beast arena, there was a devil race person with a lion's head and a devil race person with a bull's horn fighting. Both of them were Divine Realm experts, and the minimum requirement for this duel was the Divine Realm and the maximum was the Emperor Heaven Realm. As such, as an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, Zhao Fu could directly participate in the finals and did not need to participate in the preliminaries. An ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator would be able to suppress a Divine Realm cultivator. This would not be too surprising, and there was nothing to see. The sheep-headed young man said respectfully, "Sir. If you have any questions or requests, you can tell me." Zhao Fu lightly nodded, indicating that he understood. Following this, he started to feel quite bored. As an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, Zhao Fu was not very interested in watching a group of Divine Realm experts fight. However, the devil race people on the lower levels cheered excitedly, and the scene was quite lively. To them, a Heavenly Realm expert was an extraordinary expert. Seeing these experts fight intensely, they were naturally very excited and moved. Bang! Bang! Muffled sounds rang out. The two devil race cultivators were both strength type. They continuously punched each other ferociously, causing strong gales to blow out. What was worth mentioning was that they could not use weapons in this duel and could only rely on their own bodies to fight. After all, the devil race's bodies were incredibly powerful and could unleash great destructive power. Roar! The devil race person with a bull's horn vigorously punched out, and a massive azure bull's head gave off ferocious power as it smashed towards the lion person. Bang! The lion person blocked with his hands, but he was sent flying by that massive force. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and did not even have the strength to get up. In the end, the referee went up and declared the bull-horned young man's victory. Following the bull-horned young man's victory, the surroundings once again burst into an uproar. Countless people excitedly cried out, expressing their joy. Zhao Fu watched on in boredom. Even though the battles were quite exciting, they could not attract Zhao Fu's attention. Next, a savage-looking man in white competed with a well-dressed big man. Bang, 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 the two of them quickly started to fight intensely. The big man continuously punched out, sending out a massive fist energy that could shatter steel, while the savage-looking young man sent some power into his palms, causing them to give off a pale light that turned into two sabers of light that slashed towards the big man. In the end, the savage-looking young man won, sending the big man flying with a single strike. A deep gash appeared on the big man's chest, from which blood continuously flowed out. Following this, the referee ordered people to carry the big man off the stage and declared the savage-looking young man's victory. Zhao Fu still felt quite bored, and after a few more battles, a cute-looking girl with 2 black dragon horns and her long black hair tied into 2 braids came to the arena. Her opponent was a handsome-looking young man in white with 2 dragon horns on his head. Both of them were from the dragon race. Everyone felt quite excited. The dragon race was one of the most powerful races in the devil race, and the battle power they gave off was not weak at all. Peek. The cute-looking young woman lightly harumphed and said in a lowly voice, "I never thought that I would meet you so early. Today, I'll let you have a taste of Evil Nine's power." The handsome young man looked at the cute-looking young woman and said, I also want to fight with you and see what qualifications you have to receive Grandpa Azure Dragon's attention." Hearing this, the dragon race young woman angrily rushed at the young man, giving off a ferocious aura. The dragon race young woman quickly reached the young man and gripped her hand into a fist as she punched towards the young man with enough power to shatter mountains. The young man did not move at all and also gripped his other hand into a fist as he punched out with enough power to shatter space. Bang! When the 2 small fists collided with each other, a violent gust of wind instantly spread out, causing the ground to crack. The young man and young woman both retreated a few steps and their expressions became serious. They then started to fight intensely, causing powerful shockwaves to ripple out. Everyone felt quite shocked. These 2 seemingly small bodies had such terrifying power, as expected from people from the dragon race. Zhao Fu looked at the young woman and sensed that her aura and voice were quite familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere before. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the young woman dodged the kick and punched the young man's abdomen. The terrifying power sent the young man flying, and he crashed to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The young woman continued to rush at the young man incredibly quickly. The young man quickly got up and looked at the young woman from the dragon race rushing over. His body gave off boundless white light as a white dragon appeared above his head. It was 10 or so meters long and gave off a powerful dragon's might. Seeing the young man release his power, the young woman rushed at him while giving off boundless black light, and a black dragon appeared above her head. This black dragon was 10 or so meters long and had a pair of iron-like horns. It had 6 blood-red eyes and looked quite terrifying. It was covered with black scales and gave off a powerful and evil aura. Seeing this black dragon, Zhao Fu felt quite startled and suddenly remembered who this young woman was. Bang! At that moment, a massive explosion sounded out as the 2 dragons collided with terrifying power, resulting in an intense explosion. Countless rays of light shot out and a destructive power spread out, causing the ground to collapse. Shockwaves spread out, and the 2 of them were lying on the ground, looking quite wretched. Blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths, and they got up from the ground, continuing to give off powerful auras as they charged at each other. When Zhao Fu saw the girl, he gave a happy smile. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would meet her here. This young girl had known Zhao Fu for a long time, and she was someone who had known Zhao Fu around the same time as Xianru. She was also a powerful lord, and back then, even Zhao Fu had to avoid her. She was a 6-eyed flood dragon. The 6-eyed flood dragon was once the lord of the Forest of Horrors region, and it was one of the most terrifying creatures in the region. Back then, in order to gather spirit herbs, Zhao Fu had gone into the depths of the Forest of Horrors to meet the 6-eyed flood dragon, and they had become friends. Afterwards, the 6-eyed flood dragon had left Qin and disappeared. Back then, Qin was still quite weak, and the northern side of China had not been unified yet. It had been 10 or so years since then, and Zhao Fu had never thought that he would meet her here. Zhao Fu had always felt quite curious as to where the 6-eyed flood dragon had gone and why it seemed to have disappeared. Now, Zhao Fu understood that she had come here. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just happened to pass by, he might not have been able to meet her. The 6-eyed flood dragon was no longer a flood dragon but a dragon. It was called the demonic god flood dragon, and it was a king-class lord-class devil beast. She had turned into her human form, and if she hadn't condensed that black dragon, Zhao Fu might not have been able to recognize her. Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out as a white dragon rushed out of the young man's palm. The white dragon formed a white dragon-shaped saber that gave off a terrifying destructive power. This dragon-shaped saber was a weapon condensed from power, and it was not a true weapon, so it could be used. The dragon race young man held the saber and gave off ferocious power as he rushed at the dragon race woman. His aura was quite terrifying, and he looked like a ferocious beast. The dragon race young man coldly stood there, and a powerful evil power spread out from her body as 6 massive blood-red eyes appeared behind her, giving off a blood-red light. Boom! The 6 blood-red eyes shot out 6 massive blood-red beams of light that gave off evil and terrifying power. They were incredibly fast and ferociously shot towards the dragon race young man. The dragon race young man sent large amounts of dragon energy into his hand, and the white saber gave off a terrifying saber light as he vigorously slashed forwards, sending out a massive white saber light. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red beam of light and saber light collided. A terrifying energy barrier spread out, covering the entire competition venue, and the ground continuously shattered. The ground violently trembled as countless rocks and sand flew everywhere. Everyone fell silent as they looked at the competition venue in shock. This battle was quite terrifying, and both of them were incredibly powerful. Now, who had won? Countless people looked at the competition venue in anticipation, and after the shockwaves dissipated, the dragon race young man was lying on the ground. Blood flowed out of his chest, dyeing his clothes red. Countless people could not help but cry out in excitement, and the scene once again became raucous. The dragon race young man had won. The dragon race young man gave a pleased smile as she looked at the dragon race young man on the ground and said, "Now you know how powerful I am, right? In the future, be more well-behaved, or I'll teach you a lesson again." The dragon race young man's expression was quite unsightly, but he did not say anything. He had lost to someone else, and he was weaker than her, so he did not have the right to retort. There were a few dragon race young men and women on the viewing platforms, and looking at the pleased dragon race young man, they felt quite angry. It was evident that they did not like the dragon race young man. The referee ordered people to carry the dragon race young man off the stage and announced the dragon race young man's victory. The dragon race young man happily skipped to the side, and her 2 little braids swayed back and forth. Adding on her terrifying face, she looked quite cute. The referee activated a magic formation, and a massive wave of energy spread out. The destroyed competition venue quickly repaired itself and returned to its original, undamaged state. Xiao Fu looked at the dragon race young man leaving and gave a trace of a smile. He left the room on the top floor and walked towards where the dragon race young man had gone. Boom! Boom! Stop, Evil 9! Just as the Dragon Pearl girl left the beast arena, a few young men and women from the dragon race angrily called out to her. The dragon race young woman turned to look at them and said, "What do you want?" A young man said angrily, "Evil 9, you were too heavy-handed and heavily injured white dragon. We're all Grandpa Azure Dragon's children. Don't think that just because Grandpa Azure Dragon likes you, you can do whatever you want." The dragon race young woman lightly harumphed, "That was in the arena. I definitely could not hold back, or else I would have lost. Also, do you have a problem with me? I'm not afraid of you." A young woman with blue dragon horns said coldly, "Evil 9, you're indeed very powerful, but don't be too arrogant. Do you think you can stop us? You'd best be more obedient." The dragon race young woman said arrogantly, "I'm not afraid of you. If you have the ability, then come and defeat me." The young women and women became even angrier and glared at Evil 9. It seemed that the two sides were about to start fighting. "How uncultured!" A voice filled with disgust and disdain sounded out. It was a handsome young man in white standing by the side as he looked at the young women and women. He gave off a trace of phoenix chi. He was most likely someone from the phoenix race, the greatest enemy of the dragon race. The two races did not like each other and always targeted each other, so their relationship was quite bad. Evil 9 and the young women and women could sense that this person was someone from the phoenix race. Hearing his words, they furiously looked at the young man from the phoenix race. The young man from the dragon race said, "You're the one who's uncultured? What does the matters of the dragon race have to do with the phoenix race?" The young man from the phoenix race said disdainfully, "Oh? You dare to talk back? You really don't know what's good for you. Do you know my power?" As he spoke, the young man from the Phoenix race gave off a massive wave of power that covered the surroundings, causing the air to become heavy. This was the power of the extreme divine realm. Sensing this aura, the young women and women's faces became pale. They had all broken through to the divine realm not long ago and were far from the extreme divine realm. They were not a match for this young man from the Phoenix race. Seeing them like this, the young man from the Phoenix race gave a proud smile. A bunch of trash, people from the dragon race are like this. This caused the faces of the dragon race's people to turn red with anger. However, the other party was a divine extreme stage elite, and they couldn't beat him at all. If they attacked him now, they might even be killed by him. The cities that had beast arenas were filled with experts and powerful formations. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to fight in the cities. Therefore, the young man from the Phoenix clan didn't kill them directly. Evil 9 said angrily, "Don't go overboard." The young man from the Phoenix clan laughed contemptuously. "Oh? How dare you attack me?" Evil 9 glared angrily at the young man from the Phoenix clan. He could not help but release a wave of dragon power. "Humph. What's so great about bullying a few kids here? I think you phoenixes are the ones who deserve to be rebelled." A soul-stirring voice sounded out as a beautiful woman with a pair of jade-green dragon horns and a head of long, azure hair appeared. She was tall and slim, and she gave off the aura of a big sister. She wore an azure dress and gave off a powerful aura. Seeing this woman, the people from the dragon race gave happy smiles and called out, "Big Sister Qing." The Phoenix clan young man's face turned ugly. He knew the identity of the woman in front of him. Her name was Long Qingqing and she had a very prestigious status. She was one of the most popular geniuses in the Dragon Clan. Her family was also very powerful and it was a famous family in the Dragon Clan. Her cultivation was only at the Emperor Heaven realm, and this made the young man from the Phoenix clan feel quite helpless. He could not offend Long Qingqing, so he turned to leave. Looking at the young man from the Phoenix clan who was about to leave, Long Qingqing said, "You want to leave after bullying a member of the dragon race?" The young man's expression was quite unsightly as he said, "What do you want then?" Long Qingqing said, "Apologize to your little brother and sister and ask them to forgive you before you can leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The other people from the dragon race all gave happy smiles and looked at the young man from the Phoenix clan. They could now vent their anger. The young man from the Phoenix clan felt immense pressure and he definitely did not want to apologize. However, he was incredibly afraid of Long Qingqing, and after thinking about it, he suppressed his anger and said, "I'm sorry for just then." After saying this, the young man from the Phoenix clan immediately prepared to leave. He had greatly embarrassed himself here today. He did not want to stay here for even a moment longer. Long Qingqing stopped him and said, "Did I say you could leave?" The young man from the Phoenix clan turned and angrily looked at Long Qingqing. "What else do you want?" Long Qingqing smiled as she said, "My little brother and sister haven't forgiven you yet, how can you leave?" Long Qingqing. "Do you think the Phoenix clan fears you?" Another powerful female voice sounded out as a woman with jet black hair, perfect looks, and a mature figure appeared. She wore a white dress and gave off a noble, magnanimous, and powerful aura. The aura she gave off was quite powerful, and she was an Emperor Heaven realm expert. There were 6 beautiful female attendants beside her, and they all gave off the aura of the Phoenix clan. Looking at the woman in front of her, Long Qingqing's expression became serious. The woman was called Feng Baixue, and she was a famous genius in the Phoenix clan. She also had a noble identity and was ranked 5th in the Phoenix clan. She was even stronger than Long Qingqing. Long Qingqing looked at Feng Baixue with her beautiful eyes and said, "Since you've come, this matter will end here. In the future, you'll have to manage your people properly." Feng Baixue lightly laughed. "Long Qingqing, you still don't understand the situation, right? It's not up to you, it's up to me. My Phoenix clan's people are bullying your Dragon clan's people, what are you going to do about it?" Long Qingqing's expression was cold as she said, "Anyone who dares to bully my little brother and sister, I'll teach them a lesson no matter what." Feng Baixue laughed as she said, "Ha ha ha, let me see your strength then." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Feng Baixue gave off a terrifying aura that blew out like a wild gale, causing everyone in the surroundings to feel a chill as their bodies uncontrollably trembled. The Dragon Clan's people, including Evil 9, looked at Feng Baixue in fear because Feng Baixue's power was simply too terrifying. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Long Qingqing also gave off a massive aura, blocking Feng Baixue's aura. However, it was evident that Long Qingqing's aura was slightly weaker. Under these two massive auras, the surroundings became deathly silent, and the atmosphere became quite heavy. Feng Baixue gave a trace of a domineering smile as she looked at Long Qingqing and stretched out a hand, preparing to attack. A light laugh suddenly sounded out. Hearing this chuckle, everyone was startled and turned to look at the source of the chuckle. They wanted to see who dared to laugh at this moment. They saw a black-cloaked person giving off a mysterious and dangerous aura appear in front of him. Feng Baixue frowned and said, "Who are you? It's best if you don't meddle in other people's business." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I'm just an ordinary person. However, she's a friend of mine." The people from the dragon race looked quite confused and looked at each other, not knowing who was this mysterious person's friend. Feng Baixue's gaze became cold as she said, "So you insist on interfering? Then you asked for it." Scree, a phoenix cry sounded out as a powerful white energy flowed out of Feng Baixue's body. Feng Baixue stretched out her hand towards Zhao Fu, and the white energy turned into a massive ray of light that shot towards Zhao Fu, seeming as if it was unstoppable. Facing such a terrifying attack, Zhao Fu stood his ground and slashed out with his sword. A sharp arc of light flashed out, destroying the white ray of light. Everyone felt quite startled and felt that this person was incredibly powerful to be able to casually block such a terrifying attack. Feng Baixue also felt quite startled, and she felt that this person was even more powerful than her. Countless traces of white energy once again flowed out of Feng Baixue's body. She was not willing to be weaker than this person. Long Qingqing also gave off an azure energy and prepared to attack Feng Baixue. It was evident that Zhao Fu was here to help them, and she could not let Zhao Fu fight Feng Baixue by himself. Feng Baixue said coldly, "You people from the dragon race are indeed despicable. You want to deal with me together?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I think you overestimate yourself. To me, you're not powerful at all, and in fact, you're quite weak." A trace of anger appeared on Feng Baixue's face. She was a famous expert in the phoenix race, and yet someone had spoken to her like this. How could she endure this? Scree, a massive phoenix cry sounded out as an enormous white phoenix flew out of Feng Baixue's body. It gave off boundless power and gave off boundless white light as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Boom, an ultimate power erupted from Zhao Fu's body. It was like a huge flood that could destroy everything. It surged out in all directions, and nothing could stop it. When Zhao Fu no longer held back and exploded out with his power, everyone present felt incredibly shocked. That terrifying power seemed to pull people into an endless abyss, and they could not help but feel a surge of fear in their hearts. The massive white phoenix continued to fly towards Zhao Fu with immense power. Just as it was about to hit Zhao Fu suddenly stopped. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed the huge white phoenix's head. Then, with a forceful grip, the huge white phoenix turned into countless white motes of light and dissipated. Feng Baixue's face became somewhat pale, and there was even a trace of fear on her face. It was not because of the attack that Zhao Fu had just unleashed, but because she had sensed the sovereign dragon bloodline within Zhao Fu's body. It was not just her, the other members of the dragon race also looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Right now, they could only feel that their bloodlines were extremely fearful, but also extremely excited. Their dragon souls could not help but submit. The person in front of them was the sovereign dragon race. No one was more familiar with the sovereign dragon race than the dragon race. Most importantly, the person in front of them possessed the sovereign dragon bloodline. It was the most terrifying sovereign dragon bloodline that they knew of. No other sovereign dragon bloodline could compare to it. Even the sovereign dragon bloodline of the Dragon Royal Palace was weaker than it by a level. The Dragon Royal Palace was the supreme place of the dragon race, and they controlled everything in the dragon race. No dragon race dared to go against their orders. The sovereign dragon bloodline of the person in front of them was even more terrifying than the sovereign dragon bloodline of the Dragon Royal Palace. It was very likely that he was even more terrifying than the Dragon Royal Palace, or that he was the supreme existence of the Dragon Royal Palace. As famous experts of their race, Feng Baixue and Long Qingqing had naturally seen the sovereign dragon bloodline of the Dragon Royal Palace. However, they had never seen such a terrifying bloodline, which was why they were so shocked. Long Qingqing reacted quickly, and she bowed to Zhao Fu. "Greetings, revered dragon." The other members of the dragon race had never expected to meet such a terrifying person, and they also bowed nervously. Feng Baixue and the rest looked at Zhao Fu with pale faces, and they were speechless. Zhao Fu looked at Long Qingqing and the rest, and he laughed lightly. "You're welcome, I'm not some revered dragon." Long Qingqing felt strange. She could not understand why someone with such a terrifying bloodline would say that he wasn't a revered dragon. Could it be that he was even more terrifying than the sovereign dragon race? Zhao Fu looked at Feng Baixue, and he smiled. "Am I lying to you? You're not that strong to me." Feng Baixue was now completely convinced, and she did not have any objections. She nodded and admitted, "You're indeed very strong, even stronger than me. Bloodlines are not something that I can touch, and I'm indeed inferior to you." Zhao Fu lightly laughed. "You're quite tactful." Feng Baixue looked at Zhao Fu, and she asked nervously, "How do you plan to deal with me now?" Zhao Fu smiled and asked, "How do you want me to deal with you?" Feng Baixue replied, "I respect existences of your level. I was wrong this time, and I sincerely apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me." It was extremely rare for Feng Baixue to say such words, and with her personality, she would never say such a thing. Zhao Fu thought for a while, and he did not want to make a big deal out of this. After all, he still needed to participate in the upcoming competition and obtain the Empyrean Demon Horse Stone. "I'll plant a restriction in your bodies so that you won't be able to talk about what happened. After that, you can leave. If you're not willing, I'll kill you right now." Everyone felt quite shocked. With Feng Baixue's terrifying identity, almost no one would dare to kill her so casually. Her identity was simply too terrifying. Feng Baixue fell into deep thought. If news of her opponent possessing such a terrifying bloodline was leaked, it would definitely shake the entire Devil Domain. After all, no one had ever seen such a terrifying Dragon Clan's supreme bloodline. He did not want to make a big deal out of this, so he wanted them to hide this information. She could accept this, as it was better than being killed by him. If she was killed by such a terrifying person, even her clan would not dare to take revenge. Feng Baixue nodded and said, "I agree." The others did not have any objections. Even someone as prestigious as Feng Baixue had agreed, so how could they have any objections? Zhao Fu waved his hand, and rays of black light shot towards Feng Baixue's body, turning into countless restrictions that spread out and covered their bodies. The rays of black light entered their bodies, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. That power was something that they could not even imagine. The other party's bloodline was so terrifying, and his power was similarly terrifying. Now, they were even more nervous and fearful of Zhao Fu, and their hearts were filled with a sense of inferiority. Zhao Fu turned to look at Long Qingqing's group. Long Qingqing understood that Zhao Fu didn't want them to leak his information. If his information was leaked, all the revered dragons in the Dragon Sovereign Palace would be looking for him. The entire dragon tribe would be in an uproar over this. Thus, he took the initiative and said, "Supreme Dragon, please place a restriction on our bodies so that we won't leak out any information." A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he also waved his hand, causing black rays of light to shoot into the bodies of those people. The people of the Dragon Clan also revealed shocked expressions. They were shocked by how terrifying Zhao Fu's strength was. They would never be able to break free from such a restriction in their entire lives. Evil 9 looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave her a familiar feeling. But she couldn't remember who it was. Now that Zhao Fu had planted restrictions in their bodies, everyone felt much more relaxed because this meant that Zhao Fu would not kill them. Zhao Fu's lips curled up as he walked towards Long Qingqing and the rest. Long Qingqing and the others thought back to what Zhao Fu had said before, that one of them was his friend. Just who was it that had such a terrifying existence as a friend? They felt incredibly envious. Feng Baixue and the others were also very curious about who Zhao Fu's friend was. When Long Qingqing saw Zhao Fu walk towards them, she became extremely nervous and her heartbeat quickened. Finally, Zhao Fu came in front of Evil 9 and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you in more than 10 years. Don't you recognize me now?" Everyone was surprised. They hadn't expected Zhao Fu's friend to be Evil 9. The other dragon race youths started to feel afraid. They had never thought that Evil 9 would have such a terrifying friend. They had even spoken to Evil 9 like that. Long Qingqing did not expect Evil 9 to befriend a dragon clan supremacy. She had never heard Evil 9 mention it before. Logically speaking, there was no way Evil 9 wouldn't tell her that he had such a terrifying friend. Evil 9 looked at Zhao Fu, and the more he looked at Zhao Fu, the more familiar he felt. However, when he thought about how this had happened over 10 years ago, Evil 9 suddenly thought of something. More than 10 years ago, she was still in a new world and did not come to the demon realm. In that new world, she did not have many friends, only a few, and one of them was like the person in front of her. Evil 9 understood Zhao Fu's identity and happily leaped into Zhao Fu's arms. Zhao Fu. Why are you here? I'm so happy to see you. Everyone looked surprised. They hadn't expected Evil 9 to know Zhao Fu, and they seemed to have a good relationship. He even knew a lot about him, such as Zhao Fu's name. Zhao Fu hugged Evil 9 and said with a smile, "Really? If I didn't tell you, you wouldn't have recognized me." Evil 9 said embarrassedly, "I never thought that I would meet you here. You've changed too much over the years, and your aura and voice are completely different, so I didn't recognize you." No one would have thought that a person who had only entered the Heaven Awakened world for 10 or so years would cause such a stir. Zhao Fu looked around and smiled as he said, "Come with me, I have some things to talk to you about." Evil 9 happily nodded and hugged Zhao Fu. She did not know what power Zhao Fu had that attracted her to him. Zhao Fu hugged Evil 9 and wanted to go back to the room and talk to Evil 9 about the things that had happened over the years. The remaining people awkwardly stood there because they were not Zhao Fu's friends and did not attract Zhao Fu's attention. However, they were all quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity. Long Qingqing understood that this matter was incredibly important to the dragon race, and as a member of the dragon race, she could not just ignore this. Even if it was not for the dragon race, she had to think about her family. She wanted to obtain some information about Zhao Fu. "Jiao Er. I also want to get to know a friend like you." Evil 9 turned to look at Long Qingqing and understood her intentions. He did not refuse because Long Qingqing treated him very well and was his favorite big sister. "Zhao Fu, big sister Qing, can you come with us? Can big sister Qing come with us? She is also very curious about you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu looked at Long Qingqing and did not mind. He smiled and nodded, saying, "No problem." Long Qingqing felt quite delighted and said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord Dragon Sovereign." Feng Baishui understood Long Qingqing's goal. The dragon race was the phoenix race's greatest enemy, and now that such a terrifying person had appeared in the dragon race, she wanted to obtain information about Zhao Fu. This would be incredibly useful in the future. If such a terrifying person ruled over the dragon race, it was possible that he could destroy the entire phoenix race. This matter was simply too important and concerned the survival of the phoenix race. "Sir, I greatly admire you and want to get to know you. I admire you very much and want to know more about you. I wonder if you can give me a chance." Zhao Fu turned to look at Feng Baishui and smiled as he said, "If you want to come, then come. However, let me warn you not to regret it." Feng Baishui felt quite delighted and felt that Zhao Fu would not kill them. At most, he would place a few restrictions in their bodies to prevent them from divulging this information, so she nodded and said, "Mem." Everyone felt quite happy. They were all quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity and hoped to have some sort of connection with such a terrifying person. This meant that they would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step, so they all followed Zhao Fu. After coming to the room, the sheep-headed young man looked quite surprised. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would bring so many people. Moreover, there were two terrifying people. One was Long Qingqing and the other was Feng Baishui. They were both strong competitors in this dueling competition, so how could Zhao Fu bring them here? The dragon race and phoenix race were enemies and it was very difficult for them to get along. However, it seemed that they were very respectful towards that person and did not seem hostile at all. Could it be that that person's identity was not simple? This was the only explanation. The sheep-headed young man became even more respectful and called for people to serve more tea, snacks, and spirit fruits to Zhao Fu and the others. After coming to the room, Evil 9 asked curiously, Zhao Fu, hurry and tell me why you've changed so much over the past 10 or so years. Also, how did you become the sovereign of the dragon race? You possess such terrifying power, I underestimated you back then. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'll tell you about these things later. First, tell me what you've experienced over the past few years, why you're here, and why you suddenly disappeared back then. Evil 9 happily nodded and started to talk about what had happened in the past 10 or so years. He answered some of the questions that had been bothering Zhao Fu for a long time. After Evil 9 had left Qin, she had been training in the north, and she had met the northern guardian beast, the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon. The Sky Desolation Azure Dragon liked Evil 9 very much, so she took her as her granddaughter. At that time, the situation in the human world had greatly changed. The curtains to the Warring States period had been drawn, and the various factions all had powerful factions. At that time, the Lord Creatures of the regions had two choices. The first was to stay in the human world and continue to be the Lord Creatures of the regions. The second was for the four guardian beasts to open world gates, which the Lord Creatures of the regions could use to go to other worlds. The Lord Creatures of the various factions understood how terrifying those factions were, and staying in the human world meant certain death. As such, they all chose to go to other worlds through world gates, causing many of the Lord Creatures of the human world to disappear. As the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon's granddaughter, Evil 9 was directly sent to the dragon race in the Devil Domain. The Sky Desolation Azure Dragon was a very powerful family in the dragon race, and their Sky Desolation Dragon power was a top-tier dragon power. The Sky Desolation Azure Dragon bloodline was a top-tier bloodline in the dragon race, and it had a very high status in the entire dragon race. The Sky Desolation Azure Dragon was called Long Fong, and he was a Void Realm expert. He was an elder in the family and had quite a bit of power. He had accepted a quest from the Heaven Awakened world to send a clone into the human world to be the human world's guardian beast. The Sky Desolation Azure Dragon in the human world was just a clone of Long Fong and was not his true body. Long Fong's true body had always been in the dragon race. Long Fong liked children and had adopted many little dragons, and he had worked hard to nurture them. The White Dragon and the young men and women from the dragon race had all been adopted by Long Fong. Because Evil 9 was cute, Long Fong liked her very much, and he had spent a lot of resources to nurture her. That was why Evil 9 had broken through to the divine realm so quickly, and the other young men and women were quite jealous and did not like Evil 9. As for Long Qingqing, she was Long Fong's granddaughter and had the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon bloodline. She often helped Long Fong take care of these young men and women, and because of this, many of the young men and women liked her. After the human world's protective barrier disappeared, Long Fong's clone returned to his main body and received the Heaven Awakened world's rewards, and he often went into closed-door cultivation. He remembered that when Long Fong and the other three guardian beasts left the human world, they told Zhao Fu to go to the Devil Domain. Zhao Fu had not gone to the Devil Domain because he had nothing else to do. He had not expected to meet Evil 9 here today. Evil 9 and Long Fong did not expect Zhao Fu to have such terrifying potential and grow into a frightening figure that they had to look up to. Zhao Fu, hurry up and tell us. What have you experienced over the years? How did you become so powerful? Why do you have the Paragon Dragon bloodline? Aren't you a human? Evil 9 sat at a table and looked at Zhao Fu expectantly. When the masses heard Evil 9's words, they were dumbfounded. The man in front of us isn't from the dragon race? But a human? But if he wasn't from the dragon race, how could he possess such a powerful supreme bloodline of the dragon race? Most importantly, the dragon race's bloodline is even purer than theirs. This can't be real. It must be fake. This can't possibly happen. A human can't possibly possess a dragon race bloodline of this level. However, they only heard Zhao Fu lightly laugh as he said, I've experienced many things over the years. That dragon race bloodline is a bloodline that I obtained by chance when I received the legacy. This bloodline has continuously improved along with me, which is why I have such terrifying power. It's true. It's actually true. The masses looked at Zhao Fu in shock, their minds completely blank. They had never thought that the person who possessed such a terrifying supreme bloodline of the dragon race was a human. No wonder he did not release his power, they all thought that Zhao Fu was just a human. Only after releasing his power did he sense the supreme power of the dragon race. Evil 9 said curiously, "What terrifying legacy did you obtain? Why do you have the supreme bloodline of the dragon race?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "It's a legacy called the 10,000 Dragon Legacy. This legacy is controlled by a 10,000 dragon merchant group, which built a dragon ascending platform in a city. Anyone who wants to go up can go up at any time. As long as they go up, they can obtain this legacy and many rewards." Everyone once again looked confused. Such a terrifying legacy that could shake the devil domain had been obtained so easily. Moreover, it was located in a city and anyone could go up. Long Qingqing interrupted the conversation and asked nervously and excitedly, "May I ask if the supreme dragon still exists?" No matter who it was, they would be tempted by the supreme bloodline of the dragon race. No one could resist its temptation. In fact, some people would go crazy and do anything to obtain it. Now that she knew that there was such a place where one could obtain the supreme bloodline of the dragon race without paying any price, Long Qingqing also wanted to give it a try. Moreover, obtaining this dragon ascending platform was equivalent to obtaining a supreme treasure of the dragon race. It was a treasure that would cause the entire dragon race to go wild with joy. Even a higher being would desperately fight for this treasure. It could be seen how precious it was. Feng Baixue listened attentively and did not dare to miss a single word. She understood how terrifying this treasure was and how important it was to the dragon race. She also wanted to obtain that treasure and see if she could obtain the supreme bloodline of the dragon race. If she could not obtain it, she would definitely destroy it. Both sides felt that the merchant group was too wasteful. They had not properly protected such a terrifying legacy and had instead allowed others to obtain it. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "That legacy can only be given to one person. After I ascended to the 10,000 dragon stage, that legacy disappeared. The 10,000 dragon financial group also called me to the devil domain, but I did not have the time." Hearing this, everyone felt quite disappointed. However, after thinking about it, how could a legacy that could give the supreme bloodline of the dragon race be so easily obtained? Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Long Qingqing's expression became serious as she asked, "Is that merchant group really called the 10,000 dragon financial group? How come I've never heard of such a merchant group before? Since they called you to the devil domain, they should be from the dragon race." Now, things had become quite complicated. It was most likely that someone from the dragon race had purposely taken this legacy to another place so that someone else could obtain it. Perhaps there was some sort of scheme involved, and this legacy was related to the supreme bloodline of the dragon race. This meant that this was a massive scheme within the dragon race, which was why Long Qingqing was so serious. Feng Baixue also thought so. In her heart, she thought that this plot might be extremely terrifying, and might even cause a great change in the dragon clan. The man in front of her was the one who started this plot, and to put it bluntly, he must be the most important chess piece in this plot. Zhao Fu lightly nodded, saying, "That merchant group is called the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, but it's very mysterious and I don't know much about it." "That's right, they gave me a 10,000 Dragon medallion. With that medallion, I can find them." He could use this medallion to understand what kind of organization the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group was, and perhaps he would be able to learn about this huge scheme. Long Qingqing asked in delight, "Lord Dragon Sovereign, can you take out that token and let me have a look? Maybe I can find out their identity from it." Zhao Fu looked at Long Qingqing and said calmly, "Why should I show it to you?" He owed the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group a debt of gratitude, and Zhao Fu's goal was not to go to the devil domain, he was just passing by. He did not want to cause any big trouble, and this matter might not be ordinary. Zhao Fu was quite curious about this legacy. Why did the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group have the dragon race's sovereign legacy? The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's identity was quite suspicious, and there was definitely a reason why they wanted him to go to the devil domain. Long Qingqing's expression froze. Only now did she realize that the other party was an extremely terrifying expert with a high status. She was weak and had a low status, so she couldn't compare to him. Naturally, she couldn't ask Zhao Fu to do anything for her. Everyone became more cautious. They recognized their status and understood that this person could kill them at any time, so they didn't dare to say anything. Evil 9 looked at Zhao Fu and said coquettishly, "Zhao Fu, don't bully my sister. Zhao Fu chuckled. I didn't bully him. Alright, that's all for now. I'll tell you about the rest in the future. Evil 9 was a little disappointed. But I also want to see that token. Zhao Fu, do you really not want to know about this? My sister has a very high status in the Dragon Clan and knows a lot of things. She must have discovered something. Long Qingqing said respectfully, Lord Dragon Sovereign. Since you've obtained the Dragon Clan's sovereign bloodline, even if you're not from the Dragon Clan, you're still closely related to our Dragon Clan. This matter is very important to our Dragon Clan. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before taking out the command medallion. This medallion was as big as a palm and was silvery white. There were many dragons engraved on it, and they looked incredibly lively as if they were alive. At the center of the medallion was the number 9, which was condensed from many dragon race runes and gave off a powerful dragon's might. Seeing this token, Long Qingqing looked incredibly shocked and her mind went blank as she knelt on the ground. 9 Dragon Sovereign. The other people from the dragon race looked quite confused and could not understand why Long Qingqing was so shocked after seeing this medallion and why she had called Zhao Fu the 9 Dragon Sovereign. Feng Baixue also looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Seeing Zhao Fu take out that command medallion, she guessed Zhao Fu's true identity. Zhao Fu, Sovereign, and Fu Dragon, Spirit, Chen, Zhao Fu. Long Qingqing nodded and said, this token is our Dragon Clan's supreme token, the Dragon Sovereign token. It represents the 9th Dragon Emperor, and ordinary dragons don't have the right to see it. Hearing Long Qingqing's words, the expressions of the other dragons, including Evil 9, fell, and they hurriedly knelt on the ground and said respectfully, greetings, 9th Dragon Emperor. The Phoenix Clan's people looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that this man's identity would be so terrifying. Moreover, didn't the Dragon Clan only have 8 Dragon Emperors? Why was there a 9th Dragon Emperor? There were 8 people in the Dragon Clan, and they ruled over the entire Dragon Clan. They were the 8 supreme existences, and countless people had to look up to and respect them. Their words were filled with heavenly might, and no one dared to go against them. His bloodline was the Sovereign Dragon Clan's bloodline, and it was the highest grade bloodline in the Dragon Clan. No other Dragon Clan's bloodline could compare to his. The person in front of him was indeed an existence on the same level as them. Zhao Fu did not know anything about the Dragon Clan, and he was filled with confusion as he asked, tell me in detail. Long Qingqing nodded, I'll explain it to Lord Dragon Sovereign. Within the Dragon Clan, there's a Dragon Imperial Palace. This Dragon Imperial Palace controls the entire Dragon Clan, and it has a supreme status within the Dragon Clan. At first, the Dragon Imperial Palace was controlled by 9 Dragon Emperors. The 9 Dragon Emperors all have factions that they support, and they all have the same status and power. The first Dragon Emperor and 9th Dragon Emperor have the same position, and the Dragon Clan is jointly controlled by the 9 Dragon Emperors. Many years ago, a peerless genius appeared within the Phoenix Clan, and he had the ability to defy the heavens and change fate. He led the entire Phoenix Clan to wage a massive war against the Dragon Clan in order to fight for the position of number 1 clan in the Devil Domain. That war was the most intense war between the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan, and in the history of the Devil Domain, it was called the Dragon and Phoenix Struggle for Hegemony. The war was incredibly intense, and it affected almost the entire Devil Domain. It wasn't just the Dragon and Phoenix clans that fought, other clans, big and small, were also dragged in, shaking the entire Heaven Awaken world. This war caused the deaths of countless devil race people. Corpses piled up into mountains, and blood flowed into rivers. The heavens and earth became desolate, and vengeful spirits wailed everywhere. It was like hell on earth, and the entire Devil Domain's strength greatly fell. Hearing this, the people from the Dragon and Phoenix clans looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that this would be related to the most intense war in the history of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Feng Baixue's expression was serious. She knew about this because her status was slightly higher than Long Qingqing's, and she knew some things that Long Qingqing did not know. Long Qingqing continued to speak. During that war, the Dragon clan suffered heavy losses. Under the leadership of that peerless genius, the Phoenix clan continuously defeated the Dragon clan's army, and just as the Dragon clan was about to be defeated, the 9 Dragon Emperors gathered together and after a discussion, they decided to use a terrifying plan. The plan was to gather the power of the other 8 dragon emperors into one dragon emperor and let that dragon emperor kill the peerless genius of the Phoenix clan. In the final battle, that dragon emperor exploded out with celestial-level battle power, causing the heavens and earth to dim and countless creatures to tremble. He forcefully killed that Phoenix clan's genius and turned the tide of the battle, allowing the dragon clan to win. However, that dragon emperor also died because he used a forbidden technique. That dragon emperor was the 9th dragon emperor, and he used his life to allow the dragon clan to win. The people from the dragon clan listened excitedly. The dragon clan had defeated the Phoenix clan and maintained their position as the #1 devil race, and they were filled with respect towards the 9th dragon emperor. He was the hero who had saved the dragon clan. The people from the Phoenix clan looked incredibly sorrowful and furious. Their peerless genius had died just like that. She had almost led the Phoenix clan to defeat the dragon clan and become the #1 devil race. It was a pity that after that, the Phoenix clan had never produced another peerless genius. Zhao Fu listened attentively and said, "I've obtained the 9th dragon emperor's legacy? Also, why isn't this inheritance in your dragon clan, but somewhere else?" Long Qingqing respectfully replied, "That's right, Lord Longzuan obtained the 9th dragon emperor's legacy. This legacy is not in the dragon race, but is related to the 9th dragon emperor himself. Before the 9th dragon emperor died, he used a terrifying prophecy technique of the dragon clan. He sensed some unknown and terrifying things, so he gave many orders. Taking his inheritance away from the devil realm was one of his orders. It seems that the 9th dragon emperor's prophecy has come true. Longzuan obtained the 9th dragon emperor's legacy and became someone even more terrifying than the other dragon emperors. It was now clear that the people from the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group were definitely the 9th Dragon Emperor's subordinates. They had taken the 9th Dragon Emperor's legacy to another place so that Zhao Fu could obtain it. They had also given Zhao Fu the Dragon Emperor token that represented his identity. The person in front of them had obtained the 9th Dragon Emperor's legacy, so he was naturally the 9th Dragon Emperor's successor. He should also be called the Dragon Emperor and be on the same level as the other Dragon Emperors. Now that everyone knew who Zhao Fu was, they felt that Zhao Fu was incredibly terrifying. They felt that they were too small and pitiful, and they could not compare to him at all. After hearing this, Zhao Fu thought for a moment and asked, "How is the 9th Dragon Emperor's faction now? It seems like they don't know about the 9th Dragon Emperor. What's going on?" Long Qingqing explained, "Lord Longzuan, I already said that it happened many years ago. So much time has passed, so naturally, many people don't know about it. After the 9th Dragon Emperor died, the forces that followed him lost their backbone and became a pile of loose sand. Under the deliberate suppression of the other Dragon Emperors, they joined the other Dragon Emperors and became subordinates of the other Dragon Emperors. Now that so many years have passed, many people have forgotten about the 9th Dragon Emperor. They don't know that there was a Dragon Emperor who died for the dragon race, and they don't know that the Dragon Imperial Hall once had 9 Dragon Emperors. The factions that followed the 9th Dragon Emperor might not even know that their faction used to belong to the 9th Dragon Emperor. They might have even merged into the Dragon Emperor faction and become the other Dragon Emperor's people. Right now, there should still be a small number of people who are loyal to the 9th Dragon Emperor. These people are from the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group." Zhao Fu now understood the cause and effect of this matter. The things that had been puzzling him for a long time had also been explained, and he felt relieved. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group had given him the 9th Dragon Emperor's token and sent him to the Devil Domain. It was very likely that they wanted him to become the 9th Dragon Emperor and their leader. However, right now, Zhao Fu did not want to go to the Devil Domain. This was because this was a big problem. With Zhao Fu's strength, he would not be able to solve this problem. Instead, it would be extremely dangerous. They could not rely on the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group to do anything, as they were far too insignificant compared to the entire dragon race. Apart from the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan would also interfere in this matter, which would be even more troublesome. Zhao Fu looked at the people kneeling before him and said with a smile, "All of you, get up." The other members of the dragon race looked at Zhao Fu, feeling more and more like and worship him. This man in front of them was someone from the dragon race, and he was the 9th Dragon Emperor. The Phoenix race's people's faces became pale. They had never thought that Zhao Fu's background would be so terrifying. He was the ninth Dragon Emperor's legatee, and he was even more terrifying than the other Dragon Emperors. The Phoenix race now had another great enemy. Lord Dragon Sovereign. Now that you know who you are, what do you plan to do? Everyone else had already stood up, but Long Qingqing was still kneeling on the ground, looking at Zhao Fu in anticipation. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Now that I know these things, I don't plan on going to the Devil Domain." Hearing this, the Phoenix race's people were delighted and almost jumped up. Their race would have one less terrifying enemy. The other members of the dragon race looked quite disappointed. Long Qingqing asked, "Lord Dragon Sovereign, now that you know who you are, why don't you go to the Devil Domain?" Back then, our Sky Desolation Azure Dragon family was a faction under the ninth Dragon Emperor, and I am willing to serve the ninth Dragon Emperor. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "The situation is different now. With my current identity, there are countless people who want to kill me. Going to the Devil Domain is too dangerous, and you cannot represent the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon race to serve me." Long Qingqing hurriedly said, "Lord Dragon Sovereign, there's something I didn't tell you." Back then, the 9 Dragon Emperors discussed and chose the 9th Dragon Emperor to carry out the plan. At the same time, the other Dragon Emperors agreed to a request. That request was for the 9th Dragon Emperor's legatee to become the master of the Dragon Imperial Hall and control the entire dragon race. In other words, you are the grand and majestic master of the dragon race, so please go back and lead the entire dragon race. Hua, everyone was sent into an uproar as they stared at the man in front of them. Massive waves crashed within their hearts, causing their hearts to violently beat and their bodies to heat up. They had never thought that things would turn out like this. Not only was the man in front of them the 9th Dragon Emperor, but he was also the master of the entire dragon race. This was simply too shocking. A beautiful woman from the Phoenix race next to her asked Feng Baixue in disbelief, "Miss, is this true?" The other Dragon Emperors agreed to this request. Feng Baixue's expression was quite unsightly as she nodded, "This is true, so the Phoenix race places great importance on the 9th Dragon Emperor's legatee. We've always been worried about this matter, and we never thought that we would meet him." Hearing this, the other people from the Phoenix race no longer doubted and believed Long Qingqing's words. Long Qingqing continued to persuade, "Lord Dragon Sovereign. The 9th Dragon Emperor's prophecy is also related to you. He said that his legatee will definitely become the master of the dragon race and will lead the entire dragon race. Among the 8 Dragon Emperors, there are a few who are on good terms with the 9th Dragon Emperor. They will fulfill this request and support you as the leader of the dragon clan. Then, you can use the 9th Dragon Emperor's name to gather the subordinates of the 9th Dragon Emperor. They will definitely be loyal to you. You will definitely become the master of the dragon race. Please believe me when I say that you will return to the dragon race and become our king, and you will lead us to glory." The people from the dragon race looked at Zhao Fu expectantly, hoping that Zhao Fu would agree. After all, if Zhao Fu became the master of the dragon race would become one. Adding on how terrifying Zhao Fu was, he would definitely destroy the Phoenix race. The people from the Phoenix race looked quite nervous, and they definitely did not want Zhao Fu to become the master of the dragon race. They hoped that Zhao Fu would definitely refuse, or else the Phoenix race would face a massive catastrophe. In fact, they could already sense how terrifying the Phoenix race would be after it was destroyed. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Things aren't as simple as you think. Right now, the various forces are very complicated. If you don't have the strength to protect yourself, you'll definitely suffer. Others won't be able to completely protect you. Furthermore, I'm not interested in the Dragon Clan's lord. This time around, I'm just passing by. Actually, I have other things to do." This time, Zhao Fu's main mission was to go to the spirit realm to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star, not to the devil realm to inherit the position of Dragon Lord. It was clear that entering the Fiend Domain would be a very troublesome matter. He was the leader of the Dragon Clan in name, but there would definitely be countless people who were not convinced and would play tricks behind his back. Zhao Fu would not be able to deal with them alone. Those Dragon Emperors were all half immortals, they would definitely not allow Zhao Fu to become the lord of the Dragon Clan above them. There was no need to think about the result of Zhao Fu facing these people. In the end, the Phoenix clan would definitely participate, and even the other powerful clans in the Devil Realm would participate. This was obviously a super big whirlpool. That was why Zhao Fu didn't want to enter the devil domain. He didn't want to get into trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to escape, and his life might even be threatened. Hearing Zhao Fu say that he was not interested in becoming the leader of the dragon race and that he was not willing to go to the dragon race, everyone could not understand why someone would not dare to be interested in the position of the supreme leader of the dragon race. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely fight madly for it. The members of the Phoenix clan heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, this man wasn't interested in leading the dragon clan. Otherwise, if such a terrifying being became the leader of the dragon clan, the Phoenix clan would be doomed. Long Qingqing was still unwilling to give up. Zhao Fu might become the first leader of the dragon race in history and lead the entire dragon race. The dragon race would become a whole and would become incredibly powerful. The dragon race would definitely be at its peak. By then, the Phoenix tribe, Qilin tribe, Black Tortoise tribe, Nine-tailed tribe, and Vermilion Bird tribe would all tremble in fear of the dragon tribe. Long Qingqing knelt on the ground and continued to plead, "Lord Dragon Sovereign. You are the destined master of the dragon clan. Our dragon clan needs you. Please return to the dragon clan and rule us." The other dragons also knelt on the ground and begged, "Lord Dragon Sovereign. Please return to the dragon clan and become the leader of the dragon clan, leading our dragon clan to glory." Evil Nine also knelt on the ground and looked at Zhao Fu with her large eyes as she said coquettishly, "Zhao Fu, can you go and become the ruler of the dragon clan? At that time, you will be one of my clansmen. You can have me do anything you want." When the members of the Phoenix clan saw the dragon clan kneeling on the ground and begging, they could not help but feel nervous. However, Zhao Fu still smiled and said, "You guys don't need to say anything more. I have no interest in the Lord of the Outlander race. Naturally, I won't sit on the Lord of the Dragon clan." Lord of the Outsiders? When the crowd heard this, they were confused. They did not understand what Zhao Fu meant. "Sir, it's almost time for your duel. You need to make some preparations." The goat-headed youngster's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Zhao Fu replied with a smile, "Yeah. I got it." After saying that, Zhao Fu was about to leave the room to participate in the next round. Long Qingqing called out to Zhao Fu and reminded him, "Wait, Lord Dragon Sovereign, now that the Phoenix race knows about your terrifying identity, are you going to leave them here? If they leak the news, it will definitely cause a huge commotion." Feng Baixue was startled. It was very likely that Zhao Fu would kill them to prevent them from leaking the news. This matter was simply too terrifying. He hurriedly said, "My lord. Please trust us, we won't reveal your identity." In fact, Feng Baixue really wanted to go back and report this matter to the Phoenix clan. This was an important matter that would decide the fate of the entire Phoenix clan, so she definitely had to report it to the higher-ups. She believed that the power of the Phoenix clan could remove the restriction in her body. Now, they just needed to wait for Zhao Fu to leave so that they could return to the Phoenix clan. Zhao Fu looked at the Phoenix race's people, causing them to feel quite nervous. He suddenly felt the threat of death. Feng Baixue could not help but say, "My lord, it's not just us. The Dragon Clan's people will definitely leak the news about you, which will be a great threat to you." These words were not wrong. This was an important matter that would decide the fate of the Dragon Clan, so Long Qingqing felt that it would be worth it to risk her life to report this to the higher-ups. Zhao Fu looked at the members of the Dragon Clan. Evil Nine said angrily, "We're not like that. Zhao Fu, we won't reveal your identity, you're the ruler of our Dragon Clan." Since they could not fight, Feng Baixue looked at Long Qingqing and said, "Lord Dragon Sovereign, according to what I know, the most powerful Dragon Emperor in the Dragon Clan has always wanted to become the ruler of the Dragon Clan, but he never had the chance. If he knew of your existence, he would definitely use all sorts of methods to kill you. The Dragon Clan is not as united as you think." The other young men and women were afraid of Zhao Fu, so they naturally would not say anything. As Zhao Fu's friend, Evil Nine would not say anything either, leaving only Long Qingqing. Looking at her complicated expression, she did not want to lie to the future ruler of the Dragon Clan. It was evident that she would do anything to leak this information. Evil Nine looked at Zhao Fu, then looked at Long Qingqing. He went up and hugged Zhao Fu as he said, "Zhao Fu, you can't harm my big sister." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and a powerful and evil power flowed out from Zhao Fu's body. Pale white roots rose up from the ground and shot towards the people in the room. The others were greatly startled and wanted to react, but the restrictions within their bodies activated, locking them in place. Everyone looked terrified because Xiaofu was going to kill them all. Evil 9 thought this was the case, and his large eyes flickered with tears as he angrily glared at Xiaofu and said, "Xiaofu, I told you not to harm them, hurry and stop." Xiaofu lightly smiled as he said, "Don't worry, I told you that I wouldn't kill them. I'm just setting up a restriction within their bodies to prevent this information from leaking out." "Really?" Evil 9 asked as he looked at Xiaofu. Xiaofu smiled as he nodded, and a massive amount of demonic energy entered everyone's bodies, completely controlling them. Following this, the countless pale white roots slowly retracted into the ground. Everyone quickly regained their freedom and relaxed. Xiaofu had not killed them. Xiaofu smiled as he said, "Before, I said that you would pay a price for coming here. Now that your bodies are under my control, you will not be able to leak this information." Feng Baixue and Long Qingqing's expressions became quite unsightly. Just as they were about to report this to their superiors, their bodies froze as if they had lost control of themselves. Xiaofu looked at them and said, "I know what you're thinking. If you think like this again, the consequences will be severe." Feng Baixue and Long Qingqing nodded, indicating that they understood. Following this, Xiaofu smiled as he left the room, and the people from the Phoenix race and Dragon race came down. Feng Baixue thought of what had just happened and looked at the people from the Dragon race in front of her. She lightly harumphed and said in a mocking tone, "Congratulations. A Dragon race lord has appeared in your Dragon race, but it's a pity that no one is interested in going to your Dragon race." Long Qingqing smiled as she said, "At least our Dragon race will have a Dragon race lord in the future, and a very terrifying Dragon race lord at that. Right now, he doesn't want to go to the Dragon race, but that might not be the case in the future. When he becomes the Dragon race lord, the Phoenix race will be destroyed. I look forward to that day." Feng Baixue said angrily, "Long Qingqing, don't be too pleased." Long Qingqing lightly laughed as she said, "You should worry about your Phoenix race. Ever since that peerless genius appeared, no one else like her has appeared. In the future, you won't be able to stop our Dragon race." Feng Baixue looked quite angry, but she could not retort because what Long Qingqing said was the truth. Evil 9 did not want the two of them to continue arguing and said, "All right, big sister Qing, that's enough. It's almost time for Xiaofu to fight. I want to see a real battle." Hearing this, Long Qingqing smiled and nodded. Feng Baixue did not say anything else and went to the window, wanting to see how Xiaofu would fight. However, she already had some expectations. By now, Xiaofu was standing within the arena. The arena fell silent as everyone nervously looked at the arena. This was an Emperor Heaven Realm battle, and it was far more terrifying than the previous battles. It was likely that it would be even more spectacular. A young man with snake-like eyes gave off a cold and eerie aura and gave off a powerful aura. He was an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. The snake-like young man savagely glared at Xiaofu and said in a hoarse voice, "Boy, hurry up and admit defeat, or else you'll die." Xiaofu smiled disdainfully. "Hurry up and do it. My time is limited." The snake-eyed young man became furious and gave off a powerful aura. His body twisted like a snake and he instantly disappeared. In the next second, he appeared in front of Xiaofu. One of his arms turned into a large snake and bit towards Xiaofu. Whoosh, Xiaofu's body instantly disappeared, leaving behind an afterimage. The snake passed through the afterimage that Xiaofu had left behind, and its attack missed. The snake-eyed youth was startled and sensed something. He looked up into the sky. He saw Xiaofu descend from the sky, a foot stomping towards him with tremendous force. Before the snake-eyed youth could react, Xiaofu stepped on his body. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the snake-eyed youth was stomped on the ground by Xiaofu's foot. The terrifying force hit the ground and instantly cracked a large pit. The snake-eyed youth was trampled under Xiaofu's foot. Blood flowed from his mouth, and he looked seriously injured. So powerful. Countless people present stared at Xiaofu in shock. The battle had ended in an instant. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Countless people shouted excitedly in the originally quiet venue. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the surroundings. Long Qingqing and the others came to the window and looked at the battle below. They were not too surprised, as they were both Emperor Heaven Realm experts and had been easily defeated by Zhao Fu. They were no match for Zhao Fu, let alone that snake-eyed youth. The judge smiled and announced Zhao Fu's victory. Zhao Fu waited for his next opponent. Long Qingqing looked away and looked at Evil 9, who was focused on Zhao Fu. She thought for a moment before smiling and saying, "Jiao, how did you get to know someone as horrible as him? Didn't you come from a new world?" Now that Zhao Fu had become the ruler of the dragon race, Long Qingqing wanted to know more about him. Feng Baixue also wanted to know more about Zhao Fu, so she pricked up her ears and listened intently. Evil 9 turned to look at Long Qingqing and smiled as he said, I was born in a new world, and Zhao Fu is also from a new world. We were born in the same place, so we got to know each other quite easily." "What? That person with such terrifying power and bloodline was just someone from a new world." Hearing this, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and they almost lost their footing and fell to the ground. Even though Long Qingqing trusted Evil 9, she asked in disbelief, "Jiao, are you talking about the real Evil 9? Is that person really someone from a new world?" Evil 9 nodded and replied, "Big Sister Qing, do you think I'd lie to you?" Long Qingqing believed Evil 9's words, but she was still quite shocked. How could someone from a new world grasp such extreme power and have a sovereign bloodline? Ordinary people from a new world would at most be at the Heaven Realm, and they would not be able to head to the center of the Heaven Domain. However, he had appeared in the Heaven Domain with Emperor Heaven Realm Cultivation and was much more terrifying than ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm cultivators. Just what had happened to him? How could there be such shocking changes? Long Qingqing looked at Evil 9 seriously and said, "Jiao, this matter is very important. This matter is very important. Tell me everything you know." Evil 9 sweetly smiled and said, "All right. I left the human world a long time ago, and I don't know how Zhao Fu became so terrifying." Long Qingqing nodded and said, "It's fine, tell me everything you know about him." Evil 9 thought about the past and happily smiled as he said, "Back then, I was the ruler of a region and lived a carefree life. One day, a terrifying abnormal sign appeared, and I found out that a kingdom's legatee had appeared in my territory." Hearing this, Long Qingqing and Feng Baixue looked quite surprised. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be a kingdom's legatee. Evil 9 continued, "That kingdom's legacy land's power was incredibly strong, and I started to worry every day, afraid that the people from that kingdom's legacy land would come and attack me. After a while, Zhao Fu came to where I was sleeping and gathered a type of spirit grass. That was how we got to know each other. Back then, he was incredibly weak and only had stage 2 or stage 3 cultivation. I felt that I could flatten him with a single claw, but the aura he gave off was incredibly terrifying, so I did not dare to attack him. The facts proved that I was right. Zhao Fu's power and faction quickly grew, and Zhao Fu's power quickly surpassed mine. His territory devoured countless factions and became a very powerful faction." Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu. After that, many things happened. The abnormal signs that Zhao Fu caused became more and more terrifying, and he became someone that the entire human world feared. However, I had never thought that his potential would surpass my expectations. Now that I've seen how terrifying he is and that he has become the 9th Dragon Emperor's legatee, I'm also quite shocked. That's right, he knows Grandpa Qing, and Grandpa Feng also knows Zhao Fu. He even stopped Zhao Fu from almost destroying the human world." Long Qingqing felt quite startled. She had never thought that her grandpa would know such a terrifying person. Why had she never heard him mention this before? After hearing Evil 9's words, everyone now had a certain understanding of Zhao Fu, but they felt even more shocked. The first was that Zhao Fu's bloodline had grown from a lowly legacy bloodline to the dragon race's sovereign bloodline. The second was his cultivation. He had only used 10 or so years to go from a person without any power to an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. This speed was simply too shocking. The third was that he had gone from a minor figure to someone above them. Zhao Fu definitely had something special about him, and Zhao Fu definitely had extraordinary abilities. The fourth was that they felt that Zhao Fu's identity was not simple at all. Evil 9 and Zhao Fu had not seen each other for many years, so they did not know what had happened to Zhao Fu. When Zhao Fu had been weak, he had been able to cause such terrifying ripples in the heavens and earth, and as he became stronger, the ripples he caused would become even more terrifying. Moreover, the most powerful power within his body was not the sovereign dragon power but an extremely terrifying power. As the sovereign of the dragon race, his most powerful power was not the sovereign dragon power, which surprised many people. They only understood a bit about Zhao Fu, and they felt even more curious about what Zhao Fu had experienced to become such a powerful existence. Long Qingqing suddenly thought of something and asked, "Jiaware, what did the sovereign dragon say about the Outlander race's ruler? Do you know?" For some reason, Long Qingqing felt that the Outlander race's ruler was not simple at all. She did not know that the Outlander race's ruler was the ruler of the entire Outlander race, the second king of kings in the Outlander race's history. Evil 9 naturally did not know and shook his head. Roar. A massive roar sounded out as a devil with a tiger's head and a human's body raised its head and gave a massive roar. Large amounts of white-colored aura flowed into its body, forming a pillar of aura as a terrifying shockwave spread out. This demon was from the White Tiger race. He possessed the bloodline of the holy beast, the White Tiger, and was extremely strong. After exploding out with this terrifying power, the devil race expert gave off a terrifying white aura flame and charged at Zhao Fu like a massive beast. The ground was unable to withstand that power and continuously crumbled. Zhao Fu looked at the incoming devil race people and did not move a single step. Boom, the devil race cultivator had already arrived in front of Zhao Fu, bringing with him a massive white aura flame. He punched towards Zhao Fu, and the terrifying fist energy seemed capable of destroying an entire world. Anything would be shattered. At that moment, Zhao Fu quickly sent a wave of power into his arm, causing his palm to turn into a ghostly hand. An incredibly cold aura flowed out, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Zhao Fu clenched his fist and punched out forcefully. Bang! A shocking explosion rang out as the two fists collided with a massive amount of power. A power that seemed to be able to destroy everything instantly spread out, causing the ground to collapse and rocks to fly everywhere. In the next second, the devil race cultivator was sent flying by Zhao Fu's punch. His body flew backwards, leaving behind a trail of light as he smashed into the wall of the spectator stand, opening up a large crater and causing the spectator stand to violently tremble. The devil race cultivator's entire body was embedded into the wall, and blood leaked out of his mouth and body. So powerful. Countless people stared at this scene in shock. They had thought that the devil race cultivator was already strong enough, and they had never thought that this person would be even more terrifying. They were both at the Emperor Heaven realm, but the difference was so great. This seems to be the Six Paths Demon Image's power. Zhao Fu once summoned the Six Paths Demon Images and almost used them to destroy the human world. Fortunately, Grandpa Fong stopped him, Evil 9 said to Long Qingqing. Long Qingqing felt quite startled. The Six Paths Demon Images are terrifying existences that guard the six paths of reincarnation. Why is Zhao Fu using the Ghost World's sovereign power? He is indeed not simple and might be even more terrifying than I thought. Thinking about it like that, everything makes sense. Zhao Fu most likely has an even more terrifying identity and power, which is why he doesn't care about the dragon race's power and identity. Just how much power does he have, and what is his even more terrifying identity? The more she understood about Zhao Fu, the more she felt that Zhao Fu was incredibly mysterious and terrifying. Long Qingqing felt that she could not guess anything about Zhao Fu at all. Feng Baixue felt the same. She could not figure out Zhao Fu's true identity or what he had gone through to become so terrifying. At that moment, the referee announced Zhao Fu's victory. He carried the heavily injured devil race cultivator off the stage, and another person walked up. It was a muscular man with a dragon horn on his head. As soon as the big man went up, he looked at Zhao Fu with a serious expression. He had seen the terrifying power that Zhao Fu had unleashed, and he knew that Zhao Fu was incredibly powerful. Roar! The muscular man roared and his body quickly changed. Red scales grew out of his body, and he quickly grew taller. Finally, he became a 3-meter-tall dragon man with a dragon's head and a dragon's tail. Swish, the muscular man's body instantly disappeared, and a strong gust of wind blew up a lot of dust. Bang! In the next moment, the muscular man appeared in front of Zhao Fu, and his fist contained a ferocious force that seemed to be able to shatter the earth as it punched towards Zhao Fu. Pa! A clear sound rang out as that terrifying fist was easily caught by Zhao Fu with a single hand. It did not deal any damage to Zhao Fu. The muscular man's expression also froze, and before he could react, Zhao Fu grabbed the muscular man's hand and threw him away. The muscular man heavily smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and angrily crawled up from the ground, sprawling on the ground like a wild beast. Boom! The muscular man charged at Zhao Fu with great power, instantly disappearing and appearing in front of Zhao Fu. He grabbed at Zhao Fu, but in the next moment, he was sent flying by a kick from Zhao Fu. The muscular man angrily crawled up and charged at Zhao Fu with terrifying force. In the end, the muscular man naturally could not win and was defeated by Zhao Fu. After that, a few people went up, and they were all heavily injured by Zhao Fu. In the end, Zhao Fu became the champion of the dueling competition and obtained the Empyrean Demon Horse Stone. At the same time, he also gained a lot of popularity. When countless Devil Race members saw Zhao Fu, they could not help but scream out in excitement. Zhao Fu did not mind them and returned to his room. Now that everything was over, it was time to bid farewell to Evil 9. Zhao Fu smiled at Evil 9. Now that I'm done here, I'll leave immediately. We'll meet again in the future. Evil 9 looked at Zhao Fu with his big eyes and said reluctantly, "Are you in such a hurry to leave? I still want to stay with you a little longer." Zhao Fu chuckled. "Yes, that matter is very important to me." Evil 9 asked curiously, "What do you do? Why are you so anxious?" Zhao Fu replied simply, "Nothing much. I'm just going to the spirit realm to awaken the spirit race's supreme emperor star." Hearing this, everyone looked quite shocked. Awakening a supreme emperor star was a shocking matter, so how could Zhao Fu say it so easily? Wasn't Zhao Fu from the human race? How could he awaken the spirit race's supreme emperor star? If an ordinary person had said something like that, they would definitely have thought that the person was bragging, but since it was Zhao Fu who said it, they maintained a skeptical attitude. After all, Zhao Fu was so terrifying that he might really be able to do it. Evil 9 trusted Zhao Fu and smiled as he said, "After you go to the spirit race and awaken the spirit race's emperor star, come visit me when you have time." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Seeing that Zhao Fu was about to leave, Long Qingqing could not help but say, "Lord Dragon Sovereign, we want to know more about you. Could you tell us more? Also, are you really going to the spirit race to awaken the Emperor Star? This isn't something that just anyone can do." Zhao Fu looked at her and said, "Knowing too much isn't good for you." Long Qingqing understood that Zhao Fu was not simple at all and was becoming more and more mysterious. He had just said something about awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star, and for the sake of the dragon race, Long Qingqing made a decision. "Lord Dragon Sovereign, I'm willing to be your maid and follow by your side. I hope you can agree." Everyone was surprised. They had not expected Long Qingqing to say that. Feng Baixue could guess Long Qingqing's intentions and thought for the sake of the Phoenix clan. In order to stop Long Qingqing, she smiled as she said, "Sir, I'm not afraid of you. I can also be your maid. And follow you around." Evil 9 said happily, "I'll stay with Sister Qing. Zhao Fu, let's go to Spirit Realm together. It just so happens that I haven't gone to Spirit Realm yet. I can have some fun there." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "No. I don't want to bring so many people." Evil 9 looked disappointed. She pouted and said, "Why? It's so boring to go there alone. Look at how pretty Sister Qing is, how nice it would be to bring her along." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "I really can't. Alright, I'm leaving." Evil 9 had no other choice. "Alright then. Remember to visit me at my place." Zhao Fu nodded lightly, and then he left the city. He transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the horizon. After Zhao Fu left, Long Qingqing thought for a moment before saying to the people of the dragon race, "You guys go back first. Remember not to leak this matter, or else the power that Lord Dragon Sovereign left in our bodies will kill you." Evil 9 asked curiously, "Sister Qing, if we go back, what about you?" Long Qingqing replied seriously, "I want to follow behind Lord Dragon Sovereign. His identity is too mysterious and terrifying. I must find out. Moreover, he is the future leader of our dragon race. I must convince him to go to the dragon race." Evil 9 thought for a moment and said, Sister Qing, I want to go as well. Don't think that Zhao Fu treats me so well and warmly. He is only like this to his friends and subordinates. In reality, he is a terrifying person. I'm worried that you will be in danger. The other dragon race youths hurriedly said, we want to go as well. Long Qingqing thought for a moment and gave a trace of a smile. Evil 9, come with me. Don't go with the others. I don't know what will happen along the way. Evil 9 happily nodded, while the others looked disappointed. However, there was nothing they could do. It was Evil 9's fault for being friends with such a powerful person. With her there, Zhao Fu would not harm Long Qingqing, and she could help Long Qingqing convince Zhao Fu to go to the dragon race and become the leader of the dragon race. Seeing that Long Qingqing wanted to follow Zhao Fu, Feng Baixue made a decision, but she did not say anything. This was because on the Phoenix race's side, apart from her, there were 6 female attendants and a young man from the Phoenix race. She only knew that young man from the Phoenix race and did not have a good relationship with her. What he chose to do was not within her concern. The young man was quite self-aware and decided to lead by himself. He would bury this matter in his mind and not speak of it. He had never thought that teaching a few dragon race youths a lesson would draw out the leader of the dragon race. Following this, Long Qingqing brought Evil 9 and chased after the direction in which Zhao Fu had disappeared. Looking at Long Qingqing's disappearing figure, Feng Baixue gave a trace of a smile and said, let's follow as well. I want to know just how terrifying that person's identity is and if he can awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. The female attendants next to her said seriously, Big Miss, are you sure? Are you sure? That person is very dangerous by himself, and if we chase after him, we might anger him. We might even lose our lives. Feng Baixue smiled as she said, if we directly follow behind him, we'll definitely anger him. However, if we follow behind Long Qingqing, even if he's angry, he'll first attack Long Qingqing and the others. The female attendants lightly laughed, Big Miss, you're quite smart. Following this, Feng Baixue brought the 6 beautiful female attendants and turned into a ray of light as they chased after Long Qingqing. A while later, a flirtatious beauty with long violet hair arrived at this city. Her appearance caused many people to cry out because she was simply too beautiful. Countless men wanted to have her, and even women felt jealous and envious of her. Lan Yu ignored these passionate gazes and asked with a smile, did you see a mysterious cloaked person? Following this, Lan Yu heard about what had happened here and smiled as she chased after the direction in which Zhao Fu had disappeared. Not too long later, another pair of peerlessly beautiful sisters arrived, causing countless people to sigh in amazement. Jian Yue and Jian Luiyue had followed the aura here. They also asked if they had seen the cloaked person and received information about Zhao Fu, so they quickly chased after Zhao Fu. Last was Xianxia. Because she was not as strong as the other 2 groups, she did not dare to descend with her aura. As such, she could only rely on her senses to chase after the direction in which Zhao Fu had disappeared. By now, Zhao Fu did not know that there were 5 groups of people following behind him. Long Qingqing and Evil 9 were in one group, Feng Baixue and her 6 female attendants were in another group, Lan Yu was in another group, Jian Yue and Jian Luiyue were in another group, and Xianxia was in the last group. Zhao Fu quickly flew towards the spirit realm and used teleportation formations to continuously teleport before finally arriving at the spirit realm. Because this was the spirit realm, he felt that there was more spirit energy here and that the spirit energy here contained a trace of spirituality. After traveling for so many days, they had finally reached the spirit domain. Zhao Fu's body relaxed, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. His next plan was to head to the 6 Desires Celestial Sect. The 6 Desires Celestial Sect was near the Heaven Domain, and it was not very far from here. Zhao Fu was mainly going there to deal with his art and to gather information on awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star. Because Zhao Fu knew where the 6 Desires Celestial Sect was, it would not be difficult for him to go there. The difficult part was awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star, but Zhao Fu did not have any information on this. Now that he was not in such a rush, he could slow down. Zhao Fu also slowed down and did not quickly fly towards the 6 Desires Celestial Sect. Instead, he flew to a city. Most of the people here were from the spirit race, and there were all kinds of people. There were wooden people with skin like wood, people with fiery eyes and fiery hair, people with fiery eyes, and people with faces that seemed to be made of mud. Their attributes were mainly yin, yang, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and ice. Zhao Fu looked at them with interest and started to walk around the city. The city that Zhao Fu was in was not a small city but an extremely large city called Hongming City. It was quite famous, and the city lord seemed to be a Dao realm expert. Almost no one dared to cause trouble here. Zhao Fu looked around the streets and looked at the things that the vendors were selling. Zhao Fu did not pay much attention to ordinary food and toys. His gaze was mainly focused on the materials and spirit medicines. These spirit materials and spirit medicines could help Zhao Fu understand the spirit domain, and perhaps he could find things that would be useful to Zhao Fu. After walking for a while, Zhao Fu found something interesting. He came to a vendor on the ground, and there were transparent orbs floating above the vendor. Each of them was as big as an egg and seemed to be made of crystal, and they gave off different lights. The lights were not very strong, and there were azure, green, fiery, icy, blue, black, white, etc. They emitted different kinds of light and different kinds of power, but none of them were very strong. Apart from these single-colored crystal balls, there were also crystal balls that gave off 2 and 3 colors. The light they gave off was slightly stronger than the other crystal balls. The owner of the stall was a kind-looking old man with a ruddy face. When he saw Zhao Fu squatting down in front of his stall, he seemed very interested and smiled as he said, "Customer. These are pseudo-spiritual beads. Do you want to buy a few?" Zhao Fu took out a pseudo-spirit bead and asked curiously, "What is this? What's its use?" The old man explained with an awkward expression, "Pseudo-spirit beads are made in the same way as spirit beads. They don't have any use other than for fun." Zhao Fu continued to ask, "What is a spiritual pearl?" The old man smiled as he explained, "Spiritual pearls are unique to the spirit realm. They are formed from the gathering of heaven and earth spirit qi and have extremely powerful spirit energy. They are a very powerful and rare treasure. Spirit beads also have different attributes. For example, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the most common attributes. There are also some even rarer attributes, such as the star spirit bead, the dragon spirit bead, the devil spirit bead, and the god spirit bead. Spiritual pearls are split into heaven spirit, earth spirit, and human spirit. The human spirit pearl is the weakest and has average spirituality, so it is the most common spiritual pearl. The second ranked is the earth spirit pearl, which has more power and spirituality than the human spirit race. Finally, there are the extremely rare heavenly spirit pearls that normal people cannot see. These heavenly spirit pearls have extremely powerful spirit energy, and after countless years, only one can be born. They have extremely powerful spirituality. The heavenly spirit pearl is also very powerful. If a normal person uses it, that person will immediately have an innate spirit body, and their cultivation speed and comprehension will greatly increase. They will become a genius that everyone admires. Apart from being used by people, the heavenly spirit pearl also has many other uses. For example, it can be fused into cities, made into weapons, or set up formations. After hearing the old man's explanation, Zhao Fu looked down at the pseudo-spirit pearl in his hand and asked, "Do you have a method to make pseudo-spirit pearls?" The old man smiled as he said, "This thing isn't rare, so of course I have it." Zhao Fu placed the pseudo-spirit pearl on the stall and took out a large bag of purple coins, giving it to the old man. "I want to buy the method to make pseudo-spirit pearls." The old man took the bag and looked at it, which was filled with purple coins. He was delighted, but after thinking for a moment, he said, "Dear customer, this thing is very cheap, so you don't need that much money." Zhao Fu did not mind as he said, "It's fine, just take it as payment for explaining the spirit pearls to me." Hearing this, the old man did not hold back and smiled as he took out a book and handed it to Zhao Fu, saying, "This book records the method to make pseudo-spirit pearls, as well as some of my experience in making pseudo-spirit pearls. I hope it will be useful to you." Zhao Fu took the book and flipped through it a few times before putting it away. He then left the stall and continued onwards. At the same time, Zhao Fu thought to himself that with such powerful spirit energy and spirituality, perhaps it could help him awaken the spirit race's supreme emperor star. Ordinary spirit pearls naturally would not be enough, and he would need at least sky spirit pearls. If he had higher grade spirit pearls, that would be even better. Now that he had finally made some gains and found a method to awaken the spirit race's emperor star, Zhao Fu looked around with interest. Perverted thief. Stop right there, a cold shout sounded out from behind Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stopped and looked behind him in confusion. There was a tall and slim woman in a red dress, and she gave off a vixen aura. She held a whip and looked at him furiously. The people around him immediately retreated to the side, revealing an empty space. They pointed at Zhao Fu as if he was a perverted thief and started to discuss him. Zhao Fu stood at the center of the empty space, feeling quite confused. Even though he was not a good person and had violated countless women, he did not recognize this woman. Are you sure you're talking about me? Zhao Fu asked. The woman in red pointed the whip at Zhao Fu and said angrily, I remember your aura and will never forget it. Don't think that I won't recognize you just because you're wearing a cloak. Zhao Fu felt quite speechless as he said, I think you're mistaken, I'm not the person you're looking for. This is the first time I've come here. The woman in red said angrily, you're still trying to argue? You didn't even hide your aura, who are you trying to trick? Today, I'm going to get justice for my good sister. Pa, the woman in red swung the whip in her hand and vigorously whipped it towards Zhao Fu. The whip was incredibly powerful and felt as if it could shatter a boulder. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed the incoming whip. The woman in the red dress was stunned. She didn't expect Zhao Fu to block her attack so easily. She pulled the whip in her hand, but she couldn't pull it out of Zhao Fu's hand. Zhao Fu frowned and looked at the woman in front of him as he said, I'm really not the person you're looking for. If you continue like this, I won't be polite to you. Seeing that Zhao Fu had said many times that he had mistaken her for someone else and had not taken the initiative to attack her, the others had a good attitude and called out, Miss. Did you really get the wrong person? He doesn't look like a pervert to me. Hearing these voices, the red-dressed woman felt like she was going to explode. She was extremely clear about that aura, and it was this person who had tarnished her good friend. Now, her good friend was nowhere to be found, and it was very likely that she had been killed by that perverted thief. How could the woman in the red dress not be angry when there was someone speaking up for a person who had done so much evil and deserved to die 10,000 times? However, in order to prove that she was not mistaken, the woman in the red dress took out a jade bead and threw it. The jade bead slowly flew towards Zhao Fu. The woman in the red dress said, if you have the ability, then take this jade bead. This jade bead will only respond to that perverted thief. If you don't dare, then you're that perverted thief. Zhao Fu snorted coldly. Why wouldn't I dare? I don't even know you. Let's see how you're going to end up when you find out that you found the wrong person. The woman in the red dress said angrily, stop quibbling. If you have the ability, then take that jade bead. If I really found the wrong person, you can do whatever you want to me. I can even kneel down and apologize to you. Zhao Fu's face was cold and he didn't say anything else. He could only let the facts speak for themselves. Later, she would know that she was wrong. Zhao Fu was sure that she didn't know him. Looking at the jade bead floating in front of him, Zhao Fu confidently stretched out a hand and grabbed the jade bead. However, the jade bead did not react at all. Zhao Fu said coldly, did you see that? Did the jade bead react? I already said that I'm not the person you're looking for. The woman in the red dress's expression froze, and she felt strange. She clearly remembered that this person in front of her was giving off the aura of that perverted thief, so why didn't the jade bead have any reaction? The surrounding people also understood that the woman in the red dress had made a mistake. Suddenly, countless intense lights shined out, and everyone looked over to see the jade pearl in Zhao Fu's hand giving off an intense light. The woman in the red dress was extremely angry and shouted, let's see how a perverted thief like you can quibble. I was almost fooled by you. Zhao Fu's face was filled with astonishment. He couldn't understand why this jade bead would have such a strong reaction to him. The woman in the red dress said loudly, everyone. I'll tell you right now that this pervert's true identity is the infamous traitor of the Six Desires Celestial sect. He's the one who has defiled countless women in the history of Spirit Realm, and you're still speaking up for him? The crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected the person in front of them to be that infamous pervert. I'm such a bastard for speaking up for such a despicable person. Now, I really regret it and want to slap myself. You might know a person's face, but you don't know his heart. I thought I had made a mistake and that he didn't seem like a perverted thief. Who would have thought that he was such a despicable person? Even I want to kill him now. That's right. Who would have thought that such a despicable and infamous person would appear by our side? I feel so disgusted. This person is clearly a bad person, but he's acting so innocent. He's so shameless. Right now, the 6 Desire Celestial Sex people have been chasing after him, and some higher beings have even personally come out. He's simply courting death for daring to come here. Moreover, he might even defile someone's woman. We can't let such a person get away. This person deserves to die 10,000 times for his crimes. The things that his seniors did caused the heavens to be enraged, and if he doesn't die, the commoners won't be enraged. We have to kill him and hang his head on the city walls. Seeing how furious everyone was, the woman in the red dress felt quite happy and called out, "That's right. This kind of person deserves to die. Everyone, help me take down this person." The people in the surroundings furiously surrounded Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression fell. No matter how he tried to explain, it was useless, so he could only leave this place. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu exploded out with a terrifying power. A massive aura flooded out, sending the people around him flying and crashing to the ground. Zhao Fu quickly escaped towards the city gates. The sky here was filled with restrictions, and there were also Dao realm experts standing guard. Zhao Fu did not dare to force his way in, so he could only leave through the city gates. Seeing Zhao Fu disappear, the people lying on the ground looked incredibly shocked. Wasn't this perverted thief's power a bit too terrifying? The woman in the red dress's face became pale, and she felt that she had underestimated this perverted thief. How had his power suddenly increased by so much? The people in the red dress did not lie on the ground for long before they immediately climbed up and chased after Zhao Fu, yelling, "Capture the perverted thief!" The people on the streets did not know what was going on, but seeing a large group of people chasing after Zhao Fu and yelling, they knew that this person was definitely an incredibly despicable perverted thief. Everyone charged at Zhao Fu, wanting to capture this perverted thief, Zhao Fu. A group of people blocked in front of Zhao Fu, looking incredibly confident as they said, "Perverted thief, you won't be able to escape today." Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and stomped on the ground. His body gave off a ferocious aura as he charged forwards incredibly quickly. Bang, bang. Bang, the people blocking in front of Zhao Fu were sent flying by Zhao Fu. They crashed to the ground and blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths. Some of them even fainted. Zhao Fu did not waste any time and continued to run towards the city gates. The soldiers at the city gates looked at Zhao Fu curiously and understood that something had happened, so they tried to stop Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not have any intention of stopping, and he gave off immense power as he sent everyone in front of him flying. Finally, he reached the outside of the Great Wall and turned into a ray of light as he shot towards the horizon. The woman in the red dress and the others rushed to the city gates and looked at Zhao Fu's disappearing expression. They had never thought that the perverted thief would be able to escape. However, there was nothing they could do. That perverted thief was incredibly powerful, and if they followed him, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. They did not have terrifying experts and soldiers at the city gates. Zhao Fu flew for a long time before stopping, feeling quite confused. Just what was going on? Wasn't this his first time in the spirit realm? Why does it seem like you've done a lot of bad things? You're like a street rat that everyone wants to beat up. News of the 6 Desires Celestial Sex Celestial Evildoer appearing in Hongming City quickly spread, causing massive waves. The ones who were the most shocked were naturally the 6 Desires Celestial Sect. They had been searching for that celestial evil this entire time because things had spiraled out of their control. That celestial evil had grown too quickly and was a threat to the 6 Desires Celestial Sect. As the 6 Desires Celestial Sect guarding stone statue, it had given off many terrifying ripples, each one stronger than the last. If they did not kill him quickly, the 6 Desires Celestial Sect might suffer a calamity. After hearing about this, the higher beings of the 6 Desires Celestial Sect quickly rushed over. After searching around, they could not find anything. They could only return and continue to post rewards. The 6 higher beings of the 6 Desires Celestial sect had serious expressions, and one of them said, the 6 Desires Celestial statues were right to madly want to kill that person. Back then, we did not pay too much attention, but now, they are afraid of his existence. Another person said, Humph. Back then, I wanted to end the plan to perfect the 6 Desires Celestial art early, but you never agreed and even dragged the young sect master into it. Now, you've raised a tiger. The person next to him said, I never thought that celestial evil would grow so quickly and surpass our expectations. The previous celestial evil has found a good legatee. A beautiful woman said, even though that celestial evil poses a threat to the 6 Desires Celestial sect, I feel that the 6 Desires Celestial art is about to be perfected. After so many years of planning, that celestial evil might have already perfected it, which is why he's so terrifying. Another person agreed, yes, I agree. Perhaps that celestial evil has already perfected the 6 Desires Celestial art, and we can't let him off. This has been bothering the 6 Desires Celestial sect for countless years. The person who had spoken first sighed, but that boy is too cunning and seems to have a massive amount of fate. We can't find him. The beautiful woman said, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that celestial evil will cause massive waves in the spirit domain. We just need to wait for news. If he appears, we'll immediately head over. Another person said in agreement, the things that celestial evil has caused in the spirit domain are already infuriated. There are countless people who want to kill him, so if he appears, there will definitely be news. The higher beings of the 6 Desires Celestial sect were all waiting for news of Zhao Fu's next appearance. They told the weaker disciples to be careful and to report to the sect if anything happened. The higher-ups of the 6 Desires Celestial sect secretly sent experts to protect some of the female disciples, setting up a large net. The 6 Desires Celestial art focused on abstinence, and the 6 Desires Celestial chi it had was extremely pure and powerful. It could counter the 6 Desires demonic chi. However, if the 6 Desires demonic chi was too powerful, it could also devour the 6 Desires Celestial chi, causing the person who cultivated the 6 Desires demonic art to become many times more powerful. Moreover, it could help them break through their cultivation barriers, and it was a very precious treasure to them. These factions naturally had enmity towards the previous celestial desires, and it had enmity. These forces naturally had enmity with the previous immortal sinners, and almost all of them were related to women. In the Xianling Empire, a cold-looking middle-aged man sat on the throne and ordered his subordinates, you must find that celestial bastard before the 6 Desires Celestial sect finds him. I still remember what happened back then. Although the 9th celestial bastard is dead, as his successor, he's the person I hate the most. Celestial, and Celestial King Emperor's 1000, he Celestial, I King, I's Emperor of Demon, he is sect, Celestial of the Demon. The ministers hurriedly said, Your Majesty. That is the most obscene and evil cultivation technique in the domain. It is hated and reviled by the major forces of the spirit realm. If you learn that cultivation technique, not only will it greatly affect the reputation of the Xianling Empire, it may also cause the major forces to attack you. The cold-looking middle-aged man thought about it. He had originally wanted to see the special ability of the 6 Desires demonic art on women. Back then, the 9th celestial evil had used this ability to steal the woman he loved. Now, he wanted to see for himself whether this power was as terrifying as it was. Although he wasn't interested in assaulting many women, he wanted to recapture the heart of the woman he loved. The woman he loved was originally the young master of a very powerful faction. After that incident, she did not control the faction and became the leader of the faction. Instead, she became an elder. Although the two of them occasionally met, they could not return to the way they used to be. Although the 9th generation immortal evil had been dead for so long, she still had that person in her heart. This really made the stern middle-aged man very angry, and even extremely hateful. That was why he wanted to learn this cultivation method and take back his woman. The previous generations of celestial evils had offended many enemies, and if he learned this cultivation method, it would be very dangerous. As such, he could only learn it secretly. The stern-looking middle-aged man nodded. I understand. Go and carry out my orders now. Capture that person for me at all costs. Only then did the ministers obey and leave the palace. Within a sect that was burning with flames, there was a coarse man with fiery hair. He could not help but loudly laugh as he said, "Ha ha ha, the 12th generation celestial evil has finally appeared, I can once again start my plan to kill him." The man hated the 8th generation celestial evil to the bone. Thinking of him, he wanted to use the cruelest methods to kill that person. This was because when he was very young, that 8th generation celestial evil had defiled his mother in front of him. This was the most infuriating thing in his life, and he could not forget it. As such, he had desperately cultivated to become such a powerful person in order to kill the 8th generation celestial evil. However, the 8th generation celestial evil had been killed by someone else, so he could only place his gaze on his legatee. Following this, he participated in the hunt for the 9th generation celestial evil, the 10th generation celestial evil, and the 11th generation celestial evil. As long as it was a celestial evil, he would not let them off and would hunt them down. Xianxia, don't go on like this. That 8th generation celestial evil has been dead for so long, why haven't you let it go? If you continue like this, you'll always be furious. There was a beautiful woman with a fiery figure standing behind the man, and she looked at the man worriedly and guiltily. She was the man's mother. She was the one who had caused her child to become like this, and she did not want her son to continue like this. She felt incredibly guilty for letting him see her with someone else. However, back then, she could not resist and could only allow herself to be violated by the 8th generation celestial evil, and she could not help but enjoy it. Even though it had only been once, that feeling was deeply engraved in her mind. That was the happiest time she had ever been. Now that so much time had passed, she did not think about this anymore, she just hoped that her son would not worry about this. The man glared at the beautiful woman angrily, "You don't have to care about my matters. I will definitely kill that immortal evildoer." With that, the man left. The beautiful woman lowered her head, tears falling from her eyes. She really didn't want things to go on like this. She didn't want the man to always be angry. She hoped that he could be normal like everyone else. Within the pavilion, a gentle-looking middle-aged man was playing chess with a gentle-looking, beautiful woman. The two of them seemed quite close as they chatted and laughed. A maid came in to report the news of the immortal evil's appearance. The gentle middle-aged man's expression became serious as he looked at the beautiful woman and said, "I think I'll be leaving for a while." The sweet-tempered woman's smile disappeared and was replaced with a trace of sadness as she asked, "Are you going to kill that celestial evil?" The gentle middle-aged man nodded seriously. "That immortal bastard must die. I don't want to see the two of us in love again, because scum like him cannot be together." The gentle beautiful woman didn't say anything else and remained silent. The two of them used to be a loving couple, but the appearance of the 9th generation celestial evil changed everything. She was violated by the 9th generation celestial evil, creating a gap between them, and they could no longer be as loving as before. Although the middle-aged man didn't mind, and the gentle woman also wanted to let it go, she didn't know why, but she couldn't let it go. Sometimes, she would even imagine doing it with the 9th generation immortal evil. She felt sorry for her husband, so she didn't stop him. The middle-aged man made the sweet-tempered woman fall silent and did not say anything else. He understood that his wife was feeling terrible about that matter, so he wanted to kill that immortal evil even more. He did not want him to harm others, so he quickly left the pavilion. On a mountain peak surrounded by spirit chi, a white-haired old man with a long beard looked at the sea of clouds ahead and said, "Xianxia. Does she know about this?" A handsome young man stood behind him and replied, "Miss Xianxia already knows about this, but she's been cultivating diligently in the secret chamber and hasn't had much of a reaction." The old man heaved a sigh of relief. The 10th generation immortal evil has been dead for so long. It looks like she has finally let go of it. This is a good thing. The handsome young man asked, "What about the 12th generation immortal evil?" The old man's eyes turned cold. Kill. Right now, there was still a wave of killing intent within the elder's heart, because it was the 10th generation immortal evil that turned his most beloved daughter into her current state. She was silent and unsociable, no longer talking to others, and her heart was greatly hurt. Even though the 10th generation immortal bastard had been killed, the 12th generation immortal bastard's inheritor had to die, and he had to die a horrible death. In the end, they had to destroy this immortal evil inheritance. They could not be allowed to harm others. Now, everyone was very curious. The immortal bastard's inheritance was passed down like this. Every generation of immortal bastards would be killed, and not a single remnant soul or flesh would be left behind. However, after the inheritance disappeared for a period of time, it would reappear. In the underground cave, a blood-red haired, evil-looking young man hugged two blood-red-haired, blood-red eyes, pointy ears, and tall, bewitching women. He gave a sinister smile and said, "After waiting for so long, little Ten's legatee has appeared again." Hearing this, the two flirtatious women smiled in delight and said, "Master, this time, you must obtain the 6 desires demonic art. With its power, you'll definitely become extremely powerful and become the 13th generation immortal devil. You'll make countless people fear you." The evil-looking young man laughed as he said, When that time comes, I'll play with whoever's women I want." The evil-looking young man had been the 10th generation immortal evil's best friend, and they had been friends for 10 or so years. The 10th generation immortal evil greatly trusted the evil-looking young man. However, the 10th generation immortal evil did not know that the evil-looking young man's goal was the 6 desires demonic art. Back then, the 10th generation immortal evil was already very powerful, and the evil-looking young man could not kill the 10th generation immortal evil by himself. As such, he first leaked this information to the large factions and had them find the 10th generation immortal evil. He then pretended to be kind and saved the 10th generation immortal evil before launching a sneak attack and killing the 10th generation immortal evil. In the end, the evil-looking young man searched through the 10th generation immortal evil's corpse but could not find the 6 desires demonic art. In the end, in order to obtain that power, the evil-looking young man refined the 10th generation immortal evil's corpse into a medicinal pill and ate it. The evil-looking young man had been filled with confidence and thought that after eating this medicinal pill, he would be able to obtain a small amount of 6 desires demonic chi. However, he was greatly disappointed and did not obtain any 6 desires demonic chi. Following this, he joined the group that chased after the 11th generation immortal evil but did not obtain anything. Now, he could only place his gaze on the 12th generation immortal evil. Within a courtyard filled with flowers, a few extremely beautiful women looked furious after hearing that the 12th generation immortal evil had appeared. A tall and slim woman with a noble aura said angrily, "That scum who harmed so many women has appeared again. This time, we must personally kill him and show him the consequences of harming us women." A beautiful and pure-looking woman nodded and said, "The immortal evil's legatee is a tumor in our spirit realm and has harmed us women for so many years. Not only do we have to kill that legatee, but we also have to destroy this legacy. We can't allow this legacy to continue harming people." A beautiful woman wearing a white dress gave a confident smile as she said, "It seems that the 12th generation immortal evil isn't very powerful. With our strength, we should be able to get rid of him." The black-robed woman with a hint of viciousness on her face snorted coldly. "At that time, we should have tied him to a pillar and paraded him through the streets of Spirit Realm. We would have humiliated him in all kinds of ways. Killing him directly would have been too easy on him." The tall and slim woman agreed, "That's right. That immortal evil's legatee has harmed so many of our women, simply killing him will be letting him off too easily. We need to humiliate him and cut off his thing to warn other perverts." The other 3 women smiled and nodded, supporting this idea. Within a luxurious room, a golden-clothed young man with a noble aura said with a cold expression, "This boy dares to openly appear in a large city, he's seeking death. Listen to my orders and kill him at all costs. Anyone who dares to offend me can only die." The people standing below obeyed and left the room. This young man was the prince of a very powerful empire in the spirit realm. His empire was ranked 3rd in the entire spirit realm, and he had a peak imperial bloodline. He had an incredibly prestigious status and was at the Emperor Heaven realm. He had great enmity with the 11th generation celestial bastard because the 11th generation celestial bastard had taken 3 of his concubines. He had not taken 3 at once but had taken 1 at a time. If he had taken 3 at once, he would have been able to accept it. However, he had taken 3 in a row, showing that he did not place him in his eyes at all and was incredibly arrogant. This made him feel incredibly angry and humiliated. He had disregarded everything to hunt down the 11th generation celestial bastard, and the empire had suffered great humiliation because of this. The young man was a future emperor, yet 3 of his concubines had been taken in a row. They could not accept this. They had not hesitated to send out all of the higher beings of the empire to hunt down the 11th generation celestial bastard. In the end, the experts chased him all the way to Greenwood Mountain and killed him. The golden-clothed young man chopped up the 11th generation celestial bastard's corpse into 5 pieces and fed them to dogs. His head was made into an ornament and stored in his room. As for the women taken by the 11th generation celestial bastard, he had found them and did not hesitate to kill them. Even though they were quite beautiful, he did not like women who had been touched by other men. After killing the 11th generation celestial bastard, the golden-clothed young man's anger had not dissipated. Now that the 12th generation celestial bastard had appeared, the golden-clothed young man shifted his anger onto him. As such, he definitely had to kill the 12th generation celestial bastard. He hoped that after killing the 12th generation celestial bastard, he would cut off his head and store it. A black aura spread out and gave off an eerie and terrifying aura. Within a palace, a beautiful woman with a bewitching figure and purple lips gave off a bewitching and devilish aura sat on a throne. Below her stood a beautiful woman with a mature figure and a mature figure. She wore a black palace dress and gave off a cold aura. The beautiful woman gave an alluring smile and said, "Daughter, the 12th generation celestial bastard has appeared. That 12th generation immortal bastard has appeared. I want you to bring him back here. He can be considered your father's successor. Right now, he's not very strong and can be easily killed by others." The cold woman said, "Mother, what do you want him for? Right now, all the major forces of the spirit realm are chasing after him. With our strength, we can't protect him. If the news gets out, the demon spirit palace might be destroyed." The beautiful woman rubbed her chin and licked her lips as she charmingly smiled and said, "Then you should be more discreet. Your damnable father was killed for so many years and caused me to suffer for so many years. Now, I want to experience what it's like to have your father around. He inherited that cultivation method and should have that ability." The cold woman frowned. She understood what her mother meant. Looking at the cold woman's expression, the beautiful woman flirtatiously smiled and said, "What is it, daughter? Aren't you happy? When I catch him, I can let you enjoy him first. It's a feeling that you can't imagine." The cold woman looked at the beautiful woman with her beautiful eyes. "Mother, are you sure you want to capture the 12th generation immortal evil? Don't blame me if anything happens." The beautiful woman giggled. I know." The ice-cold woman didn't say anything else. She turned around and left the palace, flying to the side and disappearing with the others. Finally, his gaze turned to a restaurant. As the true 12th generation immortal genius, Yao Yi, he had a look of confusion on his face. He did not understand what was going on. Ever since the 6 supreme beings wanted to kill him, he had been extremely careful and did not dare to reveal any information. He did not even dare to go to some scary places. He understood how many people wanted to kill him, and with his current strength, he had no way to resist. He could only endure for now, and when he was strong enough, he would take revenge on those people and sleep with all their women. Now that he heard the news that the 12th generation immortal evil had appeared in Hongming City, he really didn't understand what was going on. Why had he suddenly appeared in Hongming City? This news must be fake. Someone must be impersonating him. Damn it, he didn't know which despicable person dared to impersonate him. If he knew his identity, he would definitely make him die a horrible death. In his embrace was a seductively dressed woman with a pure aura. This woman was the red-dressed woman's friend, and she had now become Yao Ye's woman. The pure-looking woman said concernedly, "Husband, don't worry. What should we do next?" Yao Yi thought for a moment before saying, "I want to go there and see who it is that's impersonating me. If it's an ordinary person, they won't have that ability because they don't have the 6 desires demonic chi. Moreover, I have a feeling that if I go there, I'll have great gains and will be of great help to my 6 desires demonic art." The queen from before said worriedly, "Husband, that impersonator has caused such a huge commotion and everyone is chasing after you. But now that the imposter has caused such a huge commotion, and everyone is chasing after you, it will be very dangerous for you to go there. The pure-looking woman also said, "That's right. It's too dangerous right now, let's wait for a while before going. Right now, the most important thing is to ensure our own safety." Yao Yi said, "It's very dangerous to go there right now. A few higher beings have just finished searching that place, and it might be the safest place. Moreover, it might be of great help to me, so I have to go." Seeing that she could not dissuade Yao Yi, the queen could only say, "Husband, we have to go as well. You can't abandon us, perhaps we'll be of help at crucial times." Yao Yi was only powerful because he was teaching them the 6 desires demotic art, so he did not refuse and smiled as he said, "Then you all have to be obedient and don't make trouble for me." The women smiled and said coquettishly, "We understand." By now, Zhao Fu had wretchedly escaped to a barren mountain and panted raggedly. After escaping from Rumbling City, Zhao Fu immediately sensed a few terrifying auras chasing after him, and Zhao Fu could only choose to run. As time passed, the people giving off terrifying auras did not lessen, and more people came. There were even higher beings among them. Zhao Fu did not know what was going on, he had not caused any trouble. Why did so many people want to kill him and call him a perverted thief? Moreover, he had not touched a single woman. Zhao Fu could not understand what was going on, so he decided to hide in the barren mountain for a while and come out after the commotion died down. By now, Lan Yu, Long Qingqing, Jiani Yue, and the others had arrived at the spirit domain. They had just arrived and heard about this, and they looked quite confused. They had just arrived with Zhao Fu and had never thought that Zhao Fu would have done so many bad things and cause such a commotion. Now, countless people in the spirit domain wanted to kill him. Was Zhao Fu really the 12th generation celestial bastard? They felt quite doubtful and could not confirm it, but they felt that it was not the case. A few days later, Zhao Fu sat on a boulder, and a few crystal beads floated in front of him, giving off different kinds of lights. While Zhao Fu had been hiding in the wilderness, he had not wasted any time and had focused on creating pseudo-spirit beads. This was mainly because Zhao Fu was quite curious about this, and he had nothing else to do. Because the elder had given him a crafting book and recorded his experiences, Zhao Fu had learned how to create pseudo-spirit beads in just a few days. The pseudo-spirit beads in front of him had been created by Zhao Fu. The method was actually quite simple. The first was to gather spirit. There was a special magic art for this, and one could use this magic art to gather spirit rather than using a magic formation. Gathering spirit meant gathering spirit chi and spirituality in the surroundings. Anyone could gather spirit chi, as cultivation required spirit chi. If one could not gather spirit chi, they would not be able to cultivate. Gathering spirit chi was quite easy, but gathering spirituality was quite difficult. Spirituality was a kind of invisible spiritual power. It was not like spiritual energy. Spirituality could not exist on its own. For example, it could rely on an object. Even though the spirit domain's spirit chi had extremely weak spirituality, if one did not know how to do it, the spirit chi gathered would not contain spirituality. In order to gather spirituality, one had to have inspiration. Inspiration was a type of reaction to spirit chi and spirituality. The spirit race was born with inspiration, so they could easily gather spirit chi and spirituality. If it was someone from another race, they would need to learn it, and as their cultivation increased, they would also gain inspiration. With Zhao Fu's Emperor Heaven Realm strength, he definitely had inspiration. Moreover, Zhao Fu found that when he was in celestial mode, his inspiration was incredibly strong. It was dozens of times stronger than normal, and he could easily sense spirit chi and spirituality in the surroundings. After obtaining inspiration, one had to use the sense of inspiration to use one's own mental strength to gather spirituality. As mentioned before, spirituality could not exist by itself and needed to rely on something. The spirit domain's spirit chi contained weak spirituality, so it could gather spirit chi and spirituality together. After gathering spirit chi and spirituality, one had to build structures. The spirit chi gathered would have many attributes. Normally, it would be metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were also some rarer attributes. It would be relatively easy to construct an attribute structure. For example, to construct the structure of an earth spirit bead, one only needed to gather the earth spirit chi and construct the structure. The structure could be made into a circle, a square, or a triangle, but the structure had to be very stable. Most people would choose to make it into a circle because it was the most stable shape. If it was to construct a spirit pearl structure with several attributes, it would be more difficult, because there would be conflicts between attributes, and it would be difficult to fuse their attributes. Therefore, the price of a pseudo-spirit bead with several attributes was 10 times that of a normal pseudo-spirit bead with only one attribute. In order to create several pseudo-spirit beads of different attributes, one must have a strong understanding of the corresponding spirit chi and spirituality. After gathering spirit chi and spirituality and constructing a structure, it would form a small ball of light. After this small ball of light was integrated into a crystal ball, the crystal ball would become a pseudo-spirit bead. Because of this, pseudo-spirit beads were not very useful, as they only gathered spirit chi and spirituality together. Moreover, they were quite weak and not very powerful. True spirit beads had very powerful spiritual nature and spiritual energy, which was why they had all kinds of powerful effects. They were not made of crystal, and some were made of wood, some were made of stone, some were made of water, and some were made of fire. However, they were all extremely hard. Their structures were quite stable, and they were highly condensed from spirit chi. As such, they were incredibly tough and would not easily shatter. Pseudo-spirit beads were man-made items, and their spirit energy and spirituality were quite weak. They could only be used as toys for fun and did not have any other uses. However, Zhao Fu had thought of other uses for them. Within the card world, Zhao Fu had Eileen create her own elemental cavalry corps. The card world was made up of all sorts of elements, which was different from the Heaven Awakened world, which was made up of spirit chi. With the method of creating pseudo-spirit beads, it would be possible to create elemental beads. If these elemental beads had powerful elemental energy, they would be able to greatly increase the strength of cavalry. Not only could elemental beads be used by elemental cavalry, but ordinary soldiers could also use them to increase their strength. If he could create pseudo-spirit beads with powerful spirit energy, he could also give them to Qin's soldiers to increase their strength. This method of creating pseudo-spirit beads was very useful to Zhao Fu. However, things were not so simple. Firstly, there was a limit to how much spirit chi and spirituality a person could gather. Gathering a large amount of spirit chi and spirituality required a lot of energy. Secondly, pseudo-spirit beads were constructed by humans and were not created by the heavens and earth, so they could be easily damaged. Thirdly, spirit chi could not be gathered by humans, and it could be gathered by powerful magic formations. However, it was very difficult for ordinary magic formations to gather spirit chi. Fourthly, Qin needed a large number of pseudo-spirit beads. Now, Zhao Fu could create pseudo-spirit beads that were quite powerful, but Zhao Fu could not create many by himself. He could only make 10 or so per day. However, Qin had tens of billions of soldiers. If he could make 10 or so per day, how long would it take for all of them to be used? As such, he needed to create a large number of pseudo-spirit beads to be useful to Qin. If he could not solve these 4 problems, pseudo-spirit beads would not be useful. Zhao Fu could not solve this problem now, so he could only wait until he returned to Qin to study it. Over the next few days, apart from studying how to create pseudo-spirit beads, Zhao Fu also thought about what to do in the future. Zhao Fu did not know what had happened to cause a large group of people to chase after him. In the future, he would have to be more careful and not reveal his identity or aura. There was also the most important thing, which was awakening the spirit race's Emperor Star. Zhao Fu had a very bad idea, which was to rely on pseudo-spirit beads to awaken the spirit race's Emperor Star. Zhao Fu needed to collect metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. These were the 7 most common types of holy spirit beads, so he definitely could not lack them. He also needed wind, lightning, and ice spirit beads as well as the star spirit race's spatial spirit beads and time spirit beads. The more spirit beads he obtained, the greater his chances of awakening the spirit Emperor Star. Apart from these spirit beads, Zhao Fu also needed a large amount of spirit race fate. Spirit race energy was not enough, and he also needed a large amount of spirit bead fate to awaken the spirit race's Supreme Emperor Star. After all, the Supreme Emperor Star was a fate item, and without a large amount of fate, it would be useless for Zhao Fu to fuse with the multi-spirit beads. End of chapter 2484. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.